They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and summoners alike. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Playoffs. We are in the top 4. My name is Husky, alongside Contra. And today is going to be a long but exciting day because we will find out which 2 teams will qualify for the challenge stage.
Yeah, it's great to be back here on this stage once more. And of course, it's going to be a long hurdle, like you said. And we do have some of the finalist teams across the regions that are playing so far, and now down to the top 4 we go. We're going to start things off on a high note. Of course, we're going to introduce to you guys, if you guys are joining for the very first time, on all the teams and what's going to happen throughout the course of the series.
Yeah, and I think today there's a lot of high stakes, right? We are looking at reunions, we're looking at ex-teammates going up against each other, and we're also looking at one particular team trying to make that push to continue that route of history, and that team is SGP. But before we go into all of that, of course, we also have to look at the fact that how these teams got here, right? We came into the competition. We thought the Filipino region is gonna dominate everyone, but we do have an outlier, and that is from SGP. Before we dive into all of that, though, we gotta get you guys familiar with the format. We start with the open qualifiers, where teams play through a gruesome series of elimination series to qualify for the open finals group stage, where 8 teams will play the GSL format in the best of 3, and afterwards, the top 4 qualifies for the open finals playoffs, and the top 2 from the open finals playoffs qualify for the challenge groups, where they will be joined by teams from other regions, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, where they play in a round robin format. And of course, the top 4 from the challenge groups proceeds to the challenge playoffs, which will be an offline event in Thailand, and that is where we will find out which team in Southeast Asia is the best team.
It's definitely exciting times ahead of us here, where we're only down to a few more matches to go, and by tomorrow, we'll be getting ourselves that best of 7 finals, I do believe.
Absolutely, and by today, we will know which 8 teams are going to go to the challenge groups, right? 2 teams from MSPB, 2 teams from Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia, respectively. But if you guys aren't familiar with the prize pool for the open finals, this is it. The team that wins it all, at least the team that wins the open finals, gets to walk away with $800. But teams that were not able to make it far, they also get a piece of the pie, just that it's a bit smaller.
Yeah, I do believe that at least there's something that they could basically walk home with, where they could basically try again in more upcoming Pro Series, I do believe. But this is where the big bucks come in. The challenge representatives will at least earn themselves, well, if you're at the bottom of the ladder or the top 8, that's already $2,610 up for grabs, but everyone's eyeing for that 14K.
Absolutely, and of course the title to call themselves the best WildRift team in Southeast Asia. And we already have our respective teams that have made it in the top 4 for each region, right? So if you guys are interested in watching Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, those broadcasts will be running concurrently, I believe, an hour from now. So do keep an eye on that. But if you guys are a big fan of MSPB, this is going to be it. All these broadcasts will show kind of the same stage of the bracket, where we find out the top 2 teams to proceed to the challenge stage today. And this is the bracket so far. Nigma Galaxy, they took down LFO last weekend. But if you guys are confused about who LFO is previously known as Team Underground. Now they're all free agents, hence LFO. RRQ also overcame SGP with a 3-1 scoreline last weekend. and they're going to kick off the first series, NGX against RRQ, and the team that wins goes on to challenge groups.
Yeah, and so far, Enigma Galaxy have been able to impress us, coming up with really great ideas. You were talking to me about that Lee Sin mid.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to see it again here in the upper bracket finals? We're about to kickstart our very first best of 5. And later on, we're going to see LFO taking on the rest of SGP. So if they really want to land themselves in the arc, definitely they will have to press on this one.
Yeah, and another funny thing is SGP was also known as LFO for a while, right? So definitely we're looking at a very interesting lower bracket as well. But even if they win that series, it is still not the end yet, because there is the lower bracket finals this evening, where you have to play one more best of 5 to really secure that slot in the top 5. So winning this upper bracket between NGX and RRQ is a huge, huge deal for them.
That's right. And overall, just look at both of their playstyles. They kind of are on par with each other. Well, as we speak of the teams, let's head over to see who's going to be playing for the entirety of this best of 5. But of course, we start off with some of the highlights from the previous week.
Yeah, and this one primarily is Enigma Galaxy. You know, we're looking at just pure creativity and a lot of macro play, right? It is something that, you know, when we look at NGX, we can clearly identify them with. We know their opponents are RRQ, very chaotic team. They love to drive in scrappy fights. But when we come to Enigma Galaxy, it is all about their macro play. They had a flawless series against NGX last weekend, where they crushed NGX from the draft to the game itself. And up against RRQ, it's a completely polarizing personality, but I think it makes for a very good best of 5.
Indeed, it does, and we've already seen the way that they basically navigate team fights in a death ball manner, and they still have multiple win conditions. Early on, we did see things like the Morgana in the jungle, which we could basically expect from Joshi, but he definitely looks formidable when it comes down to handling things on his Lee Sin. So far, Enigma Galaxy hasn't been dropping that many games throughout their run of this tournament, and I think we're going to see them at least stand a really good chance against RRQ.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy actually played the least games so far getting to this stage, and they have played, I think, the most unique champions in terms of, you know, the picks and the roles that they are in. Lee Sin Min being one of them. They are the only team that runs the Lux Dragon Lane, the first team to pick Morgana jungle plus a Jax top, and it's all thanks to these guys: Chemi, Joshi, Aaron, Demon Kai, and Draw. And of course, the support staff behind the scenes, TG and Vansu. These two coaches have been phenomenal in getting NGX to this stage.
That's right, and of course, when we look at all these players out there, we've already seen Joshi have always been one of the key players out there, and paired with either Chami, you can already tell it it's going to be a hard laning phase for anyone that goes up against him. So far, Chami, everyone's been raving so much about him. He definitely have delivered in all fronts. But of course, not forgetting that Demon Kai, Aaron, they do have something huge to offer as well. Now, I really do wonder, now with that recent patch change, is it going to affect some of these roles? Because Gragas is now being buffed up. What if Joshi basically tries it out in a match or two?
I think that could be an angle that NGS can tackle, right? But when we look at their opponents RRQ, this is what we mean by the adoration when it comes to scrappy fights. When they took on SGP last weekend, Helios had a field day, especially on his signature pick, the Akali mid, completely demolishing SGP. But in general, RRQ just loves to fight these kind of battles where you don't know where the members of RRQ are, but they know exactly how to win scrappy battles.
Yeah, multiple times whenever you look at the way that they actually come in for a setup, it also relies on Chaz usually starting off to kick things off running. But whenever you have things like a Renekton that they put up in the mid lane with Lee Sin, you know it's just going to be a point quick stun that will set up for an easy kill. So far, of course, RRQ has Chaz stealing every single objectives, where we were just being told earlier today, like, hey, do you guys know this? He stole everything.
Yeah.
Probably could even steal your girlfriend.
At this point, if he does so, I wouldn't be mad. You know, like, he deserves it. I think arguably he is one of the best junglers that we have right now, and obviously has the most unique objective steals all across the board in the tournament. And we did talk to Chaz, and we asked him, how are you so consistent? And he says, I'm just really confident. I go in, I press I take the objectives, I win the game. But of course, he also has his team with him, right? He has Hyde, he has Helios, his Marky back in the fray alongside EXO in that Dragon lane. So it's really great to see RRQ kind of bring on that full power. Not to take anything away from Viper, but you know, we were talking to Chaz, it just says that them and Viper, they do need a bit of time, but with Marky, they feel right at home.
Yeah, and overall, we just have to take a look at some of the stats we have for Chaz, where he's been juggling with, of course, the Lee Sin, but what's really interesting is that throughout this tournament, we've seen him picking up Renekton in the jungle for a couple of times, which definitely is a unique pick that we don't really see from any other team overall. So far, Chaz has been the best jungler that we have here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, he just confidently picks Riven jungle, right? This is why Riven is such a huge pick for RRQ, because they flex it for either Hyde or Chaz, but he also has his counterpart that he has to worry about, Joshi. And if you look at the numbers itself, Joshi does have a slightly higher number, but that's also because most of the games that NGX have played, Joshi just ran over their opponents. Nothing too difficult for Chaz to deal with. I think in their own regards, this is a very exciting jungle matchup to look at, not only because they have unique jungle picks, but also because of how they operate with the team.
Yeah, and whenever it comes down to picks and bans, I feel like these teams, they may not even invest too much on all these sort of jungle bans overall, because you got other things to worry about, sure, with a little bit more of the patch changes that comes through. Now, there's also that Gragas that I didn't mention about. Maybe it's going to be a pick that they'll be looking forward to, but perhaps they need to take some time to experiment with it. So far, that pick of that Lee Sin is what we're going to be looking at. Who's going to be able to get the first dips on this? But you still have to consider there's so many other strong picks out there, Kassadin being one of it, though there's a little bit of balance changes. I don't think it hinders him too much.
Yeah, I honestly don't think it does. But if you guys think otherwise, if you guys already have your predictions on which team will be the first one to proceed to the challenge group stage, to drop your prediction down below in the Twitch chat, because we really want to know, what you guys think. And obviously, for these two teams, it's kind of a bittersweet rivalry, right? Because they have played with each other for so long. When we look at the reunion, there's TG. He's going to meet Kaigo and EXO on the battlefield again. So that's going to be something interesting to watch out for. But I want to look at our predictions, because for me, I honestly think that NGX has a really good chance of running away with the series.
Yeah, and I feel like, sure, they do look solid and great. So far, RRQ has never really disappointed in their own series as well. Sure, they may not look as clean, as you did mention. Sure, they do a lot of scrappy fights, but I want to see how Enigma Galaxy handles some of these pressure, because most often than not, you can still rely on Chaz in any given situation. I do think that he's going to clutch some rounds here.
Yeah, if there's one miracle worker, Chaz, 100%. But this is probably the most even distribution of prediction that we have seen, right? We have 3 on RQ side, 2 on Enigma Galaxy, which I do not mind at all. I think that, if there are 2 teams that I will look at to make it to the challenge finals, the challenge group stage, I would say is NGX and RQ. But unfortunately, with how the bracket is right now, one of them will have to take the long road.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, yeah, it's definitely not going to be so straightforward. Like, sure, it is written like 3-1 for me.
Yeah.
I do think that it's going to go on the long hurdle, all 5 games to be played out overall. Just look at how they have been able to understand this current patch so well, where, sure, whether if there's a Kassadin on either side, I think that they have already figured out some of all these compositions of their own to basically counter it. But if it does land on Enigma's hands, though, that's something that they have to worry about, because Aaron looks great on the Kassadin.
And that's what NGX kind of proved to us last weekend against Team Underground, right? Against LFO, where they let Kassadin through 2 games in a row and they completely crushed the Kassadin pick. But against RRQ, I think it's very interesting, because RRQ don't really care too much about the Kassadin. They ban it on blue side, they ban it on red side. So with that in mind, I don't think Kassadin will really go through per se, but I feel like the burden is still on RRQ to get rid of it.
Yeah, it really depends on who's on which side overall. So if RQ decides, hey, we prefer to play on the blue side even more, then we can even expect certain other options to not be the biggest priority of their concern. So far, I think that things like Yumi still has to be rid of, where it is still a little bit of a nuisance, but at the very least, a little bit of a nerf have been struck onto Lucian for a little bit, so he won't be all too annoying to deal with overall.
Yeah, just the piercing like cooldown increased, right? I think that's just a kind of a minor tweak to Lucian's early game, but overall, Lucian is still an incredible pick that you have to watch out for. But here it is, the picks and bans for game number 1, and this time we get Nigma Galaxy on that blue side and RRQ on red. And like you said, we want to look at where the Kassadin is going to land. Is RRQ going to let it go? My take is, I don't think that would happen. But even if it does, Nigma Galaxy is the only team so far that have found a solution to that champion.
Yeah, and I think that RRQ could basically copy a page of that playbook, like, if that ever happens again. Sometimes you could basically nullify him by picking that Renekton into mid, which RQ has been playing a lot of Renekton as well. So that's one way to at least navigate through the early phases of the game. Late game, Kassadin's always annoying to deal with though. RQ decides to ban away the Yumi, where they now have to consider, okay, other than just these few picks that we've mentioned, things like Jace is still pretty much relevant, which can be played in the jungle as well.
And I do like the respect coming out from both teams, where NGX just went straight for the Lee Sin ban. We've seen Chaz and his Lee Sin steals, but RRQ also understands that Morgana is a huge part of what enables Chami in that Baron lane, and they just decide to not let it go to Nigma Galaxy. But right now, the last ban is not going to be the Kassadin, so RRQ are completely prepared for this. Let's see what NGX has to say.
Well, Nigma Galaxy probably is tempted to go in for the Kassadin pick. Else, RQ will basically get that in their favor. Now, I'm pretty sure that there's a few other things that we've left out. Karma. It's also available here this time around. RQ, let's see what they come up with as Chami goes ahead to select this one for Aaron. But we did see Nigma Galaxy. There were games that they did put that Kassadin on that Baron lane too.
Yeah, and I think for Nigma Galaxy, they are completely fine with the selection, right? If we really have to see a Chami Karma, then so be it, because that late game insurance is always there. But like you said, the Karma is online. RRQ goes straight for it. This is a very standard opening. But moving forward, I wonder if RRQ will still consider that Riven second pick. It has been a big favorite for them because it allows them to flex it for Hyde and Chaz, and this is a good opportunity to do so. Yeah,
like when we take a look at how they could basically synergize well enough, I think that, sure, this Riven would still have a real decent time to basically move around the map, get some ganks going, and now RQ, they just basically lock in the Renekton. So they didn't really fall too far away from their usual draft throughout the couple of recent games that they've been playing out for. So I think that this is going to work out, because if you were to put this Renekton up mid, you know that this Kassadin is going to take a little longer to ramp up at the very least.
And because Nigma Galaxy has flexed the Kassadin, I think this is a comfortable zone for them, right? You have the opportunity to see what RRQ wants to go for, and I do like this takeaway. They take the Riven out of RRQ's pool. That is going to give them a bit more leeway to see where this Renekton is going to go, at least to predict that Renekton's lane. But they also give Draw one of his best champions, which is the Rakan, a champion that EXO has performed admirably on.
Yeah, and I do believe that EXO may have to fall back to options like the Galio, which he has also played a lot, or it could even be a Karma support if all of them want to. Now, I've heard that there's huge buffs onto Varus
I love
recently,
it.
so
I love it.
This is where RQ will basically bring it right into game one. So I heard like all the piercing arrows and stuff like that. Yeah, it hurts a lot more.
I think one of the best things they buff is the Blighted Quiver cooldown, right? Because it takes like, what, 22?
Forever.
It takes forever to come off cooldown, but now there's just a bit more threat. It allows you to synergize it better with the piercing arrow cooldown timing, where you can Blighted Quiver into the execution damage. I think that really gives Varus so much more lane and fight presence, and RQ going for it just guarantees them a very safe laning phase.
Yeah, and you already know that when he's being paired up with a Karma, this lane can basically poke them to shreds. So Nigma Galaxy, they have to find ways to either band-aid that, or we'll have to rely on Joshi to try to create opportunities down the bottom side to stop any of these pursuits coming from RQ. But we're moving into our second phase. We're already seeing bans on the Corki as well as the Lux, which is relatively interesting, knowing for the fact that Aaron does play quite a number of games in that as well. Meaning to say that, sure, there are options to flex if they choose to put either that ribbon up in the mid lane, just saying, and
There is a chance.
casting them over the top. Yeah.
Well, the Gragas now comes through for RQ, right?
Oh,
That's something
beautiful.
that you have anticipated thanks to all the buffs that he has gotten for himself. Interesting for the Lux ban. Both teams play Lux Dragon lane, but I think Demon Kite is a lot more comfortable with their Lux pick. So, and the fact that Marquee already has that Varus, I think RQ kind of identified that Nigma Galaxy can still go for those long-range pokes, which works well with that Riven and Kassadin. But this Gragas pick kind of gives me the vibe that I wouldn't mind if we see that Gragas in the mid or jungle. I think generally the buff just makes him so much more preferable. But there is this one pick that we haven't seen for a long time that has made its appearance once again. It's the Ziggs.
Yeah, this is relatively interesting. You could still head over onto the Dragon Lane overall just to match poke from a distance so it can safely farm up. Meanwhile, that Rakan won't be thinking about really hitting hit first, but who's going to do that job? Vi. I think this is going to be a perfect setup for them. But Nigma Galaxy, if they really want to look for those fights, they have to come up with takeoffs first before they draw blood onto any members of RQ. Meanwhile, team fights. RQ's composition looks absolutely solid.
And we just get a taste of that Olaf, right? The Chaz Olaf. Completely effective against what Nigma Galaxy has. They honestly don't have necessarily the big burst damage to shut him down before the Kassadin comes online. And we have seen last week, even while not exactly behind, the Olaf has a potential to solo kill a Kassadin in that late game, in that mid to late game. So I do love what RQ is going for. We get the Helios Gragas Mitch, which is something that I did mention. So we get this Gragas into a Kassadin and all of these ratio buffs for this Drunken Brawler. In those skirmishes, I think Helios is going to have a good time.
He's definitely going to have a good time because every buff that this Gragas had, it was all on his damage output. It's 10% increase for the body slam as well as, I believe it was the Drunken Rage as well. And you got the happy hour. Keep yourself alive. Yeah. Whatever that Kassadin want to throw at you, just throw more barrels back at him. So with that being said, now just judging from the graph itself, I just think that RQ, at least they will be looking to be stable from the early game all the way to mid game. Yep. Late game is to be told, of course, but Nigma Galaxy, it may take them a little bit more time to ramp up, where you have this Kassadin that needs 2 to 3 items to be really effective into some of all these team fights. Now, other than that, I'm just thinking like, so long as Nigma Galaxy can hold it forward in that early game, I think like things will start to look better for themselves because you get that Ziggs running, you get some Rift Heralds, you could possibly open up the map real wide.
And to add on to that, I think what Nigma Galaxy showed last week was just the control of the map, right? The macro game from them was flawless, and it's really hard to look at Nigma Galaxy against LFO last week and think to ourselves, I think this team, has some flaws. Maybe they do, but it's not as obvious as RQ would have wanted it to, right?
Doesn't seem like anybody has exploited it yet. So
Definitely
RQ
not.
might show us that.
and I hope that is the case because I think that NGX are now riding on a high, and for RQ, it's kind of like a bittersweet rivalry, but at the same time, we're looking at a team that has gone to top 8 at the world stage. So if there's anything about RQ, is that reputation and experience that they gain from the international stage against a team that has veterans in them, but was just signed 2 months ago. And that itself, I think, is what's impressive about Nigma Galaxy. We'll just find out in game number 1 of this best of 5. Winner of the series goes to challenge groups.
And of course, they're eyeing for the big prizes out there in those groups. Now they just have to get past the open brackets here to make their way into the finals. First game out of the many, as we are already seeing some small little exchanges. And what I do love for the fact about Kassadin and WildRift is that on his blade, on the second spell, it extends the range.
Yeah.
So basically, even if you're struggling in the early game, you could just basically play for last hits, wait for the wave to crash in, and you still be absolutely fine. So I don't think that he'll be able to struggle all too much against the Gragas in the early stages, especially once they both hit level 5. Perhaps looking for gank will be opportunity high though. getting his lane being shoved right in by Chammy.
Yeah.
Well, we have pretty equal start from both sides of the jungle, both starting on from Rid. So we do expect some action coming in from the side lanes later on.
And I think looking at both Hyde and Chammy is also a big point of contention for both teams, because I think most matchup that we saw with a Renekton into a Riven, you are always expecting the Renekton to win that lane, right? You get that Rage Bar build up, and at level 3 you just out-trade the Riven and you proceed to win that lane. But in this case, Chammy definitely has a better control just because of that level 2, that good level 2 clear with that broken wings. And that also allows Joshi to instantly take the Skullo Crab. We're getting the same exchange on the bottom side of the river, but it is a bit unorthodox, at least when we look at the state of the lane, where Chammy just feels so much more comfortable against a Renekton.
Yeah, like Hyde just didn't seem like he would rather invest in all too much. Meanwhile, a little bit of satchel going on. Exo receiving a little bit more of a hit though. Going in for a retreat, but draw. He might just be able to find something right here if he goes in recharge. Oh, and
yeah,
cancels it.
And actually cancel the recall. And I think that is a minor win for NGX. With that being said, Joshi has just gone for that full clear. So that's level 5, and I think RRQ got that hit, so they instantly back off. This first gank could really give NGX that advantage, and RRQ is not taking any chances. All things considered, I feel like Joshi is getting that timing a bit faster than Chaz, because Chaz just reached that crux. Hido's going in for a trade, instantly flashes away. Good read.
Yeah, and from all these sort of lanes that Vi could possibly gank, of course you're going to be able to be a little bit speedier as compared to Chaz, who's currently looking for a gank against Chammy as well. Good read coming in from Joshi just to basically spot them out, but they're going to invest in another member. Exo's coming in.
Yeah, Hyde just goes in, but guess who's here? It's Draw, and that's first blood for Chammy. He gets the quickness charm with Exo as well. No follow-up from NGX, but that's all that's needed.
Yeah, just having such a good hindsight of what exactly to pull off. Joshi was so ready to basically join in, but Chammy says, nah, I got this, fam. Like, it was a 10 wave after all. RQ tried to at least pull some strings, where with the help of Draw, things have definitely looked so much easier with this Rakan, basically disrupting the chain of combo that Hyde could possibly pull out.
And I think it's also kind of in the spur of moment where Hyde pulled the trigger without the minimum wave coming in. I don't think RQ is necessarily ready for that to happen. Exo was not in position to assist Hyde in that endeavor, and Chaz was nowhere near that lane. And just getting that free lane, that basically just, you know, reinforces the fact that Chammy is having a good time up top.
Yeah, and I just absolutely love the rotation coming in from Draw, right? Like, every single game that you see Draw play, he just knows the timing all too well. Like, you will expect these teams to either cover around a certain objective, but when it's not spawned in the early game, like, dive top is absolutely common, especially in the PH region, that they just basically love to go in for those huge trades. So NGX basically has got that one covered. But what's next though? First Drake, Mountain Drake is definitely valuable for either sides, especially for RQ, considering the fact that they do have quite some number of beefy units. But in Enigma Galaxy, I think traditionally we've seen them going for a hero priority a little bit more. Wonder if Chaz is interested to pull off another steal.
I mean, if he does, then that would be, you know, another record in Chaz's book, right? He has been so sharp with all these steals. But NGX's draft kind of covers that bottom lane weakness, right? When we look at the side lanes that might get ganked, the fact that you're running a Ziggs Rakan just makes it so much safe, and it really allows Draw to pivot his attention over to Chammy. But like you said, the objective spawns, and so far, RQ has not taken priority on any of them just yet, and it's very hard for them to do so with NGX being so active around the map.
Yeah, it feels like they can basically go in for a counter engage, or should I say just basically find an angle to just blow all these AoE spells, so they don't really have to commit to anything yet until Enigma Galaxy shows themselves up on either side of the map. So RQ instead now opts to initiate on this Herald, and the rest of NGX are already alarmed. They do have a ward being placed in though, so nothing much is going to be turned out of that sort of attempt. And RQ, what they really have to do is at least find somebody here to catch. But Chami dancing around, and Joshi, he might just be ready to set this one up for the team.
A very preemptive Mega Inferno Bomb that only clips onto Marky, but it did force the flash away from this Varus. So either way, it's kind of a small resource win for NGX. And I want to quickly pull attention to Exo, who has the Veil Enchantment on the Karma itself.
Whoa.
They did take away the flash from Chami, so it's a good exchange from both teams. But I feel like RRQ are being pressured to really go for this Herald because NGX is pushing down mid. And RRQ, they start on this Herald, and they do have the members. But I think NGX, they're not really interested in contesting this one.
They're happy to go in for exchange instead, as 4 members of NGX just goes over onto the Dragon Pit as well. Giving this over to Chaz as they secure that Herald. They can easily pop it over the mid, but oh my goodness, that.
Just a very clean take. A draw just instantly disengages with the Battle Dance, but RRQ, they did get the Herald, so they pop it down mid, and Shelly should be able to demolish this turret. I love this move from RRQ. But I think NGX were prepared for this exchange, right? It's completely understandable that they didn't want to take the chance. But for RRQ, I would say it's a small win. They get that turret out of the way, they open up the mid lane.
Yeah, overall, just look at how Chami moves around as well. Like, he knows that, okay, I won't be able to join a fight if it ever breaks out over on the Dragon Pit. So he just continues to shove that wave. Thought that he could manage that steal either way. So trying to create that pressure since RRQ has already dropped that Rift Herald, but it didn't seem like he had too much of time. But for now, at least going into the items, you can already see Chami is currently ahead by at least close to 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Against a Renekton, which doesn't really come by all too often.
Yeah, you definitely don't see that every day. The advantage for RRQ is definitely this open mid lane where they can kind of go into NGX's jungle and start creating that pressure. That being said, though, NGX capabilities to clear out the wave with the Kassadin and the Ziggs makes it a bit tougher for RRQ to make all these moves. But they are looking for something. They're looking for something down bot. And Aaron's going to be the target. He did get the preemptive silence, though. It flashes away from 2 ultimates, and that's going to keep him safe.
Great timing out of that. This is already used the Rift Wall. Meanwhile, top side.
High getting gone on, does have the barrier, getting control down to churning around onto Justy. Tries to flash for the kill, but Chami takes him out.
Yeah, he flashes just in the nick of time. Else Hyde would have basically clipped him for a 1-for-1 trade, but Enigma Galaxy finally opened up a little bit more room for themselves for the Baron lane part. Meanwhile, Draw just hoping to at least seek out a flash or so, but no pressure ahead for Helios. He'll be able to stay safe. Now, look at the vision control game coming in from RQ as well, dropping so many of the wards into some corners of the jungle. At least they will be able to seek out that Vi that passes through into the corner. Chaz is going to be ready, but that boss slam will at least keep him into safe territories for now. No pickoffs whatsoever.
We've seen this so many times on NGX where it's just about Joshi and Chami, and they do it so well. It prevent Hyde from being effective with the team and ensure he does get that free lane, and he should be able to take this turret down with that demolish. But overall, NGX has kind of gotten so much control over the map, and they're completely fine with stalling out the waves. Demon Kai hasn't even been involved in any of these fights. RQ trying to take down this bottom lane turret. Ragnarok pop, they go straight on to Draw, who has Joshi, who has that Gargoyle Stone play, but it's 2 kills for Chaz. He just runs down both members of NGX.
They're just so beefy. They just basically run at you and get everything sorted out by just throwing their elements right underneath the turret. And, well, that's definitely a clean take, knowing for the fact that Aaron has already burned his flash much early on. Now they're going for another.
Tries to go for a flash on Demon Kai by Helios, gets popped back with the satchel, and that's going to be his demise and draw. He says EXO on fire, and he gets a double, and NGX gets a good return down bot.
Big value right there from NGX, and they could easily set up for the Herald as well. Just trying to delay the recalls of RRQ, while Chami continues to shove over a bottom side. Chaz is still in the brush, but he won't have his recall being canceled up, so that's great news. RQ can basically have a chance to basically score another Herald for themselves. But within a few seconds from now, just really want to see, can they actually find a good angle for Chains of Corruption? Because you take a look at the rest of the members of Enigma Galaxy, they're all really mobile, but now that they're all clumped up, It's a good opportunity for them. It's all up online in terms of elements for both sides.
And we just saw that damage. Look at EXO. He's already low.
Stole it.
And Chaz actually stole the Herald once more, but they gotta win this fight though, because NGX, they have the capacity to make this happen. And Hai will pop their stone plate, but EXO gets sniped by Demon Kite. They want to take the Ziggs out at least, and our NGX just kept him safe. So RRQ, at the end of the day, they get the Herald, but they end up losing one member.
Yeah, overall, I think it's still a whole lot more worth than to troll everybody on to the front lines. And you can already tell, like Enigma Galaxy, the moment they lost it, they immediately back away. You see Draw, he kept his ultimate. He didn't have a good chance to basically utilize to run rounds on RRQ. So RRQ just basically taking it slow, taking it methodical. Same goes for Enigma Galaxy as well, in a way that things have worked out for them. Now, we're looking at some of these huge items already popping out, and it's interesting to see Landry's Horn coming out from Demon Kite as a secondary item. Now, the Dragon spawn up. Let's see whether Enigma Galaxy could basically snatch it up while Grog will see it go on a reset. A little bit more deep wards coming out of RRQ, so that we will spot them moving right in. I believe RRQ is more interested to take another fight instead before they basically commit to this dragon.
All the visions have been cleared out. NGX now have a small window to kind of get things started, but RRQ, they are positioned pretty well. And they're giving Chaz the room that he needs to whittle down this dragon. Aaron, he's already in with the Rift Walk, and those stacks are going to come online. Chammy pops that ultimate, and High response in kind. And this just drawn out fight. They can go for the engage, draw straight to the back line. All those ultimates come in, and they finish off marking in a blink of an eye. Didn't even get to use the Zhonya's, and Aaron goes for the cleanup, a double for this Kassadin. NGX just completely catches RRQ by surprise. Demon Kite goes down, but guess who is still in the fight? It's Aaron, it's everyone from NGX, and it's an early ace for Enigma Galaxy.
That was so clean. Draw basically found that perfect entry, and he just basically blew everybody up, along with the rest of the members out there, securing a triple kill for Aaron. Look at Draw. He's soloing the dragon, and
You can do this.
yeah,
Yeah,
come
you
on.
can.
Come on, buddy. One more auto. Okay, here we go. That team fight. Sure. The moment that clip, that mega info bomb instantly connects on top of at least 3 members out there, withering them down, and that makes it so much easier with just trying to lock and load everybody else, and Aaron has been able to pick up 3 out of that, so it will ramp up the speed for this Kassadin.
Yeah.
So RQ has got to start to find ways to stop this bleeding, but for now, I don't see how they can do so. They were trying to poke them in every corner before they even started to fight, and they got what they asked for, but they weren't ready. Not at all.
We can clearly see that RRQ were caught off guard. And right now, at this point, in NGX with the Baron buff, those waves are going to get shoved in. And I feel like it's very hard for RRQ to stop this push, at least at this point of time, right? Because everyone on NGX is just so strong. And this Gragas hasn't been able to deliver the value that we've been expecting from him, because he just gets destroyed by all of these engages from NGX.
Yeah, and he's not even building into that Rod of Ages to give him a little bit more boost of health. Sure, mana is definitely given extra. Like, he's going basically full AP. A glass cannon Gragas at this performance scenario isn't really going to help them all too much, especially when the rest of the members of RQ aren't exactly tanky either. They're just basically building onto damage, and I think my Galaxy is going to be absolutely happy. Like, sure, go ahead, build more of that, and we're just going to take whatever is given.
And this is the NGX zone, sort of. A lot of these lanes getting shoved in. The 1-3-1, it is impossible for RQ to stop this. They don't really have the deep push, and they don't really have the tools to run into NGX. This is the earliest Baron take that we've seen, and the earliest timing for all 3 inhibitor turrets on an opposing team to go down. 15 minutes in, High that's already gone. And NGX, they're just looking for quick game 1. They are not messing around. You can see Chaz, he pops the Ragnarok. They're trying to hold on to the base, at least for a while. The Chain of Corruptions will pop the GA, but that Nexus is getting slowly whittled down, and NGX gets the fastest win that we've seen so far.
My, oh my. What a way to start off the best of 5 series here. Enigma Galaxy definitely have been able to not only weather the storm, but also put a dent to the King of Kings here not really comfy on that throne after all with this sort of start. So,
Yeah.
man, I just want to look at that team fight once again. That was beautifully done by all 5 of the members of MGX.
And the games we've seen RRQ lose aren't necessarily kind of a wash, right? They lost in kind of close games. They lost because of one team fight. And sure, you can argue the same that they lost this game because of one team fight, but never in such a manner where the opposing team was that clean. And that team was NGX, and that was the team that we saw last week completely dismantle LFO without feeling like LFO was a contest at all. And coming into this, I think they are looking incredibly good.
Yeah, and I think that they're basically the next juggernauts of the PH region overall. Like, I just can't wait to see what else do they have when they were to meet against the other regions of the Snapdragon Pro Series. That will happen really soon, by the way. So, this is just the start of it. Like,
Yeah.
okay, we only get 2 representatives, and I think it's good enough. Like,
Yeah.
if it happens to be both Enigma Galaxy and RQ, I'm going to be extremely excited. Of course, we go back into the highlights where it's just amazing reads overall coming out from the players, such as Draw. Like, he arrives there on time for most occasions. Sure, RQ did manage to secure a really great dive, and the only problem was this recommitment right here, because that costed them not 1, but 2 members, and Draw, he's happy to take any of these.
And this was that team fight, right, where before this, we actually caught a glimpse of Marky. He had that stasis. He just bought the stasis before this dragon fight, and he didn't even get to use it. In fact, I don't think he got to use it the entire game. And EXO also got the Veil. And for RQ, it is all about, we put the Veil on Olaf, or we put it on Renekton. Olaf pulls Ragnarok, we give him a big boost of the Mantra Inspire. They run in, and they destroy NGX. That's what RQ has always favored. Scrappy fights, we run at you, we want to be the aggressors. But they didn't even get the chance to do it against NGX.
Yeah, and basically Enigma Galaxy was just basically waiting on their call, and by the time that happens, like, there's no running away, there's no running in. RQ just have to take the brunt of it. So far, I felt like it wasn't anything that was all too wrong of the executions that's coming in from RQ, but Enigma Galaxy just basically have the better macro game sense.
Oh, yeah.
And sure, some of these objectives may have been lost over to how well Chaz has been able to basically get themselves things like the Herald or so, but at the end of it all, the 5v5 definitely is favorite onto Enigma. On the way that Draw as well as Joshi knows who to pick off first. That's a big deal. And they basically got this game throughout the course of this year, this first round. Of course, there was barely any point of time where RQ actually even gets that goal lead.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that even when RQ pulled off that dive bottom lane, it's not one of those moments where we say
wasn't
like,
monumental.
Yeah, it wasn't like, oh, RQ, they are now in the lead. It's more like, yeah, RQ got 2 kills, but what else can they get off of that, right? So I think it's a great game one for Enigma Galaxy, all made possible by our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. And I think, Snapdragon Elite Gaming have been with us across multiple titles, and WildRift is just part of that journey, and we're really grateful to have them. And we are also really grateful to have Monster Energy that allowed everyone to unleash the beast. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, we implore you to join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. We want to hear what you guys have to say about the teams, have a discussion with us, join the conversation, and just talk about everything.
Yeah, I guess like the first few things that I really want to talk about. Yeah, I was really excited for that Gragas. Now, not anymore actually.
Yeah, we're not that sure, right? But that's just one game. It's just a small sample size. And in RQ, there are no strangers to getting to a slow start. But when RQ ramps up, that is the RQ that we want to see. But that will come down to whether Game 2 will be that game that RRQ comes online. We'll go for a short break and we will return for Game 2 between Enigma Galaxy and RRQ.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Best, and remember, EXO's coming in.
High just goes in, but guess who's here? It's Draw, and that's first blood for Chammy. He gets the quickness shot with EXO as well. No follow-up from NGX.
Rift wall, meanwhile, top side.
High getting gone on, does have the barrier, getting control down to turning around onto Justy, tries to flash. RQ trying to take down this bottom lane tower, Ragnarok pop, they go straight onto Draw, who has Justy, who has that Gargoyle Stone play, but it's 2 kills for Chaz. He just runs. Tries to go for a flash on Demon Kai by Helios, gets popped back with the satchel, and that's gonna be his demise and Draw. He says it's drawn out fight, they can go for the engage, draw straight to the back line, all those ultimates come in, and they finish off Market in a blink of an eye. Didn't even get to use the Zhonya's, and Aaron goes for the cleanup, a double for this Kassadin. NGX just completely catches RQ by surprise. Demon Kai goes down, but guess who is still in the fight is Aaron. Earliest Baron take that we've seen, and the earliest timing not messing around. You can see Chaz, he pops the Ragnarok. They're trying to hold on to the base at least for a while. The Chain of Corruptions will pop the GA, but that Nexus is getting slowly whittled down, and then GX gets
Best in the remember, Exo's coming in.
High just goes in, but guess who's here? It's Draw, and that's first blood for Chammy. He gets the quickness charm with Exo as well. No follow-up from NGX.
Rift wall, meanwhile, top side.
High getting gone on, does have the barrier, getting control down to turning around onto Justy, tries to flash. RQ trying to take down this bottom lane tower, Ragnarok pop, they go straight onto Draw, who has Justy, who has that Gargoyle Stone play, but it's 2 kills for Chaz. He just runs. Tries to go for a flash on Demon Kai by Helios, gets popped back with the satchel, and that's gonna be his demise and Draw. He says it's drawn out fight, they can go for the engage, draw straight to the back line, all those ultimates come in, and they finish off Market in a blink of an eye. Didn't even get to use the Zhonya's, and Aaron goes for the cleanup, a double for this Kassadin. NGX just completely catches RQ by surprise. Demon Kai goes down, but guess who is still in the fight is Aaron. Earliest Baron take that we've seen, and the earliest timing not messing around. You can see Chaz, he pops the Ragnarok. They're trying to hold on to the base at least for a while. The Chain of Corruptions will pop the GA, but that Nexus is getting slowly whittled down, and then GX gets
Best in the remember, Exo's coming in.
High just goes in, but guess who's here? It's Draw, and that's first blood for Chammy. He gets the quickness charm with Exo as well. No follow-up from NGX.
Rift wall, meanwhile, top side.
High getting gone on, does have the barrier, getting control down to turning around onto Justy, tries to flash. RQ trying to take down this bottom lane tower, Ragnarok pop, they go straight onto Draw, who has Justy, who has that Gargoyle Stone play, but it's 2 kills for Chaz. He just runs. Tries to go for a flash on Demon Kai by Helios, gets popped back with the satchel, and that's gonna be his demise and Draw. He says it's drawn out fight, they can go for the engage, draw straight to the back line, all those ultimates come in, and they finish off Market in a blink of an eye. Didn't even get to use the Zhonya's, and Aaron goes for the cleanup, a double for this Kassadin. NGX just completely catches RQ by surprise. Demon Kai goes down, but guess who is still in the fight is Aaron. Earliest Baron take that we've seen, and the earliest timing not messing around. You can see Chaz, he pops the Ragnarok. They're trying to hold on to the base at least for a while. The Chain of Corruptions will pop the GA, but that Nexus is getting slowly whittled down, and then GX gets
Best in the remember, Exo's coming in.
High just goes in, but guess who's here? It's Draw, and that's first blood for Chammy. He gets the quickness charm with Exo as well. No follow-up from NGX.
Rift wall, meanwhile, top side.
High. What a way to kick off the day in this upper bracket finals. Nigma Galaxy setting a record for the fastest game, and it's against RRQ of all teams. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs for the MSPB region. My name is Husky alongside Contra. And we have a lot to expect out of NGX and RRQ in Game 2, but primarily RRQ felt like they are lost in Game 1.
Yeah, and I don't think that they were fully lost overall. It's just that they weren't able to play their signature strength. We're coming up with things like the Gragas up mid lane, which isn't really all too shabby when we look at the early game. But hitting into team fights, I felt like they weren't really ready to really take on the rest of Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like there's a lot of changes that we're going to see heading into our second draft. But first, we take a look at the key player of our first game. Would you agree with this? Because Chammy was basically a monster over the Baron lane, and Hyde, he was basically suffering quite some blows there.
Yeah, and I think we were looking at a bit of that minor discrepancy in that Baron lane where Chammy was, out-trading the Renekton Hyde for sure, but also, receiving the help that he needs from his teammate, right? That I think 4-minute attempted gank attempt from RQ was a bit off the mark, but it wouldn't have gone that south if not for Draw reading that movement perfectly. So at the end of the day, Champion was given the room that he needs, and he just took and he just ran with it and never looked back.
Yeah, there's just so much love about this team, and we've seen them basically grown throughout, this tournament itself. Like, they are just showing us so many great picks, and their draft is so diverse that it's going to be hard to basically ban up against them. RQ, sure, they had certain plans out there, and they came in with the standard sort of ban, standard sort of draft until, like, that happened.
Yeah.
So I felt like if there's anything to address here, that Rakan needs to be removed from draw. That's one of the things that
Yeah, that's
they have to worry about.
yeah. And I think, that's where we can also circle back to that Kassadin pick, right? It is so hard to consider Kassadin as a pick option when you're up against NGX, and we saw that in game 1. It was purposely led through by NGX. We were talking about this pressure on RQ, whether you want to ban out this Kassadin, because they themselves don't really pick that champion. They let it through, and even though Aaron wasn't the star of the game, we did see him come online as the game progressed. So now the bigger question is, what is going to happen to Kassadin in game 2?
Yeah, perhaps they could run a similar draft, but this time around, if they were to ever have, say, a Kassadin that does land in Enigma Galaxy, which most likely wouldn't, since it's going to be a switch of side, which we assume. So if they were to run it back when it comes down to game 3 or any further games onwards, like, I would rather see a Renekton facing up against Kassadin, where you have a higher kill threat in that early game, and a Gragas versus Ribbon. It can be a counterproductive lane. Like, you could lay it so that you're just from cast, safe farm, and nothing much is gonna happen. So, but we will look forward to what this new draft's gonna look like, because if they were to pick Kassadin on the RQ side, there's a potential that we're seeing a double assassin comp that is gonna come in. Sure, Chazix may not be that happy with that recent nerf of the isolation. So it's still not going to hinder the other strengths of a Kha'Zix overall, because we've seen him basically know when exactly to sneak in, to steal. I feel like this is some of the things that he's looking to do. Else, that Lee Sin, maybe they might want to consider just leaving it out in the open and hopefully get it on the first few picks.
And we haven't seen the full extent of NGX's draft, right? And the same can be said for RRQ. When, all the chips are down, the assassins will come out, and that's where we see Helios really, show us that mechanical prowess that he has. But NGX has also shown us their creativity, right? Lee Sin being one of them. They love the Jax Baron lane, and the Shyvana was also in consideration had it not been banned in game 1. So overall, it really is kind of a card dealer on NGX side, where they have so many ways to navigate around the draft against RRQ, who were just, be expected to throw out their trump card. But like you said, a switch of sides for both teams. RRQ now are on the blue.
Now we're going to see what will be the priorities here for RRQ to secure, because sure, Kassadin, very likely that not Enigma Galaxy will... well, scratch that.
Yeah.
So RQ themselves will ban it, because Helios probably have other plans of going into this matchup overall. So we're seeing Enigma Galaxy going in for that Senna ban. Now they still have to consider a few of these staple bans, right? We got the Karma. Lucian has been on that radar as well, but RQ, they choose to be axing off Jace once more. Now, that also leaves Enigma Galaxy on the dangerous territory of what they actually decide to let go of.
I think in this case, you are looking at a Lee Sin, either a Lee Sin ban or you're looking at a Yuumi ban, right? There are only so much champions that I think Enigma Galaxy would prioritize in taking out, because RRQ have not let up on banning the Morgana, but for Enigma Galaxy, they decide to go with the Lucian. So we do have a couple of options for RRQ to consider, though I kind of feel like that Lee Sin first pick doesn't look too tasty, too attractive to them. I think that Karma or Lulu will make a bit more sense, and of course the Lulu is the one that gets picked up.
Well, overall, Yuumi definitely is a solid option. We've seen RRQ basically pair this with slow-moving AD carries over onto that Dragon lane. So I think, like, with this being taken up, it leaves room for Enigma Galaxy to come in with that double whammy. So now, not only you have to worry about that Dragon's Rage, like, there's just huge potential of setups when it comes down to team fights or so. RQ decides to basically bring both the Renekton as well as the Riven back into the game once more.
And I think this is also a minor pressure from the side of NGX, right? Where we saw RQ go for Renekton and NGX instantly takes the Riven away. And I was looking forward to this Jax pick because in my mind, a part of me was like, RQ are going to consider contesting both Renekton and Riven, and Nigma Galaxy will just pick the Jax because you have that shield from the Karma to supplement that. So overall, this is a draft that I do anticipate from both teams. And I think Nigma Galaxy feels completely comfortable with this draft so far.
Yeah, and we've already seen Tammy play this champion a couple of times, and of course, whenever there's Inspire, it allows him to basically go deeper into the back end of the pit. So, with that said, moving into the second phase, we have expected that Rakan will be axed out away from Nigma Galaxy's hand. So, I guess that's the only a few trade-offs that they had. Meanwhile, RQ possibly would just want to look at other alternatives of what they could basically take out. And the only options here really are just the AD carry or AP carries of Braun and Dragon Lane. Therefore, you see Xayah as well as Ziggs being the safest option available. And Nigma Galaxy says, nope, I want you to commit in all these fights.
But then there's the Lux option open for NGX, and they instantly lock it in because they do play that Lux very often. I think that Lux Karma does make a lot of sense, but if they do want Aaron to play, anything to play the Karma, then they will have a backup that I think Draw can go for. So overall, Nigma Galaxy is not too phased by what RQ is banning, though we are seeing that Ashe and Gragas once more. This Gragas most likely a mid Gragas again.
Okay, I actually like this a little bit better. Sure, that mid Gragas is going to be something that we do look out for, where RQ does have heavy pick potential. Anybody can start off the fight. One good enchanted crystal arrow or even like an explosive cast can basically spark a fire. But look at Nigma Galaxy though. That bottom lane kill threat is going to be a huge factor in that early game, because now you have that Nautilus in the picture. And you know how big that hitbox would possibly be.
It's actually a Gragas top.
Gragas top?
That's something you did talk to me about before the broadcast.
All right, so I think this is actually a better matchup when you go up against a Jax overall, because sure, whenever he pops that counter strike, just throw one barrel, slow him down, walk backwards, body slam outwards.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really have to commit to that fight. And if you're going to do full AP, chances are early game you can still weather the storm, fight him off. But late game, I don't think he stands a chance.
Yeah, definitely not. Oh, this is the second Nautilus pick that we have in SPS. I think the first one was by Sem9. They suffered a loss against SGP that time, but we'll see if it's going to be any different on Draw's end, right? It's definitely not the same as a Rakan where you just dive deep into the enemy lines and have a way to get out. Nautilus is all about getting in and staying in the fight, and I want to see how Draw works around that. But I do like how you brought up the Q threat. I think bottom lane is going to be incredibly dangerous, especially when you have a Yuumi and an Ashe, simply because if the Ashe gets dragged in, that's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, like, and early game, she doesn't really offer that high of a threat. Sure, you get a couple of volleys in to go for pokes, like Nautilus can easily shield up, while if you have basically Lee Sin to also come in for a bottom lane gank, I feel like Nigma Galaxy will have heavy priority over a bottom side, so we do expect a little bit more retaliation coming in from RQ, where it's all about Chaz as well as Helios. How well can they control the tempo of this game? Can they rotate fast enough to get those early ganks sorted out? So RQ has to start somewhere, and now with a Gragas over the top side, which is also susceptible to some ganks, I think this is going to be a big matchup here. It's definitely going to be back.
Yep. Game number 2 between NGX and RQ kicks off right now. And I think the main adjustment that RQ has made is to give Hyde a safer Baron lane, right? There's no need to go for the skill checks now. Just survive the lane and be that guy to set things up as the game progresses. And I do love this movement from NGX. So they have done this before. Gonna start with taking away the Crux, and I don't think Chaz knows about this. Oh, he definitely does not.
Oh my, this is unorthodox though. Like, well, at least you're basically taking one off, while Chaz, he's happy to give it away, but there's still challenges.
Oh, Joshi, you're not gonna go for that, right? Well, thankfully not.
Well, he does commit his smite, so I guess that Chaz might just basically commit to this pathway, which doesn't really affect him all too much by the time that you clear all the way to move into the scuttle and recall. You can basically reset, head back to the other cams over the Raptors, and then to the Crux. So it doesn't really hinder them all too much. Well, Joshi opts to immediately go for his Raptors right after. So I guess that he's definitely looking forward for that challenge over the top side of the river.
This is a full exploit of just RRQ's early game weakness, right? When you have Lee Sin, Lux, and Nautilus, you are going to win those level 1 skirmishes tonight. And then GX, they actually did this against SGP as well, and that actually resulted in a first blood. Though we see Chaz making his way up top, unfortunately, NGX, as usual, read that move perfectly. And no, if anything, I think Chammy should be fine with that barrier and flash online.
Yeah, so far, everything's been working according to the plan for both sides, as we have rest of Nick Galaxy looking to contest that but ORQ forced a flash very early on, and yeah, that kill threat still very much existent, but just going in for a little bit of a ward placement, I do believe, has costed them into this scenario. Now that's set up perfectly for this 3-man dive.
Exhaust is ready, Justy in first. They do get an exhaust on this Lee Sin, but this juggle is perfect. Justy with the first blood. Demon Kai walks away with a slither of Valve. Exo tags him with the Airy. Gets the kill. Now Aaron juggles the aggro, and they actually get both the Dragon Laners.
Wow, impressive work from the entire squad, but here comes Helios.
The flash away. They still burn down Aaron with the Ignite. And there is the Dredge Line draw, makes his way out. A 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, making it pretty much even. And Helios, the right time to basically come in and out. Meanwhile, Hyde has already taken a lot of the turret plating alongside with Chaz. When I just think that this whole setup here over a bomb site was executed beautifully, and Exos just have to do what's necessary when you're in such a sticky scenario as a Yuumi. Yeah, just walk away with that kill, and everything's gonna be absolutely fine.
All things considered, it's not too bad for RRQ, right? They actually, were able to get decent exchange out. Helios being able to connect that stun is crucial for winning that trade. The final spark lands on the high, but there is a counter gank from Chaz, and he's gonna pick that one up.
Huge one coming in, and well, great attempt with the final spark. Well, RQ, they're still up ahead even before this pickoff happened over the top side, and it's just great reads overall from both ends. Just going for the side lanes, but RQ definitely got the better of it. With Chammy unable to do much in that early level until he gets himself either defense under, which we're looking at him building towards that instead of friendly force. Hyde definitely gets the spike overall with that ROA already being set up. So far, with all that gold challenge to him, now that lane is going to be looking steady, Chaz can spend a little bit more time over onto the bomb side.
Definitely a more comfortable start for RRQ. There are more ways for them to fight. There are more ways for them to win those early skirmishes. Incredibly strong laner in this Renekton, and they have that sustain. Something that I think they do have in game number 1, but it's not necessary. It doesn't necessarily enable them, right? It's all about running in. There's no push and pull element for RRQ, and now they have that, and it does allow them to navigate this map a bit more comfortably. We see a bit of swap from NGX, sending Aaron down bot and Demon Kite mid. But one thing remains is that they do have that D push, which is the same as game 1.
Yeah, and you're also looking at both sides having relatively strong scaling, but RQ definitely looks a lot better than that when you have Marky on this Ashe. The moment that she hits 3 items, I believe that RQ will have an easier time navigating those team fights, especially if they get catches onto members like Draw or even Demon Kai. Now, with that sort of lane swap here, things are looking a little bit cozy for RQ to defend some of their structures, but they're basically heading over onto the Dragon Pit slowly and steadily. Helios just having a little bit more of the room, while the Galaxy looking forward to at least secure this mountain break for themselves. As RQ, they're looking for a challenge. Look at the flank side though. Something's about to happen.
The hook does come in. The arrow actually lands on the Joshi, so that might have saved Helios' life, but he still had to flash away with that Dominus. And with Helios out of the fight, I don't think RQ wants to take this. Final chapter just to root down the members of NGX to prevent any kind of engage. And of course, the Prowling Projectile is bringing Joshi low. Flash body slam comes in from behind. Dragon still goes over to NGX, and they even walk away with 2 kills. Chaz and Exo, but they fall.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky attempt coming in from RRQ, but they're still chasing it.
Yeah, the binding and the hook both miss. The Dragon are overcommitting a bit, but they have the stone plate. He has the dredge line. They'll be up in a second or two, and I don't think they can catch up to him. Helios would try though, but it's a futile attempt.
Well, I'm really gonna see that again, right? Like the way that they try to at least find ways to stop NGX is to look for Joshi, and like it does come true.
Nice attempt from Mark. He actually gets the kill on the Joshi on the way out. Yeah, Exo special. AP Yumi.
And we thought it was basically Marky that got it instead, but first a little bit more extended range when it comes down to how Yumi could possibly send that projectile over on the wall. Yeah. But I just love how quickly Enigma Galaxy reacts. Take a look at Joshi. He was basically poked down low. It was all due to Exoson's work where he just kept poking and poking, and they saw an opportunity. Hai was the only one available. He tries to land the boss slam over the back to attempt a kill onto Joshi, but great body block comes in from Demon Kite, and after that, he just recommits, gets the smite down, and just send them sinking.
Yeah, and they instantly blew up Chaz as well, right? There was nothing that Chaz could do. But I do like the initiative from Hyde, right? It was all about catching out Joshi with the body slam, but he just couldn't find the angle in. All things considered, RRQ still have a minor goal advantage, but we are back in the same bubble where NGX are not shy to drag out this game.
Yeah, overall, like, whenever did he actually drag this one on, like, you can still rely on Tammy on his late game. We've seen him basically go on split pushes and being a threat in those team fights where when you have immobile targets such as the Ash or even, well, if Chaz were to commit, like, every single rotation of spells that Ribbon can offer, they just really have to be careful of when that Transcendent Raise actually drop into the team fight, because majority of their members are in melee range, and that's going to be a little bit iffy for them whenever they get caught up by a light binding or even the dredge line. Anything that NGX could throw could basically pull them apart. So I think that RQ is definitely feeling it from that early scuffle that they had, and therefore they're being a little bit more cautious on their attempts. So far, dives have been working out from the side of Enigma Galaxy. I don't think that they'll be attempting that yet again. Enigma can actually cut them off.
And this is a good opportunity for RQ to get something in return, but only if they can get on to draw. The sidestep is clean.
Oh my goodness. Indeed, that was a perfect sidestep. Like, I thought that it would basically find its way through. Now that's going to be a light binding onto Helios. Not the target that they are seeking out for, but with this sort of Herald being dropped right in, is there enough time to clear it before it basically hits the mark?
There is actually.
Oh.
Barely.
Close enough.
Barely. Well, while all of that was happening, Chammy was just shoving top. And yeah, well, Marky is in danger. Though Aaron, he's just going to pop that shield. And Joshi is here for the cleanup. And they brought, well...
Didn't need it.
Yeah, they didn't need it.
It's like, thanks for the attention, guys. Like, I know you care. Meanwhile, I think Chammy is going to do a lot of work by himself as well. And Hyde basically struggling throughout the course of the series and like taking the grasp of the Undying against that. Not really smart.
They want Chaz, but Chaz is taking a heap of damage. The final chapter will keep him alive. All of that effort from RRQ amounts to nothing. And this is what we saw from NGX throughout the course of the tournament, where it's just about this 1-3-1 macro that feels impossible to deal with. Or at least we haven't seen the team come up with a concrete solution to it.
Yeah, overall, this is definitely hard for you to basically find ways for pickoffs. So, like, you have to commit a certain a few members over the side lane, be it if that's the Gragas or it could be either Chaz. But ideally, when Chaz is away, like, that calls for opportunities for Enigma Galaxy to say, okay, time for other objectives out there. And speaking of objectives here, both sides very interested on getting this Rift Herald. Though 15 seconds later on, Dragon's going to spawn up as well. And it's RQ that makes the first move here. Nick Galaxy kind of line it up, and here comes the body slam.
Only on to Draw, who has the gargoyle. Death chart, forcing Marky out. And they are actually kind of running out the clock off that ultimate. I think RQ should be able to get the Herald. Hyde secures it. A full disengage. Joshi tries to find an angle. Gets a kickoff onto Chaz, who dashes away, but the final sparks connect onto Hyde.
Oh, no.
And that guy's going down. Joshi falls alongside him. It's a 1-for-1 trade thus far, but NGX, they still have more gas in the tank.
That doesn't really look all too good for Enigma Galaxy. They don't have Joshi, and here goes.
Aaron gets tagged with the arrow. Well, Chammy gets tagged with it. Draw buys a bit of time inside. Exhausted. Gets taken up by Chaz. Chammy jumps back in with a leap strike, but takes a tower shot. And RRQ wins that one with a 3-2 trade.
Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression being shown there by Enigma Galaxy overall. You see Joshi basically diving into the turret range without any sort of mins or even assistance around, because that is definitely not a spot that Enigma Galaxy could ever benefit from. Sure, they look for that pickoff against Chaz, but he absolutely forgot, like, okay, if he connects it right now, it will be turret range.
Yeah.
So, other than that, like, even the Transcendent Embrace, if you try it under turret, there's no value in that. So, RQ basically using the turret as their sixth member of that fight.
The turret is definitely the MVP. Well, they took the mid-tier one with the Herald. It's RQ doing exactly what they did in game 1. And GX working on the Dragon, or at least the attempt to work on the Dragon. But this time RQ is way more prepared than they were. You are not going to get that opportunity like game 1 where NGX just gets a jump and instantly gets an ace into a Baron, into a game win. That is not possible in game 2, but nonetheless, NGX, they will still start that Dragon.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a risk to be taken here by RQ.
Arrow in, Chaz once more steals the objective away, and Draw is isolated from his team. Final Sparks hits, but there's no follow-up from the side of NGX. Draw still surviving, Chammy goes back in, no counter-strike available though. Marky finds the kill, a good body slam to keep Joshi in place, and Chammy once more finds the counter-strike, but NGX just do not have the steam. And RRQ gets a triple for Marky.
And Marky is just having the peel of a lifetime. Everybody is just basically marking onto the exits where Enigma Galaxy went into that bottleneck and couldn't really find a way out. But we just have to talk about Chaz. How does he land those steals yet again? Like, it was a split second we saw. He just got over the wall. Like, it's not supposed to be possible. Like, that is remarkable stuff yet again coming out of the all-star player of RQ.
And I just want to say, I just want to quote Chaz. He says that, I'm just confident. That's all you need.
That's all you need.
Like, he always goes for the 50-50 and he wins, you know, and it all boils down to how confident he is. I think he smited it with the wind slash, but either way, taking the objective away and getting 3 kills off of NGX is a huge deal. Because we do expect NGX to kind of play that fast game with this Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But evidently RQ have found a solution to that.
Yeah, like, I strongly feel that after losing that Dragon, there's no return of investment to be considered here. That sort of recommitment into that team fight was a little bit unnecessary, but Joshi, the moment he committed, the team will basically fall along.
Yeah.
Where he was expecting a kill, but like you said, sustain being so crucial for RQ in many of these instances, as Exosin definitely had been able to keep most of the members healthy alive.
Arrow onto Aaron, then he just gets blown up. That's what RQ love to do.
And they just have to rinse and repeat.
They should be a mid-tier 2. All things considered, we did see Chammy getting some good counter-strike off, but no, we saw a bit of disconnect from NGX, and that cast, well, the dredge line is a bit stronger than the cast, so...
I thought it would cancel it, though. Like,
I thought it would, too.
That's something that we possibly learned for today.
Do you know if a Blitzcrank lands a hook, as a Nautilus goes for the dredge line, it actually cancels the hook? You pull yourself
you're saying Blitzcrank is stronger than...
No, the dredge line is stronger than the Blitzcrank.
Okay.
So if you throw a dredge line and it connects onto like a wall, and the Blitzcrank hooks you, you won't get hooked. You will pull yourself to the wall.
Okay, fair enough. Casto.
Yeah, this arrow coming in from downtown. They should pick up draw. Flashes, dredge line, and a wind slash will secure that one.
Yeah, making it all worthwhile with 3 elements being committed. Not that there's other objectives to be considered for the moment. Because we already see Marky now has a total of 6 kills all funneled into them, even affording a Bloodthirster as a tertiary item. Now, it's just making it so much harder if Enigma Galaxy were ever to get anywhere close to Marquis. There's always going to be EXO to provide all the healing that he desires.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like Enigma Galaxy is starting to lose a little bit of the plot here, where they don't really have enough damage hitting into that late game. They're just basically relying on Tammy to work wonders. He hasn't even upgraded his boots as of yet, which I think it's necessary because that gargle would have benefited him in some of these instances of the fight.
And it's all about the arrow from Marky to start things off, right? Like these individual pickoffs are so deadly for RRQ. And here comes the arrow downtown again. Landing on the Joshi, the cast thrown out. But RRQ were not able to follow up with that.
Yeah, everyone's within the turret range. Heavy commitment here as they are hoping to at least send the rest of Enigma Galaxy into the Baron Pit, as they have already started this one off. Bottle Spark will be able to give them enough bottle information. Now, this is going to be a huge setup here. Hyde just creating a line of barricade, but it's not going to hold for long.
And final Spark, they actually took out Joshi with the ambush. And draw will be surrendered as well. The Transcendence Embrace is not going to do too much. Aaron gone on by the body slam and a flash over from Marky. He is ready to pick up a couple of kills. And the arrow comes on. Cooldown RRQ playing the game to their tempo. 4 down on NGX.
Yeah, and not just a couple. They basically wipe out almost the entire team, right? Like, they would have actually need to consider a few things like moving in together as a unit, because you still want Aaron to be able to drop in that President's Embrace onto the majority of them, and RQ basically had that perfect bait setup and about to draw this one online.
And they definitely will do so. RRQ not out just yet, not even close to being out. A 1-1 score, exactly like what we wanted to see from RRQ.
Yeah, and we know that this is going to be a long series up ahead for us.
It is.
And so far, I'm just excited. You know, like, we saw RRQ bounce back from that first game that they suffered on, and that adaptation have definitely worked wonders for them. Like, sure, like they definitely didn't take my advice for that Gragas over top, but it definitely worked so much better when you have everything basically aligned in such a manner that Chaz now gets so much comfort out of this ribbon pick into jungle, and Joshi, even though with this Lee Sin that he scored so well on so many other matchups here, having a little bit of struggle of his own, and Chaz just basically built different.
Yeah, and that's kind of the RRQ draft that we foreshadow, right? The Renekton and Riven that has so much value overall because of the flex that they can get out of it. You noted on that Gragas top as well, but just how RRQ played this game was what we know of RRQ, a game where they can play fast, a game where they get to make the moves and they get to dictate how it goes, is a game where RRQ most likely would win. And of course, Chaz has to do his usual KPI of stealing objectives. He did it in game 1, he did it in game 2 again, but this time the difference is that they won the game.
Yeah, and I think that every member of the side of RRQ are definitely having comes in full effect. Like, the moment that they say, okay, let's not do Baron anymore, just get over the wall and run at them, you see them basically landing every single shot of a skill over onto the majority of the member, and I just love to see it. So far, RRQ has been able to identify some of their weakness in their first draft and definitely have fixed them. Helios being one of the prime members here to basically spark that fight along with Chaz, and of course Hyde could always come back in with that explosive cast. But it wasn't that necessarily a rough run for Enigma Galaxy overall. It's more of the case where you see majority of all these team fights on objectives, they went over aggro on certain instances where they shouldn't have, especially that part where they lose that Rift Herald, and also that final dragon fight that we saw that have erupted into this snowball for RRQ.
And that was where Marky got to recover as well, right? We saw Marky getting punished from the early to mid game. It was very rough for him. The NGX were running him around like in circles, But eventually, the recovery came through. The mid-fight where Joshi overcommitted, the Dragon fight where Enigma Galaxy were looking for a way in but couldn't do so. All these scrappiness is what RRQ craved, and they were able to kind of lock it down. And that kind of shows us what RRQ is absolutely capable of, right? We came into this series saying that these two teams are completely different in how they want to approach the game. NGX is all about macro, RRQ is all about scrappy fights, and we got a taste of that.
Yeah, and overall, just in this game itself, what was looking to be a little bit lacking out of Enigma Galaxy is that you have a few members that could basically start things off to erupt the fight, but they were playing a little bit more passive role on that. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So all this made possible by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. We've had them on this journey for the Snapdragon Pro Series in general for a long time, and can see that when winning matters, having them on board is one of the best relationship we could have ever asked for. But aside from that, we also have Monster Energy that allow everyone from the broadcast team to the players to unleash the beast. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, join it using the link down below. It's discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Talk to us about the games, talk to us about the titles, and just the tournament in general. We would love to hear your thoughts. But right now, the main topic is definitely this best of 5 between Enigma Galaxy and RRQ.
Yeah, so now that it's all in a draw, Enigma Galaxy heading to the next game here might feel a little bit more comfortable on the blue side, and majority of the wins are actually coming in from this on the map. I wonder how things are going to be different this time around.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy got a lot of comfort picks in Game 1. RRQ switch it up in Game 2 and put them in a rough spot. We'll see how NGX adapts to that in the upcoming Game 3 when we come back from this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Exhaust is ready. Jussie in first. They do get an exhaust on this Lee Sin, but this juggle is perfect. Jussie with the first blood. Demon Kai walks away with a slither of Valve. Exo tags him with the Airy. Gets the kill. Now Aaron juggles the aggro, and they actually get both.
Here comes Helios.
The flash away. They still burn down Aaron with the ignite. And there is the Dredge slowing that trade. The final spark lands on the high, but there is a counter gang from Chaz. And with Helios out of the fight, I don't think RRQ wants to take this. Final chapter just to root down the members of NGX to prevent any kind of engage. And of course, the Prowling Projectile is bringing Jussie low. Flash body slam comes in from the high. Dragon still goes over to NGX, and they even walk away with 2 kills. Chaz and Exo, but they fall.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky attempt coming in from RRQ, but they're still chasing in.
Yeah, the binding and the hook both miss. The draw kind of overcommitting a bit, but they have the stone plate. He has the dredge line. Will be up in a second or two, and I don't think that cures it. A full disengage. Jussie tries to find an angle. Gets a kickoff onto Chaz, who dashes away, but the final sparks connect onto high. And that guy's going down. Jussie falls alongside him. It's a 1-for-1 trade thus far, but NGX, they still have more gas in the tank.
And here goes.
Aaron gets tagged with the arrow. Well, Chammy gets tagged with it. Draw buys a bit of time inside. Exhausted. Gets taken up by Chaz. Chammy jumps back in with a leap strike, but takes a tower shot. And RRQ with arrow in. Chaz once more steals the objective away, and Draw is isolated from his team. Final sparks hits, but there's no follow-up from the side of NGX. Draw still surviving. Chammy goes back in. No counter-strike available though. Rocky finds the kill. A good body slam to keep Jussie in place. And Chammy once more finds the counter-strike, but NGX just do not have the steam. And
most of the members healthy, alive.
Arrow onto Aaron, then he just gets blown up. That's what RRQ loves to do.
And they just have to rinse and repeat.
They should be a mid-tier 2. All things considered, we did see Chammy getting some good counter-strike off, but no, we saw a bit of disconnect from NGX and that cast. Well, the wall.
Okay, fair enough. Cast though.
Yeah, this arrow coming in from downtown. They should pick up Draw. Flashes, dredge line, and a wind slash will secure that.
Just creating a line of barricade, but it's not going to hold for long.
And final spark. They actually took out Jussie with the ambush. And Draw will be surrendered as well. The Transcendence Embrace is not going to do too much. Aaron gone on by the body slam, and a flash over from Marky. He is ready to pick up a couple of kills. And the arrow comes on cooldown. RRQ playing the game to their tempo. 4 down.
3-man die.
Exhaust is ready. Jussie in first. They do get an exhaust on this Lee Sin, but this juggle is perfect. Justy with the first blood. Demon Kai walks away with a slither of Exo, tags him with the Airy, gets the kill. Now Aaron juggles the aggro, and they actually get both.
Here comes Helios.
The flash away. They still burn down Aaron with the ignite. There is the Dredge slowing that trade. The final spark lands on the high, but there is a counter gang from Chaz. And with Helios out of the fight, I don't think RQ wants to take this. Final chapter just to root down the members of NGX to prevent any kind of engage. And of course, the Prowling Projectile is bringing Justy low. Flash body slam comes in from the high. Dragon still goes over to NGX, and they even walk away with 2 kills. Chaz and Exo, but they fall.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky attempt coming in from RRQ, but they're still chasing it.
We got a series on our hands. This upper bracket finals, a best of 5 between the 2 toughest teams from the PS regions, Nigma Galaxy and RRQ, and we are now sitting at a 1-1 score. Game 3 is happening in the Snapdragon Pro Series, WildRift Open Finals playoffs for the region of MSPB. My name is Husky, alongside Contra. We've seen some incredible display from both teams, and namely Chaz, because I have to put it out, he has been stealing objectives as always. But for game number 3, what are we looking at?
Well, game 3, they're definitely looking at whether or not will there be a Kassadin, because game 1, sure, it was not true. I don't think that they get that sort of same leeway from RRQ this time. So with that being said, of course, the drafts will look a lot more different as compared to what we saw back in game 1, or even game 2 in particular. At least for RQ, they've adapted well. The way that they've been able to basically have solid front line to start fights and basically have a cleanup crew in the form of Marky back. Like,
yeah.
That definitely has worked out. So we expect no more Yumis to be played out here on Game 3 probably. So RQ won't feel all too safe about that. But here we have Marky, the MVP of the previous match.
And he performed phenomenally on that Ashe. It completely kind of achieving what we wanted to see from the Ashe pick itself, right? Being able to start those fights, being able to assist his team from long range, but also because of the fact that the team composition that RRQ had was built to run at NGX, something that RRQ is very familiar with, and that's something that they always strive to achieve in games that they win. But for NGX, I think you did touched on it a bit. It's not necessarily that they had a bad game. They just were not, they did not have the capacity that they had in game 1
Exactly.
to kind of play that tug of war with RRQ.
Yeah, it felt like it took too long for them to activate as well, where they're banking on hopes that Chammy will be able to tear through their enemies, while we haven't been able to see all too much of value from the Karma games that have been played out so far. And perhaps like letting go of Karma in some of all these matches doesn't seem like a bad idea after all. Just look at that sort of setup. Sure, you have Joshi, who has been constantly trying to create plays, but the lack of follow-up, the sort of disconnection or the distance created in some of these team fights didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage that Nigma Galaxy could possibly pick up from. So this draft is definitely going to be crucial, because when we look at what's going to be available here, Nigma Galaxy might actually start off with something pretty interesting in mind. And I'm just excited to see, okay, what will RRQ allow through as a first pick?
And I think we've seen a bit of that pattern, right? We saw how Nigma Galaxy were trying to shut down RRQ. Obviously, game 1 was a big part of that. They got their comfort picks and they were taking picks away from RRQ. But game 2, RRQ's adjustments was to shut those picks out of the game, and we kind of see them take advantage of that. But like you said, in game 3, I expected Kassadin to not be an option for the rest of the series, just because of how RRQ doesn't really care about the Kassadin, but you can't give it to Nigma Galaxy. This Camille pick though will be one of the constants.
Yeah.
Camille ban, excuse me.
Especially when you want to open up more options out there. So Nigma Galaxy could basically just look for another thing that they don't really play. We haven't seen them too much on stuff like Jay, so they could basically put that one aside. Same goes to maybe Evolution, because sure, with that sort of slight nerf, like it doesn't seem to have seen the light of day for now. And even when it was basically opened up, RQ didn't seem like they were interested to take that one on.
Yeah, I think RQ were putting a lot of priority on, again, getting the Chaz and Helios online. That's the main focus for game 1 and 2. But what also allowed them to activate that in game 2 was just the fact that they were on blue side, right? You get that 2 prior pick in pick 2 and 3. In this case, I think RQ are just going to focus on shutting down Enigma's Galaxy's first pick choices, and that, in priority-wise, is going to be the Kassadin.
Yeah.
The question is though, what is RQ going to consider? Because we're looking at a possible Senna pickup right now. We're looking at a Karma pick that can go over to NGX.
Yeah, overall, what's still available here that RQ might actually have to consider what to ban. There's the Jace, Morgana that they have been banning throughout the past rounds against Enigma Galaxy as well, which they'll continue to do so because Joshi just knows how to work around it all too well. So far, Morgana jungle has been a little bit more of a threat because she's so safe to be played out inside the jungle, and that pressure whenever that binding hits is just pretty rough to work against. Enigma Galaxy starts off with Karma. Meanwhile, RQ pick what's given. It's going to be a Jace game for them.
I think Jace has only been picked once, and it was a win. I think it was in the hands of it's either LFO or Fennel. I don't really remember, but I do know that he has won one game, and that's pretty much it. And it was against P6 in the group stage. Enigma Galaxy gets 2 huge picks for themselves. The Shyvana has been kind of a Joshi pocket pick. They keep in the back of the storeroom, but when they need it, they take it out, and it wins games. And of course, draw Rakan for another game.
Yeah, ever since we have the Elemental Rift in the fact, like, we see her being so popular, especially even without those dragons, I feel like her clear speed and everything considered has been giving her a lot of edge when it comes down to getting everything running for the team, especially when she does have her Dragon Form up, so you could basically get Crash into the fight, and she's so hard to take down. Now you pair her up with a Karma as well as a Rakan, you get infinite shields somewhat, so she just continues to run at them. But RQ though, these bans are relatively interesting. They ban off the Zed and just basically hinder a lot more options from Aaron.
And I'm surprised with the Zed ban, right? I honestly don't. I personally feel like that Zed isn't a big contest for NGX, but RQ just wants to eliminate that option, right? Because we are looking at champions that can access that backline. You want to keep the Zig saves, ban a Zed out. But they have that Galio, which is going to be the EXO special, and they get Helios' Ari, which is a champion that I think this is probably the second or third RV pick that we've seen thus far, but it gives them avenues to make those plays happen. You can't necessarily run into RQ because they have so many ways to keep you at bay.
Yeah, and if you take a look at what RQ tries to accomplish here, you basically want to poke and prod. If they're going to be low enough, that's where they will aim to go in for those dives, where Chazix is now up online with his signature picked once again. So this is going to be a pretty interesting round because when you look at how it functions, RQ, they're banking on the late game for Marquee on the Ziggs. But early game, if it wasn't played to perfection, they're going to have a little bit of struggle hitting into the late stage of the game because we know how strong that Shyvana could possibly get. On top of that, like, just the whole composition of Enigma Galaxy could still basically have strong sustain into those team fights. And I think, like, it's going to be hard to find that pick off hitting into the mid game onward. So RQ's got to be a little bit careful too.
Yeah. So and RQ, especially Chaz, we've seen RQ with that very tendency to kind of skip that jungle timing, right? To kind of cheat the timing a bit, where we see that early 1.5 minutes gank at level 3 down in the bottom lane where they get the setup. And in this case, I think that maybe they would consider that as well, especially when you're dealing with a Shyvana who generally wants to go for the full clear, and that's what Joshi has been defaulting to. Even on a champion like Lee Sin, full clear feels like a very Joshi thing to do, and maybe RQ would take advantage of that and give Chaz the lead that he's looking for.
Yeah, overall, like, both of the mid laners here have been doing tremendous work throughout the series, but when it comes down to a Kama versus Ari matchup as well, we expect that RQ might actually have more leads when it comes down to going to the side lane for some huge pickups to basically accomplish a few things to get turrets and so. But with a Karma, of course, there's still a really huge factor that comes in for Enigma Galaxy to really get huge control in those objectives.
Game 3 is where we approach that midpoint of the series, and for one team to take that lead and put themselves a step forward, not just into the grand finals itself, but to qualify for the challenge stage. And I think that is the biggest stake on the table for both teams. And I think overall for NGX, this is, I would say, a historical moment, right? And we just go rewind the clock back, signed 2 months ago, and here they are, 2 games away from qualifying to a top 4 on the regional level. It's nothing short but impressive.
Indeed. And there's still possibilities where they could basically climb back from the lower bracket if either team were to be taking a loss in this series. But of course, you just want that easy access. Just finish off these potential 5 games, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
You book your ticket to Thailand. How awesome is that, right? Like, by then...
Not to Thailand yet.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta be top 4, but you're one step in doing so.
One step away.
Though I did notice that Helios, he uses Ignite, and he actually lost the trade level 1 against Aaron, who didn't have to use any sums. I think that is going to be a very interesting point to look at, and how Helios will navigate the rest of that laning phase.
It's also interesting to note that Aaron's taking clean footwork of all the other summoner, of course, runes that they could possibly get. But I think like it definitely helps, especially when you try to teeter in channel out of that sort of snare that you could possibly land onto the Ahri. So at least when she trades back to you, you still have decent health bars to work with. So far, I think over on the top side though, Hai gets to play a little bit more aggressive compared to the 2 other games now that he's on this Jace, which is going to be crucial for the success of RRQ.
And of course, Chaz takes the scuttle away. The one end on top side is still not secured yet by anyone, but overall, NGX, they have that lane priority, and it's really easy for them to kind of assist Joshi when he needs it. Though one worry is that Hai didn't really necessarily have that game one that he was looking for.
The rotation though.
And yeah, we do see Joshi trying to set something up, but it's not going to be easy though. I mean, Hyde is very close to the turret.
Yeah, perfect ward being placed into that brush. Turret right out, but Hyde is definitely not falling for this sort of trap and shenanigans that has happened before. Meanwhile, somehow Aaron gets poked, and he does sidestep that perfectly with the Inspire. Blinding him in time, but you can already tell Demon Kite already suffering a little bit. We're burning out the flash very early on. Now, just love the trading that's happening here.
And that's going to force out the Spirit Rush from Helios. And Aaron is just shutting down any capacity for any rotations that Helios can make. And we see this attempted dive up in top lane. It's a 2 versus 3 for now. Helios is about to join. But for NGX, they're completely fine with this result.
Yeah, they got to basically call it off. A couple of all these elements have already been utilized from NGX and have gotten nothing in return. Other than that, like, those trades coming in from Aaron definitely was worthwhile. Sure, didn't burn the flash, but without that Spirit Rush, you would expect to keep this Ahri sitting around for a little bit longer. While Marky, so far, remains uncontested over the bottom side. Demon Kite now will have a fair chance to deal with him now that Exorcism's on the roam. Tries to get a little bit more vital information, popping that Scar's move into the jungle. Doesn't really spot out all too much other than the Recon that's also moving up over on the mid side. But keep in mind, Chaz is going to be looking for opportunities out there. Might actually be spotted about by a board, so Chaz is going to go in for a quick reset here. Another Mountain Drake to start off our third game of the series. It's RQ really prioritizing a top side of the map quite a significant bit for most of the matches that they played out.
You can say the same for NGX, honestly, right? Because they do put a lot of focus for on Chami. And you're right, 3 games in a row we get a Mountain Drake as our element, was a Rift element.
And yeah,
I kind of like that.
I love it. Like overall, like we see a little bit more action happening over the top side, so that there's not going to be all too much of an island scenario for the Baron laners for all of these matches, I would say.
Yeah.
So it's always great to see.
Yeah. Chami has been getting a lot of attention, honestly. I think the only other team that really attracts enemy rotation to the Baron lane is SGP, where it felt like Jinkai always suffers because of the magnitude of pressure that teams put on him. In this case, RRQ are starting on the Dragon, and Chaz is calling it down to health. Aaron, he's in. with the
Oh,
blast
boy.
going, and he's isolated. Buying time with the Transcendence Embrace. Channel Corruption goes wide, and Aaron forces the flash away. Helios over the wall with Spirit Rush. Dragon low first blood drawn already,
Whoa.
but RRQ pounces, and they actually were able to get a couple of kills. Jushi goes down, 3 dead on NGX. A good job from Helios to reset on the Spirit Rush, give him a bit more space, and RRQ even walks away with the Dragon.
What a way to navigate through the fight. I thought that Helios would have actually been in deep trouble, just stopping over a bat, chasing after Aaron, but have saved Spirit Rush for the longest of time. And Marquis dropped a perfect Mega Inferno Bomb, hitting the majority of members of Enigma Galaxy, and they just had to call off that Dragon. But yet again, RQ is still within the grasp of contention here. Marquis dropped right in. Enigma Galaxy should be able to snatch this one away, but here comes Chaz.
They will want to keep him at bay. Rift Arrow secured. EXO comes in with the ultimate, gets a knockup, no taunt. Is Joshi able to rush away, but the Shock Blast connects, and all these long-range pokes will give RQ 2 kills.
Timed it perfectly from behind. That Shock Blast just aligned all too well. And the Enigma Galaxy forces a retreat. Now the dive will come in. EXO should be able to get this.
Chami pops the Dominus, but he can't get any spells off.
Oh boy. And things have gone from bad to worse from here, because it's multiple losses that Enigma Galaxy is just taking. Sure, they got that Herald over on their end, but look at that goal basically stacking up for RRQ. First turret should be in their hands, and it all started from here. Aaron took that deep lip, and we're getting another fight.
3-man knockout from Draw. This is a chance for NGX to kind of strike back, as side is incredibly low. We've got a knockout from EXO. Demon Kite in danger as Chaz shows up. And then Gargoyle Stoneplay keeps EXO alive. Chaz going for a chase, gets knocked up. Joshi over the wall with the Dragon Form. Tries to fight Chaz head on, but it is very hard.
Yeah.
And NGX only got 1 in return, and at the end of it, they still got the shorter end of the stick.
Yeah, couldn't really get too much out of those scenarios out there. I think Galaxy will try to at least open up some spacing. Oh, not to say that Infernal Bomb was actually needed. The waves were already timed out. But overall, just Chami needing to buy a little bit more attention as well as space, while EXO just forces him to retreat and quickly have that satchel to secure another turret for RRQ. So as it stands, it seemed like Enigma Galaxy either has to invest in a little bit more of magic resistance, because since the get-go with that double Ludens setup, they've been struggling with all these pokes before they even get to commit into any of all these objectives. And when they do, you saw the end result. It didn't look all too clean, because by the time they were trying to back away, you got Chaz, you got Hyde to look for those pings.
Yeah, Joshi thought they were going for him, but they actually tried for Chami instead. All things considered, you know, there's no connection on the charm, but RRQ were able to get control of this jungle, which they are very successful at. And this is the biggest lead that we have seen for one of the teams in the series thus far. I mean, RRQ are just pulling very far ahead with the lead. 8,000 in net worth advantage.
And Chaz still making advancements here. Joshi.
Uh-oh. He has Aaron with him. He should buy some time. A flash over. Joshi again with the ultimate. Aaron takes the bomb in the face. Thinking about Hyde. Flash into Corruption. Hyde pops the barrier. The damage isn't really there. Aaron is going to be sacrificed to Hyde. And Chaz, oh, he wants Joshi. Jumps in, resets the leap, and he's out.
Not in the clear just yet, but
Goes back
Chaz
in.
commits.
With EXO with him. He's definitely going to have a good chance of doing so when Helios is there.
Wow.
And Chaz picks up a third. And in fact, 4 down on NGX. Nothing that they can do to respond to this.
Signature dives coming in from RRQ, just making it all look too easy. Enigma Galaxy, 4 members blown up just like that. And you thought that he stood a chance to defend the turret even. And that movement from Chaz, you did not expect him to basically go in for such a deep dive, and he still does. Look at this. He just basically goes out, and the moment where Enigma Galaxy choose to commit, he would basically manhandle everybody out there, resets that lead, and still make it out alive. And he chooses to recommit, allow EXO to come in with the hero's entrance, and that seals the deal. Like, I don't really see how Enigma Galaxy could easily come back from this one, because overall, now they have all the items that necessary from inside of RQ. which means that they can't really take this fight on the Herald, and here comes another pick.
And they just found Joshi in his own jungle.
Didn't need much effort on that too.
Yeah, it's just face check, right? I mean, EXO face checked it. Those long range pokes from RRQ are really starting to show, you know, the potency. 10k goal advantage for RRQ. I mean, we're looking at a possible goal next for NGX right now, and they need an incredibly big fight, but they don't have damage. I honestly don't think they have enough output to stop RRQ.
Nah, and they're not even tanky enough. Like, whenever Draw tries to even move into some of the fights, you can rely on only the Gargoyle Stone play, and that's about it. Like, you won't expect Tammy as well as Joshi to move in tandem with the Rakan, because by then, each of them have already soaked enough damage from the pokes. Meanwhile, Aaron definitely struggling over on this combo overall, and that was basically an easy to secure with the Mega for the bomb after having taunting it from EXO, and Marky definitely appreciated those double bombs.
Yep. They want to set up this brush, but EXO isn't the guy they want to go for unless they go for Marky. There it is, the huge dive on the Marky. A good pickup for NGX. Very exceptional execution, exactly what they needed. Re-engage from RQ, it's a 3 versus 5, but they do have the damage, and NGX have to be very careful, they pull back.
Yeah, even with the 3 members left intact, you can still see that they're willing to pursue some of all these advancements, as they have enough damage to at least single out a target whenever they can basically congregate on that. And finally, we're seeing the second item up for the Shyvana. A tad late, but at least better late than never with the Death Dance coming up in effect. But that can only buy a little bit of time. Like, she doesn't offer much at this point.
I mean, when you lose one half of your jungle, it is so tough for Shyvana to come online. He's about to lose another. Or the Tron does go wide, so NGX have some time to respond to this. EXO, oh, he's showing up big time. Chain of Corruption only buys some space, but that's what NGX wants.
And he lost the buff as well. So, Joshi, he's getting nothing out of this. He's level 12. Sure, same levels out there, but it just feels like he's just bleeding too much gold. EXO!
Uh-oh, go in, taunt, Mega Infernal Bomb, Joshi down low, EXO also with the Stone Plate to buy some time. The Dragon goes right in. They actually pick off EXO. Good Transcendence Embrace on a 2. RRQ goes for the retreat. But watch out for Helios though. He's coming in on the flank. And he does a Spirit Rush over the wall. Not gonna find anything. NGX pull back.
Man, RQ is like basically trying to reenact some Indiana Jones scenes. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Like, they're just searching for whatever treasure they can find, like scavenge hunt, pickoffs after pickoffs, and it all starts with EXO. Basically just running with free taunts. And nobody's stopping this guy until this point, right? Yeah. Like, fighting in choke point, maybe it wasn't really the best scenario for RQ, which we get. Okay, they dropped 1, but how much effort did that took out of Ligma Galaxy? I don't think they're still ready for that 5 versus 5 for now.
Definitely not.
Just needing to buy a lot more time for now.
But for NGX, time is of the essence, right? They definitely want as much space as they can get. And these pickouts are crucial, though it doesn't fix the problem that they are suffering from a massive gold deficit. And if they lose this mid-inhibitor turret, I don't think they have the space to recover. I mean, Draw, he's trying to get away, but they brought him in with the charm. Good battle dance to buy space, but all RQ wants is the turret, and they get it.
Yeah, at least he walks away alive. That was such a risky position that he was taking. Now no out for them though.
Helios gets found, but I don't think they have enough time. Chammy, they burn out to the Ignite. Draw could knock up. But all the Stone Plate is keeping RQ alive. Chastity once more. The GA popped by the piercing arrow, but NGS can't really follow up with it.
Thankfully, he has the GA available.
Yeah.
That's going to be a huge shutdown, I would say, onto Cass. I mean, Chess. He's just so significant on this Kha'Zix that, yeah, it's just 2 bodies into 1 by now. 404, making no errors on that. Joshi might just actually value to set things up for the Infernal Drake, at least giving them a little bit more power to amp up in some of these team fights. Like, I still see a little bit of flaws when it comes down to when you were to pick composition that has to try to work around a Varus, right? Like
Yeah.
you need something that's with high mobility and has high peeling ratio. It doesn't seem like it was, say, the best balance. Like, sure, ideally it can work, but it definitely needs Aaron to really pull off really clutch plays in order to basically have the rest of RQ frontline not advance all the way back. So draw so far, just trying to find that sort of rhythm to get back to that first game success, which he did so well. Oh,
They
off
actually-
the reset.
Yeah, they actually reset that one. Well, I think it also comes down to NGX needing to play the best peeling game that they have ever played, right? All these back and forth, we see them dip in and out with the stone play, with the flash. And it has to be like that for the rest of the game. But the talk about this Inferno Drake, I don't think it's going to happen. Well, they're going to try though, but unfortunately that's not going to be a reality. Aaron barely makes it out. And Draw, he's just going to buy some time. Demon Kite is already out of the fight. Chammy and Draw, they're both in danger. Helios goes for more, and Chaz fouls a double off screen. And game number 3 has already fallen into the laps of RRQ. And unfortunately for NGX, this is a 2v5, and they just don't have enough to pull this off. Chammy and Joshi, the last survivor of this game for the team. But RRQ, they will just go for the Nexus, and NGX knows that it is a go next moment. RRQ takes the lead.
And one more game is all it takes for RRQ to advance forward to the finals itself. Of course, lock the top 2 spot. So far, Enigma Galaxy starting to crumble with that sort of mounting pressure, which come from all fronts. Even EXO was a threat at many given moments of this fight, these number of fights that we actually see throughout the battle. I just think that Enigma Galaxy, they need to try something that's a little bit more stable. And by now, I feel like Karma, throughout this span of the series, doesn't seem like it was yielding any results for either side of the teams. Like, they could forsake it, come up with something that's a lot stronger than that. But of course, going back to the highlights here, it was those sort of team fight and navigate the positioning that kind of have costed them these objectives. And you see Helios basically was causing a lot of trouble to the members of NGX, having pixel perfect skill shots being landed on top of the main carries. Even with that Herald, it wasn't being utilized into full effect, where whenever they come into a choke point, that allows things to be set up much easily for RQ. But this is possibly one of the best fights we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, Chaz popping off on the Kazakhs. But overall, it's just RRQ controlling the entirety of Game 3. I feel like NGX were not able to find their groove, and they certainly were not able to kind of play the game as they please because of how much tempo RRQ have garnered for themselves using this draft. Just the constant run in your face. And they didn't really give Joshi the space that he needs on the Shyvana. They didn't give Demon Kai the space that he needs on the Varus. And overall, it's just RRQ finding that chink in the armor of NGX, and they just ran it down.
Yeah, so far, Enigma Galaxy, of course, have shown a lot of strength in many of all these other matches, but now against RRQ, it seems like they're starting to go back to how they first started off, still trying to figure things out, and who can blame them when RQ was looking mighty fine, that they have threats coming in from Hyde. Even Marquez land significant nades on top of them to basically weird them out all too easily. And this technically that double assassin comp has been working out in favor of them, if you do consider Ari to be that mage assassin, of course.
And for NGX, I think it's kind of back to the drawing board where they think about the draft and who do you want to put Aaron on, right? Because so far Aaron has been playing a very supportive role. 2 games on the Karma, which unfortunately didn't really pan out the way that they were looking for. And obviously game 1, he was playing that Kassadin. So now the question for NGX is that do they want to go back that route? And I feel like it has to be, right? You need to give Aaron a more active role and not only put it on Joshi and Chammy. I think that's what RQ has been able to focus on shutting down, and that's something that NGX needs to consider for Game 4. And all of this is only made possible when we have partners from Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. They've been with us for this entire project, for the whole Snapdragon Pro Series, not just for WildRift, but for across other titles, and we're really grateful to have them on board. And we are also very grateful to have Monster Energy with us, allowing everyone to unleash the beast. So do remember to check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys want to have a conversation about SPS, about anything in general, just join our Discord down below with the link discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series.
That's right. Make sure you check out all these stuff while we basically will come back for more, as we're going to be prepared for our upcoming game, where we'll see RQ be the first team to be on the grand finals, or Nigma Galaxy could find a way to bounce back and perhaps come back with a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I hope that's going to be the case. At least give us a Game 5. I think both teams deserve that deciding match. But it all comes down to NGX to make it happen, and we will find out after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Probably one of the most heated series of today. The opening best of 5 between RRQ and Enigma Galaxy has reached the penultimate match. It's game number 4 coming up, and I saw a lot of NGX fans, saw a lot of RRQ fans, but you know, the most important thing is that they're both from the same region, so there's no pride on the line, but it's definitely pride for the teams itself. I'm Husky alongside Contra, and I'm excited for game 4.
I'm equally as excited as you are, that I'm already choking on my words before this match forms up, because, you know, we're big fans of both sides, and like, it was hard for me to even pull off predictions here, but of course, RQ being RQ, they are formidable as ever, and we've already seen them going back to their comfort picks overall, which made it really hard for Enigma Galaxy to find ways to basically deter them from going into that sort of dance rhythm that they've been pulling up with. But 2 games in a row, who do we see pop off? It has been Marky, and that Ziggs that he's been on has been feeling possibly the highest damage output of the past match.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the full form of RRQ, right? Like, aside from height, but even when we talk about this individual, he has been with RRQ prior to SPS, right? Before this, he was with RRQ, then he went over to Persis esports from the Indonesia region, and now he's back. So they do have that prior chemistry with each other. That's something that Chaz has touched on last weekend. But the fact that they brought Marky back and it's so easy to synchronize, I think that makes RRQ such a strong force. But here we have it. The draft for game number 4 is already up and ready, and we'll see what Enigma Galaxy has in mind for us on the blue side once more.
Yeah, and I like that you definitely put a little bit more spotlight on Hyde, because ever since the changes where Devil J stepped out and Hyde comes back into play, you can see that Hyde usually has a lot more contribution when it comes down to team fights, and sure, like, sometimes he may have some struggles on that laning phase, but it doesn't seem like he loses out that lane completely. So I think like things have definitely stabilized for RQ a whole lot more than how it may have actually used to be. Now, Enigma Galaxy goes back into this draft here, needing to plan it out carefully, because this is basically their upper bracket tournament life on the line, and nobody wants to get sent down to the bottom, right? So we've seen Camille being that perma ban throughout the series, and will continue to be the case for even another match if they do win this one.
And I wonder if what the adjustments from NGX are going to be, right? Are we still seeing the focus being on taking out the Senna, or will NGX just go down those solo laners, right? We're taking out the Jace, we're taking out the Camille, the Lee Sin being a big consideration as well. Despite the fact that I don't think RRQ cares too much about the Lee Sin, but if it's available, it's something that they would go for.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy just don't want these sort of odds to be stacked against them as well, where we saw Joshi, he may not feel at his level best on that previous performance of that Lee Sin, so might as well get that out of the way. So RQ will continue to hinder the pick of Morgana from ever falling to the hands of Joshi. Now, Enigma Galaxy definitely wants to force the ban on that Kassadin, so probably you're going to aim at other alters overall. So Karma is going to be the answer that they're seeking for here. So RQ just left with this sort of decision. That also means that with this sort of opening, it allows a space for Jace to come into play once more.
It's either that or the Kassadin, or we see that Senna fall right through, right? Because this is the first game that Senna has gone through, but RQ evidently is forcing Enigma Galaxy to kind of pick, do you want to take the Senna +1, or do you want to take the Jace? And I feel like the more straightforward choice is going to be that Jace for NGX, but that's going to open up a Senna for RRQ, so this is kind of a pick your poison game, and NGX actually wants to take the Senna.
Yeah, I think that Enigma Galaxy is happy with that sort of trade, where when you take a look at the type of champions that Tammy prefers to play, it's a little bit more flashy in the sense like things like a Riven, or if you want someone who can basically still do the job of split pushing as well as be a frontline defense for Enigma Galaxy. I think it has worked out fine. They're not looking to change that to have a split pushing Jace overall, which either could put him into an uncomfortable spot. But here comes Enigma Galaxy stealing away the Kazakhs, and perhaps this itself would turn the tides around as they go up against RRQ this time, but that's going to be a staple Nasus to accompany that Senna alongside with. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I guess it can work out just fine.
Yeah, and it has to be the Nasus pick, right? Because I believe we've seen SGP pick the Senna once, and they actually third pick the Senna. So Nasus gets instantly banned out. So I feel like when you lock in a Senna, you have to commit a pick to Nasus, which becomes very predictable. But for in NGX's case, you know, this Kha'Zix does give them a bit of security, and they're playing straight into a Vive, which does give Chaz a lot more agency in that jungle alone, even if he ends up having the 1v1 the Kha'Zix. The bigger question is right now for NGX is what are they going to go for? Because I feel like there's so many picks that RRQ can consider and still, you know, stay ahead in terms of these fights.
Yeah, and then we see a lot of the support bans coming in from Enigma Galaxy heading into the second draft, while someone from RQ is directed over onto Aaron, as there's still a few other options left available. We haven't seen any Corki to be play out throughout the series, though there was a game that the Corki was banned out. RQ just have some huge roster of picks here. Now, where is this set gonna go? Probably
It has to be a mid set, right?
it could be a mid Jace, and the set goes over top side if that were to be the case.
Oh, we're talking about the set. I was looking at the Zed instead.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, Zed is mid for sure, and you called it right. The Chami Riven comes back into play. I was thinking of perhaps a Corki pick for Aaron, but I think overall that is just going to, you know, drag the game out too much. That NGS can't really handle the heat. And of course, in a series-winning game, Helios has to, you know, bust out the Akali. We've seen it a couple of times. The latest game that he played the Akali on was Game 4 against SGP, and they completely decimated SGP with that pick. We'll see if that's going to be the case in this classic Zed Akali matchup.
Well, I feel like this game just tells me that there's going to be a high kill count by the end of the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah?
Double Assassins coming in, and RQ has a strong takeoff composition to work along with. So it's all about that bottom lane once again that I want to fall back into, because now that you pick this set to pair up with Illusion, may not be the easiest lane for the set in the early game until he gets his showstopper, where you're aiming to slam that Nasus directly onto Senna that's staying on the back line. So it could easily set things up for Devi to also come in with the cease and desist. So I guess like RQ has a gameplay of their own, but Enigma Galaxy now really wants to amp up their firepower to really go all out to push it to Game 5. And it's always going to be exciting seeing Enigma Galaxy going the extra mile.
And I think one of the biggest difference we saw, one of the biggest adjustments that we saw from RQ since Game 1 was the fact that Game 1 they didn't have any way to stop NGX from kind of diving into the back line and getting the fight started. But Game 2 they had, I believe, the Gragas to disengage. Game 3 they had the Galio to kind of stop any kind of aggression. In Game 4 they have the set. You dive in, he grabs you out, and he resets the entire fight. And, you know, for NGX's draft, unfortunately, they don't really have very durable champions to withstand a Nasus getting slam dunk onto them. So that is going to be a point of concern for NGX. We'll see if Game 4 is going to fall their way, because if not, RQ is going straight to challenge.
That's right, and we're ready to see who will come up on top here to book the first spot into the finals. Of course, securing themselves into the group stages against the rest of the competition here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And it all comes down to Enigma Galaxy. How much more do they have left in the tank? Well, we have this exciting double assassin matchup over mid-side, where Helios now carries that barrier into this matchup against the Zed, which is crucial for them. Both running on Conquerors, which we do see variations of Akali going into Fleet Footwork at times, just to try to get a little bit more sustainability. But what you're trying to do with Akali is that over mid lane, you just want burst damage and heavy committal.
Yeah. I think, if I remember correctly, Helios is a really big fan of Morello's first item. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case this game. But if he gets a big enough lead, that is going to be the case. Though, for NGX, again, right, we had this small discussion about putting Aaron on a more aggressive, a more active role. I think that fits in completely, which also verifies why RRQ banned it out, even though we don't necessarily feel like that is a priority. You know, Exo tries to go in for an engage, gets rooted out, Draw, willing to take the trade. The heal actually misses, but Draw is able to walk away, and both bottom laners down to low health.
Wow, really close call from both ends. While Demon hoping to stop recalls. Does catch onto Marky, just delaying a little bit more time. Look at the back line though. The flank's coming in.
How do they do this? The wave. Still gonna take a while, but they're chunking down both Marky and Exo. And these guys have no sums to work with. No help is coming in from RRQ. Can they at least get something in return? Marky gets first blooded and Exo follows suit. Good collapse from NGX.
Yeah, and they get both of them in the bag. Marky chooses not to commit to a flash. No safe distance for him to basically flash out of. Meanwhile, top side getting punished. Of course, this pickup will eventually come to effect, but Tammy still holding on. Chaz cut on the return.
And Hai, he's taking so much aggro. Flashes away, gives that one over to Helios. But NGX, oh, they're coming.
Oh,
RRQ, better run. Aaron doesn't have the flash, but he has the shadows and an ignite. Can he at least get an exchange? Draw certainly has a flash with a Spirit Fire to get rid of Hai. And NGX at least finds someone with the rotation, but Exo is also here. And you say you want to see a high kill count game, I think we're getting it. Right now, 4 members of NGX in the top lane, but unfortunately, they can't get anything more than that.
We absolutely love it. 4 kills already being secured in total by both ends. Well, Aaron's still going on a pursuit. He does have his ult available though. Not too sure how much can Exo offer with the waves crashing in. There's a cannon that he has to rid of. Behind, has a rod to the scene. Gets a little bit more poke. But adaptation has come into effect where Tammy is now sent for a bomb site to deal with Marky. Any sort of issue for the Lucian for now. He'll be able to keep a safe distance. As we've seen, Big Magaxi really hitting the iron while it's hot. I just love seeing Aaron on Assassins. Like, especially on the Zed, which we don't always get to see. Like, it just feels like he's a complete different monster at it. Like, sure, he may not have picked too much, but he was involved in all 3 of those kills.
And I love the war from NGX as well, right? On top of that, you are keeping Aaron safe. And obviously, NGX had to rotate Chammy back up top to deal with this pressure from RRQ, where they have 4 members ready and waiting, but that means that they're keeping Draw on an island to deal with Marky, which definitely is a good matchup that Draw can hold on his own. But RRQ are actively looking for some sort of opening from NGX, and NGX have been patching those holes out pretty well.
Yeah, so far, NGX here breezing into things. As we see a black flavor already available for the Zed, Demon Kite. Of course, no help mid lane, but this basically was at least a good sort of setup where they basically pulled that wave and of course allow the rest of the members to basically close in on them. So now another dive comes in towards Tammy, but they're much more prepared.
Attempted dive at least. Exo rooted up, Haymaker, buys some time, gets out of it. ZRQ really prioritizing this Baron lane destruction. Exo almost gets caught, but the root always gonna cancel both the recall for Hyde and Chaz, and that's all NGX needs. Keep them in a corner, Draw just comes right in, and RRQ needs to find a way out. Hyde flashes away, takes a wind strike, Chammy chasing him down, and Draw just tanks up every turret shot to kill off Chaz.
I just love the cuts on Nick Magaxi, the way that they basically come up with his dive is like, okay.
They just walk in, they just show up and walk in.
Hit you with a cane. And we're having more though.
Exo just ults it. Alright, get a face breaker. Has to follow up the Rudolph's on the Marky. Oh, he hits the wall with the flash and gets burned by the Spirit Fire. Exo has no more spells. High with the Shock Blast will not connect. NGX runs away with the Herald. Bit of a sloppy one from RRQ.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like they were basically having all the resources to be able to challenge anyway, so Exo did create a little bit of space for Marky, but oh, here comes the death mark onto High. I think it's enough though.
Yeah.
9 big pop, still has it on 1 bar of health.
I think one more shuriken hit, he would have been gone for sure.
For it. Meanwhile, Herald being pop over mid side as they're already setting the dragon up. Already working on it. Meanwhile, 2 RQ members are occupied. The rest are nowhere to be seen other than Helios. They have to get this on the way. 2 objectives secured. NGX rolling in goal now.
As clean as a whistle. And of course, Helios, first item, Morelos, that's what we've been seeing from this man a lot of times, but this isn't those games where he had an insurmountable lead. He got that 1 kill in the top lane, but that is pretty much it. NGX, well, though getting the objectives, getting a minor goal lead, the silver lining for RRQ is that that mid turret is still alive, and that's all they need.
Yeah, and I just love that with this Z pick, you basically give a little bit more pressure on Jace hitting into the mid game. Sure, eventually when the first few targets get crushed up, when you put Aaron on the side lanes, he will basically blow somebody up. Doesn't matter if he has Hullbreaker or not, and in this recent patch, like, first item Hullbreaker hasn't been as effective as it used to be. So that would basically need a little bit more time before High gets into that split push mode. While Aaron, oh boy.
Well, they found him. Death mark, just a bit of a delay. Unfortunately, backup is not there.
Not at all. Now, good chance for RQ to secure the turret. 700 health, I think they will have to let this one slide. But the rest of NGX, they're quick enough to take out the mid waves. Well, they are still having Chammy to slowly move over mid side. They could look for a mid lane turret of their own if they just want a clean exchange. But they're not giving any leeway to RRQ without a fight.
I don't think Draw can hold on to this though. He needs Demon Kai to be there, but unfortunately, it's a bit too late. So Draw wasn't able to hold on. NGX, they're trying to push the envelope a bit. Bottom lane High takes the turret, trades this life in return. And up top, I think NGX also wants a couple of actions onto Helios. Was able to kind of slip away from the shadows. At the end of the day, NGX still gets a kill.
Yeah, I guess like it's somewhat of an expected result of that, where NGX may have lost that turret. That's a given, but they have so much more to gain from here. All they have to do exert a little bit more pressure over mid side, and that should basically be a route for them to push this into Game 5. He was now starting to work on the Rabadon's death cap. Honestly, 2,000 of a goal deficit isn't too hard for RQ to bounce back up, just needing a solid team fight to work along with. Well, you could already see that Marky invests in that early execution is calling to deal with this Senna Leashing combo with the Nasus.
Yeah.
So
what piques me is the team fight, right? We haven't seen a full-blown 5v5, and how is that going to pan out? What we do know is when it comes to those skirmishes, it's very hard for RRQ to penetrate the backline of NGX, not with all these pills available. But what happens when we get the team fight where EXO gets, is that front line? I think that's what RRQ is trying to look for. But before we get to that point, it's incredibly hard for RRQ to find a way to walk straight in.
yeah, I guess like all he has to do is just come in with setup, press that gargoyle enchantment, and he will buy enough time for Chaz to basically single out a unit alongside with Helios. Now, a little bit more of a dance coming into the Herald pit. Now we're dropping really low. RQ is coming in.
Chaz is in already, but this time Joshi is the one who secures that Rift Herald. Chaz low as well. EXO knocked up by the broken wings, and Hito straight to the backline with a perfect execution. Looking for a couple of kills. Rooted down by the center. Flashes for the O and still takes out Joshi. Shuriken flips out of the way, and Helios is too clean, but they did lose Marky.
Great 1-for-1, but RQ seeming to have lost too much more of a health, but they are still attempting to defend this turret, which is only about 200 HP, while Helios recommits.
EXO not really landing the face breaker that he was looking for, and Jamie, what a big knockup! But the damage isn't there. Helios, oh, he's really fishing for it, goes for the Shuriken flip, pops the barrier, turns around with a 5-point strike, and he still survives. Demon Kite is the one that dies.
Insane trades coming out, and yet again, Aaron, he doesn't seem like he's interested in any of all the shenanigans over a mid-side. Though if he does appear, that could have been an easy cleanup for Aaron himself. But getting that turret, absolutely worth it. They also got away with this Herald, which was well secured. But you take a look at the rest of RQ, they were stuck inside of that pit, not being allowed any room to breathe. But Chammy, he was constantly getting hunted out by Helios. And what's impressive is this flash execution that was brought out. and it connects just by the edge of it, and he still makes room to basically exit. Helios definitely played out of his mind over on this fight.
And look at this one, right? The guts to recommit is insane. Though this one's going to be very important though. NGX have no idea. EXO is already in the backline. They caught Demon Kai, who pops the stone plate alongside Draw. Oh, but NGX have drawn RRQ straight in. And they're able to trade a kill onto EXO. Hyde is also out in the open, but watch out. It's Helios again. Perfect execution, in and out of the shadows. But this time, NGX held it together.
A little bit more of an overextension coming in from EXO himself. Now, there's no way to stop this Herald from crushing the tier 1 over a mid. They will continue to pile on. Aaron now looking for the target. It could be Chasto. Oh boy, he's got to hurry up.
And NGX should be able to kind of fix a second charge from Shelly. Chad just buying some time onto Aaron, but that's not a fight that you can necessarily win though. EXO comes in, Chad flashes forward with his cargo, the stone plate, and of course, gets outplayed by the Deathmark. Aaron is too clean, and he gets out with the shadows as well. A true display of ninja prowess.
Ooh. If Faker gets to see this clip, he'll be proud too. Wow. Like, I think that's gonna go on the highlight reels for sure. Like, he was literally on his final few bars of HP while they were basically going in for those pickups. Joshi had all the time in the world to pick up that Infernal Drake for themselves, and they're just gonna start hitting harder than ever with this Infernal buff.
Yeah, I watched this I mean, to be very honest with you, even I didn't know where Aaron went.
Like, of all places, that corner brush, like, nobody would expect it.
Yeah, I did not see him at all. I didn't even know how he ended up there. But I do know he got out. There were another fight up top, and this time it's Helios, one getting caught. Hyde is also not being too healthy. The death mark is just enough from Aaron. Chammy, incredible amount of damage onto EXO, and Helios this time. Oh boy, he's about to taste the pain. The exhaust won't be able to buy enough time, but they do have the stasis though. Helios tries to walk out of it, but not able to do so, and Marky gets blown up by the Spirit Fire. And I think it's safe to say that NGX have found that rhythm of once more an ace in this top lane. And we're heading the distance to game 5 for sure.
Yeah, that should be game already. And with this sort of momentum building up, Nigma Galaxy are shooting their way into the stars. And of course, this is going to be hard for RRQ to swallow. Now they're being pushed into game 5, telling us that even the gods, or should I say, the kings, will eventually bleed. But now, with the rest of Nigma Galaxy in the comfortable position, they should not ever slack off. You've seen Chaz pull off crazy steals
Yes.
games around, and that's something to be factored in.
Yeah. I mean, when we look at this fight in particular, we kind of can see that NGX are just way ahead. This is the exploitations of the lead that they got. It's not really anything on RRQ. It's just they were too far behind to contribute anything meaningful to stop NGX.
Yeah, I just love that everybody had all the right ideas. Draw is like, okay, I've already used all my spells. I'm a tank it for you. Just go get the kill. And they could basically go in with dodge like that. Draw. Still a true blue support, even on this Nasus.
I want to quickly address something that I assume will happen, because I don't have view of the chat is right now. I know there are a lot of RQ fans out there. They say that no, it's not game fight just yet. The Nexus hasn't blown up. But when we look at the state of the game, it's fair to assume that. Though I do agree with you guys out there. I think RQ has a good chance because they have Chaz, as always. But I don't necessarily think that NGX are the careless team that would risk a coin flip.
I would say so myself too.
Yeah, so bear with me, guys. Don't say anything about me. I'm just being fair out here.
Okay, it's a good chance because like 5,000 gold, right?
Yeah.
Like that's one team fight away and a Baron.
5,000 gold? Well, that's 12,000 gold. Wait,
12.
no, that's 15,000.
Oh, my bad. My man's definitely did work well on this one.
Well, EXO, he's not gonna have a good time. He is completely out of his element. Destroyed by NGX. The chase is there, Marky exhausted, goes into stasis, and the root from Demon Kite is just going to secure the fate of RRQ. If the fight in the top lane isn't the end game, I think this is pretty much it. Helios also gets picked up, and we're going the distance for sure. And doubters of NGX, they will finally see what it means to doubt the stars. NGX forces us to go all the way, and a very deserving upcoming Game 5.
Yes, they deserve every right to head into the grand finals. And Enigma Galaxy just having the right mindset into things. Like, you can see the confidence of every single member when they go in for dives, like the way that they've been able to take good care of each other with turret aggros and everything else. Like, it's a perfect setup. Like,
Yeah.
It's hard for the rest of RQ to answer back on the 5v5 setting where you just basically have brick walls up in front. And I don't really like that set pickup here because, like I said, it takes too long to come in effect. And evidently, you have already seen that they struggle to basically find an opening. And I think like that's the first few cause of the issues that they are facing.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those scenarios where RRQ have the way to get in, but it's only EXO that gets in, and EXO and Helios perhaps. And then the follow-up question is, how is the rest of RRQ going to contribute to these fights meaningfully, right? And we saw a lot of the scenarios where they jump right in, you have to deal with Draw and his very annoying Spirit Fire, his Wither. But on top of that is also all these minor knockups from the Riven, all these rules from Demon Kai, and you're running into a Senna Shroud. All these factors combined made it incredibly hard for RRQ to do anything. I think Marky is also having an incredibly tough time when all you want to do is to follow up with your team, but then you have Draw running at you.
Yeah, and I do believe that the setup pickup here is definitely great overall. Enigma Galaxy have still shown that it is still a very strong pick when it comes down to a competitive setting, where if you take a look at that triple snare, like, you just gotta give in. Like, Enigma Galaxy just had too much of an advantage from here on, where it's like, yeah, I may have miscalculated on that goal. Do pardon me on that. And this time, it was only Helios that did manage to at least have a decent time.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, everybody else just taking losses.
He's the only one that has a kill. Yeah, you know, 18-4 overall. I mean, Aaron and Joshi kind of are the MVP of this game itself. You know, the double assassin. That's what we saw in game 3, but Enigma Galaxy pulled it out in game number 4 as a response to RRQ. And overall, I think this draft from Enigma Galaxy is just a bit more solid compared to what RRQ has brought to the table. And I would attribute a big part of that to just that early game dive in the Dragon League.
Yeah, that early dive definitely was absolutely crisp, where it wasn't any flaws being shown any given moment at all. While Enigma Galaxy, you can see, like, sure, the early game, there wasn't basically any sort of advantages until the 3-minute mark onward. Those pickoffs after pickoffs have been coming into effect. So you see the way that they've been able to basically have the full squad sent over the top side.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my. I don't think like RQ was even prepared for that. Like, meanwhile, like, Draw, he's just like a boss here. Like, okay, I'm gonna hit the stick on the ground. Like, okay, time to charge when I press my L.
And I think we saw Marky trying to use those space to farm up, but that was not the case. It didn't really end up going that way. But with that said, all of this is made possible by our friends at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They've been with us on this journey for many, many months, and WildRift is just part of that journey. And we're really grateful to have them, because to them, when winning matters, that's where they come into play. And we also have to thank Monster Energy for being a part of this with us as well. So they allow us to unleash the beast, and do check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, do type in the link below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join the conversation, talk about the tournament, talk about WildRift, talk about anything you want. We would love to have you. But
Or talk about this matchup if you want.
Talk about this matchup, Game 5.
Yeah, Game 5 in our first best of 5, and we're loving it. There's going to be a lot more to come as well. So, but we got to settle the scores here, Husky. I know we basically vote on different teams, but yes, it's down to this. So we'll be right back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
So these guys have no sums to work with. No help is coming in from RRQ. Can they at least get something in return? Marky gets first blooded, and EXO follows suit. Good collapse from NG.
Out of, meanwhile, top side getting punished. Of course, this pickup will eventually come to effect, but Tammy still holding on. Chaz cut on the return.
And Hyde, he's taking so much aggro. Flashes away. So both the recall for Hyde and Chaz, and that's all NGX needs. Keep them in a corner. Draw just comes right in. And RRQ needs to find a way out. Hyde flashes away, takes a wind strike. Chammy chasing him down. And Olsen, alright, get a face breaker. Has to follow up the Rudolph's on the Marquee. Oh, he hits the wall with the flash and gets burned by the Spirit Fire.
While Aaron, oh boy.
Well, they found him. Deathmark. Just a bit of a delay, unfortunately. Follow a bit. Bottom lane Hyde takes the turret, traces.
Dropping really low, RQ is coming in.
Chaz is in already, but this time Joshi is the one who secures that Rift Herald. Chaz low as well. EXO knocked up by the broken wings, and Hito straight to the backline with a perfect execution. Looking for a couple of kills. Rooted down by the center. Flashes for the O and still takes out Joshi. Shuriken flips out of the way, and Helios is too clean, but they did lose, landing the face breaker that he was looking for. And Chammy, what a big knockup. But the damage isn't there. Helios, oh, he's really fishing for it. Goes for the Shuriken flip, pops the barrier, turns it around with the 5 points. Insane. Though this one's going to be very important though. NGX have no idea. EXO is already in the backline. They caught Demon Kai, who pops the stone plate alongside Draw. Oh, but NGX have drawn RRQ straight in. And they're able to trade a kill onto EXO. Hyde is also out in the open, but watch out. It's Helios again. Perfect execution in and out of the shadows. But this time NGX held some time onto Aaron, but that's not a fight that you can necessarily win though. EXO comes in, Chad flashes forward with his cargo, the stone plate, and of course, gets outplayed by the Deathmark. Aaron is just clean, and he gets out with the Shadow Top, and this time it's Helios. One getting caught. Hyde is also not being too healthy. The Deathmark is just enough from Aaron. Chammy, incredible amount of damage onto EXO, and Helios this time. Oh boy, he's about to taste the pain. The exhaust won't be able to buy enough time, but they do have the stasis though. Helios tries to walk out of it, but not able to do so, and Marky gets blown up by the Spirit Fire. And I think it's safe to say that NGX have found that rhythm once more, and they...
My bad, my man's definitely did well on this one.
Well, EXO, he's not going to have a good time. He is completely out of his element. Destroyed by NGX. The chase is there, Marky exhausted, goes into stasis, and the root from Demon Kite is just going to secure the fate of RRQ. If the fight in the top lane isn't the end game, I think this is pretty much it. Helios also gets picked up. And we're going to distant for EXO, and these guys have no sums to work with. No help is coming in from RRQ. Can they at least get something in return? Marky gets first blooded, and EXO follows suit. Good collapse from NG.
Out of, meanwhile, top side getting punished. First, this pickup will eventually come to effect, but Tammy still holding on. Chaz cut on the return.
And Hyde, he's taking so much aggro. Flashes away. So both the recall for Hyde and Chaz, and that's all NGX needs. Keep them in a corner. Draw just comes right in, and RRQ needs to find a way out. Hyde flashes away, takes a wind strike. Chammy chasing him down, and Olsen, alright, get a face breaker. Has to follow up the Rudolph's on the Marquee. Oh, he hits the wall with the flash and gets burned by the Spirit Fire.
While Aaron, oh boy.
Well, they found him. Deathmark. Just a bit of a delay, unfortunately. Follow a bit. Bottom lane Hyde takes the turret, traces.
Dropping really low, RQ is coming in.
Chaz is in already, but this time Joshi is the one who secures that Rift Herald. Chaz low as well. EXO knocked up by the broken wings, and Hito straight to the backline with a perfect execution. Looking for a couple of kills. Rooted down by the center. Flashes for the O and still takes out Joshi. Shuriken flips out of the way, and Helios is too clean, but they did lose, landing the face breaker that he was looking for. And Chammy, what a big knockup. But the damage isn't there. Helios, oh, he's really fishing for it. Goes for the... We're back for the last game of this first best of 5, the upper bracket finals between RRQ and Enigma Galaxy. My name is Husky alongside Contra, and we are here not only to deliver the climax of this best of 5, but also to find out which team will be the first one to lock in the challenge stage in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs for the region of MSPB. And I think so far what we've seen from both teams is a pure of individual domination, and of course the distinct playstyle that they have shown us across the entire tournament.
Yeah, and we could argue that PH, out of all the other teams that's involved in this particular set of open final sets that we've already seen, have shown tremendous strength, and arguably the strongest of it all, where we see now potentially the two best teams collide, has resulted in a draw 2-2. Now it's definitely time to settle the score here with this one game to lock in our first finalist. And I got a feeling whoever gets sent down to the lower bracket later still has a really strong chance to make it out.
Yeah, and I think they both look really solid, right? And that kind of circles back to what I personally think is going to happen is that we have these two teams representing us at the end of the day, just that one of them will have to take the long road. And it might sound like I'm counting out LFO and SGP, but from the looks of it, they really are at the peak of their performance, and it really comes down to who can play that marathon. And I think a lot of people out there would agree that RRQ looks poised to be in that position.
Yeah, and of course, this is Galaxy here to change all of that. And it's Draw that gets the MVP of that past round. And it's all due to his constant pressure into many of all these lanes that he was involved in, where you don't really expect Nasus to be doing the most damage or so. But then again, like with that Wither itself, like whichever target he locks into, it makes it so easy for the rest of Enigma Galaxy to follow through. And we've already seen how well Aaron and the rest of them have been able to basically follow suit, just catch anybody alongside. So for this side of Enigma Galaxy that we're seeing here is definitely different from what they have shown us in the past. And finally, they're opening new pages, new chapters, and maybe that allows them to get one more game off if they could basically throw RRQ off course.
Yeah. And I do like the activeness from the side of NGX. Just kind of take that lead they get initially, and you kind of spill it onto the other lane. And game 4, it was towards Chammy's lane where they brought the early dive down bot. They shipped it up top. And I think RRQ also did respond the best that they can. Even there were some instances I looked at the map and I was like, yeah, Marky gets a free lane, you know, he gets to do what he wants. But that itself is kind of inconsequential to what NGX has been able to accomplish in the long run.
Yeah, and when we take a look at RRQ so far, when they do get certain leads in the early game, they translate it really well. But in the games where they were put behind at first, like they do tend to have slight struggles to recuperate before they go in for, of course, other contests as well. And it really felt like that past game, NGX just dictates the whole pace of that matchup, that there was barely any opportunities for them to have Chaz going for steals. He did attempt a few times, but like you said, one of the issues was there was a little bit of a lack of follow-up. It was only EXO being available to start things off. Like, don't start a fire if you can't keep the flames.
Yeah, and for both games, I think it's just the activeness. What we want to see from NGX particularly is Aaron being on a more active champion, right? We saw both games he was on Karma, and you know it's kind of to supplement Chammy in that Baron lane to make up for the fact that Morgana has been a perma ban. But I think they kind of realized that, okay, now we need to switch Aaron to an active role just so you can have that extra oomph, that extra output in fights. And we are seeing that pay off.
Yeah, and it definitely pays off by multiple dividends out there so far. Just needing one more game here, and well, Enigma Galaxy looks like they're pretty pumped up for it.
Oh yes, I mean, if they make it through, this would not just be kind of a victory for the players. It will be a victory for the coaches, and it will be a victory for the organization itself, right? Making it so far in such a short time span.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most impressive things out there. However, of course, we do not forget about RRQ.
Yeah.
Like, they've been in these situations for countless of times.
Oh,
like,
yes.
even back in their local scene during those playoffs in the past. Like, some people have counted up before, and look how far they've been able to step up time and time again. Oh, but with such high quality display coming in from all the other teams out of the PH region, and also the rest of MBSP, or I think I kind of just rearranged the words.
Yeah, just rearranged.
So yeah, like RQ, I think that they're more calm and composed heading to the final game itself.
Oh yeah, I think RRQ has kind of been I wouldn't say known, but you can look at RRQ and you look at a lower bracket run and you're like, yeah, RRQ will be fine, right? They have been doing that in the local league. They went through the lower bracket to win the whole thing. in WCSC finals. They also played the lower bracket to qualify for Icons, and of course in Icons they made it to top 8, and that's kind of an achievement for the region. Obviously, you look at it and you're like, yeah, well, Team Secret made it in Horizon Cup to top 4 a year ago, but when we compare the quality then and now, it's safe to say that RRQ has really stepped up the game and really represented the region well. And in this case, there is a lower bracket for any of these teams if they ever get there. And this game will decide it. Senna and Cassidy getting banned out straight.
Yeah, and I think that Enigma Galaxy, you definitely don't want a taste of their own medicine overall, so get rid out of that. You won't see any Nasus to come right in. Or do we? Of course. Most likely not. So RQ will instead take the full couple squad aside without that Lucian. So they're basically forcing some hands here as well. Now, Enigma Galaxy still has to consider Camille, one of the options that RQ can go for. They don't really have to ban it out, where that could be a good option for Hyde to have a little bit more pressure over onto that Baron lane, or have Chaz to come in with some really good hook shots for gank. So other than that, Karma is something else that is always on that radar that has been seeing daylight as compared to some of all the other champions. So no Camille, RQ's not interested to take that.
I think there is a lot of pressure on NGX side just because RQ is on blue side. We've seen them in that second pick phase, they just go straight for the Renekton Riven, which has been a big staple of RQ. When they get their hands on these two champions, it opens up so much avenue for them in the jungle and in those solo lanes. And if that is the case, Enigma Galaxy might be looking to take one of that away, right? We have the Jace available, but if RRQ, they're not interested in that at all. This is the first game that Morgana gets let through, and RRQ instantly snatched it.
Now, question is it going to be Chaz on this Morgana, though? Very likely it could still go over to X or even Helios, while that will be answered back with the Karma. But we've already seen Aaron playing this. Draw seemed to be better on proactive roles on Rakan. Not to say that Karma won't be able to offer as much, but of course, you still need something of a solid front line whenever you have Karma in your team. And therefore, they will go ahead to pick up this Rakan for themselves, which, no questions asked, Karma goes mid.
A lot of power picks for RRQ though, and I think that is what concerns me for NGX. And sure, you get your Karma, you get your Rakan, but we are looking back into the game 2 and 3, where a lot of that pressure, a lot of responsibility is put onto Joshi and Chami. And if there's anything we learn from RQ, is that they have been able to stop it. Right, first, you have the Morgana, and now you have the Galio for EXO, and you have the Helios. That this is kind of the starting trio that I would definitely prefer more compared to what NGX have. And NGX needs the power pick to make up for it, and I think this Riven kind of fits into that puzzle piece.
Yeah, and you can already see that RQ is telling this narrative is in the form way that, okay, once I do get one crowd control of any members, that guy's toasted. Like, well, one Dark Binding, like, you can already tell, like, okay, you want to tell that hero's entrance just so that you have that perfect ultimate for that Morgana. That could work out too. So, Enigma Galaxy at least falling back to something that they've been comfortable with, the Riven, and so. But the bans though, we see Varus being included in the mix as well, whereas RQ just don't want those sort of beefy targets to be running at him, so no Olaf and no Jax.
There's still the Jace for RRQ, and that's one pick that I am keeping an eye out on when we talk about long-range pokes. That Jace, I feel like it fits well, but you can also argue that the set makes it very easy for RRQ to start these fights, right? There's so many more members of NGX that you can just, give a big hug and drag into a team. And it all gets enabled by Galio and Morgana, something that Enigma Galaxy is very familiar with. This response of Renekton and Shyvana, I kind of feel like Enigma Galaxy are just looking at the same game plan of running an RRQ, but RRQ evidently have more ways to counter that.
Yeah, and RQ basically can hit from multiple angles of avenues, right? Like team fights, you could basically do exactly what you said, like poke them down and slowly get some catches along the way. But we don't really see a combo like this that often where, okay, you don't have that marksman, that's absolutely fine. But you have the Lux and the Morgana in the same team. So it's definitely going to be high value of pickups that they could be looking for. But Nick Magaxi, I think team fights, if they can find a way to stabilize things will look pretty good for themselves.
I think the biggest problem for NGX from just the draft run, I feel is just getting to the backline. It is so hard. And no, hypothetically, let's say they dive into the backline. The set can get them out of the way. EXO can disrupt them. What is the game plan from NGX?
That's definitely a good question overall. I guess like you just really have to find just the front lines to basically try to go up against. But like you said, they can be really slippery. So that backline access is kind of like a no-go zone for them. So perhaps with that Riven, if they do find a big flank or so, that's the only option that they have.
It's going to be a tough task for NGX, but not something that they have not been able to overcome before. It's just that RRQ is putting out a draft that we kind of have not seen before in its entirety. Definitely not used to seeing Chaz being on a least active jungler, right? And I say that because it's just a Morgana, but overall, the rest of RQ are still in a comfort zone. In fact, this draft is incredibly robust, and we can be assured that it's centered around Helios on that Zed.
Yeah, like I think that it definitely is the game plan overall for RRQ, where if you take a look at who offers the most damage other than the Zed, probably a Lux, but she only has like a rotational spell to work with, so it's all boiling down to this, Husky. One of us are gonna get our predictions right.
Yeah.
So
I can afford to drop this one because
I can afford to drop it
because
too.
I'm still in the lead. You know, like if I drop this, I think I still have I still have a 1-up.
I had some Copian games where I just like want to support other teams. But hey,
Sure.
everyone-
Well, I mean, what was it? You who had who went for SGP against Feno, and then you picked SGP? Was that you?
yeah,
Were you the one who went for NGX against Feno? You went for NGX, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So if that has worked out, I think this could work
Could
out.
work out as well.
Yeah. I mean, game number 5. Everything out the window. Forget what you know about these two teams. The only thing you gotta remember is that winner qualifies for challenge groups. And winner has the bragging rights, right? You don't have to play any more games until 2 weeks after. But it's also how both teams get the comfort pick. I mean, we get the Riven mid for Aaron. Oh, there's this early face check from EXO. He should be fine. But obviously, draw stat on Rakan has been phenomenal. Obviously, didn't win all games with Rakan, but most of the games that he has played on Rakan has been incredibly impressive.
Yeah. And you could expect not much damage output coming in from those sort of initiations coming out of Morgana paired with Rakan at the earliest level of the game, right?
yeah.
Like, sure, you landed a Dark Binding, so what? Like, does the Rakan have enough damage to burst through? No, not apparently the case, but now the adjustments come in. Aaron run the mid lane with this Riven. Should be able to match up well against Zed. It's going to be careful when they hit level 5. That's where we might expect a solo kill to come into fruition. As we have already seen the power of Morgana to have clear speed. Oh, Chammy! Flashes just in time.
Yeah, I think Hyde has the barrier, so he already used that. But Chammy still has the Ignite in his arsenal. That's something that you can always rely on. It's good to see that Hyde is kind of holding his own against Chammy, right? We see this minor adjustments game in, game out, and all these trades that he's winning out has been great, but I love how Chammy is dealing with that.
Yeah. Overall, when it comes down to Zed versus Renekton, it's always a little bit of a skill matchup, like who pulls the trigger first, because whenever you try to go with Face Breaker, there's always going to be chances that you get stunned right after Chaz.
Flash, Face Breaker, it should be First Blood, but it's to Chammy instead. Woo! And Chaz did not see that coming, neither did Hyde.
And it's just high and by for Chaz, like he just has to burn a flash on top of it, so that's a little bit of a bummer coming out of RRQ overall.
That kind of stings because he didn't even get to throw his binding out.
Not
I
at
assume,
all.
yeah. He actually pulled a minion wave.
That's it. Like,
Yeah, that's a big oopsie.
yeah, like unless he was level 5, sure, he could just basically come in with the tormented. Well,
Well, you know, I felt like he tapped it instead of targeting it.
Right, right.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, so close yet so far. RRQ only with slight deficits there. With one first foot loss, only a 100 gold difference, more or less. But we're already seeing a little bit more of an appearance of Joshi. Just getting a couple of plating off there, helping Chami out for a little bit. And that resource have given him a Kindle gem. So it's going to be harder for this set to make it work for him.
I feel like if you're high, you definitely are kicking yourself right there, because that really felt like a first blood that was in the bag. Somehow went south, and now he's dealing with this incredibly huge deficit. And Chami has basically got his numbers at this point. And I think that the worst part is that Chaz can't really show up to the top lane anymore to help him. And what are the options for RRQ right now?
I guess you want to find a pick-off against Aaron over mid-side. Whenever the Riven tries to come in to deal some blows against Helios, you could find ways to outplay him, especially now that you have them Morgana hitting level 6 already. So you force flashes out at the very least. But other than that, bottom side ganks don't seem all too viable with a Rakan as well as a Karma, which could instantly block you down. Sure, you got Black Shield to only last out for ever so slightly. But yet again, if there's going to be any avenues, like, I think bottom side is definitely a good shout, because there's not much items left on the table yet. But Demon Kite did return with Luke's Echo and Hyde. Just have to play this shove game against Chami here. It's not going to hinder him though. Like, Chaz, second visit, still no results being yielded out.
I think at least for RRQ, when we look at team fights, they have the resources to make it happen, right? They have all these big ultimates, all these big skills that can keep them in the fight and, you know, protect themselves from one another. And Aaron, about to get outplayed by Helios, forced to flash away. Final Sparks connects, but he has the Valor Shoe and the barrier.
Doing so much with the death mark overall. And Aaron just knowing his limits. Well, we have a little bit more members from both ends to congregate over mid side. Basically just both supports matching up to the rotation. And Chaz walks into it.
Draw rooted down, pull back, quickness. So send this embrace, but EXO just weave into the center. So that's 3 ultimates not available on NGX's side.
Yeah, and now they're getting catch.
Good binding to start it off onto NGX, and it's going to be Marky who gets taken out by Joshi. Flashes over the wall into a binding. They get a stun on the Chaz, who flashes over the wall, but EXO is already out of the picture. But RRQ was able to dive behind enemy lines and pick up 2 kills. Unfortunately, Hyde gets surrendered on the turret.
Yeah, there's no way out for him either ways. I'm just hoping for an execution to come into effect, but damage being dealt much early on. And Helios still goes on a hot pursuit, you know, hitting into the side lanes instead, where NGX want to go for a second take on the Dragon. Helios have been able to at least seek it out. There's still a ward in place. NGX trades the Herald for the Drag, and Execution about to basically navigate his way into the pit. Now, how would Enigma Galaxy approach this?
NGX needs a bit more time though. They're waiting for Draw's ultimate to come online, and Joshi doesn't have his Dragon form. So, minor disadvantage for NGX, binding Ethan by Chami. He pops the Dominus, Dragon dropping down lower. Actually, it's going to be Chaz who steals it again with the smite. And a giveaway Aaron in the process. The binding keeping Chami in place. He burns down to the Tormentor's Shadow. 2 kills for RRQ.
And he got it just like that. Just having that binding landed perfectly intact. Here comes another one though.
And just an instant engage from Axel. No bars held. And that's 3 for RRQ and a mid turret.
It's so hard for them to basically work their way out. Marky could easily lock it down as well, even if Chaz misses. And they can rinse and repeat this process. Just keep shoving all these spells against Enigma Galaxy. They won't go anywhere close. You saw Joshi was basically stuck in such an awkward scenario where the rest of Enigma Galaxy, they didn't really want to fully commit. They just wanted to bait them into that fight. And they got what they asked for, but they didn't expect the results to turn so sour for themselves.
And it's, again, right, it's so hard to walk into, well, to run into RRQ. Especially when Joshi doesn't have his ult. You can see that Shyvana is just incredibly helpless. You are waiting for that opportunity to dive bomb in, but you need that crucial ultimate. And if RRQ keeps taking these quick fights, NGX will not be able to keep up.
Yeah, and on top of that, like the sort of split pushes have been able to at least work out for the slightest bit so far. But heading into the late game itself, like there's so many things that they really have to consider because Helios, the moment he pops in fights, he's a threat, and oh.
They gotta burst Helios down, and they do. Again, the depth rush from NGX is something that has to be feared. And for once, our EXO will not be able to do much, but Flash point blank binding into a final spark, which actually misses. Aaron, oh boy, still buying some time, the Wind Slash comes out. But Hyde has enough health to survive that. Meanwhile,
they're still shoving.
NGX, they're just gonna run this down.
And they get all the rights to do so without any interruption overall. They do get a catch as well. Marky didn't really have to force any summer spells. Remain to be safe overall. At least the response after those sort of skirmishes that they were committed to have been able to open a little bit more room with two members of RRQ committing towards the bottom side. And sure, they get that sort of pick off, but at what cost? A whole lot more coming in from Enigma Galaxy to stabilize into this match. Only 1,000 or less of a difference for now. Roll Drake's gonna be pretty juicy for Joshi to lay his hands upon, but they cannot afford to commit the same sort of mistake that they did in that previous team fight, where if you really want to go all in, like you need at least Chammy as well as Aaron to front it.
We see this big difference coming from NGX. The difference of when the Shyvana is having a good game and when she's not given the space to work with, though. This flash binding from Marky will guarantee Aaron go down.
Yeah, overall, like, channeling into that Shyvana conversation as well, like you already see huge items coming out. Like, the Triforce was completed much early on. Now working into a Wit's End, which could basically ease a little bit more of the poke that comes out from some of the carries of RQ. We take a look again at solo kill. First, nice like binding. Gotta compliment that.
Yep.
While RQ, of course, just gotta find more of these sort of pickups. Slot lane should be the name of the game. Like, you just have to draw a lot more attention. And for now, they can't afford to do that, as there is the Rift Herald at stake. Wards being placed in by Enigma Galaxy at the same time, as they have already spotted Helios. Helios rejoins the group, while we still have Chaz all the way at the back. They're not going to start anything without him at the very least. So this sort of shove of a 4-1 split will continue to be brought on, and you can already tell Helios, he's ever ready to join into the fray. Now, here comes Enigma Galaxy.
EXO gets a two-man taunt, and Chaz easily secures the Herald, but Droy is already in the back like Helios. Deathbox in onto Chammy and blows him up. They can't find him. Hyde also walks away with his life. They get the exhaust onto Joshi. Final Spectrona as well. Joshi just staying alive, but not long enough. He also falls. Aaron was able to get rid of Helios, but the rest of NGX, they're getting pummeled. A draw getaway with that battle dance, and Aaron, he's trying to do the same, but he ends up in the bindings of Chaz and Marky. 3 for RRQ.
Man, he was basically stepping on wards throughout the pit, where he was hoping to find a way to escape. Overall, RRQ winning that trade ever so well, and of course, walking away with the Herald, it's pretty huge, I would say. Enigma Galaxy gets closer into the Dragon Pit. Let's real quick, let's respawn up. Now, all the available elements, except for Exosin's Hero's Entrance, which isn't up online just yet. Joshi should have that full charge if ever the need of flying in comes into consideration. You might just actually find those angles though.
Yeah.
You got to time it perfectly.
Those bindings have gone wide. There's a small window for NGX to pull the trigger. Chammy has already used his dominance very early on and draw once more to the back line. The Black Shield keeping Hyde alive, and they want to blow up Chammy again. Joshi goes right in, but he loses all of his health. And RRQ were prepared for this from the very beginning, and they're ready to chase down NGX away from the pit and out of this game. The binding connects. Stasis will only buy time, but it's time that doesn't matter RRQ with 3 more kills.
And they just do it so efficiently. There's so many of all these skills that they can't deal with.
Draw does get a knockout onto Helios to prevent another kill onto Aaron, but he's now going to get pulled back with a taunt and get finished off by Helios. Only EXO gets given up, but RRQ have broken the game wide open.
Indeed they did. And he still got that Herald in the back. They can basically rush into the Baron with ease. Now let's take a look at this once again, where Draw basically calls the shot, but that Dark Shield, Black Shield was on top of the correct member where High gets fully protected, and they just basically turn the tides around and just chaining up the crowd control yet again. Just Enigma Galaxy needing to at least focus on one thing at a time. Like, the Dragon was so close for them to secure yet again. They let go of it, took the biggest risk of their life, did pay out.
Yeah, and right now, and that's what we kind of discussed about RRQ having team fight capabilities, which is incredibly hard for NGX to kind of penetrate through. And we're seeing that in full action, like Chami and Joshi, sure you want to get in, you want to get behind the enemy lines with Draw, but that Black Shield makes such a huge difference. And what's the plan for NGX? I feel like you cannot rinse and repeat those maneuvers, not with EXO being in front of the entire RRQ.
Yeah, not at all. Like, needing to deal with the front line is already becoming an issue, and like, you don't get to reach the back line. Like, we've already called it since the draft itself has formed up. Now Chaz just gets a free pass the moment they walk in. Look, they just have to compromise this whole area. And Draw playing with fire right now. Herald now being dropped over the mid side, where there's ample opportunities for High to start things off with a showstopper. For the back, we have Aaron prepared to leap right in, but none of the members are ready. They're just going to let this one slide, hoping to defend the inhibitors instead.
This is not going to get any easier with all of these items coming online for RRQ. You can't de-shelf the wave against them, but you can't push into them as well. And RRQ now have complete control of the jungle. Actually kind of binding into the brush onto Draw. He forced out the gargoyles, but RRQ have found a perfect window into the Baron pit. And they even have the man advantage. I don't know how NGX is going to deal with this.
Yeah, they definitely need Chami on board if they ever stand a chance. So, down to Joshi. Still struggling on this. Shyvana started off really well, I would say. But when it comes down to the past couple team fights, they just basically get weathered down. Like, RQ could just easily blow up the front line.
Uh-oh.
Which
Aaron, he just walks in. He's dangling himself in front of the fishing rod a bit too much.
yeah. And of course, he tried to take a bite out of that football. And that was just the perfect setup that RQ needed. Spotting something out. Meanwhile, it's going to be Helios keeping the member of Enigma Galaxy company while they're still calling for Enigma Galaxy to commit to this fight. Possibly just dropping this Dragon Baron, I would say, lower and lower.
It's going to be a problem though. I mean, Helios is pushing the bottom lane. If NGX wants to do anything, they got to do it now. And it's do or die.
Does he have TP? That's the question.
He doesn't. Helios have sent the wave in, and NGX stalls this one out. So some respite for NGX.
Yeah, at least for RQ, they know that it's not the right moment to be committing to any form of fight, even though they had a perfect wave shoved in, where Helios have already retreated, trying to join the fray. The split push will still be carried forward now. The 1v1 formation brought out by RRQ. So far, Chaz has been so effective on this Morgana, involved in 13 out of the 50 pickoffs that they had.
I mean, for RRQ, they are in a super comfortable spot, and I think, you know, this late game conversation for Game 5, I honestly feel like it skews towards RRQ a bit more.
Definitely does.
I mean, NGX don't necessarily have enough to tear to EXO, and that itself is a big worry, right? He even has He even has that extra shoe, that the Guardian shoe. Well, that's what I remember from PC. But the Guardian shoe for his teammates. Is it called a Guardian's Vow? I think it's called a Guardian's Vow, right?
Knight's Vow.
Knight's. Is it Knight's Vow?
You mean the support item, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, yeah, that
Knight's
one.
Vow.
I feel like I could be wrong, but you know. That,
Oh,
yes,
right.
get it.
Wait, Knight's Vow.
Knight's Vow is the other item.
The other
It's-
item.
Yeah, this
Okay.
Guardian's Vow, something along the lines of that.
Yeah, we'll
but
get to that.
We'll get to that. The green item. The green, yeah. Well, the dragon over to RRQ.
Okay. Now, first, RQ just want to take things slowly.
I feel like NGX are running out of time at this point.
As much as that may be the case, so long as they can invest in a little bit more of magic resistance, that will be fine as well. Meanwhile, they're running on 4 stone plates itself. That could only buy some time in some of these team fights. Great value for money ever since the past patch has happened.
This is gonna be
EXO looking for that taunt.
almost clips onto Joshi. I mean, if there's any time for NGX to make a move, it has to be sometime soon. Chami has the GA. That's a resource that they can't think of expanding. If RQ being in this very aggressive posture, NGX, they gotta make a move right now. The
EXO.
taunt goes in, EXO finds it, straight to the back line is gonna be high, and Chami does the same as well. Draw will buy some time, EXO with the hero's entrance, that one's gonna go through, they've already lost. Aaron, they've already lost. Draw and RRQ are still incredibly healthy.
And RRQ, they will be denied no longer. They should be able to secure this Baron for themselves. And Joshi doesn't seem like he has any charge of rage to even fly to the back of the pit. He does have the flash.
Death
but
Rush.
here we go.
Again, this Death Rush. Chami might have to sacrifice his GA. Joshi fighting with his life. He just flashes in for the Shadow Strike. Stasis out from Demon Kai into a final spark as Helios closes out the chapter in that one. RRQ not looking for any rash moves. It's all about the objective gaming, and this time it's gonna be Baron Nashor. But NGX has the lifeline.
Punishments after punishments. We see great setups coming out of EXO and Helios. Well, honestly, there's nothing much that can be done. The crowd control is just overwhelming. At this point of time, maybe you could basically invest 500, 800 gold to change it to a Quicksilver. It might actually work out for specific members only. And even so, they just tear through the front line all the way to the back. Marquis now out of control throughout these course of battle. He's being left untouched for most part, and it's just ridiculous. Like, they're just basically running away with it time again.
Helios is solo killing Aaron,
He's taking his time with it.
and they find Joshi. This could be the conclusion of this game 5. RRQ have found 2 more down bot. And they did lose high, but it's a 4 versus 2. It's Aaron and Draw, but they have exhausted most of their resources. And RRQ,
The last
true
man.
to their name, the Kings of Kings are looking for the qualification, and NGX, they have nothing left in the tank. This is all done and dusted. The bell tolls, and RRQ are your first team to qualify for Challenge Group.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ back to the top. And of course, they still have another series to play out up in the grand finals of the Open Finals. But they are the first team to have booked 1 out of the 2 spots to meet up with the rest of the competition in the Snapdragon Pro Series Southeast Asia. So it was a tough battle overall, but I just think that this draft just is far more superior than what Enigma Galaxy had with them, but also down to the execution, it's all these chain reactions from the few fights that they were committing into the early game that have yielded so much result. It's all started from Huron on this first fight, which Enigma Galaxy saw great opportunities out there to at least trade, but RQ, the moment that they have found a few more openings, even though with Enigma Galaxy going with a better trade, 2 lives have already been claimed, or should I say 4. But coming back into this, Enigma Galaxy did manage to take the Dragon time, and they just basically have chains of rooting to navigate their way through.
And we actually saw, you know, NGX finding some seemingly decent openings, right? The game plan was very simple. Draw goes in, followed by Justy and Chammy, but we saw how RQ adjusted to that. Everyone pulling back, making sure that those disables, those crowd control lands onto whoever dives in, and then you have just EXO brick walling the front line. It is incredibly hard for NGX to get anything done. Try as they might, but slamming your head into a brick wall time and time again was not going to work for NGX.
Yeah, even if you don't have EXO in the front, like, just having high alone would be able to set things up perfectly for a hero's entrance, where you could just fly in at any time, at any given moment. So far, RQ has definitely found that perfect calm to close off that series. And look at that, Chaz, perfect scorer. Well, of course, this time being a little bit more supportive with that 20 assists that to go with those high takedown volumes. But it was Marky that have shined bright this time on that Lux.
Yeah, well, and NGX gets delivered their very first series loss in this tournament, right? And this is the longest series that they have played thus far. But credits to them as well. They started off incredibly strong. They gave us a taste of Enigma Galaxy, what they're all about, and they really did give us hope that maybe they are the team to take down RRQ. But if there's one thing we know about RRQ, is that when their backs are against the wall, that's where the true test begins, and no team has been able to take them down just yet.
Yeah, overall, just getting 2 games off of RQ is already a statement enough that they have that quality. And well, RQ did say whoever wakes up on the right side of the bed or full draft spatter in every given scenario will be able to take games off. And this time, definitely Kaigu's side has been able to definitely come up with a smart plan for this final game.
And I think, for NGX, unfortunately, the day is not over for them. It is over for RRQ though.
It's just going to get a lot longer.
Absolutely. The good news for NGX is that they have a long break before they play that lower bracket final for a second chance, and that's going to be against the winners between the series of LFO and SGP that's coming up. But for RRQ, they get to celebrate this win a little bit, and for tomorrow, the stakes is just the prize pool difference. In the bigger scheme of things, therefore they qualify for the challenge stage, and maybe that is going to be kind of the main focus for the team. But either way, RRQ have locked in that first pot. And I think a lot of the fans in the chat would be delighted to see RRQ make it that far.
That's right, and of course we get to see them play against many of all the other teams in the group stages down the weeks, of course. But for now, the matches will continue on. But well, after that intense series, I'm pretty sure that we have a lot to talk about here. So to unpack, things definitely look good for Enigma Galaxy on the first game. And it was a lot of back and forth going on, of course, until the very final moment here that RQ have been able to seal the deal. I wonder how the players are feeling. I wonder, like, with this one out of the way and finally booking themselves another finals, like, has it shaken them? Have they learned anything out of this fight against Enigma Galaxy?
And I feel like that's kind of a good point to kind of look into, right? Because I think RRQ, the first time we spoke to them when they won their group stage matches, I believe Kaigu said that being on that world stage did give them a lot of confidence, and that's something that RRQ has already been brimming with, right? We looked at RRQ on the regional stage, we were like, yeah, these guys are really confident, but they got more of that. And I think, the fact that they are adapting to all of these movements, that they're adapting in terms of draft, and kind of the attitude to don't really care too much about what other people are playing and just sticking to what they are good at. That's what makes RRQ special.
That's right, and of course, there's still more special concoction that they'll be brewing later down the road. They still have a finals to play tomorrow on a best of 7. So if this can go all the way, I'm pretty sure that whoever comes up as the next challengers from the lower bracket could basically put some punches into the Kings themselves. So we'll just have to see like who actually gets to face Enigma Galaxy, and can Enigma Galaxy book themselves a rematch, or could it be either SGP or the Team Underground, which they will be playing up next.
Yeah, I think the last time RRQ played a best of 7 was actually in the lower bracket of WCSC finals against Team Flash for the Masters region. That ended up 4-2 in favor of Team Flash, and everything else has been a best of 3 and a best of 5 for RRQ. But we've seen them being the team that kind of plays almost the highest volume of game overall, but they always come out on top, and that's one thing about RRQ, right? In these clutch moments, you can expect them to really pull off something special, and as much as we kind of expected them, right, in Game 5, it's going to be an assassin pick for Helios, it's going to be, Chaz stealing big objective. Even when we see that coming, even when we know what they are going to go for, they still somehow pull it off as if no teams are prepared for it.
Yeah, so far, I feel like they just have everything you need in a team right now. Like, individual mechanics definitely has been on that box since long time ago, and the cohesiveness that you see from these members are absolutely beautiful. Like, it takes a long time for most teams to basically put it all together, and even then, like, you see new teams like Nemo Galaxy to be able to match up to them just shows that, yeah, overall the PH region definitely have a lot of great teams available that can eventually match up to RRQ, and I'm just excited to see down the stretch of this year and the next how much further can PH basically put themselves in the map for all the upcoming tournaments to come.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is just how competitive the region is, right? When we look at from the grassroots levels up to the local league, there's always this shift in dynamic, and I feel like RRQ so far, since they took the torch from Team Secret, they've been able to keep it.
They never let go.
They never let go, and I think that is what makes them so strong. And again, that minor change, to see Hyde back with his old team and being able to gel in, I think that it really is a good sign for RRQ overall. And the fact that as this, no matter how many games they play, they never really lose the series, is a testament of how adaptive this team can be. We're still waiting for the interview with RRQ. We're getting set up on that. So with that being said, I just kind of want to quickly touch on how the comparison between RRQ and NGX coming into this tournament, NGX being a pretty fresh team. But I want to hear your thoughts on what really set them apart in that best of 5.
Well, you mean for Name Galaxy, right?
Yeah, well, how to set RRQ apart from NGX and let them to win the series.
I feel like it's a lot on decision making whenever it comes down to shot calling, right? Like, you could clearly tell, like, whenever Name Galaxy was contesting for, especially on that Game 5, there were a lot of room for them to also commit to dragon takedowns or so, and I felt like the shot calls coming from RQ is cleaner, and also for the fact that that draft itself, RQ knows that it's a much easier to execute composition. Like, I feel like the ease of execution did make them feel a lot more comfortable, and same goes to the other parts of the series where, sure, it wasn't all too back and forth for most of these matches, where usually you find that tempo after the first 2 team fights, but overall RQ just knowing when to draw the line, and you even see discipline being shown from RQ on that past match. Like, there's so many instances where they could just say, you know what, let's flip the Baron, like, let's bring them in and let's see if we could basically secure it and basically take that fight. But instead, they're like, no, chill, we got this. We're gonna win every single team fight, and all we have to do, going for catches, rinse and repeat, and until they're really drawn out, that's when we take the Baron.
Yeah, and that, I think that's one thing that has evolved from RRQ. So when we first saw them on the regional stage a couple months ago, RRQ is a team that really wants to run it head on, take those fights. Kind of reminds me a bit of Nigma Galaxy, and we saw them kind of fall to more controlled teams like Flash Wolves. But with that being said, we are going to put that aside for a bit. So we're going to talk to the members of RRQ, and of course this time we have Marky with us, the Dragon Laner of RRQ. First of all, my man, congratulations. You guys have qualified for the challenge stage. Well, last weekend I got to talk to you a bit, right? You were with Chaz, but now it's good to speak to you in person. How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm fine.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, and we so tired because it's a best of 5 series, and we win in Game 5. So we so tired. But we're also happy.
Did you expect it to go this far into 5 games, or were you guys coming into this and be like, yeah, we want a 3-0? Yeah, I know it's bedtime, like you can have that pillow. Hi Helios. Hello everyone, in fact, like if you guys can hear us. But yeah, did you guys expect to go this far into 5 games?
Maybe we expect 70% game 5, but the 30% is we're gonna sweep them.
All right. And of course, you did mention that it was a tiring matchup. Just love how everyone is just trolling you around. So far, of course, the good news is that you guys won't need to stay for the entirety of the day. And now that you've already booked that slot to face off against all the other teams in the group stages later on, is there a team that you guys have been eyeing out on if you guys were watching other regions of play? And who do you look forward to play since now that you've already booked that spot?
Maybe the other C representative like BRU, Flash, and Flash Wolves. No. Flash and BRU from Thailand and
Vietnam, right? Yeah, Team Flash.
Vietnam, yes.
Yeah. Wow. Awesome. Just a very quick question. I know that you guys have one of the best pop balls when you guys win a game, but did you guys destroy any tables this time?
No, because our table is just wooden. It's not plastic, and we're gonna maybe if we get champion in ESL APAC, we're gonna wreck some tables.
Okay.
Some tables.
Some
not just one.
tables, right? So yeah, we'll wait for that, right? Do remember to record that moment. We want to see you guys break some tables. Now for the question, you have been a key player for a lot of these games, but I want you to take your shot at who do you think is the deserving MVP of this series.
Deserving MVP of the series, maybe it's not on the player. I think it's on our coach because he dropped so well.
Right.
And maybe in the game 4 we lose because of the draft diff. But overall we just win because of the drop of our coach.
Alright, so we're gonna take a look at the MVP scoreboard right now. And of course, I mean you are, and I do agree with that. I don't know if it was intentional that you took a bit of a pot shot at Kaigu and draft diff in game 4, but draft diff in game 5. But overall, I mean, you guys play fantastic, and it's great to see you back. Because in the earlier stage of this tournament, it was Viper playing, and then you finally joined towards the tail end of last week, and now you're in the starting roster. We talked to Chaz about having you back. But I want to personally hear from you. How has it been, coming back into the main roster and playing with the team?
For me, I'm so happy because I'm finally back, and for me, it's okay that I will not play because I'm giving the XP from our new Dragon lane. I also said to them that Viper needs XP in the tournament, so I will let him play. But our coach said we need to win in the NGX, so they just let me play first.
All right.
This series.
Well, that's really great to hear that you guys all do have fair rotations to set upon, and of course priorities as well.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that being said, we only have one final question probably. So up next we have SGP taking on Team Underground. I want to hear your predictions, perhaps. Who do you think is gonna take this?
No bias, but I think UDG gonna win.
Yeah, you think LFO is gonna take this, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, fair enough. I think so too. Well, we're gonna send you on your way. Good luck for the grand finals tomorrow. You guys deserve the break. And help me say hi to Coach Kaigu, who's sitting behind there. Oh, hello! Congratulations, Kaigu. We'll see you guys tomorrow for your best of 7.
Bye bye. I'm gonna sleep.
All right, good night.
All right.
Good night,
Have a
Marky.
good nap.
So he thinks LFO is gonna win. I can agree with that. I think a
Okay.
lot of people can agree with that.
Yeah, of course, there's still fans of the M1SG WCS guys who have been rooting out for SGP overall, and of course the Singaporean side have shown so much strength, so we'll see how could they possibly find their way into the lower bracket finals itself later on.
Yep. Upcoming series is gonna be this: the LFO taking on SGP. Winner proceeds to lower bracket finals to face up against NGX. Loser packs up and and leaves the tournament. But we will only commence that after this short break, and we'll see you after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and Monster Energy.
Drawn out fighting, go for the engage, draw straight to the back line. All those ultimates come in, and they finish off Marky in a blink of an eye. Didn't even get to use the Zhonya's, and Aaron goes for the cleanup. A double for this Kassadin. NGX just completely catches RRQ by surprise. Demon Kite goes down, but guess who is still in the fight? Is Aaron, not messing around. You can see Chaz, he pops the Ragnarok. They're trying to hold on to the base, at least for a while. The Chain of Corruptions will pop the GA, but that Nexus is getting slowly whittled down, and then GX gets
RQ.
arrow in. Chaz once more steals the objective away, and Draw is isolated from his team. Final Sparks hits, but there's no follow-up from the side of NGX. Draw to surviving. Chammy goes back in. No counter-strike available though. Marky finds the kill. A good body slam to keep Joshi in place. And Chammy once more finds the counter-strike, but NGX just do not have the steam. And Tom, and this time it's Helios. One getting caught. Height is also not being too healthy. The death mark is just enough from Aaron. Chammy, incredible amount of damage onto EXO, and Helios this time. Oh boy, he's about to taste the pain. The exhaust won't be able to buy enough time, but they do have the stasis though. Helios tries to walk out of it, but not able to do so, and Marky gets blown up in Spirit Fire. And I think it's safe to say that NGX have found that rhythm once more, and they arrow in. Chaz once more steals the objective away, and Draw is isolated from his team. Final Sparks hits, but there's no follow-up from the side of NGX. Draw to surviving. Chammy goes back in. No counter-strike available though. Marky finds the kill. A good body slam to keep Joshi in place. And Chammy once more finds the counter-strike, but NGX just do not have the steam. And
Just creating a line of barricade, but it's not going to hold for long.
And Final Spark, they actually took out Joshi with the ambush. And Draw will be surrendered as well. The Transcendence Embrace is not going to do too much. Aaron gone on by the body slam, and a flash over from Marky. He is ready to pick up a couple of kills. And the arrow comes on. Cooldown RRQ playing the game to their tempo. 4 down. Isn't the guy they want to go for unless they go for Marky. There it is. The huge dive on the Marky. A good pickup for NGX. Very exceptional execution. Exactly what they needed. Re-engage from RRQ. It's a 3 versus 5.
My bad. My man's definitely did well on this one.
Well, EXO, he's not going to have a good time. He is completely out of his element. Destroyed by NGX. The chase is there. Marky exhausted. Goes into stasis. And the root for Demon Kite is just going to secure the fate of RRQ. If the fight in the top lane isn't the end game, I think this is pretty much it. Helios also gets picked up. And we're going to distant 4 NGX exercise.
Yeah, and now they're getting catch.
Good binding to start it off onto NGX, and it's going to be Marky who gets taken out by Joshi. Flashes over the wall into a binding. They get a stun on the Chaz, who flashes over the wall, but EXO is already out of the picture. But RRQ was able to dive behind enemy lines and pick up 2 kills. NGX to pull the trigger. Chammy has already used his dominance very early on and Draw once more to the back line. The Black Shield keeping Hyde alive, and they want to blow up Chammy again. Joshi goes right in, but he loses all of his health. And RRQ were prepared for this from the very beginning, and they're ready to chase down NGX away from the pit and out of this game. The binding connects. Stasis will only buy time, but it's time that doesn't matter. RRQ with 3 more kills.
And they just do it so efficiently. There's so many of all these skills that they can't deal with.
Draw does get a knockout onto Helios to prevent another kill onto Aaron, but he's now going to get pulled back with a taunt and get finished off by Helios. Just drawn out fighting. Go for the engage. Draw straight to the back line. All those ultimates come in, and they finish off Marky in a blink of an eye. Didn't even get to use the Zhonya's, and Aaron goes for the cleanup. A double for this Kassadin. NGX just completely catches RRQ by surprise. Demon Kite goes down, but guess who is still in the fight? Is Aaron, not messing around. You can see Chaz, he pops the Ragnarok. They're trying to hold on to the base, at least for a while. The Chain of Corruptions will pop the GA, but that Nexus is getting slowly whittled down, and then GX gets arrow in. Chaz once more steals the objective away, and Draw is isolated from his team. Final Sparks hits, but there's no follow-up from the side of NGX. Draw to surviving. Chammy goes back in. No counter-strike available though. Marky finds the kill. A good body slam to keep Joshi in place. And Chammy once more finds the counter-strike, but NGX just do not have the steam. And Tom, and this time it's Helios. One getting caught. Height is also not being too healthy. The death mark is just enough from Aaron. Chammy, incredible amount of damage onto EXO, and Helios this time. Oh boy, he's about to taste the pain. The exhaust won't be able to buy enough time, but they do have the stasis though. Helios tries to walk out of it, but not able to do so, and Marky gets blown up in Spirit Fire. And I think it's safe to say that NGX have found that rhythm once more, and they arrow in. Chaz once more steals the objective away, and Draw is isolated from his team. Final Sparks hits, but there's no follow-up from the side of NGX. Draw to surviving. Chammy goes back in. No counter-strike available though. Rocky finds the kill. A good body slam to keep Joshi in place. And Chammy once more finds the counter-strike, but NGX just do not have the steam. And
Just creating a line of barricade, but it's not.
welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Playoffs for the region of MSPB. We've just concluded the upper bracket grand finals where RRQ triumphed over Enigma Galaxy 3-2 to become the first team to qualify for the Challenge Group stage. Amuski alongside Contra, and we are ready to commence the series in the lower bracket between LFO and SGP.
That's right, and I've been looking forward to this series so far. SGP has been able to at least make it into the top 4, still flying the banner for the Singapore region overall, and of course, that being the only team that's not coming in from the PH region. Of course, some of the fans out there are still rooting in for them, but can they overcome the wrath of what LFO has to offer? For those who may not have heard of LFO, of course, they were Team Underground previously. So far, what's interesting to note is that back then, some of these players from SGP used to be called LFO as well.
Yeah, so they definitely can find some familiarity with this. But to get here, SGP had to take down Fennel, the team that finished second in WCS Philippines and actually made it into the group stage of WCS SEA finals. I believe they beat them like 3-1 to 3-1 or 2-1 to get here. So I think that's a huge milestone for SGP. To the point where I remember SSK was being interviewed and he was wearing a mask and he said that I didn't expect us to win. So I don't look too good, hence why I'm wearing a mask. But here they are, and we've seen the growth of SGP making adjustments to the draft, especially on the support role, where they kind of went from enchanters to incorporating a bit of a more front-lining champions, which did work out in their favor. And they also were unique in terms of picking Yasuo, which so far has a 0% win rate. But when it comes down to the Kassadin, they have a pretty decent win rate on that.
Yeah, I gotta say that that Kassadin pickup has been working wonders for the team whenever that was being left available. Other than that, I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to throw in a little bit of a mixed bag of champions that we may not have seen all too much before. Like when we go back into matches for LFO, they have a very methodical style of play with a lot of front-to-back type of lineups, which we could basically expect out of.
Yeah, and I think our LFO, when we first looked at this team, we kind of, our attention was immediately caught by some of the individual players, right? Namely, I think Carl and Lara have shown a lot of promises, especially Lara being one of the strongest Dragon laners that we have in this tournament. And he has shown that. I mean, one of his signature pick being that Corky bottom, one of the best package usage I have seen. But across the span of their tournament run, Ultros has also shown a lot of that promises, with one of his infamous pick being that Leona that is highly respected by a lot of teams that play them.
Yeah, and I do believe that this also gives them a little bit of a more confidence when they're matching up against SGP, because for the fact that SGP, they love to play a lot of enchanters instead. So we're hoping to see whether or not can Ultros find ways to at least get leads in for Lara 1. Of course, not forgetting that Call is an absolute beast over their top side. So with him returning into a WildRift competitive scene, people are just waiting to see what else have he left there to offer. And LFO poised to be a crowd favorites here in this match.
Absolutely. And one thing for this team is that they can actually switch Baron and mid lane, right? And we're gonna keep that LFO conversation for a bit later, because we also have to look at their opponents, SGP, that started off their group stage run with a win over Sem9, just keeping that record clean, and they also have demonstrated a lot of that promises in that jungle and Dragon lane, right? Primarily, I think SSK has been a huge contributor to what SGP has been able to accomplish in these games, being that active jungler, being able to make those moves early on and enable Raven to get space. But there are some chinks in the armor of SGP, just like in UDG, where they are not able to play a fast tempo game. SGP sometimes tend to play too fast for their own good.
Yeah, like we do see them really going in high proactive plays, which can be a double-edged sword, but some most often than not, huge play making potential is coming out of SSK, which we saw him going on the Echo pickup, which we didn't really expect too much out of in competitive play. He's probably the only one in the tournament that would love to run it, if the scenario fits best. And other than that, he's also highly respected as one of the top Lee Sin players in the server. Well, last we checked, it was top 1, right?
Yeah, last we checked, it is top 1. Though I do remember, I think Coach TG from NGX was kind of like playing around, was kind of joking around with SSK. He was like, after SSK lost to, I think NGX, well, actually UDG, well, NGX or UDG, I think it's NGX. Anyways, Coach TG was like, top 1 Lee Sin in the server, but loses in competitive. So that's a bit of a low blow there from TG, but you know, it's all in good sportsmanship. This is the roster of SGP. We've seen them very frequently. We talked about it a couple of times. This is the culmination of the 2 best teams from the SG region. The bronze medalist for the Southeast Asian Games, now top 4 in the SPS tournament for WildRift.
Yeah, so far, other than Shinsekai as well as Jinkai, both of these players have been there to really amp it up a notch. But the player that we should look at from the side of SGP, that's got to be Raven. He's been able to really hold his own in multiple fronts. And we've seen him moving in from traditional AD carries into more mage type of role, where we brought forward the Karma Galio setup over the bottom lane, which is relatively exciting to see.
Yeah, and he also has the highest damage per minute in the entire league thus far, which is incredibly impressive, right? Because we look at SGP, there are games where they get kind of rolled over, where they spiral out of the control, but Raven has been consistent in outputting that damage to kind of help his team the best he can. But that also kind of gets reflected in the KDA value, which isn't as high as you would expect it from someone with high damage output, but it's completely understandable given the track record of SGP.
Yeah, you can compare it to Larwan as well. Sure, he might have had a little bit of a higher GPM as well as DPM in terms of participating in kills and stuff. We see Larwan which have been able to offer a whole lot in team fights. And of course, the significance of his core key is to be respected in any given moment of time. So you would see that the Gonzaya could potentially be contested by both of these marksmen.
Yeah, I actually talked to Lara after I think they won their series previously over SGP. So I was asking him, why is everyone's IGN has a 1 at the very end? And he says that 1 actually means that they are always number 1. So I asked him, do I call you Lara or Lara 1? He's like, Lara is fine. So we can settle on Lara, but you know, Lara number 1, that sounds good as well. Give us your thoughts though. Let us know what you guys think for this series in your match prediction. Drop it in the Twitch chat. I know the crowd favorite is LFO, but I personally think that LFO is going to be able to make it, and SGP, they can draw some blood, but not enough to take them down.
Yeah, and I guess like I like to vote for the unorthodox teams that might actually come out on top. Though, of course, we both agree that it will go to 4 games. I'll definitely be happy to see LFO get it as well. But here goes the rest of the votes. Okay. Looks like everybody except me.
Yeah, I thought
going in for.
I thought at least someone else would go for that. So this one you're on your own.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, you're catching up close. Like I have one more game. I have one more series to spare. And afterwards, I can't let down. My record.
At least I'm up ahead against Hal and as well Pondo. I can go even with them.
It's true, but you know the point is, well, yeah, actually it would be even if after this is if LFO pulls out on top.
Well, I guess like it's all down to this before we look at who qualifies into the lower bracket finals. Either one of the team will have to basically conserve their energy overall, because like you don't want to release every single strat until maybe the final game of this best of 5, because that's gonna be a long day for them to play out against Enigma Galaxy, who's basically watching the match throughout.
And I think for Nigma Galaxy, it's definitely kind of an innate advantage because they've beaten these two teams before, right? They beat SGP in their group stage and they beat UDG to advance to the upper bracket final. So this journey, for NGX at least, they are confident in taking on these two teams. But of course, to have a date with Nigma Galaxy, they have to overcome each other. So the draft for game 1 is ready with SGP on their blue side and LFO on red.
And let's see what SGP goes for to start off this draft. Both mid laners love their Kassadins overall. We've seen Ziliev coming back from a seemingly impossible game to kickstart our tournament run in the early stages of Snapdragon Pro Series, of course. Now, nothing too much have changed. Teams just don't like to deal with the Camille. Sure, she's been there before, she's been hit hard, but every time the ultimatum comes in, it has been quite hard to deal with, and I think her strength always lies on that split push potential.
Yeah.
Still, one of the best split pushers in the game. That doesn't require her to put herself at risk.
I think for LFO, they definitely have a bit of, PTSD from Kassadin. They lost 2 games with Kassadin against NGX. And SGP is a huge fan of the champion as well. So I'm expecting LFO to take that out on red side. But if they don't, I think SGP will definitely have a good chance to kickstart the series.
Just to kind of see what else will be considered here from the side of SGP. Now, we've seen a lot of players picking up Karma whenever it goes on. Like, I feel like one thing about Karma is that hitting the late game, it may not be as effective as it compared to the early to mid game, where you see, like, sure, she doesn't have that amp of a firepower when it comes down to her pokes, but that's where she skills. It's all about, okay, getting that big transcendence of race, but that itself could easily turn the tides of a team fight. Now, just going back into SGP's playstyle, we've seen WJ playing a lot of enchanters. Now, a lot of all these are on that list. What's he gonna play this time? First match, we see him on Soraka, something that we don't expect at all. A couple of Namis here and there.
Yeah.
What else are you expecting?
I think, for WJ, well, one of the staple picks for SGP is that Lucian Nami, right? But with the Lucian out of the table, SGP has actually played the Senna before, and that was the game where they third picked Senna and had a lot of things banned out. They settled with the Singe at the very end as the support, but this time with the Senna open, they just pick it up. It's just a very safe approach to the game entirely, and I know that it kind of takes away Raven's capability to be that carry from the get-go, but it does give SGP some room to breathe, and LFO just go straight for the Morgana jungle.
Wow, this is pretty huge for LFO. As you can see that Morgana jungle has been rising in terms of popularity, where you now pair it with a Gragas with ample crowd control that easily sets up for kill potential here for LFO. But SGP, I think that there are still a few picks that they can basically stick towards. Now, that also allows chance for that Lee Sin to come right into effect. And to my surprise, none of these teams actually go for that Kassadin on the first pick. So SGP says, okay, if you're uninterested, we'll get it for ourselves.
Yeah, it's definitely a free pick for SGP, and this should be a Nasus pick. So you don't really want to have that banned out because it renders the Senna ineffective. So
And they already had Gragas on the other side.
yeah, and the Gragas was already picked by LFO. But for LFO, again, Renekton, Riven, those are on the table. The Lee Sin is still there, but they do settle for the Riven. Just generally a strong flex for most of these players. And this is where we can kind of look at those jungle pool bans from LFO.
And you could already see that all these sort of picks that's coming in from LFO is very reminiscent of how RQ as well as Nigma Galaxy have been drafted in their past matchups, which it has been trial and tested. In terms of execution level, it shouldn't be too hard for them to find those sort of run-ins. But this Kassadin, though, if he's gonna ever move in with a Rift Walk, who does he really target in this sense? Because you just basically walk into anybody that will stun you instead. So SGP themselves ban out their Lee Sin, while over on LFO, they've already decided to take out both the Shen as well as the Set.
Yeah, and also you don't want to rift out into a binding, right? Because that's an instant death. The Shyvana is still an option for LFO. They are the only team aside from NGX that has picked that Shyvana, and they are the first team. They were the first team that picked Shyvana, and that game was a win over RRQ in the group stage. So we'll see if LFO settles for that. But of course, if they do so, this Morgana is going to go into the support role, which I don't think makes any sense.
Whoa.
So either way, the Shyvana is not going to be an option for that. Tristana, though, comes right through, and I do believe Tristana has gotten a bit of love in this recent patch.
Oh, tell me a little bit more about it. Like,
I think so. I could be wrong though. I don't remember all the numbers. I could be completely wrong about this, but I think this is the first Tristana pick that we've seen.
yeah, in terms of this tournament itself, in the playoff stage, I believe it should be the case where it does make a lot of sense when you have so many of all the SG members that can just run in. So you want to ensure that you save up that buster shot just in case that you get yourself in a sticky situation and go for a quick reset. And if you do get that pick off, you can rocket jump, reset time and time again. Now, LFO
I love this.
wants to show them how to do it right with this Yasuo.
Put some positive win rate on that Yasuo. That's first thing. Secondly, SSK Graves in the jungle. A complete switch up again. So Tristana did get some love. Explosive charge cast time has been reduced, so it's easier to put that explosive charge on in the third skill. And best of all, your rapid fire cooldown decreases, so you can shoot faster more often. But either way, I think with LFO having this lineup, it really does allow them to have a very good front to back overall against what SGP has. I do worry a bit about this Graves though. I understand that this Graves, you know, you get enough resources, you're gonna get ahead and you're gonna destroy a lot of people, but you're up against a lineup that can shut you down very easily. So I wonder how SGP is gonna do this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty interesting as we have two very different ideas coming into play. SGP, of course, have a little bit more of that early game pressure that could be put out there, but over on the other side, you really want to take a look at how this Morgana could possibly go in to set things all over on the side of LFO to just really lock that one target down and just have them blown up by the rest of the squad. So, relatively interesting. So, of course, you guys out there in the chat would like to possibly chime in on your predictions as well. Tell us who do you think is going to be getting the first point out of this best of 5.
Yeah, I think from the draft alone, I feel like LFO definitely does look a bit more solid on paper, but we've seen SGP put out some crazy plays, right? I mean, they have even come close to taking, you know, 2 games off of RRQ, so that one is kind of an unfortunate event for them. Nonetheless, though, this is the series that really matters for both teams. SGP against LFO. Game 1 coming up, and both teams are already showing what they are comfortable with LFO pulling out a Yasuo on SGP, and SGP getting that Graves and Kassadin.
Yeah, and one way to really look at it is that you're going to go on that hyper-skilling mode and have the rest of SGP members to be extremely tanky. And you can definitely rely on Ravens, as you can see 100% win rate on Izena, going in for cheeky invades, but a little bit of risky attempt coming in from both ends. SSK already getting tagged up, but he's a Graves in the jungle.
Yeah,
it shouldn't take too much damage anyways.
But that definitely does slow down that clear a bit, right? When we compare Graves to the Morgana, I think the Morgana does clear camp slightly faster thanks to the Tormented Shadow. So that itself is going to be a mana advantage for LFO. You can both exhaust, burn down bot, Raven hitting the level 2 first and pushing Ultros and Lara back.
Oh, really, really good shots out there from Raven. Now, cheating the jungle timing. Just trying to go in to snatch some of the camps away.
Flash body slam, Raven gets away with that. And SGP, adamant on this contest. See SSK just slashes over the wall, doesn't smite the blue buff. They've committed to this though, they want something in return. Ultros with a body slam to slow things down. A kerfuffle in the jungle and SSK smites the ground for some help. They take the blast, go over the wall, WJ flashes. Lara doesn't get the first blood, it's SSK getting it down. Ultros rooted by Raven, and that's another kill for Vendetta. They're all in the Tormented Shadow. SSK coming back with a quick draw onto Zillium, but he's using Sayonara as a body bag. He is a shield, and it's a triple for Sayonara.
Level 2 party for everybody here. SGP definitely have some surprises of their own, but gets overwhelmed at the very end. Just gotta look at it again, like this fiesta inside of the jungle was going all over the place. Lara tried to find a kill over onto SSK, but you see a little bit of a health regain from SSK allow him to turn things around. But that recommitment, maybe it wasn't really a good idea for SGP.
They were all standing on the Tormentor's shadow. Luckily, SSK walks away with the with the red buff, but there's no way you can chase Sayonara.
Oh, boy.
And we're gonna have another jungle fight. This time, we switch the arena into the jungle of SGP, and SSK is gonna get run down by Zillia. The exhaust is not gonna help. Lara going up the Vendetta, blow him up. The Honey Fruit doesn't get in time. Lara gets the reset over the wall. Rampage for Sayonara. Is this gonna be an ace? 2.5 minutes in. Not gonna be the case so far, but man, LFO are turning up the heat onto SGP.
Oh my goodness. Never would have actually expected 11 kills in less than 3 minutes.
You might as well just ARAM and run it down mid at this point. It's just,
But
it's
instead of just one lane, like any lane, pick one lane. In the jungle, we'll take you on anytime.
I like to say the odds aren't looking good for SGP because they've lost 2 fights right now so far. I mean, Sayonara hit the looters at 3 minutes as a Morgana jungle. That's how you know that things are going horribly wrong.
It's skewed. Look at Raven. He just hit level 4. Look at Zillia.
This guy's a wit's end.
At one point, 3 levels ahead of him. Oh, I don't think like it's the smartest option, but hey, it was worth the fun.
Yeah, well, it was definitely fun for us and LFO. I mean, when you are fighting against a Morgana with a blue buff in choke points, that Tormentor Shadow is your biggest enemy. I definitely felt like Morgana dealt the most damage in both fights just by putting down
It does feel
that
so.
puddle.
Yeah.
And they're invading.
Yeah. Again and again, it's like, okay, you want to play this game? We can do it all day.
You know that's a big issue when the Morgana jungle is invading you. That's
Unheard of, right? Absolutely unheard of.
that doesn't look great at all.
Yeah. At this current pacing, I think like it's fair to say that he isn't out jungled yet for Sakai's current circumstances. Sure, he was taking his red buff. He got into that second team fight, which he shouldn't have committed. Lost that red buff too, and had so much downtime. They're just lagging behind. And the only player that's actually stable right now is JK, Jinkai, over the top end. It's like, you know what? Subscribe to whatever you guys want. I got my 1 kill. I'm happy. And I'll just make do with what I have while I try to ensure Carl doesn't stop on anybody else. Speaking of Carl, going deep for a ward. And both objectives are about to spawn up. Jinkai sees him with the ward, while Ultra starts off with the Gargoyle Enchantment. Infernal Drake. I think we're going for our party round 3.
Yeah, what worries me is these objective takes, because I don't think SGP can
Should go
contest
for
in
it,
any
nah.
way. I don't think you can contest LFO at this state of time, at this state of affairs. Even if SGP starts their own objective, I think LFO are just going to walk in and contest this.
Just look at how fast they match up as well. 2 members of LFO just wrapping around the corner, and they're about to set this one up.
Ultros, a cast to split them apart. Carl is in as well. Vendetta tries to jump in, but the first one that goes down is WJ. And Sayonara just steals the Herald away. But that's something that we expect from LFO, just because of the lead that they have.
Indeed. While SGP now have some mounting pressure. Meanwhile, JK wants to go in for a flank.
JK comes in, gets the silence off, but forces a flash from Lara. The turret barely holds on, but I mean, there's nothing that SGP can get out of that.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing that can benefit SGP is long extended trades. That's also when this Castlin has a second item. We can't rely on Rod of Ages, especially in circumstances like this. Sure, he can get away with that with the Rift Walk being available, but Sayonara constantly coming up with the pressure. Now, battles in for a smut war over on the blue. And
No
she
way.
gets it!
Oh, SSK did not have
Are
smite.
you kidding me? Oh.
And JK, yeah, well, the binding does go wide, but Ultros is around. JK goes for the execute, but I mean, it's very wishful thinking to attempt that. And this turret is not going to stand.
Yeah, it wasn't even low enough for the execution to take it back. Take time, hoping to clear the wave at the very least. That you can look forward to as it slowly wears down. LFO definitely feeling great after winning a couple of all these other trades, while Sayonara just need to show presence, and that's more than good enough.
Yeah, and they cannot step up to this. I mean, Lara has taken care of the mid-tier one.
And
This is. I mean, the game went downhill so fast for SGP, and I think the pacing right now that LFO is playing at is incredibly hard for SGP to even recover from. I mean, just look at Sayonara. This guy has almost 7.5k net worth. He hasn't even recalled yet because that's the second core item available that he hasn't bought.
And he's just keeping it in the back, like stash up a little bit more. You could even walk in with a Rabadon staff cap immediately if he wants to. But most often than not,
That's a full Rylai's.
Rylai's is definitely the best option. You keep them inside of these team fights, just constantly slowing them down, giving them no room for escape. And the rest could do their job just fine. Now, it's interesting to also note that they've sent Caston over the bottom side. Vendetta now has to at least respect the space between him as well as Carl. There's no way he could try to trade against Ribbon, but Zilev all alone.
1 versus 4. Silence will buy some time. Execution comes through on Zilev, and they finally beat him down thanks to the Wither. LFO finally showing up the party, but there's no one that can get close to Lara. This is why he's so confident in jumping forward. SGP were able to disengage from that.
Yeah, at least getting one pick. It's a little bit of a consolation out of it. 38 HP on the turret, and you see Sayonara just walks up, auto attacks, and get this party started again.
Flash body slam onto Raven, and no trust. Doesn't have to cast. SGP thinking about returning fire, but the binding is stopping any kind of chase. I mean, while all of that was happening, Carl is just free farming.
Yeah, for the most part, like, this Riven doesn't really have to partake in any of all the other sort of shove that's happening around the other side. LFO should be able to handle a little bit more of those team fights. Much better for this standpoint, at least. So long as WJ hasn't been able to get his stacks, and Ravens at the same time will need to slowly farm up for the items to come by. Spots one out. Doesn't need more to do so with the Dark Binding. Meanwhile, the rest of LFO already hovering over the Herald, and there's only JK all alone. The rest of SGP looking to find a pickoff.
Yeah, Carl incredibly low. Dawning Shadow is out. A good flash from Carl to dodge in. Vendetta really wants to kill, but goes down to Sayonara. Now he flashes forward for a point-blank binding and gets a double for himself. Ultros gets rooted, but not Sayonara because he has the Black Shield. The rest of SGP disengage.
Yeah, not too sure what he was thinking there, but then again, Vendetta honestly didn't have enough room to escape from her to wiggle with, so he just chose to commit as he's overstepped. Meanwhile, LFO will have all power on their engines to basically run at the rest of SGP, and at the same time, just have no pressure on this dragon. So they try to crack over the top side here, having SSK already attending to Carl, but they need to congregate in one form or another. Ultros will have his ultimate up in a few more seconds, so for now, no pickoffs from both ends. But when it comes down to the side lanes though, at least JK has been able to find a little bit of opening space. Zilev will be coming in for a kill.
I mean, that's the best that JK can do, right? Just side lane, take the turret. SGP wants to buy time for Vendetta, but I'm not sure how much time they can buy. That's the biggest concern that SGP needs to kind of address at this point of time, with LFO taking control of a huge chunk of the map. And if we just look at the jungle of SGP on that red side jungle, it is completely lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, all decorated in red wards. Meanwhile, SGP only had a few vision over onto the river, or should I just say, just the scuttle that gives them a little bit more of control over onto the river. SSK sidestepped that perfectly. As once again, getting hijacked in the jungle. No room for him to even get his resources. We're having a little bit of a scuffle up mid.
Rift has spawn, Ultros goes in, across the smoke screen to kind of get the vision away, but cast into a last breath. Gives Sayonara a legendary streak, and SSK feels the brunt of that. Because LFO setting up for a secondary push. That one's going to come through. This inhibitor turret is gone. LFO breaks open the base of SGP.
SGP now down 10,000. I'm not even sure if they could actually make it to the late game this time. But they're definitely looking for those picks. Might just find some shutdown goal. Ultra still has the gargoyle.
The recalling under that ward. Cross, you see Carl coming in, and they actually blow up Vendetta. LFO can definitely chase for this. The reset on the rocket jump.
One more jump.
Lara gets a double. Resets again. Raven getting tagged by the Storm Razor. And of course, Carl to follow up. A trip over Lara. And of course, he's brought down low, but the rest of LFO are ready to collateral damage. Just take out Lara, but there's the last breath from Zillion that forces a flash from SSK. LFO finding 3 more kills in the base of SGP.
Yeah, absolutely not worth the hassle for SGP. Was being a little bit more optimistic on getting those 2 kills. They got 1 instead. Exchanges for 3. Still on that deficit as we take a look at the items. And we're already seeing that Tristana stacking so much gold. And all started with this, that chase onto Ultros, which he had that Gargoyle's not play available. Keeps himself alive, but it was amazing setup for Lara to reset those jumps, flashes forward, and did get himself in trouble for this though. SSK timed the collateral damage, perfectly clipping in by the edges.
Yeah, by the end of the day, LFO just still came up on top. Baron getting bomb rushed by LFO. Does SGP even have a chance? I can't even get into the pit. This Baron is gone, and Carl is looking for something, some avenues. Lara 1 is ready in. Exhaust onto WJ. Will take the blast gun away, collateral damage, and then root from Raven will buy a bit of space. But LFO have the Baron buff.
Yeah, with this Baron, there's just so much they can basically do with it. Though there wasn't any form of split footage being carried out. They still have plenty of time. Because the next objective is going to be 2 to 3 minutes away. So, for at the moment, 2.5 minutes, it's going to be a little bit more of a struggle for SGP. 0 access to the blue buff for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, SGP has 0 access not only to the blue buff, but their own jungle.
I was just trying to make it sound a little bit less hurtful.
Yeah, well, poor SGP. They did have a war at their wolves, but unfortunately, LFO have pillaged most of the resources.
Where all the crops went.
They sent Jinkai, well, they sent Vendetta down to push bot, but this demolition squad from LFO is going to most likely destroy this turret. I'm not sure how SGP is going to deal with this. They have the Raven Shroud just to buy a bit of time. Oh, the cast doesn't really connect onto SSK, but look at the damage on the turret. It's down to half health. The smoke screen does buy a bit of time, but when the next wave crashes, LFO should be able to get it.
Yeah, SGP just playing turret defense. We'll have to let this one slide there, jumping in.
Yeah, Jinkai wants the execution on the Sayonara, but it's wishful thinking. Another good last breath. Jinkai does go down. Turret falls as well. Carl charges him with the broken wings and finds WJ. And SGP's Hail Mary attempt might have fast-tracked game 1 for LFO as SSK is forced back into the fountain. LFO with full 5-man just destroys the Nexus. Game 1 in the bag for LFO.
We're not even 16 minutes in, and they've been able to basically gate crash their way into securing their first game here. And it's LFO taking that lead. And man, I'm pretty sure that some of these investors are already eyeing out for them. Hopefully they do get themselves a brand new org if that's the case. SGP, however, it's kind of this whole matchup, the whole draft looked all right, but it's kind of their own doing with those invades. And from then on, like, they get hit even harder. Literally, there's no jungle for SGP to play out from then.
It all started from this, right? The attempt from SGP, the bold attempt to go for the invade, and I mean, LFO just read that perfectly.
Yeah, on top of that, like, sure, they may have actually gotten first blood, but they were battered, bruised, and still chose to commit. Sayonara, sure, in early levels for Morgana, she may not seem like she does so much, but the Tormented Soil plus a Dark Providing could easily secure something for the team. And I think this is a great usage of Graga's cast, especially when you pair it with Yasuo. Doesn't seem like anything will have actually gone wrong, and then multiple instances where Ultras have been able to not only survive the brunt of the damage being done, he has been able to pull the entire squad to going for a great setup as we see a triple kill being secured by Lara.
I think overall game 1 is just those scrappy games where both teams just fight. But to be fair, the LFO SGP was the one who was kind of instigating all of these battles. And we saw how much they gave away to LFO early on. I mean, Sayonara became an unstoppable force. Like what, 3 kills in the first 2 minutes, and the rest spilled over to the rest of LFO, and SGP just couldn't keep up. They couldn't recover.
Yeah, like if you go back into the initial phases, like you will already understand like what's the goal of the entire draft. You want this Senna as well as this Nasus to ramp up, to farm up. Sure, ideally if with a couple of kills it could supplement it, but when it doesn't work out, stay put in the lane, just go on casually. And I guess this is the very reason why when it comes down to competitive play, when you take risks like this, you will be heavily punished, which is why, like you see certain times, some games come in with low kill count, it's a lot more calculated. As for LFO, say, yeah, sure, bring it on. We come from a region that loves to play aggressive, and we know how to navigate against all these sort of aggression, and Sayonara definitely have stepped up, and as you predicted, highest damage output out of every other member. But Lara really showing up his strength on this Tristana pick.
Well, Yasuo finally got a positive win rate. Not a positive win rate, but finally got a win overall in the books of record. But this also showed that Kassadin is not a main concern for LFO, because there have been... I don't think this is necessarily them shutting down Kassadin, it's just SGP making these decisions early on that led to them not having time and space for that main carry to come online. And this tournament is made possible with our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they've been with us for a couple of months. WildRift is part of that journey, and we're thrilled to have them on with us. But also, we have to thank Monster Energy for being a part of this and allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord channel, do go to the link below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Talk to us about the games, talk to us about the teams, just have a conversation and engage with everyone in there.
That's right, and of course, there's still a lot more to be said here about SGP. Can they actually even take one game off if they're going to be showing performance as such? Because I believe that's definitely not the best that we have from them, so I'll be on the lookout.
Yeah, we've gone off to an incredibly hot start from both teams, but let's see if SGP have more tricks up their sleeves in the upcoming Game 2 after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They've committed to this though, they want something in return. Ultras with a body slam to slow things down. A kerfuffle in the jungle, and SSK spies the ground for some help. They take the blast, go over the wall, WJ flashes. Lara doesn't get the first blood, it's SSK getting it down. Ultras rooted by Raven, and that's another kill for Vendetta. They're all in the Tormented Shadow. SSK coming back with a quick draw onto Zilliam, but he's using Sayonara as a body bag. He is a Sayonara. And we're gonna have another jungle fight. This time we switch the arena into the jungle vest. GP and SSK is going to get run down by Zilliam. The exhaust is not going to help. Lara going up the Vendetta, blow him up. The Honey Fruit doesn't get in time. Lara gets the reset over the wall. Rampage for Sayonara. Is this going to be an ace? 2.5 minutes in. Not going to be the case so far, but man, LFO are turning up.
About to set this one up.
Ultras, a cast to split them apart. Carl is in as well. Vendetta tries to jump in, but the first one that goes down is WJ. And Sayonara just steals the head.
Yeah, you can try to trade against Ribbon, but Zilliam all alone.
1 versus 4. Silence will buy some time. Execution comes through on Zilliam, and they finally beat him down thanks to the Wither. LFO finally showing up to the party, but there's no one that can get close to Lara.
KK all alone. The rest of SGP looking to find a pickoff.
Yeah, Carl incredibly low. Dawning Shadow is out. A good flash from Carl to dodge in. Vendetta really wants to kill, but goes down to Sayonara. Now he's
A little bit of opening space. Ziliev will be coming in for a kill.
I mean, that's the best that JK can do.
We're having a little bit of a scuffle up mid.
Rift Arrow spawn. Ultros goes in. Across the smoke screen to kind of get the vision away, but a cast into a last grab. Gives Sayonara a legendary streak, and SSK feels the brunt of that. Because LFO setting up for a secondary push.
Ultras still has the gargoyle.
The recalling under that ward. Cross, you see Carl coming in, and they actually blow up Vendetta. LFO can definitely chase for this. The reset on the rocket jump.
One more jump.
Lara gets a double, resets again. Raven getting tagged by the Storm Razor, and of course Carl to follow up, a trip over Lara. And of course he's brought down low, but the rest of LFO are ready. The collateral damage just take out Lara, but there's the last breath from Ziliev that forces a flash from SSK. And yeah, Jinkai wants the execution on the Sayonara, but it's wishful thinking. Another good last breath. Jinkai does go down, turret falls as well. Carl charges in with the broken wings and finds WJ. And SGP's Hail Mary attempt might have fast-tracked game 1 for LFO, as SSK is forced back into the fountain. LFO with full 5-man just destroys the Nexus. Okay, they've committed to this though. They want something in return. Ultros with a body slam to slow things down. A kerfuffle in the jungle, and SSK spies the ground for some help. They take the blast, go over the wall. WJ flashes. Lara doesn't get the first blood. It's SSK getting it down. Ultros rooted by Raven, and that's another kill for Vendetta. They're all in the Tormented Shadow. SSK coming back with a quick draw onto Ziliev, but he's using Sayonara as a body bag. He is a Sayonara. And we're gonna have another jungle fight. This time we switch the arena into the jungle vest. GP and SSK is gonna get run down by Ziliev. The exhaust is not gonna help. Lara going up the Vendetta, blow him up. The Honey Fruit doesn't get in time. Lara gets the reset over the wall. Rampage for Sayonara. Is this gonna be an ace? 2.5 minutes in. Not gonna be the case so far, but man, LFO are turning up.
About to set this one up.
Ultros, a cast to split them apart. Carl is in as well. Vendetta tries to jump in, but the first one that goes down is WJ. And Sayonara just steals the
Oh, yeah, you can try to trade against Riven, but Ziliev all alone.
1 versus 4. Silence will buy some time. Execution comes through on Ziliev, and they finally beat him down thanks to the Twitter. LFO finally showing up to the party, but there's no one that can get close to Lara.
JK all alone. The rest of SGP looking to find a pickoff.
Yeah, Carl incredibly low. Dawning Shadow is out. A good flash from Carl to dodge in. Vendetta really wants to kill, but goes down to Sayonara. Now he's
A little bit of opening space. Ziliev will be coming in for a kill.
I mean, that's the best that JK can do.
We're having a little bit of a scuffle up mid.
Rift Arrow spawn. Ultros goes in. Across the smoke screen to kind of get the vision away, but a cast into a last grab. Gives Sayonara a legendary streak, and SSK feels the brunt of that. Because LFO setting up for a secondary push.
Ultras still has the gargoyle.
The recalling under that ward. Cross, you see Carl coming in, and they actually blow up Vendetta. LFO. A fiesta of a game 1 between LFO and SGP. It's the perfect way to kick off this lower bracket series. My name is Husky alongside Contra, and you guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Playoffs for the MSPB region. Now, I mean, LFO has gotten off to an incredible start, but that's also partly thanks to SGP giving away that lead. Going into game 2, I'm looking at SGP right now.
Yeah, what about it?
Surprises.
Surprise.
I'm still a bit stumped from how game 1 turned out, but of course Sayonara is the a key player.
Yeah, and overall, of course, like, LFO have been not only holding their ground, but not to be thrown off by so many of all these early invades and things like that. And once they stabilize, you know that the rest of SGP have already gotten so far behind, and they just kept treading and treading onto members of SGP, and that's how you want to basically settle the scores. Now, LFO, of course, have Sayonara here doing majority of the work on the Morgana. The thing about the second game onwards is that they should not be all too comfortable with that, because, like, sure, it might just be a game plan of LFO, like, okay, let's go for a little bit of party shenanigans so you don't take this all too seriously. And when you're off guard, that's where, like, SGP comes in with the series draft overall. So I'm not even certain to say that the first draft is not serious. This first draft did look legit, but execution was all over the place. Something that we don't really see out of SGP all too much of. So just gotta clean up that act a little bit. They should be at least giving us a formidable series.
And I hope that's the case, because last we spoke to SGP, the team that they fear the most is actually NGX, because they have never won a single game against Nigma Galaxy in scrims or in a tournament. But to get to that stage, to face up against NGX, they gotta get rid of LFO, and that game 1 tells us a very compelling tale of how solid LFO looks coming into this. But let's see how the game 2 draft is gonna shape out. Both teams are on the same side as game 1.
Yeah, and looks like nothing too much will be different when it comes down to the ban, so that's what I do expect. In terms of the picks, however, I think that there's a lot more effective usage of certain champions that they really want to bring to the table. So far, of course, with here going up with picks like Graves, you excel in that early game, but there is a fall off hitting into late. We've seen SSK definitely doing better things like Lee Sin, which they initially banned out. This time, I think leaving it out in the open should give them a little bit more room to create plays across the map. And if you're going for invades, you can move in and out swiftly.
And one thing about SGP is that we know that they can adapt to situations, and that's what they did against Fennel, where they were able to adapt in terms of that drafting to overcome Fennel. But what worries me is that we saw SGP kind of getting comfortable picks, with the Graves included, but all these minor short callings in the early game costed them game 1, and it's something that I believe that they can fix. But going into game 2, you still have to take into consideration that LFO in general is just fundamentally a bit more solid on that macro sense, and that's what SGP has to overcome.
Yeah, and SGP, they have been able to at least find a few of all these ways to at least target in a certain lane, which some macros are still being left intact. It's just that, sure, game 1 is not telling of how their strategies are supposed to go.
Yeah.
But we will expect them to at least pull back to something that's really traditional of the usual ways of SGP, be it a safe matchup over the mid side, since the Castlin didn't really work out all too much for them, especially with that fourth draft where you don't really have anyone that enables a safe entry for any form of pickoffs in particular. So LFO now concludes their side of the draft. They're taking off Yumi, Chase as well as Lucian. SGP is out to take away Sayonara's Morgana, rightfully so.
Yep.
And they're going for Senna round 2.
The center round 2, very straightforward. LFO have a chance to take the Castle in for themselves. In this first sequence of picks. But for them, Tristana comes first. Very interesting opening though. I mean, LFO, a lot of emphasis on the Dragon League.
Yeah, and I think like overall with that sort of comp that they were running previously, which allows a lot more space up in the front line. So Lara does get a little bit more free reigns to enter the fray with rooted down units. So I still feel like if you're gonna ever run a Senna Nasus combo, like sure, wither him, you could still easily jump right back. Nothing much that the Senna can do but try to root you. Most likely or not, it won't happen in the air.
Yeah, but we get the Lee Sin for SSK. That's something that we are always excited to see. So the last time we played the Lee Sin, it was a loss. We'll see if we can turn that around. LFO picking up the Nautilus, and this is the third Nautilus pick of the entire SPS for this region. The past 2 picks have been losses. One in the hands of Semnai and one in the hands of NGX. Maybe LFO can make a difference. I mean, Ultros is known to be a player that really goes for those hard engaged champions. Leona being that signature pick, so I think Nautilus just fits right up his alley.
Yeah, this is quite a good start here for LFO. Same could be said about SGP, as the first ban that comes out on the second side of the draft. Once again, giving respect over onto Jing Kai on that Shen, which we've seen a whole lot of previously with some global elements to expand with Stand United. While Ari of all bats will be out here, and once again, nobody seems all too interested on that Cassidy for the time being, where I don't think that LFO will need to pick up for themselves, because if you put maybe a Riven over mid lane to match up against something else, it still can be working just fine depending on what else SGP comes up with.
This is the farthest the Cassidy has gone
Oh,
to, right? In terms of the ban, going into literally the last possible ban on the second phase, or almost to the last possible ban. By taken up by SGP, that's kind of a direct answer to Lee Sin and Kha'Zix nowadays, at least from what we've seen in this tournament. But of course, there is still the Riven that Sayonara can go for. The Shyvana now is on the table for LFO. They decide to go for the Olaf, which I think is completely fine.
Yeah, I agree with you here, because you could easily tear through the back line and not worrying about this Lee Sin that could basically kick him off of a certain pit. And we've seen SSK do that a lot of times before in some of these other matchups, where you dive in, you hit the Dragon's Rage, and get that smite. Certain junglers playing that Lee Sin would have mastered that combo already, but looks like we have something pretty exciting here for SGP. Raven now picking this one up, perhaps for either Jinkai or Vendetta.
Kind of feels like a Vendetta champion right now. Let's see what the last pick is going to be though, because I feel like they need someone to set up in the Baron lane, and it's going to be the JK Jax. We've seen it a couple of times, and I think it's not entirely bad against what LFO has. A lot of these champions will like to auto attack, so that counter-strike value is going to be there. But the front line is entirely reliant on WJ staying alive.
Yeah, and LFO completes this whole lineup with the Twisted Fate, and Twisted Fate naturally counters in the Kali whenever he does have the gate open up. I mean, Destiny. So you could basically see all of them across the map. But the thing about this is that, what if you basically put Olaf over top side? I think that Olaf will struggle. I mean, like, won't struggle. Instead, Zax will have to respect some space, and it's gonna be Jinkai that will send this Akali over top side. But keep in mind, he might have to convert into that Sunderer build, judging for the fact that the rest of LFO is so tanky.
Yeah, so we get a Vendetta Jaxman into a Twisted Fate. I suppose that does make a bit of sense, since you can easily dodge the gold card with the Counter-Strike. Some adjustments coming up from SGP. I do like this draft a bit more than Game 1, and we see the whole focus is in all of those solo players, right? I mean, Raven and WJ would just be the support staff. They have SSK on his Lee Sin again to provide the tempo, and now it's just getting that tempo going.
Yeah, and I wonder how fast can they actually go at this rate though, because Jax over mid lane doesn't seem to have many avenues for him to safely farm everything up, unless if SSK is willing to spare him some Raptors in between, then okay, you can find ways to at least help him supplement gold to get those items up. But if they do hit that late game, yeah, things are going to look pretty interesting, because you got a Riven on the other side, you have an Olaf and Nautilus. Like, these are really huge front line that they will have to get past. And LFO still feeling pretty comfortable there after that first win. Will they be challenged? Let's find out.
Game 2 between LFO and SGP. Kind of an interesting one, to say the least. The fact that SGP is even in this top 4 is one of the most impressive, feats that has been kind of repeated over and over again. It's the fact that, I mean, I think a lot of us did not expect SGP to even make it this far, including themselves. But we are kind of seeing them hitting that glass ceiling against all the PH representatives, right? First against RRQ, they kind of hit the brick wall against NGX, and now against LFO, the third and remaining PH representatives in this top 4.
Yeah, and it definitely reminds us of days in the past. Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, Vendetta just trying to leap right in. And back to my point was, like, the first time we've ever seen members of SGP play against PH teams goes as far back as Icon Series. That's like a long time ago. More than a year.
Yeah.
Feels like more than a year.
We got C Champs, right? I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, C Champs.
Oh, bottom lane though, a lot of exchange. Lara
Oh,
flashes away for the honey fruit in time.
And it didn't actually hit the final blow. Ravens just by the edge of the range had to go back to attend to WJ as well. Still good exchanges, but they did burn a lot of summers even from their own end. The only one that kept it are the supports from both sides of the team. And Vendetta holding decently well. It's just that he could not attend to the ranged minions at any given point of the time whenever that wave is set into a neutral state.
I'm looking forward to see what SSK can bring to the table. Definitely, you know, one of those few Lee Sin players that we know has a high impact and high proactivity. The unfortunate part is that on Lee Sin games for SSK, he hasn't been able to activate that. But that's more on how the opponents so far have been able to shut that down. And this is one of the ways, right? You're just not giving that Lee Sin room to walk, to kind of navigate around and get those early ganks off.
That's true. Well, we have Destiny Gate crashing right over the bottom side.
Flash onto the Raven. The root is dead from Ultros. It's a good attempt from LFO, but no kills.
Yeah, not at all. But at the very least, SGP, they've already had a lot of visions set up all across the river side and some into the deep pool into the top end of the jungle. So SSK trying to find opportunities out there. Zilith seems to be tempting to him. Zilith has a hunch it's going to be a little bit closer than expected. For now, both sides, no shenanigans after all. Both sides mean serious business.
Death charge. WJ pulled back. Of course, the gang is going to come in from LFO. Sayonara is ready. Unfortunately, again, they just couldn't get it done. Zilev though getting run down by Vendetta. The turret shot comes out. Oh, the barrier is not enough. Zilev with the first blood.
Even with the barrier being burned out, he couldn't find that final attack. All thanks to the ghost that was popped.
And WJ also goes down bot. LFO with 2 early kills.
Quite reminiscent of the first game, after all. Just looking at what happened over in mid lane. But I guess he discounted the fact that Dispel Ghost could just easily juke you out. And Zilith just making great use of that. And of course, we had WJ stuck in a really awkward position, especially with minion waves crashing in. No chance. 1 versus 3 technically. But out of both matches, JK has been doing extremely well, I would say, in the early phases to keep Paul at bay. Even though hitting into this matchup is always going to be a skill matchup, Kali, another bot lane hit comes in.
Death charge, the explosive charge also goes off, and this time the gold card will be enough. WJ getting picked off again.
They're just going to rinse and repeat until they have this turret crushed up. Not much that Raven could possibly do about it. Roots, wards have already been placed. Lara won't be recalling as quickly as he wanted to, as there's a 10-second buffer time till both of the objectives are up. SSK comes in with the Yumu's Ghost Blade. Morello's up for JK. Seemingly enough, pro players opting to prioritize some of the effects that comes in with some of these items. Anti-heal, just to ensure that players like Sayonara won't be able to be taken down. I mean, we'll ensure that he won't be getting all too much of a kill. Exchanges comes in, and it's going to be a Herald for SGP, a Dragon for LFO.
LFO completely fine with that exchange. Another Mountain Drake. That's the first Drake that we have. We've had a lot of Mountain Drakes so far.
This is a hill to climb for everybody up here.
Definitely not in favor of SGP, well, at least for this one. First turret though, I think it's gonna go over to LFO. It's a bit faster compared to SGP.
Yeah, and I guess like they're making the best out of it, like with all these sort of trades and objectives. Sure, LFO comes up a hit ever so slightly, but there's a lot of catching up to do, of course. But more time being bought, Vendetta's going to get stronger and stronger. Comes in with Trinity Force already up available. Majority of members haven't gotten themselves boots yet. Meanwhile, 3 of them are opting for, what do you call it again? Taps.
Ultras though. Yep, again with the Death Charge. Flash over from Sayonara with that Ragnarok and just completely destroys Raven. They were going to trade back door, but Carl! Oh, that flash key strike is beautiful from this Riven. And SGP are about to taste the wrath of LFO. Vendetta with the counter strike doesn't really get it off. WJ and a Jinkai is dead. Oh, JK with a double flash it on the Zilep. Gold card in the wing stuns up JK, who takes some turret shots. He gets out, but SGP finds 4 kills.
Yeah, they finally get the full blow of it, leaving a little bit of dent onto LFO as they've initiated that fight. And it's quite a clutch counter-strike coming in for Vendetta as well. Heading on to 2. He goes down, of course, with such low health bars, but at least getting more back for the team. Now they can definitely rely on JK in these upcoming fights. We have a look here with the Herald being dropped. They instantly call the shots. That stun card lands onto SSK, which definitely led him to be taken down relatively early on. If he survives for longer, this might have resulted a little bit more differently, where you see they managed to land most of all these strikes onto key targets, leaving only Zilith behind. So those 4 kills absolutely paid off.
And on the live feed, WJ again is caught out, but the Gargoyle keeps him alive for a bit more, but not able to stand against the gold card. Raven also isolated. LFO picking up 2 kills.
Ooh, it's just going to be a lot of back and forth fights going on between these 2. They just love those skirmishes. And you can tell JK is interested in holding a little bit longer as the rest of SGP arrive to the scene. No commitments whatsoever coming in from LFO as they are spread out wide before one sort of shove. LFO now would just have a smooth ride while we are already seeing a little bit more items coming up. Lich Bane's up next for Zilep as they are looking to get Raven once more.
A Death Charge into a Destiny is a deadly combo that SGP cannot get away from. I mean, LFO is just doing a fantastic job in getting these pickoffs, but it would be nice if they can convert it into something that which has not really been the case for LFO.
And LFO, with all these sort of pickoffs, I guess at one certain point of time, when SGP gets a lot stronger, Celia may not be able to afford all these sort of entries though.
So Vendetta kind of pushed back by the Buster shot. With SSK showing up, this turret should be down. Yeah, there we go, Raven gets rid of it.
Quite some range.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there is another Herald for them. If they do secure this, I think it's a really good chance that they can come up ahead even stronger. Well, we have Red Card coming up.
Yeah, I mean,
Lich Bane's already up online. 2 item spikes for Twisted Fate. Same goes for JK, who's got a Lich Bane of his own.
oh, here comes the Shroud. SGP in a good position. JK's in. Lara 1 being the target. JK, perfect execution. Goes on to the members of LFO. They burn down Sayonara, and SSK takes the head of the way. Ultras next on the list. As they could Destiny for the Vision, but Crowd's been tagged by the Resonating Strike. SSK goes in, gets gold card, but survives that one. As Lara 1 also gets out with a rocket jump. The root, the gold card. Vendetta just goes for the pickup. And Carl can't really back him up. 4 for SGP.
Going in full-fledged swinging on top of LFO members, and it's really hard to see how they could possibly walk out with the Herald to begin with, and they chose to commit over on that choke point. Now SGP back on track, comes up ahead, 4,000 up after a beautiful team fight. So now we go back with huge pickups there. Sure, we have the rest of them being stuck by the pit, but they start to line up, and that was a perfect Dawning Shadow on top of every single member.
Yeah, and that also allowed Jinkai to just work his magic, right? All these long extended fights basically going in LFO's way. It's SGP's way. It's very hard for LFO to do much, but LFO now coming back for another fight. The kick from SSK onto Tree. It's for a good disengage for SGP.
And look at Jinkai. He's over a back. Trying to please hold them off if they were ever to going for re-entries. Infernal Drake. Look at be secured by SGP, as they've already been able to weather storm way of LFO. Now, how the tides have turned in a couple of all these fights. So those scrappy fights that came by definitely has been coming along just fine. SGP starting to feel things out a lot better than they used to. Now,
And we were talking about those individual pickoffs onto Raven that were not converted in the match this time. If they take out JK, it will be huge, and they will.
yeah, not much can be done there, especially with the commitment of the Destiny. And this TF is just eyeing out on this Akali for most part. So far, rapid fire cannon for that pursuit accomplished with the third item up. Meanwhile, I want to take a look at Vendetta as well. How many items have he got under his belt? So far, Raven stabilizes. The rest of LFO, they're here to commit once again.
And then a counter-strike runs out, Ultra slashes into a death charge. That's going to connect onto 3 members of SGP. With the Dawning Shadow to protect them from Raven. Vendetta again with the counter-strike to buy some time. The gold card connects over the wall. A good kick! Oh, SSK kills a Lara one with that as well. SGP now turn the fight around against LFO. They're going on to chase the route on the 2. SSK back in. WJ gets the kill on the Carl. And Sayonara here is exhausted and he's dead. SGP with another 4-kill skirmish.
Well, then they thought that it will be a lot easier to just run right in. Now they lose so many members that it's going to make things so much easier for SGP to fight for that Baron. They don't really have that much health bars though, but what they are trying to do is to keep Zillium at bay. He does have Destiny. Maybe he could find ways to pick up SSK, and perhaps that will basically buy time to reset this Baron. But it's too little too late though, as 2 of the members attempt at this Baron rush, but will still fall in their hands of SGP. Baron power play in effect.
Yeah, LFO not really didn't go for that Destiny. I mean, like you said, right, that could have made a lot of difference in just stalling this out. But SGP have found more than just a lifeline in this game too. They found a lead that they can capitalize on. They found those fights that can win, those solutions to what LFO has to bring to the table.
Yeah, and LFO just sliding with every single team fight that they take, being so uncareful, and they cannot ever afford to fight over on choke point once again, making it so much easier for Vendetta to basically land those stuns onto multiple targets. So far, they do have plans with Carl though, going with a split push, but he will have to retreat. Doesn't afford to stay any longer from here on. SGP continues to pile their effort over on mid as well as bottom. Carl just finding the opening. SSK still looking great on this Lee Sin. And perhaps this could be his big win and getting his win rates back up in competitive.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes left for this Baron buff. SGP is looking for the second inhibitor turret. It's not going to be easy, but they definitely are slowly whittling that structure down. LFO is desperately looking for any sort of avenue, but unfortunately they are not able to keep SGP at bay. And this is the biggest lead that we have seen from SGP in a single game.
That's a huge lead. Close to 10k after fully utilizing the Baron buff overall. But in terms of the artillery that the rest of LFL holds, they should still be able to actually put up quite a decent fight if they were to contest for the upcoming break. Still not anytime soon though, so we'll give them a little while for a little more vision setup. LFO just gotta play it a little bit slower, as they've been pushing their luck for every single time that the Twisted Fate has his ult available. And SSK now just having full confidence on his favorite pick of Lee Sin. He could dive hit first with this Gordon Angels that he picked up as a third item.
Yeah, I mean,
and just don't need to pay much for it.
The fact that SGP has gotten 2 inhibitor turrets just gives them so much room to kind of navigate around the map, and it prevents LFO from contesting any possible objectives. Perhaps the Baron, right? Because there's still a turret there, but overall, LFO are basically trapped in their own base. We see Carl kind of engaged in a 1 versus 1. They have the Destiny to help out, but it's to provide vision for Carl to get away.
Just a little bit of a scare tactic, while SGP will still secure a dragon. 2 in a row, let's say. As SGP still dictating 3 quarters out of 4 of the map. And Baron's about to spawn in 2 seconds as I speak of it. It's already up online. Raven already on guards duty in case if LFO decides to run at them. Oh, SGP taking things a tad slower than usual.
I'm worried for LFO at this point because they have no control over the jungle, and it would take a huge fight for them to even have a chance to stay in this game. I generally feel like this game has completely fallen out of LFO's control, and it's SGP's game to lose. Regardless of what LFO does at this point, and just losing 2 inhibitors is too painful. In fact, SGP is pushing them back so much. I don't think LFO is anticipating this. They see it with the Destiny though. Can Sayonara make it there in time? Righteous Glory, Ragnarok flashes in. Reckless Swing doesn't get the Baron. And it's SSK with the Smite to secure it. And SGP are looking for a 1-1 equalizer. Death Charge does connect with the gold card. They want to take out JK. He goes to stasis just in time with SSK keeping him alive.
Flashes
and
off.
JK gets away. Carl wants the kill. He valors forward, doesn't have the wind slash, and SSK puts him to sleep. Vendetta buys time with the counter strike and Lee strikes away. Lara gets tagged by the Sonic Wave, but everything has been set in stone. SGP looking for an equalizer.
And they will definitely get this one in the bag. With all the minutes already crashing right in, it will be denied no longer, and SSK still hunting out for the numbers as SGP evened out the odds. So we're getting at least 4 games into this series, and this is the first one for Singapore.
Yeah, not as smooth sailing as I would have expected for LFO, but this was definitely a showing from SGP, and I think, you know, just preying on the fact that LFO are looking for all of these active fights and punishing them accordingly. SGP has played a phenomenal game too. Definitely not as high octane as game 1, a lot more safer than what we've seen, but for SGP it is one way to kind of slowly take over LFO.
Yeah, and I just love seeing how they have been able to adapt so quickly, and on top of that, it's kind of honestly, it's just something else. Watch as we go back into the highlights here, and this was basically the perfect lineup for the Senna to hit everybody with our ult. But it's not just that. We saw JK perfectly position himself deep within that pit, and after that, strikes them with a couple of executions and a long-range connection of the strike, and send him flying over on his back. But eventually goes in with a perfect flash dive, catches on the 2, and eventually got 4 players out at. And this is where the game started to change as they fought for so many of all these objectives. And I felt like this was an unworthy trade for LFO. They called this fight, and they got themselves stuck into this pit where Vendetta easily get a few of them stunned up, on top of Raven basically rooting them down. So SSK saw that perfect opportunity to land a huge cake. And from then onwards, like, LFO, they're just scrambling for a little bit more of breathing space. And same could be said for the other fights from then on. So 15-10, it was quite the brawl, I would say.
Yep.
Maybe not as crazy as what we had back in game 1, but still, it's a strong show coming out of SGP, and same could be said about LFO.
And unfortunately for Nautilus, still sits at a 0 win rate after 3 games. And I think overall for LFO, the idea was there, right? There's a lot of individual pickoffs that, you know, we can easily look at the graph and conceptualize. Destiny go-kart alongside with the Nautilus crowd control, but a lot of these times they were catching off Raven and WJ, who weren't really the main characters of that draft, right? And that's what we've established from the get-go. It's all about Vendetta and JK, but the only members that LFO were able to kind of bully early on was Raven and WJ, and in the long run, it doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah, and I just felt like for SGP, they've already had something that they like to stick with. The Senna Nasus combo has been a staple, so we might see LFO maybe address this into the next game as well, and then of course maybe invest in that ban on a Lee Sin. So far,
yeah.
I felt like giving up that Lee Sin is not to say a huge mistake coming out of them, but I think that you don't want to risk it, especially when you're on their tournament live.
Yeah, as the series progresses, I think the teams will really start adapting in terms of those bans. We see Morgana taken out. I think Lee Sin is a good addition to the list. All of this made possible by our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They've been with us for a lot of these journeys, and having them on this milestone is incredibly great. And when winning matters, Snapdragon Elite Gaming delivers. Alongside our partners from Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast, no matter how intense the games are. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord, do use the link below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And engage with us, engage with the people.
That's right, and you definitely want to make some good friends along if you want to play rank together or climb with your other buddies out at random. So there's a lot of things that you could do here as you hang out with us for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So I believe we're going to get prepared for the next one.
Yep, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, it's Game 3 between LFO and SGP, and we will find out who takes the lead in this best of 5.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Vendetta, the turret shot comes out. Oh, the barrier is not enough. Zillion with the
Big burnout. He couldn't find that final attack, all thanks to the ghost that was popped.
And WJ also goes down.
Probably another bot lane hit comes in.
Depth charge, the explosive charge also goes off, and this time the gold card will be enough. WJ.
What do you call it again? Captures.
Ultros though. Yep, again with the depth charge. Flash over from Sayonara with that Ragnarok and just completely destroys Raven. They were gonna trade back door, but Curl! Oh, that flash key strike is beautiful from this Riven. And SGP are about to taste the wrath of LFO. Vendetta with the counter strike doesn't really get it off. WJ and a Jinkai is dead. Oh, JK with a double flash it on the Zilep. Gold card in the wing stuns up JK, who takes some turret shots. He gets out, and on the live feed, WJ again is caught out, but the gargoyle keeps him alive for a bit more, but not able to stand against the gold card.
Foolish Bane's up next for Zilep as they are looking to get Raven once more.
A depth charge into a Destiny. It's a deadly combo.
Same goes for JK, who's got a Foolish Bane of his own.
Oh, here comes the Shroud. SGP in a good position. JK's in, Lara 1 being the target. JK, perfect execution, goes on to the members of LFO. They burn down Sayonara, and SSK takes the head of the way. Ultros next on the list. As they hit Destiny for the Vision, but Crowd's been tagged by the resonating strike. SSK goes in, gets gold card, but survives that one. As Lara 1 also gets out with a rocket jump, the root, the gold card. Vendetta just goes for the pickup, and Carl can't really back him up. 4 for SGP. Individual pickups onto Raven that were not converted into match this time. If they take out JK, it will be huge, and they will.
The rest of LFO, they're sure to commit once again.
And then a counter-strike runs out, Ultros flashes into a death charge. That's going to connect on the 3 members of SGP. With the Dawning Shadow to protect them from Raven, Vendetta again with the counter-strike to buy some time. The gold card connects over the wall, a good kick! Oh, SSK kills Lara 1 with that as well! SGP now turn the fight around against LFO. They're going on a chase the root on the 2. SSK back in. WJ gets the kill into Carl. And Sayonara here is exhausted and he's dead. SGP with it. And Sayonara making that in time. Righteous Glory Ragnarok flashes in. Reckless Swing doesn't get the Baron. And it's SSK with the smite to secure it. And SGP are looking for a 1-1 equalizer. Depth charge does connect with the gold card. They want to take out JK. He goes to stasis just in time with SSK keeping him alive.
Flashes
and
off.
JK gets away. Carl wants the kill. He valors forward, doesn't have the wind slash, and SSK puts him to sleep. Vendetta buys time with the counter strike and leaves strikes away. Lara gets tagged by the Sonic Wave. Get run down by Vendetta. The turret shot comes out. Oh, the barrier is not enough. Zelev with the
Being burned out. He couldn't find that final attack. All thanks to the ghost that was popped.
and WJ also goes down.
Kali, another bot lane hit comes in.
Depth charge, the explosive charge also goes off, and this time the gold card will be enough. WJ.
What do you call it again? Captures.
Ultras though. Yep, again with the depth charge, flash over from Sayonara with that Ragnarok and just completely destroys Raven. They were gonna trade back door, but Curl! Oh, that flash key strike is beautiful from this Riven. And SGP are about to taste the wrath of LF4. Vendetta with the counter strike doesn't really get it off. WJ. For this, we're back for the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs. This is the lower bracket series between LFO and SGP. My name is Husky, alongside Contra. We're about to head into Game 3 of this so far exhilarating series between both teams.
Yeah, and of course, it started off a little bit wonky for SGP, but they got it all together to tie things up against all of the players of LFO, where even with that sort of hit start, I felt like they were basically overwhelmed by how good some of these guys are, especially SSK definitely being the star of that match itself, and whew, possibly one of the highest KDs that we're seeing from a player overall so far for today.
Finally being able to put his name out up there, you know, as one of the most prominent Lee Sin players, right? I mean, showing his chops and you know, at least proving that he's one of the most proficient ones. But overall, I think SGP in that game too really took advantage of what their draft is able to accomplish and also exploited LF4's aggressiveness and used it against them.
Yeah, and we have already seen that for SSK and the rest of the members of SGP. So long as they play it slow, methodical, they'll be able to at least calculate all the risks that they can get themselves involved in. And I felt like Game 1 was just a little bit of testing ground for both teams. From here on, it's going to be serious business. Now that there was a little bit of a hit onto the members of LFO, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of things that they haven't brought into the table just yet. So far, when we look at the bans, sure, a couple of standard picks have gone true, but then again, things like Kassadin hasn't really seen too much of a heavy priority on either sides, that even one of the games left available, it wasn't picked on the first phase itself, which was quite surprising, I would say.
And I think it also shows how these teams have kind of moved on from the, you know, Kassadin being the be or end all pick. I mean, SGP got it in Game 1 and that didn't work out for them. So overall, it's great to see the meta kind of shift and evolve a bit for these teams, and I do enjoy seeing SGP kind of go for a more active draft. We've seen Jinkai being put in those very those frontline roles, right? The Shen Garen being the most memorable one, but when we look back a couple months ago in the local league for WCS NYSG, he actually likes to play carry, core Baron laner. So to put him on that Akali, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that SGP definitely is comfortable with. We'll see if that Game 3 draft is going to be the same for SGP though, because I feel like if they go down that route, they have a better chance against LFO.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. JK should actually get more games out of that, but you know that there's also a few things that could also hinder the success of the Akali, like if you brick waller with, say, a Garen. Sure, it's like counterproductive, she won't even actually get all too much. We haven't seen too many Garens to be played out in the Snapdragon Pro Series as the meta has shifted quite significantly. So heading into this Turk game, it's definitely a different look that we're hoping to see out of LFO. They did introduce Twisted Fate last round, which I felt like perhaps that wasn't entirely necessary. Sure, there was a lot of good takeoffs, but in times where you can't simply just teleport into the middle of the fight, I felt like hitting to later stages of the game itself, we see the ineffectiveness for him to pull off all this sort of pickoffs have been able to set them back in the sort of way. And SGP, we've already gone through some of these bans. We see 2 of the enchanters already taken out. No Karma, no Yumi as well. And I don't think we'll ever see Camille for the entirety of the day.
Yeah,
You think so?
I don't think we will see it.
Maybe one game of sliding it through?
No, I still don't think so. I feel like Camille is just a perma ban. Even when it was let through, I think Camille lost most of her games, which is pretty surprising, right? Considering
Might as well let it go.
that's what a lot of things thought, but at the end of the day, it still became a prio. SGP keeping that one ban for the Morgana, and I honestly don't think LFO would look at the Kassadin. I'm more looking at the Senna ban, and that's it. You know, LFO decided to shut the Senna down, not giving SGP the staple Dragon Lane to work with.
Yeah, and I do think that it's a good game for SGP to pick up the Kassadin if they want to, because Lucian is being banned away. One of the easiest counters to a Kassadin in the early game. But Jace is a good shout, where we've seen SK put in jungle sometimes. JK can do that. Vendetta, if you want to hold it in mid lane, it's absolutely flexible. Now LFO choose to take away the Lee Sin and still carry forward a Gragas on top. Does this signify another Yasuo game? Because game 1, they brought in the Yasuo. Now we see ample knockup potential, so there is possibly a chance at that. SGP, though, responds with both a Ziggs as well as Anonymous.
Yeah, a lot of ways to really shut down this Lee Sin, right? If he wants to just fly in from 10 miles away with the Resonating Strike, you have the Nautilus with all this insane crowd control, and you have all these long-range pokes to keep LFO at bay. But this is the Renekton that I think, you know, LFO really loves to go for. I think Carl plays a lot of that Renekton. He was also known as a prolific Fiora player, but I don't think we will see that Grand Duelist, at least for this series. The Renekton feels like an infinitely better pick, at least to go up against that Jace.
Yeah, and most often than not, you could still try to find ways to go even at best, or if you have supplements coming in from Sayonara, you could possibly catch this Jace, either if it's under a turret or so. So, despite not seeing Jace games to be played out for a majority of the part, it is still very effective when it comes down to sieging, especially when now Demolish now being buffed up. It is a core rune that some of these players would be eyeing to take. Now, a lot of assassins being removed on the second pool, and that also includes the Yasuo, and I'm just curious to see that LFO was the one to go ahead with that ban. But then again, they've already had most of their bruisers in front line, so they just want to add that Ashe on top to just layer a little bit more crowd control.
I feel like the Yasuo ban definitely is kind of a tribute to Vendetta, but also you secure, you guarantee that there's no wind wall to block the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, right? I mean, if SGP doesn't play Yasuo, I highly doubt LFO will even consider that ban overall. But SGP will stick with that Jax, and it was a Vendetta Jax in that middle lane. And honestly, I think in this game that mid Jax would also be fine, but that depends on who you want to go, who you want to pit against Renekton.
Well, it really depends, because you could still have that Gragas to hold it just equally well, and if you will go in with Renekton,
It's a Jax jungle? No, it's a Jace jungle, right?
It could be the Jax jungle, and you put the Jace over mid lane, and the Ziggs over the bottom. So that looks much more likely.
Yeah, but I feel like, I mean, I know that Jax jungle has been nerfed because you can't stack your passive on the jungle camps. So I do wonder like how, like if SGP really wants to go for that, Jace jungle though has been a role that we haven't seen for a long time. So there's definitely some question marks on the SGP side. So we'll have to find out in a bit. But for LFO, it's more standard in terms of the support. Ultros getting that Rakan.
Oh boy, now that Rakan looks like a juicy pickup here, especially when you have all these other SGP members that has to always stay up front. So I guess the only thing that Ultros has to look out for is that Garen, once you get silence in, you don't easily get to move back to your teammates all too easily. So And there are a few things that we have to look at here. These team fights will definitely look great overall for LFO whenever they get their chance at it. But pick-off potential, I'm liking what I'm seeing from SGP.
Yeah, for me, I think LFO has also has a very solid draft as well. I mean, there's a lot of that laning potential, right? We are seeing that Jace in the jungle for SSK, so it's a Renekton into a Garen, it's a Gragas into a Jax. Overall, I do feel like in that laning phase, LFO will have a slightly more comfortable time, but that also comes down to how fast SSK can play on this Jace jungle.
Yeah, and this Ashe pickup here at least allows her to cut around all these heavy front lines of SGP, as we have already seen. The whole draft here could actually make a lot of space, and this allow the rest of the SGP members from moving too far to the back line, especially with the Lee Sin. I think that it definitely sets it up very nicely for what they are bound to accomplish here. But with that being said, I believe that we're about to at least find one team up ahead to claim themselves that series point.
Very excited to see how this game tree is going to pan out between SGP and LFO. We're going to head right in, and the winner of this game will take the lead in the series, and that kind of changes a lot, right? Because winning the first game, sure thing, but winning the second game puts you one step away from that lower bracket final. This is by no means the end of the road. It's still a long journey ahead for these two teams, but you definitely want to have that one step closer to make it into challenge.
That's right. And that's where all the big money is. Sanara now starting on the right side, as they will be able to go on almost an equal path. SSK though starts off with the Crux instead, and that will at least give him interesting passage, as he could also opt for a scuttle or an invade into the move up. Well, JK, just gotta be really careful. Both sides taking Ignite into this. Grasp of the Undying, hoping to get a little bit more health stacks. Okay, let's get that landed on Carl. Ignites both being dropped, but no threat from either side.
Yeah, I mean, LFO, Carl, completely fine with that exchange, and he's gonna be able to heal out with the Honey Fruit as well. But he decides to go for the early recall. Same, well, actually he canceled his one. JK would just commit to his.
Yeah,
but I mean, we look at the Renekton when it's all about getting that rage trade-off, and you know, as we hit that level 3 mark, I think we're looking at Carl to just be a bit more aggressive. Just gonna go for the body slam, but actually gets tagged by the counter strike. He ignites Vendetta, who uses the barrier. SSK looking for a shock blast angle and finds the first blood down mid.
And he held it for so long. What a smart play coming out SSK. That first blood was perfectly timed out. Sanara knows that he doesn't really have much health more, so he will claim the scuttle though. So I think at least in terms of currency involved, like that first blood kind of equates to losing that scuttle itself. Let's take a look at it again. Like, he's waiting for that flash, and yeah,
that was sharp. I mean, he deserves to flash that bash. That was just pure sniper mode. Though we are seeing Otros hanging around mid. He was thinking of doing something to Vendetta, but unfortunately not able to find an opening. But with SSK showing up, that could change. Just wondering if LFO wants to pull the trigger. They are bringing Sayonara mid as well. But SGP reading that move, they back off.
Yeah, SGP just having a lot more rotation being brought forward, but this time they get a catch.
Flash from Ultros. It should be a kill onto WJ. Completely catching the Nautilus off guard. Sayonara looking for conversion to bot. To clear out Crux. Raven, oh boy, tag. But Tempest, Sayonara, he's kind of toying with fire a bit, but with Ultros coming in, I can see why Sayonara is willing to stick around the grand entrance, hitting onto SSK, but Raven is the one in danger. Safeguard forward into a kick, a Sonic Wave, but Ultros surrendered by LFO. Mega Inferno Bomb forced the rest of LFO away, as Vendetta now also joins the fight, but not able to get into flash range. The Shock Blast also a bit too short.
There's all risky attempts once again coming out of LFO, where it wasn't really worth it to go all out on that Raven. Despite looking like he didn't have enough mana, you see him level up time as well. Gets a mega bomb. First, refrags it. Perfectly executed by SGP. Coming in with the time rotation overall. Now, over the top side, we expect Jinkai to do decently. As Garrett naturally will hold up fine against Renekton. Oh, unfortunately that explosive cast didn't pull him into the short range instead. Could have been a kill.
Not really sure if... Yeah, I was wondering if that's what Zillia was trying to look for, but unfortunately, was not able to find it. Though, you know, Jay's jungle early on, it does catch people off guard with the amount of damage and they put up in one rotation. I mean, having 3 more spells compared to a normal champion is a big sign, but in top lane, the combination of Kara and Sayonara was sufficient to get a kill onto JK. That should be a couple of platings off of SGP. Vendetta also getting taken out mid as LFO turn up the heat in all lanes. SGP looking for a response bot, and it's going to be SSK picking up the kill, walking out of turret range.
Yeah, everything is going pretty equal for now, but that LFO has gotten a little bit more of a hit start. They will secure the first turret of the game. Walk back will Yumu's Ghost Blade forward at least in later on. But in terms of timings though, SGP could quickly move to either side, and this time it's going to be an Ocean Drake move around the Dragon Pit instead. And we already have Ultros on the lookout. Same goes to WJ, a little bit surprised for each other.
Oh. JK actually killed Zillia mid just now, and oh boy, we just lost Vendetta. I mean, it's scrappy back and forth, kind of like what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and when it comes down to this combo, it's fail-proof, right? When you have Renekton as well as Lee Sin. Oh, curve the arrow!
And that is just sufficient. All these crowd controls onto JK. He stood no chance, but meanwhile, Death Charge used down mid, the pullback onto the Ashe, and Lara is dead. SSK drops the hammer on Ultros. Does LFO want to go for more? Flash from Crow into a Resonate Strike. The connection is dead. Zillia getting tagged by the counter strike, and SGP traced back. 3 dead on LFO, and SGP comes out on top.
SGP will initiate on the objectives, as he will have a little bit of a start onto the Herald. So now we're still going to be around, but he's all alone. A little bit of a dire effort though. From the fine range, there is the ward being placed perfectly in attack. Now he goes in too early.
He gets silenced, and he gets executed by JK. LFO not able to contest this one. Lara one barely gets out of the hook range. And he gets out with his life, and SGP again taking it away from LFO.
And they're going to drop this Herald up mid. They have to attend to this. And they're just going to get the tower and also the Drake. Lee Sin's so far away, there's no way they can basically stop this. Now Zillia has called. They have to force something.
The arrow not even going to connect onto Vendetta. And just like you said, Contra, SGP is walking away with major objectives. LFO always a few steps behind. SGP so far looking absolutely sublime, and I think this was kind of the trap that LFO fell into when they faced off against NGX. It's just the tempo that they are unfamiliar with, all these fights that they felt like they could take. NGX took advantage of that, and SGP also took a page out of that playbook. SSK able to get away, but he had to expand the flash.
Well, at least they've already gotten so much more out of that. Brick Buff could be jacked off as well by Sayonara, so it's just a little bit of a scratch overall that they took early on. It might have actually resulted in a ripple effect, but LFO still find ways to stop the beating. They're in between everybody.
Raven is in danger. Satchel, Flash, Death Charge, buy some time. The cast is there. Of course, Raven does go down, but it's a lot of commitment from LFO. They should be able to get away. SGP are thinking to go on the chase, but yeah, it's disengaged from LFO.
Yeah, LFO now have their lead all absolutely removed as it's getting neutralized. JK now getting chased upon Carl. In sweet time, don't want to prematurely use the slice and dice.
JK has a flash. He actually goes back and he goes down to Carl. There's no vision in the brush. SSK should be able to turn this around. The red buff doesn't take him down. Ultros with a good save.
Just one more tick of a bird. Kind of worrying though, just looking at the side of how they recommitted to each other. Like, I understand JK was buying time for SSK overall, but
think he went back for the ignite, but you know, it's still not able to get the kill.
A little bit of vision loss on top of that. And here comes the arrow. Can it connect? Oh, yes, it does!
Perfectly done. This should be an easy kill onto SSK. Yeah, that one gives it gave over the sayonara.
What a great prediction. There was no wards being placed all around. And LFO still has a lot of gas in the tank here. But if they hit it for late game, they possibly will have to depend on Vendetta a lot more, as Jace can only do a little bit more of a poke when it comes down to some of all these contests. But take a look at that again.
Yeah,
Just perfectly primed in from the mid-tier to all the way over top side.
make contact in this river. Unfortunately for SGP, they were not able to find anything in return. No objectives on the map though, at least for both teams. SGP taking the advantage of that absence of mid lane. Tier 1 Vendetta with a good side step, but into the body slam and the grand entrance knockout. Vendetta with the stone plate, the ignite. Not able to burn him down. He heals back up, and SGP shows up down bot, but unfortunately there is a turret there for LFO.
And we're looking at Call basically going on the free split. They're about to lose the tier 2. And they don't really have much time to waste. Even if they go back, probably that turret will be crushed. Eventually, LFO regaining map control all across with his 1-3-1. And that Herald spawns up just perfectly in time. Carl could basically watch the gates here. And side about to pick some brush where it's being dropped into the side.
Yeah, I like how Carl was able to find it, just kind of get the timing right. Though for SGP, they have to somehow take control of this river, and that's kind of what they want to do. The arrow again come in, the kick only onto WJ. That wasn't the target that LFO was looking for, and without this kick, SGP feels a surge of confidence to go into the Rift Herald pit. And LFO gives this away. There's nothing that he can do.
It didn't really feel like a kick at all. It's just like a knee-jerk response. Like, okay, arrow connects. You hope to get something out of it, but there's no follow-up.
Vendetta pops the stone plate, jumps away, flashes over the wall, jukes it out. Okay, that cost Carl his life. As JK executes him, SGP finds low health members of LFO, but WJ gets burned right down by the ignite. And LFO, they're looking for more. JK gets kicked into a wall, but there's no follow-up from LFO.
Yeah, not having enough damage outbursts coming out of LFO resulted in them taking a little bit longer to secure numbers out there, managing to only take out WJ. But after all, they got what they desired, right? Now they've already opened up every single tier 1 possible, easily find themselves into the Dragon Pit. Meanwhile, the rest of SGP, since they've already secured the Herald, they want to draw the attention over on the mid side. But this Lee Sin is going to go in for a big wraparound. Oh, and they're about to catch big targets.
Arrow connects. Here comes Sayonara with a kick onto Raven, but they turn on him. The big bomb of death destroys him and Zilef. The idea of LFO was correct, but SGP were prepared for that, and Vendetta wants to go for more. JK also shows up mid. SGP turns their attention to Dragon.
And now, with everything evened up, except for the fact that LFO have lost their jungler, no risk should be taken by the rest of the members of LFO. Carl continues to go in for a shove of the waves, and SGP got all the dragons in the game so far. So back towards SSK, just looking so sharp on many of these pursuits. Like, you saw that Rakan, he tried to dive in, hey, he got hammered out.
Yeah, and I was looking at that. SSK doing a fantastic job of preventing the Rakan from coming in. Just quick responses from SGP. Baron showing up on the map. This is the closest game that we've had.
Right.
There's literally no net worth gain, or not net worth lead for
Neutral
NEG.
net worth.
This is a neutral state.
Yeah, 11-11. Feels like it's a shot. Well, I can't say that word, but
Yeah, it feels like
a sale going on, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it is.
everyone gets a good deal every single fight, and I guess there's more to come. They do score big time on that Baron. I don't expect any of the teams here to really make a fully committed Baron call. but they're beelining towards top side, and all that's being scouted out.
Ultros straight to the back line. Watch out for the kick. A good stasis to buy a bit of time from Raven. The kick comes through, and they still takes out Raven. That's what LFO is looking for. And Carl gets to the back line. 2 down on SGP. The rest of them sent on the run. WJ third on the chopping block. Unfortunately, the dredge line would not help him. LFO finds that opening to go Baron.
There's no way that Vendetta could even chime into this one. He's so far away. No TP. He's gonna try though, as we see they're getting zoned out completely. Sayonara losing health bars. Maybe this could be a chance.
SSK, here he comes into a body slam. He flashes in, but they all pull away.
Go back in.
LFO doing such a good job. A kick away onto Vendetta, but the members are low. Can Vendetta be the hero though? He has no flash. He gets a counter strike, pops the stone plate, looking for the honey fruit, doesn't find it. But Raven is back. The ultimate is there.
Inferno
He's gonna
bomb.
toss it in time.
Oh!
He takes out Zilliff, but the Baron goes over to Lara.
So close. I thought he would have actually gotten it in the bag, but there were casualties involved after all. So it's no longer going to be even now that there is Baron buff on the side of LFO, but they're still struggling to make ends meet. Like, all the waves are nicely shoved by SGP much early on. They did contribute though. Vendetta has been joked around as the Jax can only leap to one target at once. So, good call on that, where we see even the Goggles Stone Plate giving him a little bit of an extra lifeline, but not enough damage. 1 versus 3.
Yeah, all things considered, LFO only got 3 members with Baron buff. So SGP not feeling too bummed out about that. Run to Sayonara in their own jungle.
And also, I gotta really commend that Sayonara did such a good job on that Baron, but we'll get to that later on.
Stasis. Raven avoids the cast. That's all he needs to do. Sayonara again spotted out in the SGP jungle. WJ is so low. Ultros goes in and gets executed. SSK finds that kill. Zilliff getting stopped in his tracks. A kick to keep Vendetta away. LFO, they want this turret. They should be able to get it.
They will be crushing it without a doubt. Now, I do have a chance to talk about Sayonara. So, other than securing that Baron itself, you saw how many times he go back in the pit, even with a sliver of health left, just to tank some shots, keeping the Baron active, while everyone's just struggling to keep themselves alive. Because of doing that, they get to secure that Baron at the very end of winning that fight. And it's such a nail-biter. Like, it could have also been taken out by Ziggs with that Mega Inferno Bomb. So everything was played to perfection. I think more credit should be given over to Sayonara for that. And of course, SGP still has a lot of chance at this. Even though with the Baron buff, you can see they couldn't really get that many rewards out of it. But here goes Sayonara.
And they again go for the kick onto Raven. This time it doesn't have any stasis. And the Sayonara delivery system deserves a 5-star rating. He has been fighting Raven almost every single fight. And just like that, LFO have gotten the lead for themselves. And the next one on the list is Vendetta, who flashes away. Sayonara follows up. The execution is there. They pop the GA off this Lee Sin, but SGP have no resources to follow up with that. And LFO are looking for the first inhibitor turret. They get the stun off. Carl gets it on the JK. He pops the gargoyle. He tanks up a bit of that turret aggro. Sayonara finally goes down, but at the cost of 2 members from SGP. LFO end up winning that.
And they finally crack open the inhibitors up mid. Despite losing that Baron power play, they have enough of the manpower to just basically run rounds around them. And now Inferno Drake won't be challenged. The rest of SGP, they can try as much as they want, but they only have 3 players to work with here. Vendetta being a little hopeful.
We've seen this before. The Vendetta and SSK duo. And look at all those pokes from long range. That dragon is gone. Mega Inferno Bomb is a bit late. Carl goes back in and gets an easy pickoff onto SSK. He still has the GA. Vendetta will pop that one, but again, Raven is isolated. He has to be careful. A good satchel into a counter strike. Carl turns around with the stun. Forces the gargoyle from the Vendetta, who pops the stone plate and gets blown up by a cast. SGP just cannot get anything done.
A little bit of overzealousness, hoping that they could basically snatch that out of the blue. And LFO, They have navigated their way, but they did have Ultras leaving himself behind, but it's a Rakan after all. Just basically leapfrogs his way with a grand entrance to safety. But oh boy, that was a good fight, and that was just basically 2 to 3 of the members trying their level best to get themselves that Infernal Drake. They know how important that could possibly supplement them heading into the final run, and now it's only down to either the Elder left. So just look at how they've been able to basically get into fights after fights.
And they just found WJ. LFO, once they hit that rhythm, they just don't stop. And again, right, it's all of Sayonara finding those pickouts, especially the last few fights. Raven has not been able to contribute at all. I mean, there was a slight chance that SGB could steal Baron, but this time I don't think that would be a possibility unless they can pull off a miracle, unless they can execute members of LFO. But LFO decides to pull out Baron for now.
Yeah, at least it's a good reset just by using the Infernal Bomb. Oh, just one more hit will do the trick to open up the tier 2. And look at how quickly the Elder is coming up. 10 seconds. This is the make or break moment for either side of the team. 19 minutes of play. One of the longer games that we have for today. And
This is the longest game,
yeah,
for sure.
but it definitely did felt like it because of that high kill ratio. It's like fights overall happening throughout the course of the battle.
With an average of almost 2 kills per minute. That's how crazy it is. I think LFO definitely feels confident to take on this Elder Dragon, but we also see the wraparound, right? That's what they've been doing to catch Raven.
And they're also sending up more players over mid. They know they do have a little bit more time. Info Bomb has been utilized to deter the top wave from crashing in, but that also leaves a lot of room for LFO to work things around without worrying about huge amount of damage to be dropping upon their members out there. A little bit of dance here that they are committing into. That's not going to work too much, but they will take it.
Try on the JK, he's gonna tank up everything, and here comes Carl. The Dredge misses, but they execute Sayonara. GA is popped, SGP has a chance. Ultros is already down. Both support sacrifice in this exchange.
And they're just going for the turrets instead. SGP can just hold the rest of LFO. They can't really retreat or basically back off. Now, Alara must go back to the base, and they will find themselves an empty pit. But look at the bottom side. It's down to Carl and Sayonara. Can they manage to steal Carl? He's undetected for now.
They're under vision. This is super dangerous for SGP. Not sure if we want to flip this one though. Oh, the big cast comes out. They get rid of Zillion. Now they know where Sayonara is. They also know where Lara 1 is. The arrow misses onto Raven, but Raven is low. Arrow connects only onto JK. Elder Drake down to less than 5,000 health. But SGP are looking to pull all of it. Pull off of that Elder Drake. A kick! That one is huge on Sayonara. Vendetta! He's gotten rid of Lara. Sayonara looking for an entry in. The Sonic Wave is going to be crucial because Crow is going to flash in. Mega Inferno Bomb keeping Sayonara at bay. The Death Charge not going through thanks to the stasis. But Sayonara, he's in no man's land and he is out. SGP wins that drawn out fight, but no one gets the Elder Drake.
That fight almost lasted for 2 minutes right there and then. And Todd, SGP, would have actually had a clean sweep out of that. Sayonara had to give his life for it. TP taken just in case if he needs to quickly get into a pit. Now, pressure is on. SGP, they can use this opportunity. 2 members are out.
There's no vision from LFO, but they know that SGP is in that Dragon Pit. Carl kept at bay by the Death Charge. WJ doing a great job. Vendetta putting his body forward. It's Ultros. He's going to check this one. Zilla finally shows up.
He's just running for it.
Ultros, he's just going to buy a bit of time. They want to get rid of him. The arrow connects, but not onto SSK. Carl now goes right in. The Dragon is very low, but SSK, he presses Smite, and the Elder Drake belongs to LFO. This game might have just been ended. The Mega Inferno Bomb for the finisher onto Lara. And the only one left alive is Sayonara. And he has to hold on for 40 seconds.
I don't think he has any time at all. SGP, they have finally nailed it to the dot and have been able to destroy the rest of LFO's base from here on. And nothing that Sayonara could do but watch this Nexus crumble.
A scrappy game, but sometimes chaos is where SGP drives. A 2-1 lead in this best of 5. And honestly, an unprecedented showing from SGP themselves. I don't think anyone would have looked at this series and thought and think to themselves, SGP would take the lead in such a fashion.
Well, there were points in time where they lost the lead, they regained the lead. It was a goose chase between the two. And evidently, when it comes down to some of all these Baron calls as well as the Elder Drake call, it's not as clear-cut as it seemed, where it was a dire attempt heading into that Elder Drake where they were few members down, and yet again have been able to take most of the health bars down from the rest of SGP, but the way that they reset it and repositioned was something that can be commended overall. If we take a look back into the replays, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of key moments where all 5 of the members of FGP has been able to contribute in various ways.
Yeah. Though I definitely think that, you know, a big part of LFO being able to survive this long into the game, aside from, you know, being able to play that early game the best they can, despite SGP's aggressiveness, was how Sayonara was constantly picking off Raven, right? And at one point, Raven was just struggling to find his footing in the game. But the fact that SGP bounced back, I think a huge part goes to SSK and JK, you know, the adjustments that they made, the target prioritizations that they had, the big Demacian justice that JK has been able to kind of drop on key members like Sayonara and Zilia has been instrumental.
Yeah, and the moment that they lost Sayonara is where everyone was sent on that red alert. You would see Ultros activating his ultimate just to run through everybody to get into the pit, but first, there's only so much that can be done. Well, some of them sold off their items, so we can't really see that, but it's such a back and forth. I think it's a beautiful game that was being played out by both ends. Like, it really boils down to that final objective that sets it all apart. SSK receives the MVP for this one. Hands down, one of his best performances on this stage that we are getting from him. And if you take a look at Ravens throughout this whole matchup, he has all the priorities right. A lot of times where we see his Mega Fiddle Bomb usage has been perfectly timed. Yeah. Like, there were times that he stopped the Baron, there are times that he even stopped the waves from crashing in. Like, so many things to factor in. Look at this crazy chart. I've never seen this in a long time.
Yeah, this is insane. The fact that SGP and when we look at the deficit that they suffered, that was when Sayonara was getting incredible pickoffs onto Raven, and SGP bounced back from that deficit, from a Baron power play that they were able to stop by reducing the amount of champions that has that buff and also stopping any potential push from LFO. And that was on the back of losing the mid inhibitor turret as well. I think SGP did a lot of phenomenal things that might have gotten overlooked, but it has led to them taking the lead in the series, which is pretty crazy if you think about it, up against a team like LFO.
And just seeing this itself is believing I'm the only one who voted for LFO. SGP. Yeah. So I'm happy.
I think faith is a very strong thing that can lead to good things. SGP are in the lead right now, and all of this is of course enabled by our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, we've seen SGP make history, and they're one game away from doing it again and to knocking out LFO. I think that itself is going to be a big achievement. But of course, there's still one more game for them to do so, and I think it's a big part thanks to Monster Energy for allowing all of these people to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys haven't joined our Discord, just join it with the link below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And now with SGP on the cusp of victory, Game 4 is going to come up. I just want to hear a quick word from you. What are we looking for from LFO?
A lot more craziness to be involved. That's all I'm going to say.
A lot more craziness is exactly the recipe for great WildRift games. We're going to take a short break and we will come back for potentially the last game in its best of 5 between SGP and LFO.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
So I'm going to go for the body slam, but actually gets tagged by the counter strike. He ignites Vendetta, who uses the barrier. SSK looking for a shot glass angle and finds the first blood down mid.
And he this time to get a catch.
Flash from Ultros. It should be a CY Sayonara is going to stick around the grand entrance, hitting onto SSK, but Raven is the one in danger. Safeguard forward into a kick, a sonic wave, but Ultros surrendered by LFO. Mega Inferno Bomb forced the rest of LFO away as Vendetta now also joined a normal champion. It's a big sign, but in top lane, the combination of Kara and Sayonara was sufficient to get a kill onto JK. Turn up the heat in all lanes. SGP looking for a response bot, and it's going to be SS.
It's fail-proof, right? When you have Connected as well as Lee Sin. Oh, curve the arrow!
And that is just sufficient. All these crowd controls onto JK. He stood no chance, but meanwhile, Death Charge used down mid to pull back onto the Ash, and Lara is dead. SSK drops the hammer on Ultros. Does LFO want to go for more? Flash from Crow into a Resonate Strike. The connection is dead. Zilla getting tagged by the counter-strike, and SGP traced back. 3 dead on LFO.
Attack. Now he goes in too early.
He gets silenced, and he gets executed by JK. LFO not able to contest this one. Lara 1 barely gets out of the hook range. And he gets out with his life, and SGP
Stop beating. They're in between everybody.
Raven is in danger. Satchel, Flash, Death Charge, buy some time. The cast is there. Of course, Raven does go down, but it's a lot of commitment from LFO. They should be able to get away. SGP, I thinking on
Fully removed as it's getting neutralized. JK now getting chased upon Carl. In sweet time, don't want to prematurely use the slice and dice.
JK has a flash. He actually goes back and he goes down to Carl. There's no vision in the brush. SSK should be able to turn this around the rip-up.
Can it connect? Oh, yes, it does!
Perfectly done. This should be an easy kill onto SSK. Abs on the mid lane. Tier 1 Vendetta with a good side step, but into the body slam and the grand entrance knockout. Vendetta with the stone plate. The ignite. Not able to burn him down. He heals back up, and SGP shows up down bot, but unfortunately there is a turret there.
Spawns, like, okay, arrow connects. You hope to get something out of it, but there's no
no
follow-up.
Vendetta pops the stone plate, jumps away, flashes over the wall, jukes it out. Okay, that cost Carl his life. As JK executes him, SGP finds low L-Hal members of LFO, but WJ gets burned right down by the ignite. And LFO, they're looking for more. JK gets kicked into a wall, but there's no follow-up from
They're
LFO.
about to catch big targets.
Arrow connects. Here comes Sayonara with a kick onto Raven, but they turn on him. The big bomb of death destroys him and Zilef. The idea of LFO was correct.
Oh, it's being scouted out.
Ultros straight to the back line. Watch out for the kick. A good stasis to buy a bit of time from Raven. The kick comes through, and they still takes out Raven. That's what LFO is looking for. And Carl gets to the back line. 2 down on SGP. The rest of them sent on the run. WJ third on the chopping block. Unfortunately, the dredge line would not help him. SSK, here he comes into a body slam. He flashes in, but they all pull away. Oh, LFO doing such a good job. A kick away onto Vendetta, but no flash. He gets a counter strike, pops the stone plate, looking for the honey fruit, doesn't find it. But Raven is
Good job on that Baron, but we'll get to that later on.
stasis. Raven avoids the cast. That's all he needs to do. Sayonara against the bottom. Well, what the crowd thought was going to be a sweep ended up in a potential Game 5 coming our way in this lower bracket series between LFO against SGP in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs for the MSPB region. My name is Husky. Alongside Contra, we had a long day, but the day is far from over. And honestly, we are just at the midway point of the day.
And Husky, I just need you to take a breather because I know we got a lot more things that will happen in Game 4, and a lot of fans definitely expecting this to go 5 games, but with LFO's form 2 games back-to-back, could it potentially close here in Game 4? I really do wonder. There's that possibility, but of course, a little bit copian from me. I still think it's very possible. 5 games coming our way.
So I went out of the studio for a while, right? And I checked out with everyone from the broadcast team. Well, you are not the only one who is believing. I think everyone from behind the scenes is starting to believe. I myself and Shaken, we have to look at the key player SSK in that game. I remember he dealt like I think more than 40,000 in terms of damage. With Raven coming in second with I think 33,000 overall, but it really shows the power of this Jace jungle, right? SSK. From getting that fade away first blood to just contributing to the rest, across the entire game. The fact that SGP were taking advantage of these scrappy fights, is incredibly impressive.
I definitely have to say so. The way that they still have that sort of hindsight to execute a certain move at a given scenario. Like, they knew who to look out for
Oh, yeah.
for most part. Despite the idea of having LFO to basically cause a brick wall of a defense or offense up in front and have an Ash to slowly wither them down, that didn't really happen in most cases, where we even see at a certain point of time. But then even get the chase all the way back line. 1v1 against the Ash, you know how it's gonna go. So let's go. Potentially a match point for SGP to secure here, and they still remain on the blue side.
This is the 4th game in a row, right? I think SGP. I don't think
never
SGP
changed
has.
sides.
Yeah, I don't think they ever switched sides. But what we do know that SGP kind of figure out one of the biggest bans, one of the most crucial bans, is the Morgana jungle that they have completely eliminated from the list. But this does pose a question though: where does this Jace stand?
It definitely is a huge question out there. SSK definitely have delivered when it comes down to playing that Jason perfection. We saw that slow-mo clip of him hammering down Birdman Rakan. Oh, that itself have stopped a team fight of destruction.
He literally prevented a team fight from happening. So watch out! This guy is a menace on the battlefield.
Deserves a ban. Deserves it.
That deserves a ban. I honestly didn't see that, right? Because we were looking at the flank from Sayonara, and we were like, yeah, if that connects, this fight ends right away. But you know, SGP just had the presence of mind. But it also shows a lot of proactiveness from LFO to find these openings to exploit SGP. They have found success across the series, but they were just not able to kind of capitalize it enough, to the degree that they expected. Morgana ban out again. I'm just looking for LFO to consider whether that Jace is worth the ban in the first phase, considering that SGP is on the blue side.
Yeah, and we're already seeing mostly support bans coming throughout, while you can't really consider Senna to be fully support. And I guess like this is just to stop SGP from going back to another comfort pick of the Nasus Senna combo.
Yeah.
So that out of the way, SGP, they could ban whatever they want from you. Like, Kassadin, leave that open if you want. Let them pick.
I think, for SGP, it's all about banning someone that can enable LF4, right? And in this case, I think the karma makes a lot of sense. So far, I feel like when we reach these scrappy fights, SGP, kind of like what they did against Fennel, where they didn't win Game 1, but in that best of 3, Game 2 and Game 3 was just SGP making it as scrappy as possible, and they were able to beat Fennel in their own game. Of course, LFO bans out the Jax, SGP just takes the Jace. I mean, without the Jax, it's completely fine. We still have a couple of options on the table.
Yeah, but that has been the staple for Vendetta. Now it's going to be making it slightly uncomfortable, but the Lucian gets let through, which I don't think it's the worst thing to ever happen when it comes down to the drafts, but that gives a little bit more stability for LFO, especially in the early game skirmishes that they were to be involved in.
Yeah.
So far, SGP pulling back to the Nautilus, and hey, you were talking about Nautilus win rates, right?
Oh yeah,
so,
it finally won a game.
Yes.
It did. So there's still the same picks for SGP, Nautilus, Ziggs, Jace, same sequence as game number 3. We are seeing a bit of a switch up from LFO, and here we go.
The
It's the Fiora. I believe this is most likely a Carl Fiora, but there is still a chance that it goes in the jungle. We'll see how that pans out for LFO. I actually asked TG, the coach from Nigma Galaxy, about Fiora and Jace jungle. He said that Fiora jungle is meh. Jace jungle is also not kind of prioritized, not incredibly desired, but we are seeing a bit of success from that Jace jungle in Game 3. LFO betting out the Shan and the Yasuo, and SGP takes out the Olaf.
Yeah, and when we look into the second phase of the draft, there's going to be a heavy priority on that jungle ban. Already telling you that this Jace definitely has been securing that role inside.
Oh yeah.
So we need to say SGP now have to look for alternatives here to basically stop this Fiora from getting out of control, because there could be really strong split pushes out there. Now, over on to the LFO side, we're potentially getting ourselves a Galio Lux bottom, unless, like, yeah, sure, you could still send that Lucian over bottom side and just have this Galio or Lux to hold out over the mid. So is it the best option going up against Ziggs? I think it's decent, but instead, it's going to be the Zed going over in mid lane. So it's Raven falling back to the Ziggs, which has been working out fine, and we've seen this one before.
We've seen this
from
before.
LFO. This is a high kill threat coming in from a bomb side, and you would definitely expect this Gallo to pay a lot of visits.
Yeah, I mean, Zilab Galio, I believe is a Lara Lux. So it's a Fiora jungle for Sayonara, and I think it's a Carl Lucian. And I think this is something that, you know, LFO is very comfortable with, especially when we look at Othros, right? Him on that Leona is a very synonymous, and I think it's a personal brand to a point where people are banning Leona against them. But for SGP, it's practically the same draft, except that Vendetta would not be playing on the Jax, but he does get the Zed. And overall, I think this is equally a good pick compared, when we compare that to Jax. It does give him a bit more of that high tempo early on.
Okay, that's one concern that I do have for LFO when it comes down to the early game, because you would expect when you pick a Lucian over on the Baron lane that you'll be dive upon on. You have a Zed on the other side, and you also do have a Jace that could also basically blast you from quite a range, and that could possibly set them back. But if played well enough, whenever you do have that Fiora to at least assist a little bit more, and with the Gallows' help, of course, things could basically flip in the blink of an eye. So, yeah, a little bit dicey here when it comes down to all things considered. Both sides having very strong approaches of how they really want to play out this final, potentially final game on Game 4. But we have finally seen all the cards now laid out on the table for LFO, because this is their last chance here. If they don't equalize, they don't get another.
Honestly, if LFO goes down, I think we have found the perfect... I mean, SGP deserves all the praises in the world, right? The fact that I think a lot of us counted them out before top 4, and now here they are. Well, yeah. Well, I say most people.
Yeah.
Good to know you didn't. I mean, you think you voted for them to win this one, right? And they're one game away from achieving that prediction. But either way, I think that a lot of that PH fans watching this would also agree that SGP was not on their list when we consider that power ranking. But here they are, 2-1 in this best of 5, and game number 4 might just be the last for LFO if they do not pull through. SGP comfortably sitting at that series point, and they just need one more to kind of close things out.
Yeah, it really feels like SGP is a team that relies very much on momentum. Like, when you have them going on high-spirited mode, like, these guys just know how to basically execute players out there. 100% win rate still intact after those games of Jace that he plays out. So, SSK, which you can basically learn of his passage through the jungle. Crux first, and then they wrap around to blue, I guess.
That's something I definitely would learn. Because I was trying out Jace jungle, but I didn't really know how to really play Jace jungle. Too many buttons for me to press. And the fact that he has 6 skills, he has technically 8 skills instead of 4.
Yeah.
Well,
if you consider like the ult,
the switch
just as a switcher.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, 7. Yeah.
6 or 7.
Yeah.
Want to count subs as well?
Yeah, we'll count everything.
Enchantments.
Yeah, we'll count the enchantments, the items as well. But I do expect Vendetta to be incredibly aggressive. I mean, we got Zilla trying to go in with the Justice Punch, and he's going to take some punishment from SSK, who does show up. WJ a bit late to the party. Overall, I think this Scuttle contest is going to be very interesting. Those Sirens are coming in. A flash from Ultros into Zilla's blade, and Carl looking to join as well. Zilla misses the flash, but they were able to force SGP all the way back.
A lot of some sprint for this one. They will just have to give way and of course secure the other one instead. A little bit of risk involved. Now we will have Carl basically having his way against this Garen, which couldn't really do all too much. Kraken Slayer, perfect rune to go up against the Garen itself. As the Grom really getting secured, as we see Nautilus also chiming in as the assault Sayonara in the middle of the jungle.
It's not easy though, because all those viral procs, those 1v1s against Fiora is going to be tough. Oh no, now Sayonara, he flashed.
Okay.
How do they keep him alive? I don't think that's the way. Yeah, JK, first blood comes true for SGP. Just preying on Sayonara's greediness.
And of all things considered, that was just a Gromp.
Yeah. Oh,
It could have been the blue buff, which I wouldn't judge him if he actually went for it, but yeah, it happens. But understandably why, like when you've already had perhaps a full clear over on your jungle, you kind of want a little bit more Lara now stuck in between.
yeah, this is a horrible spot, and he should be dead. Raven punishing Lara for being excessively forward. Which is uncharacteristic mistakes from LFO.
Might just be a little bit of nerves getting into the members of LFO. Just having a really rough time in the early game. Not too sure what exactly led up to this. Perhaps it was a decent hook coming in from WJ from the Dredge line. And Vendetta is now a free man to roam about. Sayonara on the other side.
Yeah, I honestly think that, you know, LFO is kind of feeling a bit of that nerve. We're seeing all of these commitments, Carl. Oh, you don't really want to be there. The Dredge line, almost a bit out of range.
If that does, Vendetta will easily go in to eventually connect with a death mark if he wants to. But all things considered, now they will switch the support all around. So it does feel like, oh, this is actually the true Dragon Lane up top.
I mean, JK is casually having a red buff on him. And the thing is, when you pit the Ziggs in against the Lux, the Ziggs is completely fine on an island.
Indeed. And there's nothing that the Lux could have possibly do to hinder his progress. This is going to be a neutral farming lane. While Twist Drake coming up within the span of a few minutes from now.
30 seconds, in fact.
Oh,
We get half a minute.
you timed it well.
Yeah, that's what playing jungle does to you.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes, you must be there. And like, what? If you're not at the Skull Crab at 125, you're a bad jungler.
It's like, okay, I'm supposed to be at the base at before 70 seconds hit. I can reach there just in time.
You're supposed to recall. You're supposed to hit your base at 4:30, and then you like go for the setup at 5. Of course, we get a replay of that first, but it's just like I feel like Sayonara is just pushing the envelope a bit too much, and at that point when you're committing into it, there's no backing down, and it's just very unfortunate that he's up against a Garen, that resulted in that first blood.
Yeah, and one thing that I do worry about for LFO, as I diverted the conversation, we do have the Herald being attempted, is that once they go in, it's hard for them to get out.
Oh yeah.
Especially for both the Galio as well as the Leona.
Oh.
And
Huh?
okay.
Alright, just casual flash.
Fat fingers. Happens.
He doesn't need it, don't worry. Doesn't need the flash.
Nerfs is getting to WJ2. I guess it goes both ways.
It certainly does.
And okay, when it comes down to WildRift configuration, sometimes the buttons are too close to each other as well. It happens to me a lot.
It does. Well, LFO looking for the Mountain Drake. Taking their time with the SGP. I don't think SGP are interested in this. They are just going to poke and prod on the perimeter. See if they can get it. JK goes in. No way he steals it, right?
Nope.
Oh, thank goodness he didn't. Sayonara was one who gets it, but Ultros is going to get pulled in, and look at the damage on top of LFO members. Ultros sniped by the Mega Inferno Braum.
A huge one landing on top, while the rest of the hit players are just basically stopped on their recalls. Even the Grand Challenge didn't connect the final blow.
SGP, again, just preying on LF4. I'm not sure if SSK can reach there in time. The recall should be able to be completed except for Lara's. But even then, it should be a bot tier 1. Oh, but there's no cannon wave though, yeah. Lara 1 flashes forward.
The damage is being shredded out.
And the Satchel just keeping him at bay. Again, uncharacteristic from LFO.
It's starting to look like Game 1 all over again, Husky. I'm kind of worried for these guys.
I'm kind of worried for LFO, honestly.
Same could be said about SGP this time around. Lara, doesn't know that he's hiding behind SSK. He's just plotting something up, waiting for the Nas to come right at the edge of it.
No way.
Does that mana?
No way SSK is gonna run away with that. No
boy.
way. Yeah, very wishful thinking. He gets exhausted.
But a tip of it.
Raven snipes it. Yep, this is game 1. All over again.
But SGP come out much cleaner than game 1, that's for sure. As they were just getting started that time. And look how they evolve. Like, even though we have a lot of scrappy fights, like, they knew what the priorities are. Especially Raven. Just being so good on the Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at what has transpired in the past few minutes, SGP are slowly getting that goal advantage, which is something which is kind of a minor luxury that they are taking advantage of LFO responding to their moves. I think LFO, they have expended a lot of time trying to keep each other alive. But when we look at the net worth, is SGP leading on all fronts? Well, except for the Baron lane, but that's what we expected. In the long run, though, it's inconsequential because you are a Garen.
Indeed. And, well, speaking of this Garen, it's interesting to see half-constructed builds everywhere. Usually you just want to configure at least one of these items first, like the Black Cleaver. He opts to have that Bramble Vest, which I think really pays off, especially with those early fights that they commit into. And also for the fact that he's facing a Fiora, that's definitely optimal, which I absolutely understand why they went in for such a start. Speaking of this Fiora, anyways, carry on.
JK just casually walks in, flashes away, takes a solar flare, and he's dead. Again, one of those face checks, but wow.
3 ultimates though.
Mid lane was in danger.
And yeah, no longer for now. As they have all 4 members up there, SGP will have to be on the lookout for the rest of LFO that's on the way. This is going to leave this turret B. We know that they're just around the corner anyways. They'll come in for another attempt later on, but we do have another objective up. Herald number 2. Shelly 6 high. And currently it's only 2,000 of the difference between either parties. And Ortros really have to step his game up. Same goes to Sayonara. And this is the reason why there's not that many Fiora players in the jungle as of late. Where, yeah, some of the nerfs definitely have hit her a couple patches ago.
Yeah.
While for her to also navigate around, I think the biggest hit was actually on her launch, where the range wasn't as far as it used to be. So the trades aren't exactly all too clear-cut. You have to really dive deep for it.
And SGP just got the Herald. This top lane is not going to stand. Zilean will try to flash Justice Punch. Takes out SSK.
2 knockups though.
Beautiful coordination from LFO. And they actually come in from the flank with a solar flare.
Oh boy.
And the hero's entrance. Grand entrance is also down to Raven. That one might just go up pretty soon. And Sayonara finds the perfect angle of attack. And they just pounce on everyone from the side of SGP. They only lost Otros. And that is what you want to look for as LFO.
It's perfect for LFO. This time though, Vanilla looking for Lux. Should be able to find something right here instead. Still gets the turret though. 2 turrets. And of course 4 kills to add on top. Now, they're back even in terms of score. Both sitting at 3,700. 37,000.
Yeah, and Sayonara is actually pretty strong. And despite that slight blunder at level, in the early game in the jungle, I think LFO right now are kind of back in the running, like I said. Rift Herald drop mid, SGP wants to divert the attention of LFO. But it is not that simple unless they can get a pick off. Lara 1 feels like a target with a depth chart. Uses the stasis to buy a bit of time, flashes to safety. And LFO, they keep this in the bag. The mid tier 2 is already down, so SGP, they get the first dips onto Dragon. Sayonara makes contact with Vendetta. Who is just buying time. The repulse is dead. Vendetta just buying time with the death mark, going in and out of the shadows, but ends up going down. Ultros now Xenoblade straight into the back line. Zilef also comes through. Ultros gives his life up, but WJ also gets traded back. The light binding lands onto JK. Sayonara! It goes so deep! The riposte! It goes off! He gets the trade!
Ignite.
SSK burns out to the Ignite and Raven goes down. LFO finds the ace.
Yeah, they fought in that choke point, and it took a little while. Vendetta gets caught out all by himself. Couldn't even buy time like you said he would. And they have to give this dragon away. 2 dragons back to back. LFO basically wrapping up, and you just gotta say Zilef is playing perfectly on this Galio overall. And on top of that, just having all these sort of layers to basically cut those spell rotations worked wonders for the team. And LFO up ahead, just a couple of kills extra for in specific.
Yeah, I mean, Zilef is like, what, full AP Galio. This guy hits like a truck.
Yeah, you saw those sort of flash knockups. Those were perfectly set up. And the longer the game goes, I guess there's another thing to worry about from either side of the party. Split pushes. Possibly another factor that they have to come up with.
I don't think they can use Sayonara. In fact,
no.
I think they have to run from Sayonara. Vendetta, he's dead. Very wishful thinking from SGP.
And they're starting to lose the plot here. Like, it's not the first time that Vendetta has been caught out like this. And Baron's at stake.
I think they
SSK.
get a run.
He has to find a little bit of avenue. Ultras with a flank.
They have to run right now. Get whoever you can out. They hook Sayonara back, but that's a death wish from WJ. Crowd just comes in. The final sprout will do the job. And then we contact in the jungle. JK, the Xenoblade from Ultros, max range onto Raven. He takes the satchel out, but Sayonara, oh, he's out for blood. The riposte! Oh, it dodges the much injustice, but he
Raven's
still goes
alive!
down. Raven! How are you still alive? JK wants to kill, not able to find it. But Raven makes it out.
What is going on in this map? Look at the back though, SSK.
Gets rooted up by the Xenos Blade. Gotta get it out. He knocks Zilef back. The taunt will pull him in. Zilef getting caught. Lara, he's dead. Vendetta is back. Zilef gets shut down. 850 go in the back for SSK. Oh, and Ultros, he's in no man's land. Solar Flare stuns on the 2. A big shockwave into a Mega Inferno Bomb, and the Vendetta should be able to clean this out. Xenos Blade to get distance. I don't know what's happened. I mean, LFO.
Unbelievable.
They have
He's
lost
going
streak.
for it.
And Carl, he's gonna explode! Yes! Vendetta picks it up! And, well, SGP won that fight, I suppose.
That's 600 goals worth. I think it's worth the dive. And here we go. Another challenger approaches. Sayonara. Oh, man. These scrappy fights, they just never end. So far, on an average, each match, 2 kills per minute on an average. 2 kills.
Yeah, I think this is the highest kill volume that we've had in a series.
I feel like this sets up a little bit of a rivalry narrative between the two. I can't wait to see them meet again and again.
How does this went from so right for LFO to so wrong for LFO? I think that is the question.
They overstayed in the jungle. Like, imagine how long that took, but hey, they get them back.
Yeah, this is gonna be like, this fight would just keep happening until someone gets aced.
Somebody's just got to tap out. Like, this feels better than an MMA match, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, Raven picked up the TP. But this is what SGP is going to do. They have done this before. They're going to shove the mid wave in. Zilef again. I don't think JK can tank this long enough. Not with the grand challenge on him. A good satchel from... a good knockback, in fact, from SSK to buy time. I think they used the death charge as well.
Yeah. And he had just have to preemptively pop the gargoyles just to ensure that he remains to be safe. Well,
I honestly think if you're SGP, you can play those side lanes because you do have that Zed.
and you also have that Jace, so you could go 1-3-1 easily. Meanwhile, you could attempt the same sort of effort coming in from LFO with Lucian on the side lanes, but you don't want him to beat up with Vendetta. So that's that risky call, which is why LFO, they rather go for a 4-1 split instead.
Uh-oh.
And Ultros onto something.
Yeah, they want JK. And the damage from the Fiora Vital procs is just insane.
That's so quick. He just basically finds all 4 of those corners in 2 seconds.
Yeah, and of course the Solar Flare into a binding. WJ is not making out of this. 2 good pickouts from LFO.
They're marching up mid though. They're all on the retreat. They're not even calling for Baron.
Vendetta up against Zilev. Can he pop the death mark in time? I don't think he can.
Oh my god!
What, Ultros? You're kidding me with the flash, but thankfully Vendetta has the shadows to get out. But the rest of SGP, they are in shambles. Sayonara, oh, he's looking for Raven. The Mega Inferno Bomb is not enough. He's healing out with the Grand Challenge. SSK beats him down, takes a binding, gets deleted. Vendetta still getting chased. He has already burned his flash. And Crow is coming in for the pickup.
No way out though.
Yeah, Vendetta is dead. An ace, a very delayed ace for LFO. But there is no jungler, so no Baron for LFO. But the Dragon is definitely a point of contest.
They could just let this one go, and I guess we are going to game 5 on this one if this continues on. SGP just looking messier than ever. We were just complimenting them moments ago, and now everyone's just scattered all around, picked off one after another, and you gotta thank Ultras for this because this Leona is starting to get a little bit of a steam going on.
Yeah, this Leona.
14 assists. He's only got 3 items.
This Leona is an absolute monster. I mean, Ultros has been making so many good plays.
That Zenith blade.
I did not know that you could do that.
I mean, you kind of can, but no vision whatsoever. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he blind flashed into Xenoblade, into the Fog of War. But I mean, a lot of these have come down to just individual pickoffs, right? And LFO taking advantage of Sayonara and Ultros as a duo, and that has been kind of opening up the map for them. But aside from that, SGP generally has been able to hold on. They're splitting the map apart. They're keeping LFO interested and away from major objectives. But I don't know how long they can keep this up.
Yeah, and for bombs already being utilized over top side just to clear that single wave. I don't think it's really worthwhile, especially now that they're basically contesting each other for the Baron.
I don't know if you want to face check this one though. Could be a huge mistake from SGP unless they can blow members of LFO up, but I don't think they can do so. Vendetta, he's already sent packing, and that's 2 sacrifice from SGP. JK is down as well. Sayonara is on fire.
They're just going to run it down from here.
And LFO, they're looking for a game 5 unless Raven can hold on. The binding does miss. So Raven gets to live another day. The Mega Inferno Bomb also used. This surely has to be Baron for LFO.
And we already see SSK not even recalling in time. Was hoping to get the red buff, but they just have to get this one away to LFO. Down to all these sort of mistakes that you should never ever commit heading into late game. That face tag definitely costs a lot more than it intended. And one problem is that you don't really have enough tanky units to be able to outlast, especially with Sayonara that can easily stretch them through. Regardless, like, it's getting tougher as it goes, where you have 2 guys or 3 that could easily initiate coming out of LFO.
And it's Elder Drake time.
It's Elder time, so it's really down to CE whether or not if SSK will turn it all around for SGP. But LFO possibly will tread very carefully, especially now that they do have the Baron buff. The longer they stay around this pit, they're going to waste that buff regardless, right? So they have to make good, effective use of that. And at the same time, take a look at where Ultras is. All the way towards the back.
There's no vision on SGP.
He could possibly change things around. And JK wants to dive hit first.
That's all the ultimates. Ultros. Oh, what an ultimate. He splits SGP apart. He delivers Zilev into the mix. JK is out of the fight. Raven brought down solo by the Winds of War. Again is Ultros. He just connects every single crowd control. And SGP, they're on the run. Vendetta takes care of Ultros. Sayonara doesn't get the vital proc. But Vendetta flashes away, takes the honey fruit, buys a bit of time. The binding from Lara is so accurate, and Sayonara gets the cleanup. And there's only Raven left. And it's game 5 that LFO have earned for themselves. Scrappy as always, but this time LFO win at SGP's game. We are going the distance.
And LFO have done it to put themselves back on track. And one more game, we'll see either teams to take their journey further into the lower bracket finals. Oh my word, LFO giving us a little bit of a panic attack. Same goes to SGP. So it goes down to the final game, considering the best of one. It's been a long day.
I mean, how did it come down to this? That is question number one. But LFO, we thought that the SGP got into the hit early on, but clearly LFO were making the better decisions as the game progressed, right? I mean, they're catching SGP off guard in the side lane. I mean, JK and WJ were not really having the game that they want. Those face checks, kind of a miscommunication from the side of SGP that led down this path. But either way, the fact that we got that far into this game 4 is unbelievable.
Yeah, and it all started from this point onwards where LFO understands that, hey, this death ball could actually work out. So they just kept securing all these sort of kills by just running at them. And it has worked out not once, twice, and for the rest of the run. And this itself, I think, was because of their own doing it again. SGP should have actually known for a fact to not actually have everyone running into the same rush at one go. And every single time they do so, they lose about 3 members to 4. And they bleed out so much from that point onwards that this was almost a no contest. Ultras just basically delivered them the game, and it was all thanks to playing WildRift to come right by. And show's over from then. SGP were just scrambling for help. Vendetta, though, if we take a look at how many highlight clips he had on the Zed, it was a spectacle. But only if he actually walked away with win, sure, he might actually be the MVP. But yeah, it's not the case, however. WildRift definitely was the better mid lane here in this match.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things to unpack, but it really came down. I think Ultras is the key player and the MVP of this game. I mean, we don't get fooled by the KD. A lot of this was enabled by Ultras on that Leona. Just so many setups. And this is why people ban Leona against LFO.
Yeah, and you just really have to respect that. Now, the question is, SGP, will they really consider that, though? Because I feel like it's not only Leona that's been able to get this game in their back, because that Galio has been looking bitey fine in the hands of WildRift as well. Sayonara may not have popped out in the early game, but look at the damage by the end game. 40k is absurd to me. Like,
and that's the Fiora thing, right? The Fiora scaling. I mean, we saw how fast he melted to JK. Garen. With Sterox and Bramble and Gargoyle, he got melted in 5 hits.
5 hits, all it takes. And once again, like every match of LFO versus SGP has had the graphs just going bonkers. This time around, of course, it all turns red. I think that they will stake back into the same sides heading into the final game. Or perhaps a little bit of change might give them an edge, though, a refreshing start.
And hopefully that is the case. I mean, we have one more game to find out who gets to stay in this. It's not even qualified to stay in this tournament and take on NGX later on. But we're gonna throw to a short break, and we will come back for the deciding game between LFO and SGP.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Now we're in the middle of the jungle.
It's not easy though, because all those viral procs, those 1v1s against Fiora, is going to be tough. Oh no, now Sayonara, he flashed.
Okay.
How do they keep him alive? I don't think that's the way. Yeah, JK, first blood comes true for SGP.
We want, like, when you've already had perhaps a full clear over on jungle, you kind of want a little bit more. Lara now stuck in between.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot, and he should be dead. Raven punishing Lara. Interested in this, they are just going to poke and prod on the perimeter. See if they can get it. JK goes in. No way he steals it, right?
Nope.
Oh, thank goodness he didn't. Sayonara was the one who gets it, but Ultras is gonna get pulled in, and look at the damage on top of LFO members. Ultras sniped by the Mega Inferno Braum.
A huge one landing on top, while the rest of the hit players are just basically stopped on their recalls. Even the Grand Challenge, they connect the final blow right at the edge of it.
No way.
Does that mana?
No way SSK is gonna run away with that. No
boy.
way. Yeah, very wishful thinking. He gets exhausted.
But the tip of it.
Raven snipes it. Yep, this is game 1.
Speaking of this Fiora, anyways, carry on.
JK just casually walks in. Flashes away, takes a solar flare, and he's dead. And SGP just got the Herald. This top lane is not gonna stand. Zilev will try to flash Justice Punch. Takes out SSK.
2 knockups though.
Beautiful coordination from LFO, and they're actually coming from the flank with a solar flare.
Oh
And the
boy.
Hero's entrance, Grand Entrance is also down to Raven. That one might just go up pretty soon, and Sayonara finds the perfect angle of attack. And they just pounce on everyone from the side of SGP. They get the first dips onto Dragon. Sayonara makes contact with Vendetta.
Oh,
Who is
Vendetta's
just
in trouble.
buying time. The riposte is dead. Vendetta just buying time with the death mark, going in and out of the shadows, but ends up going down. Ultros now Xenoblade straight into the back line. Zilev also comes through. Ultros gives his life up, but WJ also gets traded back. The life binding lands onto JK. Sayonara!
Oh.
It goes so deep! The riposte, it goes off. He gets the trade.
Ignite.
SSK burns out to the ignite, and Raven goes down.
What did he have to come up with?
I don't think they can kill Sayonara. In
Oh,
fact,
no.
I think they have to run from Sayonara. Vendetta, he's dead. Very wishful thinking from SGP.
Cards at stake.
I think they
SSK.
gotta run.
He has to find a little bit of avenue. Ultras with a flank.
They have to run right now. Get whoever you can out. They hook Sayonara back, but that's a death wish from WJ. Crowd just comes in. The final sprout will do the job. And they make contact in the jungle. JK, the Xenoblade from Ultros, max range onto Raven. He takes the statue out, but Sayonara, oh, he's out for blood. The riposte! Oh, it dodges the much injustice, but
Raven's
he still goes
alive!
down. Raven! How are you still alive? JK wants to kill, not able to find it. But Raven makes it out.
What is going on in this map? Look at the back though, SSK.
Gets rooted up by the Xenos Blade. Gotta get it out. He knocks Zilev back. The taunt will pull him in. Zilev getting caught. Lara, he's dead. Vendetta is back. Zilev cache. Oh, and Ultros, he's in no man's land. Solar Flare stuns on the 2. And big shockwave into a Mega Inferno Bomb, and the Vendetta
Well,
should be able to
Ultros.
clean this out. Xenos Blade to get distance. I don't know what's happened. I mean, LFO.
Unbelievable.
They have
He's
lost
going
streak.
for it.
And Carl, he's gonna explode! Yes! Vendetta! Yeah, they want JK. And the damage from the Fiora Vital Procs is just insane.
That's so quick. He just basically found.
All good things have to go 5 games, and here we are in this lower bracket between SGP and LFO. Game number 5 in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Playoffs. With me is Contra, my name is Husky, and we are finally ready to deliver not only the final game, but also to deliver the news of who is going to face off against Nigma Galaxy later on in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and it boils down to this. We've seen every single run to be a very scrappy fight, and only one victor comes up on top. Expect the same heading into this final. Grab out there, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this is the best that Snapdragon Pro Series have to offer. And first, we have to thank all of the people involved that make this all happen. Snapdragon themselves, as well as Monster Energy. And of course, let's go to the MVP of that match, Sayonara. He definitely hits the hardest, right?
Yeah, I think Sayonara played a great Fiora game, but again, we have to remember the person who enabled Sayonara and the rest of LFO, Ultros, that guy deserves a special shout out, a special mention for game number 4. That Leona, the signature Leona that he brought into the game was the exact reason why he is synonymous with Leona and why people respect that Leona. And going into game 5, I think this poses a question, right? Is that Leona worth banning? And if not, can SGP overcome it?
I just feel like I'd rather invest in the ban on the Fiora instead. That's just my personal preference, because you need that sort of hyper scaling in order to have this to take full effect. Because sure, who else that could basically chase better than the Fiora and still hit as hard on the sustained damage output? If not for her, maybe the Camille, which has been permanently banned either ways, right? So I don't feel like there's a need for them to invest that ban into Leona per se, because you can basically find other things to hinder their capacity of output.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair point as well, right? I feel like Ultros, he's the enabler, but you need someone to follow up with that. And in the previous game, they are members to follow up. Right? We kind of talked about Galio being delivered in. He has 100% AP ratio on the Justice on that Hero's entrance. That's why we saw his ultimate with just one-shot WJ, which shouldn't make sense, but you know that's how it is when you build full AP Galio. But in game 5, I honestly think that we should be expecting a bit more switcher from SGP's end compared to LFO. that enables SGP to play scrappy and also go into that late game with a bit more durability because I feel like that's what they lack in Game 4, but it's also because there's a Fiora on the other side.
I felt like they didn't really play to their strength. We mentioned that there are possibilities they could go for more split pushes instead and like look for alternatives. And with that sort of split push, it could basically bring the LFO members to separate territories. And the problem was that LFO was just sticking it as a default, so they didn't feel like taking that sort of risk. But the different type of risk that they took was face checking one of it, basically going onto separate fights of themselves, and it definitely didn't translate too much hitting the late game where their scaling is starting to hit a cap, a ceiling that you just can't get as good as that. So I think that that's a few things that SGP need to fix, and that they will really need to replace some of the things that they picked up early on. The Zed was alright, but they still need something else to supplement it.
And for the last game in this series, both teams are still going to remain on their respective side. You know, SGP has been on blue side the entire series, and LFO has been on red. But we're definitely going to expect the same few bans. I mean, we're looking at the Camille, the Yuumi, the Senna. The Jace has been led through. The Kassadin will be banned out. In fact, I think Kassadin was banned in the last game, right? And then SGP starts off with the Karma ban. So that has also been a huge priority in this best of 5. I don't expect anything different from the bans, maybe aside from that Fiora, but overall, I feel like SGP has kind of found a bit of their comfort zone with those Jace opening.
Yeah, I feel like that Jace didn't seem like it's gonna put them back all too much, as LFO, they just basically come up with very steady frontliners that can soak some poke damage overall. So they're going to do exactly the same thing, maybe in a different order of champions that they are bringing on board. We expect maybe an interchange of having things like a Renekton, a Lee Sin, that they still have to consider, because SSK, he didn't get to play that Lee Sin for a couple of games now. So now, not even switching sides for this whole series is what I am really interested to question them in the interview that we're gonna get later on. Like, is it like firm decision on both ends, or some guys just say nope, we're staying for this round?
So I did talk to Lara last week when they won when UDG won their series, and I was like, what is the key to you guys winning, like winning in such a good way, such a strong way? And Lara was like, well, we just don't eat. And I was like, all right, how is that the case? Yeah, so if we don't eat, we get hungry, we will try to speed run through the series, and then we go eat.
It doesn't feel like a speed run though.
Well, yeah, right now I think they're getting really hungry, and that could be something that SGP takes advantage of, right? Just take advantage of the fact that LFO members are hungry. This is the battle of attrition.
I don't think they're the only ones hungry. I feel hungry myself. Like, we only get like 3 minutes of break, barely enough time to.
Yeah, well, true. Yeah, but we actually hold on. We actually have supplements. We have sustenance right here. I don't know if you can see it. This is
a gummy bear.
Yeah, this is a gummy bear. I think this has been keeping us pretty much alive.
Yeah.
So
some monsters on top of that, right?
Well, we're having it. Yeah, some monster energy on top. We're having it better than these guys for sure.
Yeah. Hope they're well stocked up. Okay. Now.
Okay.
Instead of going for a Senna ban, they say, okay, I'll take out that Nasus. If you want that Senna, go ahead and pick it.
I think it's pretty smart, right? Because either way, the Gragas will go to LFO.
Uh-huh.
Right, like if SGP goes Senna, LFO picks Gragas. If SGP doesn't go Senna, LFO will just take Senna Gragas.
Yeah.
It has to be, right?
And I'm not too sure if LFO is comfortable to suddenly make that sort of switch into Senna composition anyway, so they're disinterested, but at least it will take one thing off of SGP. But remember this, like, they still don't have that comfort of having the Jax around over mid side that Vendetta did extremely well with. Of course, he was previously a Baron laner. Prominent Baron lane pick, perhaps. Renekton?
Yeah, I mean, Vendetta at one point was playing jungle as well, right? So he is definitely familiar with that. The Jace and Senna goes away. And I think this kind of puts SGP in a sticky spot, right? Because they also play the Gragas religiously. But this is the SSK Nunu. We've seen these before against RRQ. He played it twice, and he won one and lost one of it. We'll see how this Nunu is gonna pan out though. What we can expect is for SSK to be incredibly active, though there are some things to be said about his Nunu in that series against RRQ where he was getting out jungled by Chaz, but in this case, maybe we can expect something different with the Nami and Lucian Dragon Lane.
I feel like this is going to be a higher tempo matchup for SGP due to the fact that Raven this time is going on that marksman role once again and not falling back to mages, and mages. So what you usually pair with is that Nami that gives him extra hits, so you just basically prop the buffs that this Nami provides. But LFO, they have already secured 2 prime picks that have been sought after by the majority of the teams, Senna as well as the Jays, which we expect the Jays hitting into the jungle. And this could still be a bottom lane set if you take a look around. Like, you just basically work exactly the same way as what a NASA would have actually done. Is it going to be more effective? Not entirely sure.
Yeah, and I do wonder who is Vendetta going to go for, right? Because we are still looking at both JK and Vendetta's champions. We're still looking for them. The Kha'Zix going to go for LFO, so this is going to be there's a huge chance it's Zillion Jace, but that gives JK his Shen that has been banned out permanently up to this point, and Vendetta on the RE. This is one of the most standard draft that we expected from SGP. I was actually looking for the Akali for SGP, but LFO now got it for perhaps Carl, honestly. So I am a bit worried for SGP if they cannot get the ball rolling early on.
Yeah, and you gotta really take a look at what they've been able to excel in some of their past matches. So far, Jinkai has never really lost matches on his Shen. So long as you have Vendetta diving in, you can basically channel it to Vendetta or even Raven. And SSK possibly will need a little bit of help, maybe investing a little bit more money on Banshees of sorts so that you can basically channel the full Absolute Zero. It definitely is going to be an interesting matchup because this time, no holds barred, double assassins, check, and we got Zillion going over to the mid lane with this Chase pickup, which will fare decently well against an Ahri. So top side is where we're going to see a little bit more action.
There's a chance it could be a lane swap because we've seen Carl play mid before, though I doubt this game would be the case. I am again worried for SGP. If they don't get the ball rolling early on, they can easily be overwhelmed by LFO.
Yeah, especially if you get this Kha'Zix activated. Sayonara is on the roll, on the tear on that previous round when he was playing that Fiora. So I'm pretty sure that he has that bloodlust. Same can be said about SGP, honestly.
Yeah, SGP
everybody's going for those number of kills.
The best possible series that they have had. I mean, SGP has defied the odds multiple times. Obviously, the first step was to take down Fennel, and eventually they are sent down to the lower bracket. But who's to say that they are not going to win this? And I think it's easy for all of us coming into the series. We've already established that this is a test for SGP to see how far they can push that narrative. And the fact that they got to Game 5, I think, is already very impressive.
Indeed, and I kind of wish that we have some extra stats to be flashed on screen. Like, I wonder within 5 games or the past 4, how many kills has it been already accumulated?
I have a feeling it's probably more than 100.
It's definitely more than 100.
Okay, 120. I think it's roughly.
I think 35. 135.
135. Yeah, that sounds. I know that Game 4. I know that Game 4 is an average of like 2 per minute. But, well, we'll see if that's the case. That's that. We're going to try to finalize it. But most importantly is that it has came down to this one last game. Game 5 between SGP and LFO. MYSG, well, SG against PH. We'll see if SGP can overcome yet another Philippine juggernaut. But this is all for the marbles. It's for the rights to stay in the tournament.
And all the gloves are off. Sayonara so far having a 100% win rate on his Kha'Zix. Brought it out to play only in this final game. And they're already looking for the pickoff. Zillion taken out for first blood.
Yeah, wow. Woo!
Didn't even have time for you to respond.
Yeah, thumbs up for SSK. I love that. And it's an instant invade into the jungle, right? You take away the rip-off from Sayonara. And and you lock the Kha'Zix out of his own jungle at level 1. There's nowhere for him to go. I love this move from LFO. And the best part is that they can't really respond on the bot side. SGP kind of switching it up, and JK forcing Sayonara to get out as well. This is a huge delay in timing for the Kha'Zix.
And he's basically raiding the entire right side of the jungle from LFO. So it leaves him no choice but to basically start a parallel vertical jungle, if ever the case, against a Nunu. Almost impossible.
And they see Zilef come in as well. WJ is going to hit that level 2. So this entire attempt has been nullified. And look at who is coming in. It's SSK. Oh boy, he's going to roll it. This is going to be huge. SSK pull right back. The hammer is there. Snowball root, and SSK picks up a second kill. Ultros and Lara, they both flash away. But SGP are on the chase. And Ultros will be number 3. SGP with 3 kills to start things off.
Probably going for the blue as well. SSK, he should be ready for this, but I think securing the scuttle should be good enough. Spare him something. So, my explosive way to start things off, and we didn't expect this out of SGP. So much sheer confidence, being so prepared. I believe that throughout the course of the battle, maybe they've reflected, quickly looking at the VOD whenever there's time in the games, and like, okay, how does he rotate? Okay, he likes to go for trucks. Let's go for that red buff then.
I think the worst thing right now for Sayonara is that he's not going to hit level 5 unless he secures that scuttle. But unfortunately, the scuttle is on the other side of the river, so that is off limits as well. That means that SSK basically has just farmed 1.5 jungle.
Yeah.
And by the time he full clears everything, those camps are coming back.
True enough, and I guess there is a little bit of leeway knowing for the fact that this Nunu's hitting over the bottom side, so won't be able to deter him for now. But we take a look upon this once again. It's only one member of LFO that has got caught under that snowball, which is still great work. But even with 2 flash committed, SGP responds in kind, doing the exact same thing, and walks away with more and more of those numbers. That little skull is still there. So yes, it was a little bit delayed. He did manage to stabilize, still hitting into 5, getting himself the Raptors, and finally his red buff. So a ward being placed in. They will know of his location. There is the potential of steal, but with SSK still half an XP bar ahead of him, there's no point challenging, honestly.
I wonder if SSK only left like the small Raptors for Sayonara, because Sayonara was at the Raptors camp, but oh, look at where SSK is. He's back. He's back to visit the red buff. Vendetta kind of losing out against Zilep a bit, and SSK, oh, he's caught up in enemy territory. He's forced to flash away, and LFO, they're going to look for SSK. He pops his Absolute Zero to buy a bit of time, but LFO punish him.
Finally, getting something out of the back for LFO. Ignite being utilized preemptively, but Sayonara is there. He couldn't afford to commit the full force of the Spirit Rush. Zilep, he's a little bit low. Sayonara is backing him up.
And of course, the showstopper, Raven burns. And LFO finds a big kill down bot.
Very swift runs coming in. With all these sort of efforts coming in from LFO, they've been able to at least draw it back even. Only 1 kill of a difference, but LFO is actually up ahead in terms of the goal. And just for the fact that whenever you are going for invites and such, it does take a little bit more time for the laners to go back onto their respective territories. And now with both of all these objectives spawn up, Infernal Drake, extremely valuable for LFO. That double assassin setup, they will set their eyes on their prize. You expect them to be able to stay put to challenge this. Later one should be able to get his Showstopper up online. Looks being purchased while SSK rolls the ball down for a mid side. Not going to be hindered by that. And having that blocked off.
I like how LFO has been able to neutralize the small lead that SGP has gotten for themselves. Good root into a charm. They want to blow out Sayonara, forcing on the Dawning Shadows. The Showstopper to bring SSK back, but he does have that Gargoyles. And the Tidal Wave also expended. While all of that was happening, Zilep is just free pushing bot. SGP looking for the dragon, and see how LFO responds to this. It seems like they're not interested at all.
Yeah, they have to get this one away. And SGP just having the best of priorities. But Ziliev will still be able to survive for a little longer.
JK, what a flash taunt!
And that was the maximum range over the wall.
Incredible response. I mean, this is why I love a Game 5, because you see all these players push it to the absolute limit. Things that you did not think was physically possible in the game.
And
I don't think anyone would have gone for that if it was a Game 1.
if this was live on the crowd, I am pretty sure they'll be out of their seats going, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh, Vendetta, you are
gotta wait
way
for Thailand.
too close. Gets brought back and executed. Assassinated by Sayonara. Kind of overstepping a bit. Bubble does connect, but there's no damage from SGP. All things considered, LFO are actually in a better spot.
A decent spot at the very least. Better, I think it's a little subjective depending on how they manage the next upcoming fight. Because that sort of trade did favor LFO a little bit more. He managed to secure the top side turret, and of course that's with the help of the Rift Herald. So 2 turrets down. So LFO gets a little bit more ahead. 3,000. 1 fight will change things overall. Raven now over mid side. So we've seen him going on that Storm Razor build. Possibly adding an Essence Reaver later on, perhaps.
And this is all just based off of objective. LFO going for an attempt onto JK, and I don't think JK can get away from this. The isolation debuff is there. Another good pickup from LFO.
Yeah. It seems like LFO definitely knew what exactly to do. You just basically have both of the assassins working in tangent. Enough damage to overwhelm any single target out there. So whether if you're a Shen or not, as much as you want to channel your Standing United out, why dead? He's already off of that map for the moment. So LFO already see Homebreaker now being built by Ziliev over mid side. Working on the Black Cleaver next. Could also turn into something else once. Oh!
Flash. Showstopper, forcing that one out from Raven. Snowball comes right in. Ziliev and Sayonara gets away. They get hit for the snowball. Stand United into a taunt and an absolute zero and a charm. And SGP just layered all of it up for 2 kills.
Yeah, despite getting all these sort of pickups, they still have a little bit of struggle. The split push is coming in full for Ziliev. We'll be working on that. We'll have him chase out a turret, but that cannon is going to be hard to be destructed by this Shen. He's going for a number of kills instead. He's running out of mana. JK can get this.
Yeah, forcing a flash out of Ziliev. This time JK did not follow. But the good news for LFO is that they are keeping all of their structures alive, and that's all that they need, honestly. Get onto SSK. It's not an easy target to go onto, but Carl is going to try to dodges the bubble with the perfect execution. He's waiting for the follow-up. The second proc is that. But I don't think there's enough damage to execute SSK. Now he's going to fall back and use that second proc to get away. Sayonara coming in. But there is an ebb and flow heal for SSK.
Not going to be enough, though. But with a little bit more of the neutral jungle creeps, SSK could easily take a bite out of it. Oh, that one. Going into deep territories out there, have to give the blue buff away to Sayonara. It's smite down. 30 seconds and less. Herald's going to be spawning up soon. By then, there should be enough time for them to recuperate. Haven't really seen Jinkai actually coming up with huge Stand United, so we have to depend on that. We have the Divine Summoner working on that Sunfire Cape as well. So at least with that Shen, he can be on permanent split push duty, which is why you see Ziliev just being on the quarter, matching it up. Still needing 1 more minion hit to destroy that turret over bot side.
Yeah, and while Jinkai is dealing with Ziliev, SGP have started working on the Herald. And I think this is very important for them because they need to take some of those objectives out. Oh, the Vendetta. Yeah, he's going to be really careful. Ziliev losing to Jinkai, that's what you want to see. Herald goes over to SSK. Vendetta gone on by Sayonara, who executed him. He has to evolve Wings, so he's going to be able to get away. SSK as well. Stand United, Gargoyle, Absolute Zero. They all go off, delivering Jinkai into the fight. SSK flashes forward for Sayonara. The heal, not enough to keep him alive, but Sayonara does go down. Now Jinkai pops his own Gargoyle, rooted down by Otros, as Carl is waiting in the wings. both teams disengage.
Excellent work coming out of JK. Timed out to stand united. He managed to get a solo kill down bottom. Another kill coming over on Ravens as well. Wow. They really hit hard this time.
Yeah, they hit. But all that considered, again, LFO still have that goal lead. And that's something that has been a reality because of all those structures that LFO took down. But at least SGP is kind of keeping it together. And, you know, I think Sayonara has been doing a fantastic job in identifying key targets to kill off. Vendetta didn't really get to play that fight just now.
Not at all. But at least if they continue along with this tempo, they can get a lot more out of it, especially on the upcoming Dragon that they're going to be finding out for. Now, pop over a mid-side, cleared in the jiffy, and they finally get themselves a little bit more opening on that tier 1, whereas the other two will be a little bit more brittle. Oh, charging right in. SSK, he's the only one up front. Dangerous place to be at.
LFO with all the corners secured. SSK just gonna walk in. The redemption will buy some time to grab him away. Standing right there, Jinkai finds a double taunt. Lara 1 is ignited, and he's dead. This dragon should go over to SGP unless LFO can get a miracle steal, but it is not going to happen.
Over in the back though, they're basically hunting out for Colin, and perhaps he might actually find a way to get out of this mess. He does have the perfect execution strike.
Vendetta, the ignite.
One more
prompt. Gets it. Sayonara trace back with the taste of fear. That's pretty much it. I mean, SGP getting the objective, so they shorten. Well, they pull that goal deficit back, and it feels like they are kind of back in the game. It's an even game, in fact, with the turret going down.
Yeah, all they needed was this. All the other structures now down except for the top side from tier 1s. And look at how well SSK just goes right in, have full trust on the teammate. That tidal wave did connect onto 2, and it was that 2-man taunt, like you mentioned, that has deterred the rest of LFO from further pursuing on this Ocean Drake overall. So just great coordination out of SGP that won them this team fight.
Yeah, in all things considered, at least Sayonara got a trade back, but you know, Carl also contributed beyond the grave. But with SGP kind of back in an even spot, I mean, we still are looking at a minor problem of how is SGP going to deal with the split push as the game progresses.
Yeah, I guess that it's just down to how well Jinkai controls the tempo. So far, 1v1s have been matched up when he goes against Zillia, which we have seen moments ago. But if this is Sayonara copying him, the results are different. Oh, the catch.
Vendetta, can he get away? The Spirit Rock staying right on Jinkai!
He does!
You are a hero of SGP, and Sayonara is dead. And Jinkai didn't even cancel the teleport. He's still dealing with Zilev. He might be able to win this though. The taunt is there. Zilev knocks him away. A shock blast to finish the fight. But I mean, all things considered, SGP have dealt a dent to LFO. And this is the big one.
They will have to risk it though. There's still that Akali that they will have to worry and respect.
They have to get this. The base is in danger. Lara 1, he's showing up. SSK, can he get it though? Absolute zero use. Baron down very low. SSK secures it. But they gotta get out of this alive. And Carl, he's looking for a cleanup. SGP, you have to run right now. The base is an absolute shambles. Flash face breaker. Lara 1 does a final kill. Zilel breaks the inhibitor turret.
It's an intense game. We think that it can't get any hard hitting than the past few matches. But this tempo is something else. Both sides knowing exactly what to do. Like you said, the split push is still going to be prominent coming out of LFO, especially with that Hullbreaker on this Jace. Now further equips it with Mortal Reminder as well. SSK managing to grab it just in the nick of time. Even with the perfect execution, Calden managed to snatch it away. But look at all these health bars dropping so low. If they get wiped out, it was going to be game over, and LFO would have basically march into the base. Thankfully, not only did they survive, they got their buff still intact, 3 of it in fact, so they can start to swing right back into the ballpark where LFO currently resides, but there's not much more extreme pace on this jungle. They'll slowly work towards it. Now we see a split coming out. Majority of members of LFO over mid and top side. Meanwhile, SGP, they've already conquered it. Shoving over down bot, have to let this one go. Sayonara.
I think
JK doesn't know.
I think in the 1v1 just now between JK and Zilep, JK actually didn't have a completed hull breaker. That's why he lost that fight. But now he does. And again, he can join the fight with the ultimate if he wants to.
He's got to buy time though.
Lara 1, oh my god, he's chunked down so low. That turret, I think it's gonna fall for sure.
It has to be.
Carl doesn't hit the shuriken. SGP finding a crack in the base of LFO. They've equalized the bottom lane for sure. There's still enough Baron buff duration for them to find a possible crack, but unfortunately, there's no minion wave and they opt to go for the reset.
Down to a few more fights to settle the score. But with super minions shuttling in from multiple directions now, it's definitely going to be hard for LFO to extend past their base. So it's definitely going to be a little bit more pressure. But with both super minions going over bomb site, call it neutralized. Then.
Yeah, it is definitely neutralized.
Yeah.
I mean, SGP are setting up on this dragon. Oh boy.
Meanwhile, SSK diving into the deep end. No facebreaker connecting though. Look at Jinkai.
Yeah.
He's taking his sweet time, but he might actually need to consider making a move really soon. He's gonna hold his thumb onto the Stand United hover whenever they need him. But the huge wraparound comes in from Sayonara at the back of the pit.
Vendetta
To get the catch.
finds a charm tidal wave, a big one onto Lara. He grabs SSK, he gets behind, WJ in danger, Sayonara looks for the kill, finds it. Jinkai now joins the fight. This is important for them to win. Look at Raven though, he's popping off. Lara 1 gets the stun off. Oh, Jinkai! My goodness, once more, the hero of SGP. And Jinkai might have just saved the game. A double for the Shen. LFO sent packing. SGP temporarily win that fight.
He could have basically won them the whole thing as well. My goodness, this Shen is something else like we've never ever seen before. This is the reason why you should ban it away from SGP. And they absolutely forgot about it. Could be the stuff of nightmares that they'll dream tonight for LFO if they do not close this match out against SGP. Take a look at this once again. The tidal wave and everything else that have kept themselves alive. SSK draws the line in between, forcing them to go with a big wraparound. And look at Jinkai. Everybody tries to ignore him, but he can't be ignored. The Sunfire, everything else, hurts like a truck. And Ultras, he just couldn't hold the line. It's a slow burning death, not even dash needed.
And this is a huge moment for SGP. Can they do it again? No, Raven.
Raven.
Oh no, not now, Raven. You cannot go down. Jinkai again joins the fight. They want Raven dead. Crow is looking for him. Raven is buying so much time. He gets executed. Lara 1 goes stasis. Car goes stasis. Gets taken out. Vendetta. Lara 1, he's low. Zillia in the mix. Sayonara knocked out by the snowball. Executes WJ. His J pops. But can they keep him in place? Jinkai.
They will.
Of course, again, does it. But it's a 2-for-3 trade. Is Lara and Ultros alive? SGP.
There's nothing they can do about it. Jinkai, the man, the myth, the legend. 7-2 on the Shen. And Lara, Star attempts coming in.
I don't think they can hold on to this turret for sure, but Lara, oh no, I don't think he can hold on to this. Jinkai, no taunt available, and Lara just buying a bit of space and time for Vendetta to chase him down. Haymaker grabs SSK, buys space.
He gets out.
He makes it out in time, but they did lose the turret.
What a move. No ordinary set would have actually survived that.
And Elder Drake is up. The game is not over yet, for sure. LFO have one more shot at this.
It's a really long shot as well.
And I don't think Raven has stasis. I think this is a huge... It's an opportunity for LFO to capitalize on.
It's bagging on hopes of Jinkai to save the right target at the same time. Well, of course, you can only pick one. So it is going to be a tough call. But LFO looking after the Elder Drake. Going to be checking with the snowballs. In fact, if they really want to call for an early Baron, there's no vision wall set up by LFO whatsoever. Free access for the members of SGP if they really want to, but huge of a risk once again.
Yeah, Sayonara is looking in the shadows, and he could change a lot. And the only reason LFO can even move up right now is because of the bottom wave. And Vendetta, he's left all alone down bot. So LFO, they have a small window to keep SGP occupied, but not for long though.
Yeah. Crystalline Scepter now available for Carl. Perhaps this could basically buy him a little bit more time into the team by turns 5. But it's really boiling down to execution because we've seen Carl going into the deep end so many times. And this pressure is about to crack them open. Sayonara just got to time it really perfectly.
The Tony Shadow is so early.
And there's a heavy wave over bot side, top side as well.
Jinkai is buying time. LFO, you have to do something right now. And this is why Sayonara has been waiting in that brush for the longest time ever. He's waiting for this ultimate steal attempt. He just placed down the ward and SGP know about it, so they are not going to attempt the dragon. Jinkai will... He just took down the turret!
He got the turret now. They can easily call for Baron. They don't really need that Elder Drake. It's going to take some time for LFO, even if they were to attempt for it. So this is going to be that golden moment for the side of SGP.
Sayonara doesn't know this. He's working on the Elder Drake. SGP, what is the move right now?
The move is actually to call for a fight. They really want this. Seems like Sayonara's already working for the Elder.
Zilef doesn't know. He went and checked Baron.
And there's not going to be Jason around.
And they blow out Lara. Jinkai again. The taunt is so good. Sayonara, he leaps away. Snowball doesn't connect. Elder Drake, 5,000. Dawning Shadow again used. They're chasing for him.
They can't get it.
And they found him. SSK, work on the dragon right now. That's all you gotta do. Zilel, he's gonna buy time. The fight is so split. Lara 1 is dead. Sayonara might be out. Vendetta,
back to the dragon.
Saved by Jinkai. The Stand United. And look at Jinkai.
What?
He got the taunt. Sayonara caught midair. And the story for LFO has been concluded. SGP delivers another upset to the PH region. First is Fennel. Now it's LFO, SGP. They have a date with NGX in the lower bracket finals.
Sigma Galaxy might just be the next one. SGP now books a date with them right after this. A conclusion to one of the most epic series of WildRift we've ever gotten here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And boy, oh boy, this delivers the best.
Unbelievable performance from SGP. We thought Fennel, sure, right? We criticized Fennel a bit and how they played their games and how they approached the game. But when we looked at LFO when they were still UEG, and we were like, yeah, this team looks incredibly solid, right? Great jungler, their solo laners are legends. And then we come into this series and it all boils down to a circus fest of just skirmish after skirmish after skirmish. And guess what? The war of attrition goes over to SGP, and you could not have portrayed this any better. This could have gone either way.
So many series of fight that was executed so well, even from LFO. This was a fight that they actually won outstandingly so. And it was Jinkai that suddenly turned the tides around. Like, man, the Sunfire hurts different.
I mean,
it hurts so much.
Jinkai is 100% the MVP of this game, right? And even in this fight, we saw Raven, he got caught out so much, but look at the amount of utility. Look at the amount of commitment from LFO to kill Raven.
It's also crazy for the fact that how many times this set pulls in that Nunu, he does not die. No amount of damage could have actually taken him down. Shinsekai just being that snow monster of Yeti just basically had so many of all these other players of LFO being hindered away and just take a glimpse of that. JK, hardcore carry of the match.
Yeah, JK.
Oh my word.
The most important game of the entire series, Jinkai just wakes up and carries his team. But I mean, Raven also had a great game overall. I mean, SGP switching the whole draft up definitely kind of gave them that element of surprise. But most importantly was how they kept taking those fights against LFO. I think the willingness to take those fights is really what kept LFO on their toes. At one point, LFO were not willing to abandon their post because SGP were constantly lurking around those objectives.
I gotta take a breather.
I mean,
I'm trying to collect my thoughts because, sure, like, there were a few things that is problematic when you go for a double assassin draft, right?
Yeah.
You get outskilled. Like,
Yes.
and you can already see it starting to crack, hitting into that 16-minute mark where they lost that Baron. Sure, that Baron power play comes into effect. Sure, there was a couple of fights that they managed to trade almost evenly, but when you have double assassins, there's also an issue of follow-up because the other members don't move as swiftly as they do, right? So, in order to really pull off that perfect execution of a team fight, it takes so much out of them, where we saw Sayonara trying to swarm his way into a position to end up into territory where he can even snatch. He gets ratted out by all the other members of SGP.
Yeah.
But all in all, this itself, you really got to commend. Mad respect to LFO. They definitely put their hearts out on this match. Fun to watch. These two teams definitely deserve
Yeah,
the best of credits.
And of course for SGP, no one thought they would come this far. They themselves didn't expect to come this far, and here they are. But they have possibly this fairy tale could end here, and it would be a good Cinderella story. But for SGP at least, the one mortal enemy stands in front of them, and that's the team that they have never ever beaten before, NGX.
This could just be that miracle run out there where I believe that there's a lot of conversation back then, like, what happens when MYSG teams meet against PH? Do they stand a chance? Sure, the rest of them have faltered.
Yeah.
But now SGP is the only one from the WCS MYSG that's been able to show them, hey, remember us? Back then we're Alliance. We've been able to deliver, and they'll deliver again, and again. So this is a team with ample of experience, and we're about to speak to one of the stars of SGP. Please welcome SSK.
Yeah, and I don't want to make an assumption, SSK, but first of all, congratulations. The day is not over yet, but did you wear a mask because you came into this series expecting to not make it again?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't shave again, so I was unprepared for the interview.
But I mean, okay, I'll let you have the stage because it was a crazy series. Give us your word. I mean, how was that entire best of 5 been?
I guess it's really a roller coaster ride. Like, honestly, I have no idea what those games were like. Like, every game there's a different game plan, right? Different draft, different pick and ban in a way. So every game felt very unique. So, yeah, it was honestly very tiring to play a best of 5. So for the last game, I just said that, hey, I just want to play Nunu. You know, I don't have to use my brain. Just roll it in, have some fun. Yeah, and glad it worked out.
Yeah, and overall, we're seeing so many team fights. I think that if we add all the kill ratios, it's going to be more than 100 throughout the best of 5. So far, of course, later on, you guys will also be facing Nigma Galaxy. So, did any of these members of LFO actually squeeze too many strats out of you guys, or there's still more left in the tank?
Blue side of our games, I feel that we have some red side games that red side strats that we have not shown our draft on red side, right? So I think that might be I guess that is to our advantage. But coming from lower bracket, Nigma Galaxy probably have seen all our like what the things that we can play and our like the thing how we set up for objectives, stuff like that. And I guess the biggest disadvantage for us is we had to play 5 games, and we're honestly really tired. So hopefully next time the format can change. But
Yeah, I mean,
next time we will try our best for the next series.
Don't worry, have faith. You guys could pull through. Yeah.
and like Contra is huffing on like intense hopium at this point. But I mean, going up against NGX, I remember the first time we spoke to you, I think like 2-3 weeks ago, you said that NGX is the one team that you guys dread to face, and it's the one team that you guys have not ever beaten. And I think NGX, they themselves also resonate with that. But going into that series, it's inevitable that the only way to qualify is to beat them. What is the mindset going to be like?
I guess for our team, we always come into match day with the mindset of if we win, then win. If we lose, then lose, you know. So we always had nothing to lose, and same for today, same for LFO, same for Nigma Galaxy. If we manage to win the series, then okay, sure, we win. But if we lose, then whatever, we try our best, you know. So we never had any have any pressure on us. We just play. So that's why maybe you see some quite questionable plays by my team member and especially me, because I just go in if I feel like it. Yeah, stuff like that.
But of course, it did work out at the very end of this series. So
Yeah, if it
kudos
works,
to
it
you.
works, right? But you know, and for tradition's sake, we have to ask the MVP question. But who do you think what's the best
I
player?
guess MVP would be, I think Riven. I think he's Lucian. He's #1 Lucian, by the way. Like even right now.
Wow.
So yeah, he's
Oh yeah,
Lucian.
he
He's
actually is.
really-
Yeah.
And you're still number one Lee Sin, huh?
No, and I'm all the way to #8 already.
Well-
So yeah, so I think Raven will be MVP. I think he played really well, and especially the last game, he was confident, even though he killed himself once. But other than that, he did really well.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough for a reason. We'll just take a look at the screen right now. We'll put it up and let it do the talking. On the screen, honestly, I feel like everyone is. Like, I have to say the cliche thing. I think everyone is. The
Every
MVP.
single match there was some
one.
shining moment. I think
Yeah.
Game 5 itself, Jinkai actually did a lot on his end as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely contributed a lot of other games that you were involved in.
Yeah, it definitely showed a side of. I think we were talking a lot behind the scenes about how Jungle Jace is gonna come into play, and obviously you show a glimpse of that. I feel like we've been talking pretty often. We've asked the questions that we wanted to ask. If there's one thing about Nigma Galaxy, I want to hear about your thoughts regarding what NGX is particularly good at that has been a big challenge for your team overall.
I guess Nigma Galaxy, they are a really professional team. They always research on their opponents, no matter how good or how bad they are. Like, they did research on us, even though I feel that we are not as good players as them. So I do give them due respect, and I think that's their biggest strength is their coaching staff, Vansu and TG. I think they are really, really, really good coaches, and we don't have a coach, so the only thing I can say is Coach Gap.
That's one way to put it. But I know you guys have another best of 5 coming up, so we're gonna wrap this up first, and we wish you guys all the best for the lower bracket final against Nigma Galaxy coming up.
Get some drinks, get a little bit of food. We'll see you real soon.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, SSK.
Whew, I'm not gonna lie, I have to agree, it can be a bit exhausting. I mean, I don't mind casting 15 games, but playing 5 games, I think it's a bit more tiring.
We were grinding those Star Garden events. It took a lot of energy for just that. Imagine
and that was
fighting
normal games
for tournaments.
And that was me playing ARAM, so that is playing games is something else. But regardless of how tiring or how exhausting it is, good WildRift would not happen without our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they've been with us for a long time. This is just part of that journey, so we are really grateful to have them with us. And also,
SSK probably needs this a lot.
Absolutely, he needs Monster Energy, which is also one of the partners with us that allow everyone from SGP to honestly unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, after that game, you better join with the link discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Talk about how crazy SGP's run has been, or just talk about how crazy the upcoming series is going to be, SGP versus Nigma Galaxy.
Well, of course, Nigma Galaxy has been waiting since the earlier series of the day. They managed to at least get some really good scores out of RRQ. That also went into this is a 5 games so far. So I'm pretty sure that they have been waiting for this moment, but SGP, they need to prepare for this one. So till then, we'll give them a little bit of time, and we'll be right back for another Grand BO5.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Still has the gargoyle. The recalling under that ward. Of course, you see Carl coming in, and they actually blow up Vendetta. And the 4 can definitely chase for this. The reset on the rocket jump.
One more jump.
Lara gets a double. Resets again. Raven getting attacked by the Storm Razor. And of course, Carl to follow up. A trip over Lara. Of course, he brought down low, but the rest of LFO are ready to collateral damage. Just take out Lara, but there's the last breath from Zillia that forces the flash from SSK. And yeah, Jinkai wants the execution on the Sayonara, but it's wishful thinking. Another good last breath. Jinkai does go down. Turret falls as well. Carl charges in with the broken wings and finds WJ. And SGP's Hail Mary attempt might have fast-tracked game 1 for LFO as SSK is forced back into the fountain. LFO with full 5-man just destroys the Nexus.
Same goes for JK, who's got a Lich Bane of his own.
Oh, here comes the Shroud. SGP in a good position. JK's in. Lara 1 being the target. JK, perfect execution, goes on to the members of LFO. They burn down Sayonara and SSK takes the Herald away. Ultros next on the list as they could Destiny for the Vision, but Crowd's been tagged by the Resonating Strike. SSK goes in, gets gold card, but survives that one. As Lara 1 also gets out with a rocket jump. The root, the gold card. Vendetta just goes for the pickup, and Carl can't really back him up. 4 for SGP.
Going. The rest of LFO, they're here to commit once again.
Vendetta counter-strike runs out. Ultros flashes into a death charge. That's going to connect onto 3 members of SGP. With the Dawning Shadow to protect them from Raven. Vendetta again with the counter-strike to buy some time. The gold card connects over the wall. A good kick! Oh, SSK kills Lara 1 with that as well. SGP now turn the fight around against LFO. They're going on to chase the root on the 2. SSK back in. WJ gets the kill into Carl. And Sayonara here is exhausted and he's dead. SGP with
it's being scouted out.
Ultros straight to the back line. Watch out for the kick. A good stasis to buy a bit of time from Raven. The kick comes through and they still takes out Raven. That's what LFO is looking for. And Carl gets to the back line. 2 down on SGP. The rest of them sent on the run. WJ third on the chopping block. Unfortunately, the dredge line would not help him.
Good job on that Baron, but we'll get to that later on.
Stasis. Raven avoids the cast. That's all he needs to do. Sayonara again spotted out in the SGP jungle. WJ is so low. Ultros goes in and gets executed. SSK finds that kill. Zillia getting stopped in his tracks. A kick to keep Vendetta away. LFO, they want this turret. Should be able
to one. Well, they only have 3 players to work with here. Vendetta being a little hopeful.
We've seen this before. The Vendetta and SSK duo. And look at all those pokes from long range. That dragon is gone. Mega Inferno Bomb is a bit late. Carl goes back in and gets an easy pick-off onto SSK. He still has the GA. Vendetta will pop that one, but again, Raven is isolated. He has to be careful. A good satchel into a counter-strike. Carl turns around with the stun. Forces the gargoyle from the Vendetta, who pops the stone plate and gets blown up by a cast. SGP just cannot get anything done.
A little bit...
I don't know if you want to face check this one though. Could be a huge mistake from SGP unless they can blow members of LFO up, but I don't think they can do so. Vendetta, he's already sent packing. And that's 2 sacrifice from SGP. JK is down as well. Sayonara is on fire.
They're just gonna run it down from here.
And LFO, they're looking for a game 5 unless Raven can hold on. Cross. Oh, what an ultimate. He splits SGP apart. He delivers Zillia into the mix. JK is out of the fight. Raven brought down solo by the Winds of War. Again is Ultros. He just connects every single crowd control. And SGP, they're on the run. Vendetta takes care of Ultros. Sayonara doesn't get the vital proc. But Vendetta flashes away, takes the honey fruit, buys a bit of time. The binding from Lara is so accurate, and Sayonara gets the cleanup.
Worry and respect.
They have to get this. The base is in danger. Lara 1, he's showing up. SSK, can he get it though? Absolute zero use. Baron down very low. SSK secures it. But they gotta get out of this alive. And Carl, he's looking for a cleanup. SGP, you have to run right now. The base is an absolute shambles. Flash face breaker. Lara 1 doesn't find a kill. Zillia breaks the inhibitor turret.
Vendetta get the catch.
Finds a charm tidal wave. A big one into Lara. He grabs SSK, he gets behind, WJ in danger, Sayonara looks for the kill, finds it. Jinkai now joins the fight. This is important for them to win. Look at Raven though, he's popping off. Lara 1 gets the stun up. Oh, Jinkai! My goodness, once more, the hero of SGP. And Jinkai might have just saved the game. A double for the Shen. LFO, this is a huge move for SGP. Can they do it again? No, Raven.
Raven.
Oh no, not now, Raven. You cannot go down. Jinkai again joins the fight. They want Raven dead. Crow is looking for him. Raven is buying so much time. He gets executed. Lara 1 goes stasis. Kakar goes stasis. Gets taken out. Vendetta. Lara 1, he's low. Zilia with the mix. Sayonara knocked out by the snowball. Executes. WJ. His J pops. But can they keep him in place? Jinkai.
They will.
Of course, again, does it. But it's a 2-for-3 trade. Is Lara and Ultros alive?
Ultras still has the gargoyle.
The recalling under that ward. Of course, you see Carl coming in and they actually blow up Vendetta. LFO can definitely chase for this. The reset on the rocket jump.
One more jump.
Lara gets a double. Resets again. Raven getting tagged by the Storm Razor. And of course, Carl to follow up. A trip over Lara. And of course, he's brought down low, but the rest of LFO are ready. The collateral damage just take out Lara. But there's the last breath from Zilia that forces the flash from SSK. And yeah, Jinkai wants the execution on the Sayonara, but it's wishful thinking. Another good last breath. Jinkai does go down. Turret falls as well. Carl charges in with the broken wings and finds WJ. And SGP's Hail Mary attempt might have fast-tracked game 1 for LFO as SSK is forced back into the fountain. LFO with full 5-man just destroys the Nexus.
Same goes for JK, who's got a Lich Bane of his own.
Oh, here comes the Shroud. SGP in a good position. JK's in. Lara 1 being the target. JK, perfect execution, goes on to the members of LFO. They burn down Sayonara and SSK takes the head of the way. Ultros next on the list. As they could Destiny for the Vision, but Crowd's been tagged by the randoming strike. SSK goes in, gets gold card, but survives that one. As Lara 1 also gets out with a rocket jump. The root, the gold card. Vendetta just goes for the pickup. And Carl can't really back him up. 4 for SGP.
Going. The rest of LFO, they're here to commit once again.
And then a counter-strike runs out. Ultros flashes into a death charge. That's going to connect onto 3 members of SGP. With the Dawning Shadow to protect him from Raven. Vendetta again with the counter-strike to buy some time. The gold card connects over the wall. A good kick! Oh, SSK kills Lara 1 with that as well. SGP now turn the fight around against LFO. They're going on to chase the root on the 2. SSK back in. WJ gets the kill into Carl. And Sayonara here is exhausted and he's dead. SGP with
it's being scouted out.
Ultros straight to the back line. Watch out for the kick. A good stasis to buy a bit of time from Raven. The kick comes through and they still takes out Raven. That's what LFO is looking for. And Carl gets to the back line. 2 down on SGP. The rest of them sent on the run. WJ third on the chopping block. Unfortunately, the dredge line will not help him.
Good job.
One more best of 5 for today for the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals Playoffs, and we get the destined, the fated rematch between Nigma Galaxy and SGP, who just came off a gruesome best of 5 and overtaking LFO. My name is Husky. Alongside Contra, we are in for a treat because the winner of this series joins RRQ in the challenge groups.
And there's only one more team that will make it into the groups, of course. And of course, newsflash, if you just missed out on all the commotion, SGP makes it through, knocks out LFO, formerly known as Team Underground, and of course, it might just send shockwaves out there that the team has been able to pull all the way through. Now they meet their formidable foe, which they have yet to defeat, but we have to quickly hop over onto our playoffs bracket just to elaborate a little bit further. We started off the day, of course, with Nigma Galaxy taking out RRQ, and that ended up with RQ securing the very first spot. And the preceding concluded match, we've seen a brawl, a fiesta, and whatever you want to call it, SGP have dominated by the very end of it, but it was such a close fight. Huge respect to LFO. Of course, we also did have a couple of games that have happened on the prior week as well with Nigma Galaxy that managed to get into the upper bracket. Same goes to RRQ. Now, down to this. The top 3 teams are locked in, but it's only the top 2 that gets that slot. Of course, they're also fighting for more money.
Yep. I mean,
so that's always good.
SGP, they're coming into this with no expectations, nothing to lose, but also a huge disadvantage with Nigma Galaxy seeing a lot of that blue side strat. You know, I know SSK said that red side can be a mystery, but blue side has been exposed to NGX, who are very diligent with their research, and at the same time, SGP just came off a gruesome best of 5, so that is very, very exhausting. to play, especially every single game is just fights and fights and fights. But nonetheless, they have to play, and that's the disadvantage of the lower bracket. We look at NGX and how they got to this point. They are the team that played the least amount of games up until today when they finally lost against RRQ. But even then, they made RRQ sweat for it.
Indeed, and I don't even know where to start. This is actually game 4 where it all started to look really good for his. Well, actually, this is the Enigma Galaxy versus RRQ matchup, which resulted in RRQ get lost here in game 4. But it's all down to that double assassin setup that has been able to basically pile on them. And Enigma Galaxy, so far, their strength lies not only in terms of the numbers that they can get in every round of match. The coaching staff has been amazing. And on top of that, we've seen today, Joshi, Tammy, Aaron, or even everyone, honestly, was on perfect form. Just that it was down to that final game that they did manage to land that final blow against RQ, which ended up here on that lower bracket run. But every other game that they played out, everything looks exceptionally clean. They're just great on the macro front.
And you know, they're up against a team that they have not lost a single game to historically. And obviously they're coming in on full force, but you know, this SGP and highlight reel that we've seen them against LFO in the series just now was nothing short by a slugfest, right? It looked like, wow, they came from a hard-fought win, but it's more than a hard-fought win. It is an incredibly exhausting series where both SGP and LFO are trading blows. It kind of looks like two boxers in a ring, and they are just trading punches until LFO eventually collapsed. And even that took a lot out of SGP.
And it definitely was a stamina run. And after all those sort of skirmishes, I think this was the draft that was the most peculiar and the most effective of all. And Jinkai definitely was the starter sort of player that have saved on multiple occasions. But SSK was basically the man to have been able to get everything done for the team. We heard from him moments ago. And we do expect them to at least show up with some really good matches here against Enigma Galaxy. They're definitely more than just warm-up right now. So
yeah,
the question is, would Enigma Galaxy be prepared for this?
In fact, the best thing about SGP is that they have only one spokesperson, and that's SSK. We never really got to talk to any other of the members, but you know, they do the heavy lifting behind the scenes. They have a good representation in the form of SSK. But, I mean, again, coming to this, you are already half exhausted. Fatigue is definitely setting in. They're starting off on a rough note with that disadvantage, but they have to play it nonetheless. And we gotta look at the junglers of both teams. SSK on SGP side and Joshi for Enigma Galaxy. And the numbers in this time, there's a huge difference, right? With Joshi just overall having better stats, but SSK has been dishing out incredible amount of damage overall.
I think like after that series itself, his KD and all these numbers might have actually been lowered down because of the amount of fights that he was involved in, especially on the games that you lost. Sure, you have unconvincing numbers overall, but if they were ever to pull off another best of 5, if they do have that form of stamina, they definitely will be very deserving to be joining along the ranks of RQ into the challenge run. But Joshi, overall, he's been showing a lot of unique champion pool as well, which we've seen a whole lot from the team, where he just loves his Lee Sin, his Shyvana picks have come in and out for some of these matches. So Morgana, how would basically SSK navigate through it? Because the past series, that has been absolutely banned out from the grasp of LFO.
Yeah.
So they could do exactly the same. As for SSK, finally revealing that new card by the very end of that BO5. Doesn't really tell too much when exactly will he basically whip it out to play.
And you know, we also saw how how SGP in general kind of adopted something that we've seen from NGX, where you know, those early invades that we rarely get to see from most teams, they've demonstrated that, right? They've capitalized on those level 1 strength, and NGX has actually pulled it off against SGP before. So I wonder how this is going to turn out, and whether SGP will take that red side simply because they haven't played on that red side today. The advantage that NGX coming into this is that they've gotten rest. They have a long break in between before this best of 5. Whereas for SGP, it's game time again. You cannot get off that game mode.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Enigma Galaxy, throughout those sort of hours that they were basically watching, yeah, they got ample of food, snacks, whatever that they've been able to stock themselves with. But are they going to be in that prime mentality, though, where they have that confidence once again to take on the members of SGP? Sure, track record is track record, but you look at the track record for SGP, some of it don't even make sense.
Well, yeah, very honestly, yes, it does. What I meant to say is, you have a point, right?
Yeah, because have they beaten Fennel? We've never seen that before.
No,
and they did.
Honestly, this is I think the first time this year that they've beaten a PH region team in a regional tournament, right? I mean, I can be completely wrong on that stat, but if memory serves, it definitely feels like that. And I think it's a huge milestone for SGP as a team. And again, they are a team made up of a group of friends who don't really have that coaching staff, nor a solid support system. It's them on their own. They draft themselves, they analyze themselves, and they play the games themselves. And they are able to make it this far. And we look at the team that they've beaten professional teams that actually have a full staff behind their backs. So that itself is nothing short of impressive.
Yeah. Now, imagine this if they were to be very well equipped with coaching staff and everything else. This team can definitely go even further from what they're currently capable of. So there's so much more room for these players out there. And if you look at some of the track record for some of the other players, some of them came from League of Legends PC.
Oh yeah.
And same could be said about a lot of players that's hailing from the PH region overall. The players, I mean, even the coaching staff, TG, Kaigu, they were legends in the Philippines region overall, and they're there lending the knowledge to a lot of all the young prodigies out there, and just the result speaks for its own. RRQ doing extremely well, winning the Icons the match to get some good scores in the playoffs. Same goes to some of all the other players that's currently in this Galaxy roster, that if they were to play another tournament and qualify for the next major event, I'm very sure that we'll see Enigma Galaxy up there too.
Yeah, I think Enigma Galaxy is a very talented team, and again, right, they have very experienced players, and the organization that signed them, well, at least when we look at Enigma Galaxy in WildRift, that might be fresh, but the players definitely are veterans, right? The coaching staff, again, TG goes way back. We know with Kaigu and EXO, but right now I think against SGP, regardless of who comes out on top, I think it's definitely a result that everyone would be happy with. It just comes down to which region is gonna have that representation in that challenge groups. But I think we've already found the best bunch that we've possibly discovered in this league.
Yeah, and of course, we fall back to this whole narrative, like SGP definitely defied all odds, but now this is the biggest path that's being obstructed for them for a very long time, not being able to defeat members of NGX overall. And if they have been able to alter the course of whatever they have faced off in the past, today they look to be in the best form. And you know, when you play ranked games or even your matches, you can have win streaks, you can have lose streaks, or a little bit back and forth going on. So long as you have more wins compared to losses, yeah.
It's only to be a positive win rate. I think that's
exactly
what people care about, right?
I think that sort of mentality that the rest of SGP has is actually really healthy. Like, you don't put too much pressure on yourself, like, oh, we must win this match or else we'll beat ourselves over it. Like, you've never seen SSK on a downer. Never, ever in any instances. I mean, some of all the other players have a comp collect head too. So what I'm trying to get to this is that, sure, when you're basically coming in from a big organization, sometimes the stakes are higher, there's a little bit more pressure, but just hopefully that they don't get too much into their own heads in that sense, because I'm pretty sure that everyone's backing them up back at home, and also the Orc themselves have been doing a tremendous effort to keep them performing.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest advantage that SGP has coming into this tournament alone is the fact that they don't really have anything to lose, right? And just like what SK said, if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. But we actually have an interview with Nigma Galaxy's coach Vansu first before we head into the series, and it's great to talk to you, Vansu. For the second time, you guys have a big series coming up against a team that you guys have been way too familiar with in terms of beating them. Is SGP. But first of all, did you expect to meet SGP in this lower bracket final?
Well, not really, because we're actually trying to prepare. Our jobs and overall game plan versus UDT. So that didn't came quite expected to be. The outcome. So we really thought that UDG was the one who's gonna win this.
All right.
Life is full of surprises, and we didn't really expect that SGP would win.
What was the reaction like when you guys saw the conclusion of that series? Was it like, oh my god, it's SGP, or it's just like, LFO messed up, what was the reaction?
Well, funny thing is, we were actually shouting here in the bootcamp. So if you're here, you're gonna hear us all shouting here, because that came quite a surprise.
Yeah, it definitely was exciting for all of us here who have witnessed it, because every game was high kill counts and stuff. But I'm pretty sure that you've been able to also address some of the things that you have seen from either side of the team. So does that, although it's a short time frame, do you think that there's enough time as a coach to prepare for what's about to come in the upcoming best of 5?
Well, like you said earlier, we've faced that multiple times already. So I think that kind of information that we gained from our previous matches, I think that alone is already sufficient. At the same time, we're all currently watching their games earlier. There are 5 games versus UTG. So I think we pretty much gained all of the info that we need and make a strategy out of it.
Does it change like your opinions on on SGP, or do you feel like it's going to be the same result as all of the previous matches you've played?
I can't really say for now, because they were able to beat Fennel, which is one of the most strongest tier in the Philippines, and as well as UTG. So I can't really say for now, because those kind of results are really, well, not really surprising, but at least personally I'm quite just a bit surprised. So realistically, I can say that we're gonna win 100%, because we've seen them play really well, especially their match against UDG. But rest assured that we're just gonna do our 100% best on every game that we play.
That's right. No holding back for now, because there's only one team left standing in your way for you to join RQ heading into the challenge stages. So, any more questions for you?
Yeah, well, Vansu, so before we let you off, I just want to hear from your point of view, what is Nigma Galaxy's biggest strength overall that makes you so confident in taking down SGP? I know SSK said that, for NGX is you and TG, just an amazing coaching staff, but what do you think about that?
Well, I think overall, I'd say not really inside the game, but probably agreeableness of my players, at the same time their ability to take constructive criticisms and make something out of it. And I think that's the best thing that is what my team is doing right now.
Oh, that's good enough. We look forward to that best of 5, and may the best team wins. We'll be cheering for you guys nonetheless. We're gonna wrap this up and send you to prep with the team. We'll see you in a bit.
All right. Good luck.
So first time we talked to Vansu, it was me and Pondo, right? Interesting enough, when we asked him who the overall series MVP was, normally we expect a direct answer. And then Vansu just gives us a full breakdown of every single player before he gave us the MVP. So that is kind of the quality of a coach. But I want to look at our predictions, and I know SGP put on an incredible show, but I feel like our heart still kind of lies with NGX. But if you guys think otherwise, drop your predictions down in the Twitch chat below. Because I feel like regardless who wins, we're going to send the best team to the challenge stage.
That's right, and they will be representing the MBSP region overall. And, talking to Vansu definitely gives me a lot of confidence as well, in a way that, yeah, SGP, this might just be the end of that miracle run, but let's see if they can extend it to 5 games. Everybody will have to start align for this final prediction. Could it go wrong? Could it go right? Of course, that is yet to be told. It's down to SGP.
It went wrong for me 2 times in a row today. I'm not having a good streak. I've lost my lead.
I'm back on track. I'm bracing you for number 1.
It's okay. If we get this wrong, we get it wrong together. If we get this right, we get this right together. It's completely fine. Technically, I'm still in the lead.
Right.
Like, yeah.
So, I guess we're both even now.
Yeah, we're even. Fine. Yeah, took a while. Some bad choices from me, you know, and just the lack of hopium.
Just faith
Yeah, just
brings
yeah.
you somewhere that you will
really
never
does.
know. So, of course, I'm not gonna go all too philosophical on things or even question people's belief, but here we go. Okay. BO5 between these five players of each side. That's been amazing throughout this whole run. Now, let's identify some of their core strengths here. I think SGP, we've already seen early on that they can really handle team fights extremely well. When it comes down to macro, it can go sort of messy. On the other hand, Enigma Galaxy, extremely clean macro plays. So, team fights, of course, they've been handling pretty good team fights as well, as we saw against RQ. Now we start off. SGP this time finally on that red side. So, new strats.
Kind of a bit of a foreshadowing from SSK, right? And then he was like, yeah, well, NGX saw our blue side strat, but they haven't really seen red side. So let's hop on over to red side and see what NGX, you know, has in store for us. And the last time they met, NGX kind of mopped the floor with them in a clean series. SGP were not able to take a single game off of NGX. But you know, coming into this, I think the one thing that will set these two apart is just how much more disciplined NGX is in crucial moments in terms of shot call. We've seen SGP kind of, you know, falter a bit those face checks against LFO that has costed them a crucial control over the game, and that's something that NGX is really good at punishing.
Yeah, and this time around, we're going to see very much of the same sort of bans that will be implemented inside of the game, except for the fact that they give a little bit more priority on this Lee Sin, which we've expected that to come on about. SGP probably want to mark one of the champions, which is going to be Morgana, which Joshi has been able to play out of his mind with. So definitely excited to see what this could possibly result into. So Enigma Galaxy just got one more ban. So there's still a lot of things that, like a Karma, Lucian, and when you're talking about going up against Raven, some teams have been respecting his Lucian gameplay. Still number 1 according to SSK.
Yeah. I mean, one of the best things about these two teams right now is the fact that not only they have different play styles and approach to the game, but also their champion pool is vastly different. So we are going to really get to see the personality of both SGP and NGX on full display. Though I do wonder if SGP will continue to go for those scrappy engages to kind of throw NGX off their momentum, because it feels like that's what happened to LFO in that long best of 5.
Yeah, I still remember some of the matches that was played out earlier before the playoffs. I felt like it won't really deter Enigma Galaxy from getting back into their core game plan. Sure, maybe they will take a few losses in terms of getting a few members taken out, but I don't think it's all too worrying. But remember this, Enigma Galaxy, they have left open the Kassadin and they immediately snatch it away. SGP now will have to face off against a Kassadin for the first time throughout the games that they played today.
And I think for SGP, and it's kind of a general consensus at the point that, yes, Kassadin is strong, but sometimes you just have to let it through to eliminate bigger picks, right? In this case, it was the Lucian for SGP. So they had to kind of find a way around it. Enigma Galaxy has been taken down, obviously, early on by RRQ, who has put a lot of emphasis in banning out Kassadin. But that was RRQ. I think SGP haven't really found a solution to that. And if we look at NGX, who is just going for Kassadin and Riven, they could easily throw in a Morgana in the jungle to kind of finish this to start off the drafting phase with a really strong trio.
That's a really good hindsight, because I did miss out that the Morgana still left out in the open.
Oh, there we go.
And Enigma Galaxy will take that triple threat, and it will definitely define how it's going to look like for the top half of the map, if you place that roles, of course. So that also gives a little bit more time for SGP to think what else should they remove on the pool, on support roles as well as the marksman. So SGP, they want to dwindle it down, which is why they basically go in for this pickup on this Zaya. But what's going to be on that list if you were to basically break it down? Is it going to be a Rakan? Because draw plays a whole lot of that.
I feel like if we're looking at support, perhaps a Rakan. I mean, a Nami could be a big choice for SGP. Though, the Karma most likely will be a WJ champion, so I think Nami is out of the question. But I think what SGP is looking to ban would probably be the Lux, because that has been a huge pick for Enigma Galaxy, and we saw the damage a Lux Morgana can deliver in a single game. So SGP would have to have that in mind. But I like how NGX are taking out the Shen. That Shen has always been a big part of SGP's draft, even in games that they lose. So the fact that that Shen is out really does open up a lot of chances for Enigma Galaxy to kind of take advantage of SGP's weaknesses.
Yeah, and with the presence of Morgana, I don't think that there is ever going to be a case where we see that Nunu coming into this draft itself. Sure, you have the Jax that has appeared mid lane, but you can still pass it over to SSK, if ever the case. So far, you would expect Chami to still do decently if he were to hold on to a Kassadin that he has played beforehand.
Yeah.
So.
And I like how Enigma Galaxy are targeting JK, right? I think he has been a focal point for a lot of teams playing against SGP, where it's all about you shut down the Baron lane and it spills over into the rest of the game. And Enigma Galaxy are kind of one-upping that, right? They banned 4 Baron laners, including 2 of the most played Baron laners by JK, the Shen and the Garen. The Jax now was taken away by SGP. That could be a JK champion, but Enigma Galaxy doesn't necessarily care too much about that, with the Nautilus and Jhin to kind of wrap up the draft.
That's a interesting option out there for them, as there's so many of all the other superior marksmen already being axed out. So it shouldn't be too high of a kill threat against the Jhin, as well as not as early on. But SGP wanna up the ante with this final pick of the Yasuo. Sure, you may have scrutinized about the win rates for Vendetta when he plays it, but I think it looks pretty good because you can basically block a lot of projectiles using the Wind Bolt in this specific matchup. How does it fare against a Kassadin later on is something to be answered, because I don't think that SGP has too much of an answer back.
I think this is going to be a big problem for Vendetta, because you're up against a Riven mid, right? And in that lane, it's incredibly hard to kind of punish the Riven. Though we have seen Vendetta, regardless of what matchup that he gets, when he plays a Yasuo, he always try to be aggressive at level 1 to push it out of lane. That's the advantage that Vendetta always try to get for himself, but it's more of a converting that into something, and we haven't really seen much of it.
Yeah, and it's really heavily reliant on this Gragas pick that they have invested into going with huge setups overall with explosive cast or even body slams to begin with. So it's more about SGP trying to really find a little bit more of an opening, and even with that, you still have to factor in Morgana. She'll always have priority of the Black Shield for herself, other than just the teammates. If you just hit one, sure, that Black Shield will just basically take all that sort of aggro out of it. So it doesn't matter by then. They don't have to get QSS or all these other items that can basically dispel. So that Karma at least would buy a little bit more of that space for themselves if they do get a huge Transcendence Embrace.
And hopefully that's going to be the case. I think that for SGP, it's kind of back to the drawing board with this draft, right? It doesn't really allow them to skirmish as much as they want to, not like what we saw against LFO, but as the game scales, NGX are fine to play that game. And again, they are the only team, I believe, that runs that Baron lane Kassadin. So this is basically NGX telling SGP, if you guys can't ramp up fast enough, we're going to take over. We'll have to see how Enigma Galaxy plays this one out, though, because I think that everyone is in unison when it comes down to agreeing the fact that NGX has to drop on SGP. Coming into this, just feeling really confident. Vance will say himself, he is not sure how far SGP, how to feel about SGP, or at least like know what to comment too much. But he does know that NGX is going to win 100%.
And let's look at some stats before we kick off this run. Once again, the highlight of this matchup here has been both of the jungle players, Jishi as well as SSK. And of course, when it comes down to the numbers, looking to be favored on NGX side, having some cleaner games to go about with. And SGP, not too shabby after all. Just learn a thing or two coming from Joshi, placing his Tormented Soul in between perfectly. Attack.
Yep.
Saves a lot of time on the clear speed. As SSK still struggling to clear this one off alone, while 2 camps have already been taken out. So Joshi is extremely effective. We expect them to be spotted out by that deep ward being placed by SGP, though, the moment that she does reach over onto the blue buff. And because of that matchup that you mentioned, Vendetta versus Aaron would be quite troublesome for him, as naturally Yasuo can't do much against Riven. Here comes Draw.
That JK pulled back for first blood, but this ignite won't be enough. In fact, we're seeing a bit of a lane swap where Vendetta is gonna go up to the Baron lane to deal with Chami. SSK did show up to the Scuttle Crab, but unfortunately will not be able to contest it thanks to the Jeshi and Draw arriving on the scene.
Yeah, both ADCs exhausted. But there's going to be a few more blows. And if he's going to flash forward for that final shot, it might have actually endangered Raven. He's got a flash of his own. No point risking it. Meanwhile, WJ back over the bomb side, accompanying Raven for a tad longer. Same can be said about Nautilus now facing up against SSK. Get the snare off. Not enough damage to make.
Just a bit of a love tap from SSK. Nothing much that NGS can do right now, though. Kind of have an inkling that SGP is trying to set up for this. Unfortunately, the wave clip from Draw and Demon Kite is just sufficient to dismantle that wave. And it's very hard for SGP to get anything done early on, even with the Gragas. They've really lost control of the middle lane. I mean, look at Joshi. He's pushing past that tier 1. JK is not getting any comfort in this lane at all.
It's like, you snatch my Crux? Sure, I'll take your Raptors instead. Equal trading overall down to the economy of both junglers. But of course, with the fastest clear speed, you can see that Morgana's already visiting top side. Vendetta now gotta find ways to get out this run.
Yeah, Soul Shackles into a binding. Vendetta actually doesn't have the wind wall, but was able to get out with the flash. I'm not really sure he wants to stay there though. This is a very dangerous place to be in. And of course the flash, Joshi misses that one. Vendetta has a chance for first blood, and of course he will get it. Aaron on the other hand, also not in a good spot. SSK misses the body slam, but the barrel is enough. 2 kills for SGP to start it off. Chami trading Vendetta back, but now Chami wants to get away, and then JK kind of missing that leap strike a bit.
Well, it could have been another kill added to the back of SGP, but I think they got more than they desired. And after all, Vendetta was not supposed to survive that fight. Of course, Joshi did manage to get himself that perfect alignment of the Dark Binding. But it's never all too easy. Plus, there was a wind wall being prepared, put perfectly in place by Vendetta. Now, hitting level 5 already. First already 6 as time goes by. 1 more minute, we'll get both of the objectives. So, that said, I think that there will be a heavy priority for Enigma Galaxy to at least focus on that Herald. Oh,
and Vendetta, he's gonna solo kill. He does have the shield from that passive, but Chami should be able to take care of it. Very wishful thinking from Vendetta to kind of solo Chami, but this Cassidy has a blue buff.
Yeah, he was trying to make his way out as well. No flash available. Tries to get over the bomb side, at least alarm SSK to be able to help him out of that. Now, after past level 5, this is going to look pretty hard.
Curtain call out. Death charge. Explosive cast is going to be there, and the final shot from the ultimate of that Jin is going to end it all. WJ flashes forward. Transcendence Embrace doesn't catch anyone.
2 flashes though.
And GX out of it. They caught Raven as well. Chami also getting a bit of a poke. SGP, they rotated the whole team.
Yeah, and as much as they lost a little bit of an EXP or gold from million waves or so, those sort of pickups here definitely vital for them, hindering the progress of Ajax. And just having Vendetta as well, just to, of course, take the brunt of it. It's also interesting to see it's a double exhaust setup coming out of the SGP side. So that could easily catch onto Chammy whenever he does rip off forward. And same goes to Aaron. That's going to be up in the vicinity as well. Harold now tempted by the rest of NGX. And the Jax is slowly moving in. Let's see whether if SGP will basically steal this 1-1.
Looking for it. No last breath. Tornado misses. The tether from WJ. But SSK, he's running for an eternity. Can't even move. And that's already 2 down side of SGP. Third one to follow. We're looking for an early ace for NGX. Over the wall is going to be Demon Kite. A triple for the Jin. And an early ace for NGX.
A clean ace at that too. Sure, they basically sacrificed Aaron for that. But the sort of positioning that they came up with and definitely given them a whole lot more edge. Though there was a beautiful connection out of a WJ who is a sure effort of channeling that Penson's race onto multiple targets. The follow-up didn't seem to be all too perfect overall, where you've already seen Joshi trying to do exactly the same, try to lock a few members out there, and this curtain call had every bullet hitting to perfection, though with that attempt jumping inside, it doesn't seem like there was any opportunities for JK to steal anything at all.
And I don't think SGP can do this though. SSK, he will attempt, but it was fueled out against Joshi. Demon Kite not able to survive as Vendetta was able to dive in for a kill, gets a good knockup onto draw as well. SGP getting 2 quick kills, but there's no jungler to help secure this dragon. And Joshi, he's just going to annoy them with the Tormented Shadow. I think SGP want to stick around though. Joshi actually decides to give it away. JK kind of fighting against Aaron. The Wind Slash does miss. JK will not look to recommit.
It's going to be another opportunity as well if they were to still stay around. Aaron has to be extremely careful about this. He's going to be the only member of Enigma Galaxy being around, but enough vision boards being set up across that river. Of course, still keeping intact that Rift Herald with them. Hasn't been able to drop it yet, or actually it has dropped over inside. Leaving it extremely brittle. Raw now. Spot out by WJ, but it's only one Karma. No threat whatsoever coming out of SGP. Willing to let this one go.
Transition embraced by WJ. Yeah, thinking about this, SSK, he's getting exhausted. They pull up the dragon. SSK pops the stone plate, tries to get rid of Joshi, and he actually does so. But he's going to be taken down as well. The critical comes in an attempt to secure the dragon, but Raven takes it. NGX ends up losing 2, but you can say the same about SGP. As Draw was able to beat WJ in the submission, Raven pulls the feathers back for a third. Demon Kite on his tail, but he was able to get away. Vendetta also survives.
I just love the fact that his Feather Storm was aligned perfectly onto the exit point, where usually players in those situations where, oh, you're about to get one-shotted by a Jin, you would just click that button, not even thinking about, oh, how you're going to position that. And that still secures a kill on his way out, as they try their best here to defend a bit. Lane turret, they can only hold it for ever so slightly. Let's take a look at that once again, because this was quite a good fight where you've had a great position for SGP. SSK tried to move forward to land a smite to stay alive. Though the smite connected, the rest of the members of Enigma Galaxy couldn't afford to challenge it yet again, allowing Raven to come in with a snatch.
And again, he dodged a deadly flourish for a kill as well. Demon Kai was looking so strong. SSK now wants Joshi's hit. Transcendence Embrace brings Joshi back into a last breath. Vendetta follows up. SSK staying alive. WJ blocking it. The dredge line doesn't connect. WJ is the hero in this fight. And Vendetta has found 2. Silence blown up by Demon Kai. The 4th shot, that one's going to come true. Raven stands his ground, but he cannot outdamage Chammy and Demon Kai combined. Demon Kai flashes for a double, and WJ down to the captive audience, and the Chammy follow-up. 3 dead on NGX, but SGP gets the same exchange.
Wow, both sides really going full force on this commitment, on that dive. And Chammy risks his life for it, gets the kill. Of course, lost his own in the process. Gives away a little bit more of his shutdown go though. He was 3-0 and 6. Of course, going to the turret. Galaxy at least gets a hit start on the Rip Herald. As Raven getting stronger and stronger as time goes by, opts to make a purchase on the Hourglass instead of the other options available. So it's going to be even harder to eventually take down Desire.
Yeah, Demon Kite is 7-1 by the end of this fight, but I mean, SGP definitely took it the best they could. Unfortunately, the two members of NGX, Demon Kite and Chami, are just way too strong. I don't know how SGP is going to effectively deal with these two as the game progresses. Not even with the shield from WJ. I mean, Raven alone can't do it.
Yeah, I think that they're just basically giving him a little bit more space to ramp up at the very least. But Faisal convincing, knockups coming in.
Flash from Draw to Root Vendetta down. The wind wall will buy a bit of time, but he gets destroyed by the Dredge Line and a Death Charge. SGP cannot stand in that top lane.
Yeah, and the rest of SGP just have to really clear the wave fast enough. They're coming in from the sides. They got them all choked up.
And Aaron, he's buying so much time and space, but they got rid of Joshi again. But you gotta remember, Joshi isn't the main character. It's Demon Kai, it's Chami, it's the current core now unleashed by Demon Kai. Everyone from SGP is so low, he catches Raven on the way out. And SGP have just lost 3. Nothing that they can do to hold on.
Demon Kite is so effective on this Jhin that doesn't matter where he stands. You're not going to be able to reach him. And every single time Current Call comes up, casualties involved. 8, 1, and 6. I don't think that they'll be able to find their way to the back line at this rate.
I don't think so too.
Yeah, and when we take a look at most of all these attempts coming in from SGP, here comes another.
Surely he can finish off Draw.
Yeah.
But definitely not Demon Kai. Just thinking about it, he has the exhaust, the tornado misses, and that's the end of Vendetta.
He still gets a kill. I thought Chami would be able to secure one for his own, but yep. Great trades coming from all fronts. 5,000 gold difference. And it's still unclear because SGP, they honestly trained well. It's just the inaccessibility to the back that's been hindering them from getting those big points. Like, once the score is shut down, and if that funnels to Raven, things are going to look even better for them. Because they're already working on that SS River for her, as I assume. So far, Enigma Galaxy still playing perfect macro game. Only losing 1 turret so far. Dragon spawning up, SGP defends the turret.
They break the Black Shield and knock Joshi back for a kill. Love the coordination from SGP, and they stop this turret from going down. And without Joshi for 35 seconds, SGP have a good chance of contesting this Dragon.
Indeed. But keep an eye out on JK. His position is a little bit far off as they try to cut them off. Oh, Draw gets caught out.
Oh, watch out Chami though. Yeah, he's starting in and out of the fight. Curtain call earlier. And Draw! What the Dredge Line! Oh, he brings him out. WJ gets taken care of by Chami, and Aaron is finding a way in. Chami back into the fight, forces the Feather Storm. And SSK is in a horrible spot. Can't get out of this. Chami re-engages. JK pops the gargoyle. But this is why Kassadin has to be banned. And this is why Kassadin is such a formidable force in the hands of NGX. Another ace coming through for Enigma Galaxy.
He just basically manhandled it all alone. And it's an ace coming out of Enigma Galaxy. Clean stuff. Though they were outnumbered. And they will never be outgunned in this sort of skirmish. In that sort of fight, Chami had just about enough mana. Did channel enough of those Rift Walks so he could basically spam it all throughout without exhausting the pool itself. Now, they call for an early Baron, and Chami still making it hurt. WJ has got nowhere to approach close by Enigma Galaxy with the early Baron at 14 minutes.
And if there was any hope of SGP staying in game 1, I think that has been crossed off the list by NGX. Unless SGP can make a miracle play, I honestly don't think that is within their control anymore. NGX are just looking too strong. Look at the damage. That was 1 hit from the W and the Void Pulse.
Yeah, JK definitely needs a lot more resistance from that. So his next item definitely won't be one that will hurt members of Enigma Galaxy. And things are starting to get out of control. This Kassadin cannot be afford to let through for Enigma Galaxy once again on the next draft, but they are hopping on board.
They knock him out with a tornado, and Vendetta finds an opening. The dragon is given away though. SGP.
They're going on a race.
There's
But
no
they
way
have
you're actually for
Barba.
this, right? Oh, they're actually going for this. I
they
love this
should,
move from
though.
SGP.
Oh, there's only Joshi. This is actually doable, but it takes a lot of risk. They're trying to stop the recalls right now.
Enigma Galaxy, they're gonna look to commit for it. How many members
Curtain
can
call?
SGP send back? The curtain call. Sent out as
Everyone
well.
except Yasuo.
And they've lost an inhibitor turret. At the end of that is NGX who comes out with a win.
My goodness. Great calls. And hindsight, there was barely any words being placed onto that corner. And yet again, it's small victories for SGP and bigger ones for Enigma overall. NGX now having
Oh.
Demon Kite re-chased.
A good cast, an exhaust. Demon Kite is in stasis. Draw flashes over. Demon Kite needs to go. And yes, he does.
Aaron.
But with Demon Kite out, Chammy takes his place. Raven sent on the run, chased down by Chammy, a knockup of Mandela into a last breath. Chammy needs to go down right now, but he has the stasis. And game 1 has been locked in.
Quadra.
A quadra kill for Chammy. And NGX looking to close out game 1. It was scrappy, but it was all within the control of Enigma Galaxy from the get-go.
Yeah, but it's a lot of back and forth going on. SGP just taking a few consolations out of this team fight, and NGX secures game 1 out of best of 5. 2 more to go for them.
Let's cross that one off the list. NGX, they were confident, they are confident, and game 1 is a testament of that. Getting 2 incredibly strong picks. This is the second Jin pick I believe. I think the first one was by Danny from Fano. But nonetheless, it was a great showing by NGX nonetheless. And we we talk about SGP coming into this with a slight disadvantage, but overall, I think SGP also put on a good display.
Yeah, I definitely can commend their efforts when it comes down to the difference in the playstyle and the grab is definitely a facelift of what we saw as compared to the series that we had early on against members of LFO. So we go back into the highlights. These were one of the early few team fights that they managed to trade in essence evenly until that current call starts to land on top of majority of the members. Though it extends all the way through, Enigma Galaxy have been able to find a huge opening, and it's all thanks to Chammy's massive damage output, and that flash forward sure gets Demon Kite so much up ahead.
Yeah, and I think, a big part of this was just Chammy and Demon Kite getting so far ahead that SGP had no way of slowing them down. And this is a good testament of how strong that Kassadin was. I feel like if it was not the Kassadin, SGP would have had a better chance of handling NGX in the game 1. But of course, with the Kassadin going through, it was just too much to bear.
Yeah, and SGP, in this fight itself, they were all scattered all across, leaving Chammy with that golden opportunity to find multiple takedowns. And of course, there's just nobody that can find avenues to basically lock down Castle in time. There was only one fight that they've been able to do so. And this itself just opens up so much room. Chammy just basically walked all over them and ended up with a quarter kill and eventually closed out the game for Enigma Galaxy.
This was actually super close, right? I think if Vendetta went down, I'm not sure how big of a difference it would have made, but it definitely would have given a bit more room for SGP to breathe in that skirmish. Perhaps just keep us longer in game 1, but this is the final scoreboard. And this isn't one of those games where the Morgana jungle completely crushes the jungle row and give his team the lead. But Joshi, despite 5 deaths, have contributed in terms of utility and enabling Demon Kite and Chammy to do the work.
Yeah, and I feel like it's very necessary whenever you go in with only technically a tank in the composition where Draw doesn't have all the resources to buy all these items. So with Joshi having gargoyles instead of what a typical Morgana would basically buy in most of the cases, she could last so much longer in those team fights with the gargoyles stone plate and yet again lock them all down and just let each respective NGX members to find their way across. So JK, he did possibly the highest damage, and of course from the board itself, but there weren't multiple avenues for him to last too long in those team fights, all thanks to the presence of Chammy as well as Aaron. And it's all clad in blue. just like
Yep.
NGX.
And I'm just happy to see Nautilus getting some love. I know in today's matches, so many teams picking them out. I think primarily it's just Nigma, Galaxy, and SGP having a go at it. But they have found success on this pick. And with game 1 going the way of NGX, I think that's what a lot of people would have expected. We came into this looking for a 5-game series, but honestly speaking, I think NGX can close this out 3-0 if they play at the way that we expected them to. And all of this would not have been possible without our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And you know, they've been with us for a couple of months, and we always love it when we get to work with incredible individuals that enable this ecosystem to happen. Aside from that, we also have to thank Monster Energy for unleashing the beast within everyone, from the players to the people behind the scenes. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys haven't joined our Discord just yet, join us using the link down below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Series, and become a part of the community.
That's right, and of course we still got a few more games left to go. I know it's about dinner time, but make sure you grab your food along with you. You can still watch it through your mobile devices out there. So game 2 should be underway in a couple of moments from now. So we'll catch you guys in a quick break, after a quick break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Vendetta has a chance for first blood, and of course he will get it. Aaron, on the other hand, also not in a good spot. SSK misses the body slam, but the barrel is enough.
Focus on that Herald. Oh,
And Vendetta, he's gonna solo kill. He does have the shield from that passive, but Jamie should be able to take care of it. A very
look pretty hard.
curtain call out. Death charge. Explosive cast is gonna be there, and the final shot from the ultimate of that Jin is gonna end it all. WJ flashes forward. Transcendence Embrace doesn't catch anyone.
Let's see whether if SGP basically steal this 1-1.
Looking for it. No last breath. Tornado misses. The tether from WJ. But SSK, he's running for an eternity. Can't even move. And that's already 2 down side of SGP. Third one to follow. We're looking for an early ace for NGX. Over the wall is going to be Demon Kite. A triple. SSK, he will attempt, but it was fueled out against Joshi. Demon Kite not able to survive as Vendetta was able to dive in for a kill. Gets a good knockup onto draw as well. SGP getting 2 quick kills, but there's no jump.
SGP willing to let this one go.
Transcendence embraced by WJ. Yeah, thinking about this for SSK, he's getting exhausted. They pull up the dragon. SSK pops the stone plate, tries to get rid of Joshi, and he actually does so. But he's going to be taken down as well. The curtain call comes in attempt to secure the dragon, but Raven takes it. NGX ends up losing 2, but you can say the same about SGP. As Draw was able to beat WJ in the submission, Raven pulls the feathers back for a third. Demon goes strong. SSK now wants Joshi's hit. Transcendence Embrace brings Joshi back into a last breath. Vendetta follows up. SSK staying alive. WJ blocking it. The dredge line doesn't connect.
Still alive.
WJ is the hero in this fight. And Vendetta has found 2. Silence. Blown up by Demon Kai. The 4th shot. That one's going to come true. Raven stands his ground, but he cannot out-damage Chami and Demon Kai combined. Demon Kai flashes for a double, and WJ down to the captive audience, and the Chami follow-up.
Convincing. Knockups coming in.
Flash from Draw to root Vendetta down. The wind wall will buy a bit of time, but he gets destroyed by the dredge line and a death charge.
Wave fast enough. They're coming in from the sides. They got them all choked up.
And Aaron, he's buying so much time and space, but they got rid of Joshi again. But you gotta remember, Joshi isn't the main character. It's Demon Kai, it's Chami, it's the current call now unleashed by Demon Kai. Everyone from SGP is so low, he catches Raven on the way out. And SGP have just lost 3. Nothing that they can do to
These attempts coming in from SGP. Here comes another.
Surely he can finish off Draw.
Yeah.
But definitely not Demon Kai. Thinking about it, he has the exhaust, the tornado misses, and that's the end of Vendetta.
Is a little bit far off as they try to cut them off. Oh, Draw gets caught out.
Oh, watch out, Chami though. Yeah, he's starting in and out of the fight. Curtain call earlier. And Draw! What the trash line? Oh, he brings him out. WJ gets taken care of by Chami, and Aaron is finding a way in. Chami back into the fight, forces the Feather Storm. And SSK is in a horrible spot. Can't get out of this. Chami re-engages. JK pops the gargoyle. But this is why Kassadin has to be banned. And this is why Kassadin is such a formidable force in the hands of NGX. Another ace coming through for Nigma.
Overall, NGX now having
Oh.
Demon Kite G-Chase.
A good cast, an exhaust. Demon Kite is in stasis. Draw flashes over. Demon Kite needs to go. And yes. We are back for the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs. This is a lower bracket finals between Nigma Galaxy and SGP. I'm Husky alongside Contra, and we are getting prepared for game number 2 after Nigma Galaxy give SGP a reality check. And just like the track record, Nigma Galaxy won the first game.
Yeah, and as much as they've been trying their very best to basically get some heat on, just to basically test how far they would go against Nigma Galaxy, it felt like they were still a little bit exhausted from the previous run that they had. And there wasn't plenty of room where all these sort of carries of SGP will be able to find those avenues to safely farm up, to get those resources, because it takes time for Xayah as well as the Jax to come up online, and Nigma Galaxy didn't allow them any room to basically even get to that.
Nigma Galaxy has, they have numbers of SGP. They read SGP like an open book, and this is why they felt so comfortable in game 1 despite it looking scrappy. The key player is definitely Chami on the Kassadin. This is the second time the Kassadin was played by NGX today. First time by Aaron against RRQ, and now by Chami. I think overall is the fact that the overwhelming scaling from NGX that quickly overshadowed what SGP had to offer.
Yeah, and just having this Kassadin to be able to be flexible over the Baron lane has also given them that ability to make adjustments so easily. We've seen Chami going on a multitude form of champion pool. Even without that Kassadin, I think there's scarier things that they should be looking out for. So SGP needs to readjust the priorities when it comes down to the bans, and at least that will give them a smoother time. Whereas that Jhin definitely have caught them by surprise. Therefore, is it worthy to basically cut it out as compared to, banning out Illusion, which they could basically secure on their own SGP on the second draft, better for itself, and it didn't matter.
And I think you have to ban the Kassadin, right? I think Lucian is also a good point of contention, but the Kassadin is a must ban right now if you are SGP. Only if they're on the red side though. But right now with them on the blue side, I think SGP is completely fine. Though we have seen Nigma Galaxy, letting go of the Kassadin when they're on red side and still winning. I think that's something that SGP have to take into consideration. And we had this conversation where it feels like there's so many more picks that you have to prioritize other than the Void Walker itself. So Karma being the first, I'm expecting that Yuumi and the Morgana to even be a point of consideration.
Yeah, that definitely will be the case as well. SGP, this time, going back to what's comfortable, hitting into the blue side. So I guess they still have a few games that they could still land up on the red side if they were to either win or even be taken down by Nigma Galaxy. So far, Nigma Galaxy haven't been showing all too much of a setback throughout those sort of battles that they had, where it was more of Joshi trying to create those plays, putting himself at risk so that he gets those rewards back for the team. So I don't think they should be opening that Morgana unless if SGP wants to take it for themselves.
Doesn't feel like that, right? I don't think that SSK would default to that. Though his autopilot champion is that Nunu. That's what he did tell us. One of the unorthodox ones was the Graves and the Echo. But if SSK wants to take a backseat, I think that Nunu kind of fits right up his alley. Morgana is a good prospect that maybe they can discover, but do you really want to go for that pick when the team is already built around that? I think SGP will have to.
They have to take either one, right? Like either Kassadin or Morgana. Now, Nigma Galaxy has to think.
I think they just banned the Jace here.
There's a lot of things actually open up that favors SGP. Remember the Shen?
Oh, and the Lucian.
The Lucian? They can basically work that out.
Yeah. What I remember is that SGP rarely first face the Shen. I think it always goes down to second phase. Unless they really want that Shen to be on their side, they would not pick it. At least for the first three champions. This really sounds like it's a Jace direction, and you give that Morgana to Nigma Galaxy again. It feels like SGP is going to be comfortable with that choice.
Yeah, and I guess they're spoiled for choice here, and they will secure themselves at least. And this is going to get a lot more exciting. SSK now back to its comfort pick. Enigma Galaxy now opens up that room for a Morgana. No Lucian though, they managed themselves. But what else is going to be left in the tank here? Because when you're going up against SGP's Lee Sin, I think like you need more than just that Morgana for those sort of setup.
There's the Chami Jax, very well known for that. It's so well known that Coach TG loves to cosplay against Chami Jax when he streams. Though most of the streams I've watched, he has lost. It could be just me, you know. It could just be coming in on wrong timing. But that Riven is also a good choice for Enigma Galaxy. That's why we see the Jace coming for SGP. But it is very clear that it will not be an SSK Jace this time.
SSK Jace? Yeah.
It will not be. Yeah.
I don't think we've seen Vendetta over mid lane with a Lee Sin. Though he did jungle before, like you said.
Yeah, he did. The only team that's played Lee Sin mid, well, happens to be the opponent.
So I guess at least like you put one consideration aside, like, okay, we don't have to deal with a mid lane Lee Sin now that is on our side. So we're just basically having Enigma Galaxy committing with an early pick on that Zed, which I felt they could have actually saved it for the second draft itself, but looks to me is that they really want to wither down the pool of the AD carries.
It's going to be a Shen and Garen ban, I think. I think when you pick this Zed this early on, you want to kind of shut out whatever tools that SGP are commonly going to go for to keep their teammates alive, and that's going to be the Shen with the Standing United, and the Garen as well. That has been kind of the staple pick that Enigma Galaxy is targeting, and that directly correlates to shutting down Jinkai. So I feel like this might force him to go for another Jax angle, which Enigma Galaxy has manhandled pretty well in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that works extremely fine, unless if you were to put Zed versus Jax, which, well, I will just have to wait to find out what's that going to be concluded with. But even with a Riven, that should be decent enough to fight off against the Jax. But SGP, of course, they're going with a couple of bans focused on the support role, but that still leaves open the Galio, which we've seen this combo many times before. You have the Riven to move very deep into the pool, set up for Hero's entrance, or better yet, if they were to be running towards the direction of Enigma Galaxy, you got Morgana to also try to soul shackle every one of these members of SGP. Like you've mentioned, Jax should be a hot contested pick by both teams, and SGP gets their hands on it.
Who's going to be that Dragon Lane though? Is it going to be the Ahri?
It could potentially
It could be that Ahri angle, right? I think that's definitely a curveball thrown by SGP. But for NGX, they think to themselves, well, if you want to run an APC bot, we have the Galio Lux. Completely nullifies whatever Q pressure that SGP is looking for in that Dragon Lane.
Yeah, I think that the Ahri bottom actually gives them a little bit more of a safety net, especially when there is any sort of dives that Enigma Galaxy is hoping to set up. There's always going to be Spirit Rush, and with the nimbleness of a Rakan, they should be able to at least hold on for quite some time, unless if they ran out of mana cost. So both sides now locked and loaded. Game 2, definitely looking better in terms of draft. Very massive improvements for SGP overall. And I think with this sort of picks, they should be having a stabler lane to play with.
Yeah, but looking at SGP's draft, it's all offense, 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 right? There's not really a front line they can look for. There's a lot of pickup potential, there's a heap of damage, but there's not really anyone that can hold the fort for a long time, and that can be a point of worry, right? We've seen that problem arise when NGX went up against RRQ, where you have EXO on the Galio, there's just front lining in a team fight. And because NGX do not have a front line, they couldn't really get past the Galio, not get to the back line effectively. And that is what I fear for SGP in this game too.
Yeah, and I think that so long as this game moves into a later stage, sure, that Jax can be your guarantee. But on the side of Enigma Galaxy, I think that there's still a lot of all these huge ground control that makes it a lot harder, just like what we've seen in those earlier series today when you involve a Lux and a Morgana.
And I want to see how SGP kind of deal with this though, because they have drafted a similar style, similar archetype of the draft against LFO, and we were looking for those aggressive moves, and it did take them a while to come online with that SSK Lee Sin. And will that be the case against NGX though? Because I feel like NGX can also choose to be active and go for those early timings, like we have seen, you know,
They
time and time
definitely
again.
could, because that level 1 skirmish could easily favor them. And now hitting the game 2 here. Let's see if, well, that's going to come into fruition. SGP has got to get back against Enigma Galaxy.
Enigma Galaxy is not just the crowd favorite, but also the region's favorite to join RRQ in that challenge stage. And of course, a lot of people are looking at NGX to get that rematch against RRQ in the best of 7 tomorrow. But Chami so far has had a flawless win rate with this Riven. And now he's going to be facing off against JK. Riven Jax matchup, very, very straightforward. But I think one thing that SGP has definitely taken off of NGX playbook is kind of how they start with that trinket assignment, right? SGP learning that after a series loss against NGX, though Chami has already won that early trade.
Yeah, like, this is a fairly balanced where you would ideally have the mid laners to usually go for the pink trinket instead, where, of course, the only difference between that is Aaron carries the typical vision so that he doesn't get that destroyed all too easily. So Chami as well as JK being very respectful of each other. I'm about to hit that level 3 spike at low. Before that, Midman coming from bottom as well as top.
I see a flash Justice Punch. WJ falls away. The binding from Demon Kai is accurate. 2 down on the side of SGP in bot lane.
Yeah, they didn't need it, that level 1 invade, but they have gotten a clean takedown, which only cost the draw to use all of his summoner spells. Demon Kai could still save onto that. Raven didn't manage to react in time. And Enigma Galaxy
Uh-oh.
with that pursuit.
Oh, Vendetta, he might be gone, but thanks to the berry, he will survive. But even then, you have to recall right now. So overall, the lane just goes over in favor of NGX. Chami taking some beating from JK, but he has the barrier and he's gonna bait it out. Chami playing on the fence with that. And that means that JK, he's abandoned. Slash binding into a Winter War. And of course, NGX picks up a 3rd kill on top lane.
You can dodge as much as you want, but that Winter War will still clip in at the very end of it. And Chami just beautifully calculated that to the brim, where that shield has provided him just about enough to survive. Of course, follow-up came in swiftly. SSK now getting caught out.
The binding does miss, and that means SSK will be spared. But at NGX, this is the kind of start that you dread when you're up against NGX, right? This very clean opening that has effectively affected both the side lanes of SGP.
Yeah, and when we look at the side lanes, sure, Raven could eventually look to stabilize after all. But this is going to be a little bit troublesome for them to at least deal with this Galio that's constantly creating pressure, roaming around the map. And WJ can't afford to leave Raven alone just yet. Even Kite almost landing a little bit more of that snare. Meanwhile, SSK giving attention onto Chami here. That could set things up nicely if JK has this wave pushed a little bit more outwards.
Yeah, but this is taking way too long. They are trying to bait Chami to commit to this, but SSK, he's like, right, I'm gonna go for it. Into a flash, the Sonic Wave connects, but I don't think they have the damage. Not with the heroes that are coming down. SSK gets killed off. A very forced attempt from SGP.
Yeah, didn't feel like they needed to commit to that after Chami burns that flash. But they thought that, hey, if they were to align together to jump in, they might have actually got a kill, but there will be that trade withdraw moving into the fray.
And Joshi, oh, he was prepared for this. Another kind of another fishing bait laid out. JK falls victim to that.
Yeah, and WJ came in maybe a tad too late. Still trying to draw them back though. Final spark.
That one does miss. Vendetta burns to the Ignite of Aaron. A solo kill in the mid lane. And things are starting to go downhill for SGP. SSK couldn't find a connection.
Yeah, so far NGX is making all the right moves in all the right places, where SJP just a few steps behind them. They knew what exactly to expect. But it's starting to get a lot more costlier now that this Jax barely even finishes his trading force while he's facing up against a Black Cleaver Ribbon. So even 1v1, that Ribbon's going to be able to stop. So 50 seconds from now, we'll see the objectives swimming up. So of course, replay of that attempt. Just for the eyes only.
Yeah, it's definitely weird to see, right? I mean, we see, well, we see a double replay. But objectives now spawn for, on the map, the first set, in fact. But again, one of the biggest challenge right now is you're playing against a Morgana who is vastly ahead, and that alone kind of locks you out of any objective contest. And that's gonna allow NGX to make these moves around the map to get the Harrow and then kill off JK up top. Couple more platings damage onto that top tier 1. Bottom lane, they get a good charm, they proc the electrocute, Aaron taken out. At least some respite for NGX, for SGP, as SGP takes that Mountain Drake.
But they have to respond to this as well. Joshi almost landing that Dark Finding as they are finding their way through a turret of their own.
No way!
Joshi, my goodness!
The Soul Shackle damage.
A little too much if you ask me.
Yeah, you can never forget about that. Because Draw will be able to protect this tower. And the SGP gets nothing.
Only a couple of turret platings, that's about it. It's just, this span of 6 minutes, we see 9 kills. Of course, majority of it going over to Enigma Galaxy, JK forcing a flash away. They just can't continue with this tempo, and nothing would have possibly failed the rest of Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, JK not getting to play the lane at all. And he needs help. But the problem is, even with these assistants, there's no guarantee that JK is going to have a better time. As NGX, they're just putting on the pressure, giving Chammy the lead that he wants. And there's nothing that JK can do about this.
One full level below members of Enigma Galaxy. Not really wise to force a fight, but Joshi now stuck underneath the turret. It's a Morgana after all, gets the binding, but SGP finally finds a pick off.
And JK ends up getting sniped by the final spark. And even through all that effort, they still end up losing someone.
It's getting a little bit painful, not gonna lie. A little bit more hopium than coming from me, I guess, might help them.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's only so much faith can do. You know, like.
Yeah, ran out of it. Huh.
I suppose so.
Well, as we carry on, I guess, if there's no fate, let's see what luck can do this time around. Because they're going to need a lot of that if this is going to be the case. So far, 2 members of Enigma Galaxy just coming over mid side. They're still continuing on with the push. Doesn't seem like they need to congregate or anything. And Tammy gets another one. This is a solo kill. Might just be assisted by Demon Kite a little bit, whether he gets that or not.
This is a complete disaster for SGP. I mean, JK went from a hero in the previous series to now he is kind of a no factor against NGX. 0-5. Just not able to play the game to the way that he wanted it. He wanted to.
I guess by now they should have actually swapped sides, right? Like, let the Jax go over on the bomb side, get him a little bit more of that free farm than to let him stick all the way over the top, which he could not even find time to even break the turret. So here goes to the rest of Enigma Galaxy on the hunt, spotted out by a ward, and that's a lot of damage to Vendetta. That's marked.
Aaron actually, well, dipping in and out of the shadows. Vendetta had the barrier to keep himself alive. Final spark attempt as a connect. But I mean, look at where NGX are at right now. They are in the jungle, and there is nothing that SGP can do, not even with the tier 2 turret around.
Not at all. They just have to let this one slide. All they could do is just clear off some of these minutes and then victory commit. Harold coming up, and I believe that Chammy could even solo it if he wants to. Pings are being drawn over on the map by NGX, going for a quick reset. But even so, now hitting closer to the 30k gold mark for SGP, still vastly behind. That's 9,000 gold that we're looking at here in favor of NGX.
When your net deficit is 1,000 per minute, you are in a world of trouble.
Well, I can't imagine that to be my wallet if that's going to be the case. So,
It's
here
the,
goes.
it's the Great Recession. Vanilla getting out of that, but oh wait, Raven, he's so far up front. There's the acceleration gate. But I don't think anyone can stand up against Chammy right now. He has gotten so much attention and care from Joshi that NGX are basically walking away with everything they desire. And honestly, we're just waiting for Baron to spawn and NGX to take that Baron buff and run it down.
Yeah, they could absolutely do that. They did that in the past game. Just getting an early Baron, forcing SGP to fight. There's a possibility with Doctor Strange holding that one finger up in the air that SSK could do it. This is the only chance.
Yeah, well,
I don't know. Yeah, perhaps that moment can come, but I don't think at this rate it will even matter, because if you get that Baron, you lose that team fight, it's back to square one.
yeah. I mean, look at NGX just actively checking the Dragon Pit. Like, even if SGP have the members, they can clearly see JK walking through that river. It is very clear to them, thanks to all those visions set up. And I don't think SGP can even contest this. That Rift Herald has been summoned down bot, and SGP look incredibly lost. They're still thinking about an attempt on this, and SSK, he only has one shot, but he might not even get that chance. As he goes straight into the pit, gets obliterated.
Absolutely. And they were so well prepared. You just look at Aaron just hopping over from the back, coming out with the death mark, and he's already depleted for most part. As it's going to be a little bit more slow burner for SGP. Now without SSK being alive, it's going to be a lot more easier for NGX to find their way to gate crash this party, but it will engage into this team fight.
JK gets his counter strike, but he was only onto one, and that's going to allow Draw to come back in with the hero's entrance and re-engage onto JK to finish him off, and now the full brunt of NGS comes right through. The final spark zaps WJ and also brings down Vendetta. Everyone from SGP have met their maker, SSK, not even able to finish off Aaron. And it's gonna be an ace for NGX.
He just came out of the base, finally getting that 34 as well. At what cost? His own life, of course. And that's gonna be the first inhibitor down. This is going extremely one-sided for the moment. It all went downhill from the early game onwards, unable being to control the top side of the map, and I guess a few miscommunicated calls have led up to this snowball effect. So far, there wasn't ever a point where Nima Galaxy have ever been contested. Just there's so many layers of defense for NGX as well that they could always come back with Joshi as well as Draw, being the front line, coming with Hero's entrance and everything else, and they just can't seem to break through. The only thing that they take away is just the life of the Galleon.
We're looking at a 14,000 gold lead for NGX at this point of time. And they can't even get through Draw at this point. Baron is up, and SGP, they only got one more chance at this. Draw looking for a taunt. WJ will buy a bit of time, but can they at least get rid of Draw? The kickback from SSK. Oh, he's gonna commit onto this.
Oh boy.
And that is a bad idea. Aaron takes out a couple of flashes, and the death mark detonates onto SSK. WJ following suit. JK has stood no chance, into a binding, and into a grave he goes. NGX, with all 5 men alive, should be looking for the win.
Yeah, I don't think they even need Baron this time around. Joshi forces Vendetta to flash away. And all they need, all 5 members, with the power of friendship, they will do it.
Enigma Galaxy, they are not here to set any record straight, but they are here to reinforce that record. And SGP will not overcome them. One more game locked down by NGX, and it's one more game before they qualify.
And there was just absolutely no contest whatsoever that we're seeing from SGP after, you know, those best of 5 rounds. Like, you know they're exhausted, but this time, this is not even exhaustion that they're going through. They're just silenced.
Yeah, Enigma.
Absolutely silenced.
And when we compare Game 2 to Game 1, we see the stark difference, right? Game 1, it really felt like SGP had a chance. They were fighting chances, SGP were getting were winning a couple of skirmishes, we were looking at objective contests, but in game number 2, it was a complete shutout by Enigma Galaxy, specifically targeting that Baron lane. We've seen this a lot of times, regardless of which team SGP plays up against, and NGX goes back to the very core of SGP's weakness, and they basically shut Jinkai out of the game.
Yeah, and we saw this sort of dire attempt going on top to Joshi, and it didn't come risk-free. Raven did get sniped from downtown, all thanks to Demon Kite that was at the very forefront of it. We immediately skipped towards the final fight.
Yeah.
Because I guess there's a blip in between where it was pickoff after pickoff, which SGP were hoping to throw bodies to defend this inhibitor extends a little bit wider than the territory that they should get themselves into. And of course, SXA being the final man on the block have to basically give way. I guess we did get a couple of glimpses of the last hurdle here, where SXA kind of recommitted after seeing WJ move in, but watch as Chami finds his way for flank and still managed to get that flash knock up to start getting more and more kills, and they know it's a lost cause.
And I think the idea was there, right? SSK just wants to kind of dip in and out. But actually when he safeguard and flash, he took Aaron's death mark with him, and Aaron actually got a 5-man shadow slash on the entire team of SGP. Regardless whether that happened or not, I think that it was already a lost cause at that point of time, because Enigma Galaxy was so far ahead. I mean, just look at the endgame scoreboard, right? I mean, JK did not get to play that lane at all. It really started from that one minor dive, one minor attempt onto Chami's life that went south thanks to that barrier from the ribbon, and afterwards it was just Enigma Galaxy showing up in the Baron lane time and time again and shutting this guy out.
Yeah, they just can't afford to let Joshi to get conflict picks overall. So this Morgana, sure, game 1, he got it in the back. Didn't look like it was that much of a threat, but we know how much of a contribution it has given to NGX. This time around, make it even more efficient when you have a Jax that's going to be a little bit more of a sitting duck. Sure, he could basically leap away to a minion or even flash away. Just pay another visit, and you see punishments after punishments. This time around, Enigma Galaxy won't even show any flaws to whatever they play. Sure, it was just a few pickoffs coming out of SGP. So, a game away for SGP to be knocked out, and of course, NGX to climb even higher. I wonder how this goes.
Yeah, and SGP put on the back foot once more, and this whole tournament, this whole journey is made possible by our friends at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And I think, you know, being able to have this platform for all of these teams, right, especially during the off season for the WildRift League, is a good initiative, and we thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming alongside Monster Energy for making this happen, for allowing everyone to unleash the beast. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, we implore you to join us and join the conversation at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. SGP right now are one game away from elimination, and not just elimination, but being, having their journey ended right here.
Yeah, and of course they need a mental reset and before they come back for the matches. So who knows? That might just be the start of a reverse sweep. Just saying.
I mean, if that is the case, I am all for it. I don't mind going the full 5-game series, but it's going to be a tall climb. We will take a short break, and then we will be back for potentially the last game of the series between SGP and Enigma Galaxy.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Flash, Justice Punch. WJ falls away. The binding from Demon Kite is accurate. 2 down the side of SGP in bot lane.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, but he has the barrier, and he's going to bait it out. Chami playing on the fence with that. And that means that JK, he's abandoned. Flash binding into a Winter War. And of course, they are trying to bait Chami to commit to this, but SSK, he's like, right, I'm going to go for it. Into a flash. The Starting Wave connects. But I don't think they have the damage. Not with the heroes that are coming down. SSK gets killed off.
Got a kill, but there will be that trade withdraw moving into the fray.
And Joshi, oh, he was prepared for this. Another kind of another fishing.
Back though, Final Spark.
That one does miss. Vendetta burns to the ignite. Bottom lane, they get a good charm. They property electrocute. Aaron taken out. At least some risk.
Members of Team Galaxy. Not really wise to force a fight, but Joshi now stuck under the turret. It's a Morgana after all, gets the binding, but SGP
Incredibly lost. They're still thinking about an attempt on this, and SSK, he only has one shot, but he might not even get that chance as he goes straight into the pit, gets obliterated.
absolutely, and to find their way to game crash this party, but it will engage into this team fight.
JK gets his counter strike, but it was only onto one, and that's gonna allow Draw to come back in with the hero's entrance and re-engage onto JK to finish him off. And now the full brunt of NGS comes right through. The final spark zaps WJ and also brings down Vendetta. Everyone from SGP have met their maker, SSK, not even able to finish off Aaron. And it's gonna be an ace for NGX. And they can't even get through Draw at this point. Baron is up, and SGP, they only got one more chance at this. Draw looking for a taunt. WJ will buy a bit of time, but can they at least get rid of Draw? The kickback from SSK. Oh, he's gonna commit onto this.
Oh boy.
And that is a bad idea. Aaron takes out a couple of flashes, and the death bar detonates onto SSK. WJ following suit. JK has stood no chance into a binding and into a Gravey Flash. Justice Punch. WJ falls away. The binding from Demon Kite is accurate. 2 down on the side of SGP in bot lane.
Yeah, they did.
But he has the barrier and he's gonna bait it out. Chami playing on the fence with that. And that means that JK, he's abandoned. Slash binding into a Winter War. And of course, they are trying to bait Chami to commit to this, but SSK, he's like, you're right, I'm gonna go for it. Into a flash, the Sonic Wave connects. But I don't think they have the damage. Not with the heroes that are coming down. SSK gets killed off.
Got the kill, but there will be that trade with Draw moving into the fray.
And Joshi, oh, he was prepared for this. Another kind of, another fishing.
Back though, final spark.
That one does miss. Vendetta burns to the ignite. Bottom lane, they get a good charm. They property electrocute. Aaron taken out. At least some risk.
Members of Team Galaxy. Not really wise to force a fight, but Joshi now stuck under the turret. It's a Morgana after all, gets the binding, but SGP
incredibly lost. They're still thinking about an attempt on this, and SSK, he only has one shot, but he might not even get that chance as he goes straight into the pit, gets obliterated.
Absolutely, and to find their way to game crash this party, but it will engage.
NGX looking to close it out in a clean slate in this lower bracket final between them and SGP in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs. And the winner of this series goes on to join RRQ in that challenge group stage and also fight RRQ in that grand finals best of 7 tomorrow.
And no matter what, whoever wins this series will basically lock the spot in the challenge stage, and that definitely will allow them even more opportunities for mega prize pools as well. So with that said, first let's take a look at the first match stats, as we have Joshi being the MVP. 2 games in a row on that Morgana and not showing any signs of even stopping for a break. This guy have been a complete monster throughout the course of the series today, earlier when he was facing off against RRQ, and this time around just basically handling SGP every single round as he goes.
If there's anything we learn, you know, between the series of RRQ and Nigma Galaxy, is that RRQ bans that Morgana for the entire series, and there is a reason for that. Joshi has kind of been playing a more backseated role, and I think that's completely fine because that's what we first saw NGX pull out in that group stage, where it was Joshi on that Morgana and giving Chami and Aaron the spotlight. But when you need Joshi to step up, when you take away that Morgana, that's where he plays a more active role. So going into game number 3, is SGP still going to let that Morgana through?
That's definitely a really good question, because I strongly believe it should never be let through, just like the Kassadin. It's something that they have to currently ban it ultra, or if it's ever open, they need to pick it up, because honestly, like Morgana, even if you're not going to put her in jungle, just treat it like a Lux over the bottom side, or even mid lane as a safe pick. She's absolutely flexible when it comes down to some of these roles out there. And hey, better yet, have you seen that Morgana Lux paired up over bottom side? that could happen.
I mean, that could be an approach, though I don't think I have seen it just yet. I feel like that's overcompensating.
I have faced off teams like that.
Nah.
Definitely not fun to deal with.
That's
Still winnable, sure, when you're going up against them, but it's a painful experience.
It definitely is. I can only imagine, right, having so much harassment from those two champions. But of course, the ban would be pretty standard across the board. And we see the Camille, we see the Yumi, the Karma ban out, the Lucian should be next. What else? We have the Jace, I think, and the Senna. Surprisingly, Senna hasn't been let through, and Nigma Galaxy is not letting SGP play that comfort Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and I guess like Nigma Galaxy knows the game plan all along. We have not seen Vendetta to play on things like Cassidon that much, and there are opportunities where even if it was let through, they didn't first pick it in that past series. So it's a little bit telling when it comes out to SGP.
Oh, there we go.
But finally, Morgana ban that has been successful for Nigma Galaxy for 2 games in a row. Just he has to look for an alternative. We've seen this Lee Sin before. Pretty good stuff, I would say, to compare against SSK, who now slides to number 8. I wonder if it's Joshi above, or he's not even there.
That's a good question. Honestly, I would like to find out as well. Well, the Lucian goes over to the hands of SGP again, but that means Cassidon is wide open for the taking, and I think Nigma Galaxy will just go for it again.
Whenever you have a Cassidon on the other side, you gotta ensure that you have high crowd control just to stop this Cassidon, or not. Get in more assassins, get those damage down. You just need to find ways to stop this guy, because game 1, we've seen it before. It's been difficult for SGP to deal with. This time, pair it with Joshi's very own Lee Sin, or could it be Aaron's?
Could be Aaron's Lee Sin. You are right. I mean, they have played that mid-lane Lee Sin before. You know, SGP side, the direct response to Lee Sin that we have seen from SSK has been this Vi, and I completely understand why. In fact, and I think Vi does provide that hard crowd control that we are looking for. The problem that SGP faced in game 1 was they needed a bit more damage to finish off Chami. And with this Raven WJ duo, the classic Lucian Nami, the damage is definitely there. The crowd control is definitely there. Now can SGP double down on that to make sure that they get rid of this Cassidon?
Okay, I do have another theory as well. Now that they picked that Cassidon, this could actually be a bait draft coming out of SGP, where that Lucian can still match up against the Cassidon, and that Cassidon's going to have a really rough time. But then again, what does Raven play if it's not the case? Because they've already locked in that Nami. Like, it's already telling you, okay, I'm going to secure this over Valve side. Nigma Galaxy might have already answered that Baron Lane problem.
Yeah, I honestly think that as much as the theory is plausible, I don't think SGP is going down that route, right? I think that's something that Nigma Galaxy is reading very well. So once more, we are expecting a Shen and a Garen ban that has been kind of the Achilles heels of SGP, especially Jinkai as an individual player. So I think overall, it doesn't really matter what SGP draft for themselves. Nigma Galaxy have found that weakness and they're constantly exploiting it.
Yeah, overall, it doesn't seem like any minor changes from Nigma Galaxy would be hindering them this time. Draw finally whips out the trash that we've been waiting to see, because during those qualifying rounds, yes, he looks amazing on it. So
okay,
now it's a Jarvan and a Vi. So is that Jarvan going?
It's a Jarvan Baron, right? I have a feeling it might be a Baron lane Jarvan.
What if it's a mid lane?
Oh, it is a Baron lane Jarvan for sure.
Okay, I'm getting kind of confused. There is also a possibility where you can have
Singe Nami bot. I mean, I don't want to bank in on that. I feel like
fine Nami bot. Okay,
that's a bit too far.
Aside.
Yeah. Bit too far. Oh, right.
Mid lane Singe, Baron lane Jarvan. Okay, that seems better.
Yeah, I'll throw that out the window. We just got a Draven in the house.
Well, they're going all in. They want to roll in the cash because they're here to secure that top 2 spot. Nigma Galaxy, with all these confident pickups, I do expect that they'll do extremely well with this. But I wonder what kind of curveballs can this come offer from SGP.
Nigma Galaxy are looking for dinner, right? It's dinner time. It's actually way past dinner time.
Way past dinner time.
Yeah.
I haven't got mine.
No, what? I haven't gotten mine either. We're surviving on. We're surviving on gummy bears. Don't worry, we're getting there. I said one more pack.
One more pack.
One more pack.
Save some for me.
No, yeah, it's right here. It's not. Don't worry,
Okay.
we have time for that. We have time for it behind the scenes. So for Enigma Galaxy, so I spoke to TG, and he was like, I have a surprise for you this weekend. I'm like, all right, what's the surprise? I assume the Draven is one of the surprises, and if it is, then well, I'm happy. We will see what Demon Kite can bring out of it. I think this is a show of confidence from NGX.
It's amazing, and I believe he also dropped me a DM as well. Oh, what do you want to see? Like, I'm like thinking, I haven't seen any sort of Pike games. So did he actually pick the Pike last week?
No, I gave him 3 picks. One of the picks he actually picked before, which was Lux, and that was the only one that showed up. In fact, SSK picked the other choice that I had, which was Graves. My three choices were Graves, Pike, and Lux. So NGX picked Lux, SSK just now picked Graves. I think the Pike have to wait. I don't think anyone is picking the Pike.
Yeah, I feel like a Pike definitely excels in a few areas of play, and it does have its core weaknesses as well, because as compared to all the other supports, you're basically neglecting the amount of sustainability that you have on the team. Plus, you have to go for those kill resets sometimes when you're going to fall behind. That renders the Pike absolutely unuseful in most instances.
Crowd control kills you, basically. So we'll see how this is gonna pan out for NGX. But one thing is for sure, if you think that they didn't snowball hard enough in Game 2, well, you're about to witness something that is a freight train.
A freight train.
Yes. I honestly don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know how SGP Strap is gonna work out. Though there are definitely some ways for them to circumvent that, right? We're seeing a lot of hardcore crowd control that can give them the grasp that they need over someone like a Draven, over someone like a Kassadin. But can they make it to that stage? I think that is the biggest question. It really falls down to Raven at the very end.
Yeah, and I guess it's definitely down to that few picks out there in terms of the effectiveness of the Jarvan as well as the Singe. Sure, I guess like some of these could answer to a Kassadin, right? But other than that, like how it synergizes with one another is to be remain unseen. And of course, you add on top of the Jays, everything else. I guess like if they can go for that scrappy approach of a team fight, hey, perhaps some surprises are in store for us as we are awaiting for a final game, perhaps, or even 2 more games.
Yeah,
to
well,
come right in.
I do want 2 more games, but the suspense is killing me. We just gotta wait for the update of the game. Well, I say that, but the game is ready. It's on my call. Speak of the devil.
You asked to deliver.
I asked to deliver. Thank you, production. Game 3 between Enigma Galaxy and SGP underway, and of course for NGX, 1 more game, 1 more win. They're on their way to join RQ in that challenge final. So, Demon Kite might get first blooded. Well, actually, never mind. He's out there. It was a decent attempt over SGP. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, like a little bit of a dire effort being shown out there. Let's take a look at stats once again. Thank you very much, production team. 75% coming out of Joshi. In terms of win ratio, honestly, Sin. And this is what you really want to see out of some of the best VC players out there in the world. Always contributing, diving headfirst into objective controls. And Jarvan just having a little bit of a harassment. Oh,
the flash hook. SSK shows up. Flash Vault Breaker. Draw should be dead. First blood for SGP.
And there we go. Some mastery of the Vi. Definitely displayed out there with that sort of full connection of the flash. What do you call it again? Face breaker?
The Vault Breaker.
Vault breaker.
Yeah, Face breaker is the set.
That's set.
The set start.
Well,
we see another lane swap, right? JK mid, Jarvan into a Kassadin, a Vendetta top. Get a fling onto Chami, but will be secured by Joshi. The Mega Adhesive does get a trade back.
Just enough of damage coming in from the Poison Trail, of course. Plating still goes over to Chami. Look at that once again. How clean was that coming up SSK? Quick follow-ups coming in from Raven as well as WJ. So that's 2 pickoffs. Magaxi. Now, have to start estimating on what exactly they could possibly pull up. Now, the good thing about having Vendetta playing on the Cinch is that when you put that additive, at least you can kind of dash off when it commits.
They go on to Joshi. No movement just yet, waiting for the flash to come out. JK was thinking about it. The hook that's coming from draw. But unfortunately, NGX just were not ready to follow up with that.
I just love the amount of effort they are counting over the mid side here. While draw basically tries to find a little bit more out of some of all these rotations. I think Magaxi now spotted out by the ward. Plays much early on. Well, there is a dive setup that SSK is looking for. Renekton still looks relatively healthy. SSK is not even level 5 yet. So he's got to at least secure himself that blue buff and pay a little visit instead.
Yeah, Joshi is though. To be a good angle and exhaust. And Raven, he is completely out of his element. Demon Kai cashes in on an easy kill.
That's allowing me a lot of money out there. He's already got that BF store. Just basically go back out there. It depends what he wants to do. We see
That's the first item Bloodthirster for sure,
Yeah.
I think.
most of the time we see Bloodthirsters. Well, I've had games where they start off with an E.
Stormrazor is also one of the choices.
Yeah. IE's not usually the best first item on Draven. Acceptable, but not the most efficient.
Yeah. You generally just have enough raw damage, right?
Right.
From the axis.
Double BF sword. Okay.
Oh, sure, why not?
Why not?
A stun into a good death sentence was draw getting that kill up top. Just quick rotation. I mean, I love the timing from draw.
And eventually, both of these BF sword will definitely turn out what you just mentioned, right? Like some of all these core items. While the timing for draw have always been immaculate, placing himself into situations where he could just benefit his teammates so much more. As we take a look once again, of course, point and click stun sets up perfectly. They need much more than that. Now Vendetta already trailing behind.
This is gonna be tough for sure. I mean, Joshi, yeah, he has the kick. And here's it. The kick into a stun. Full follow-up, Vendetta knows that he's dead.
Yeah, a little bit anticlimactic. He's not even gonna try burning some sums. Well, ultimate's being channeled up to clear a little bit more waves. SGP couldn't even find the first turret.
Oh, the Whirling Death cleared out the entire wave. So SGP can't even get the turret.
Exactly. Well, they're pretty close to the first Drake being mounted. We have Aaron still getting a lot of free farm out there. Stack up a lot of mana on the Tear of the Goddess. But they're getting wrapped around.
Flash Vault Breaker into an ultimate to lock Aaron down and force the flash and to commit everything to kill him off. And that's the amount of crowd control they won't want to see from SGP to shut down the cast early on. But NGX will still get their hands on the Mountain Drake.
Off to a better start here in the game tree at the very least. Both sides, trade objectives. SGP would have no contest whatsoever here to get themselves that Rift Herald while they are having another scuffle up mid.
Now Raven able to make it out with his life. And SSK shows up just to plant the Rift Herald. This should be an easy tier 1 mid. I don't think NGS can do with it though. While SSK getting chased down by Aaron. Vendetta is going to stop him with that Mega Adhesive. They're looking to turn it around to Aaron. I'm not really sure if that's a good idea because SSK just went down. And NGX putting a pressure on that mid lane as well.
Oh, he got demolished. This could make it a lot easier. Oh my goodness, if their hook connects onto Jinkai. While their fight breaks loose, soul kill, is there potential?
Aaron, yeah, well, Vendetta is definitely dead. He's just gonna hand it over to Chami. Vendetta flashes away, but Chami has a slice and dice to follow up. The Mega Adhesive. He's just gonna buy a bit of time. Can Raven get both of them? Chami is the first one. Aaron is gonna be the second. He's gonna use that calling Raven gets a double kill.
It's so unfortunate for Aaron. I know exactly why he didn't Rift Walk. Not enough mana, because he backs it out already.
And draw though, he's gonna deliver Demon Kite straight into Raven, and Demon Kite's gonna cash in. And whoa, a buy one free one is a freebie for Demon Kite, and a double.
Stack of money. Joshi, another 1v1. Jungler versus jungler. I want to see that happen though, but SSK should have enough burst damage to go up against. Joshi, unless if he does get that roundhouse kick back in the turret, then it's gonna be different. Demon Kite has assistance. Not worried about Vendetta.
So the first time I stepped on Thresh Lantern, I didn't know that you have to tap the button to hit the minions to take the lantern. I was looking for a lantern button elsewhere on my screen, and I ended up dying.
I think I relate to that as well. But I think that's the beauty of WildRift compared to, you know, clicking on mouse.
Ooh, I mean, Chammy almost went for the one shot onto SSK. I mean, all things considered, you know, NGX still has a 4K gold lead over SGP, which is kind of expected. And I think a lot of that goal is in the hands of Demon Kite.
Yeah, and that also comes in the form of the turrets that they've been able to break. Therefore, SGP tries to get back at it. 3,000 Vendetta sidestep away. Well, somebody has to start heading towards the top shove of the wave. SGP moving at the break open the top side as well. You will expect things to look slightly more even. While there's a lot of damage that can come out of a few of these members of SGP. Raven as well as SSK specifically has the most to do.
And that's a flash and a tidal wave out from SGP.
Pretty interesting move coming from Jin Kai as well.
Yeah, Storm Razor into a BT for Demon Kite. And the problem now is that even though SGP has dive mechanism, you can only choose one. It's either Jaren or Demon Kite, and both of them are not easy targets to take down.
Not at all.
I don't think SGP has enough damage though. It really has to come down to the Raven alone.
And Kai. He's just holding this one out. They should be able to secure the turret over top side. Prepare themselves for another fight over Herald. SSK. Let's surprise them instead. They do have a lot of catch potential. They can land that bubble. And that could basically find an opening pick. Core target being Aaron, but that's never easy to get him under the bubble in the first place. Rapidly
NGX,
to charge.
NGX have arrived at the scene. Of course, JK instantly flushed out by draw. And you can see that NGX wants this because Justin's already in. He kicks SSK away, gets the steal up, and the rest of NGX. They're just going to show up to the fight. And they all will do their part. Demon Kai solo killing JK, and there's nothing that SGP can do. SSK, let's get a kill onto Aaron. But at what cost? 4 dead on SGP.
Oh, that's a huge dented blow out there. Joshi timed it so well. He's just not even looking at the Herald. He's just seeing, okay, SSK probably want to smite this one away. What if I just kick him off and I snatch it for my own? Now, Enigma Galaxy gets not only the Herald, but the turret over mid side as well.
Yeah, that's deja vu, in fact.
Yeah, it feels like what RQ did to them earlier.
It is. This is what RQ did to SGP when Chaz stole the Baron from them. And NGX ends up getting both objectives on the map.
Oh. From here on, it's only Spain without the capital letter S, but SSK delivers.
Oh, Tammy actually grabs the lantern in time.
Aaron, though.
And SSK, oh, he's in danger. Aaron's wants this. Redemption is going to be there to help out SGP. And Aaron overextends. They drop the Cataclysm onto Draw, who can't get away. Flunk back. 2 kills for SGP. Consolation prize, but
They might have bought time. Look at mid lane, though.
look at mid lane, yep.
Oh, man. One cannon minion, just enough for Joshi to even take it out.
He took Demolish on that Lee Sin.
Something that we don't see every day on the jungler. I mean, it is quite a good option, judging for the fact that it has been one of the stronger keystones.
Yeah.
They call it Keystones?
Runes. I think.
Runes, right?
Yeah.
Keystone is the
Keystone
main.
is like the main thing.
Yeah. Yep, got it. So, NGX still ahead when it comes down to goal lead. This time it's going to be 7,000 after getting themselves quite a number of structures for their own. But SJP at least showing great effort of attempts. Is that they burn a lot more resources than intended, only to get a few bits of it. If they do land on top of this Raven, it's going to be worthwhile.
And a kick straight into a hook and a stun. Vendetta had stood no chance. Top lane though, they do find Aaron and they cut him down. Good exchange from SGP across the map, but at the end of it, it is still NGX getting a bit more value out of their rotation.
Yeah, they just can't do anything about that. Even though they try to actually stop them on the tracks, the recalls will still be channeled through. Baron coming up. So NGX, if they were to call for that early Baron, you could still see that there are risks involved. And at this point onwards, with a GA up available on Joshi, I don't think he minds taking the full brunt of damage.
SSK again, the flash vault breaker, the classic trick. This time it's Demon Kite, who just takes the lantern. JK flashes, but Demon Kite also has his flash, and now he's going to get the support from the rest of his team. And watch that money roll in. Aaron is not going to be happy that he's ganked a couple of times, and that's where they're going to go in. A vault breaker to cancel Justy's Sonic Wave, but it doesn't really matter because he has the GA. And then GX, they're on the chase. Vendetta buying time with the Rylai's, but he gets completely decimated by Aaron. 3 down for SGP, and then GX go to Baron.
Yeah, quick work out of this one as well. Sure, Joshi might have actually lost the Guardian Angel. You just rotate the damage all around. Meanwhile, 2 members handling the rest of SGP.
Yeah, it's going to be Chammy up against Raven. That's going to be an easy kill. And Aaron looking to get rid of WJ. Yeah, but WJ is just playing with him. And yeah, not able to let the bubble. Baron actually going over to NGX. And they should be able to all get away. Yeah.
He's out. SSK though, still wants it. Unfortunate. Wolves got him away.
Yeah, take the lantern, Aaron. Oh, take the lantern. Oh, he has the gargoyle. Yeah, that's completely fine. Got his mana back. It's one of those scrappy fights that ends up in JK going over the wall and his draw getting caught, but actually it's JK trapped with Aaron. And while Chammy now shows up from behind, SSK we're gonna get picked up. Aaron doesn't have the mana, but Chammy has enough fury. So 2 more kills over for NGX. Oh, Vendetta is messing that recall up a bit. But he's gonna pay.
How much is the question? Chammy's still gonna be around though. He wants to take that 1 versus 2. Rylai's not making it easy for him to chase though. It's a lot of healing coming out of WJ, but he's trying to risk his life. Tidal Wave comes out.
Cross the gargoyle, bubble, flung back. Well, they actually toy with him a bit, but okay, Joshi is here. And Vendetta is also down.
Oof. Big oof.
Look at this.
I don't think I have words for it.
And what? Wait, how did Raven go down? I think, did he get hit by the hook? No, actually, no, it's Demon Kai who killed him off, though I didn't see how. But what we do see is that NGX have already closed out this series long before the series ended. 3-0 is the score. They remain undefeated by SGP. And Nigma Galaxy are a 2nd team to proceed to the challenge groups.
And it is a clean 3-0 sweep going up against the Singaporean Titans SGP. And I think they have had one of the most amazing run taking down a lot of all these great teams, such as Fennel and also LFO that we've seen today. But with all that sort of drawn out games, Nigma Galaxy is just too clean for them to handle. And, well, we've already seen all these support systems that they have, and everybody's basically giving 100%, just like what they put out much earlier today.
Yeah, with everything being said and done, I think SGP deserves incredible volumes of credit, right? Even NGX did in advance to pay respect to SGP. No one expected them to be the NGX opponent in this lower bracket finals, but they do respect the fact that SGP took down Fennel and took down LFO two of the best teams from the PH regions, but unfortunately the big boss of NGX is the kryptonite for SGP. Again, the fairy tale might have ended here, but it is a fairy tale nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think like today we've already seen a lot more impressive games out here. Even with this final hoorah out of SGP, they've been able to at least get some numbers back as compared to first two games that they were going up against NGX. It's just that when you're giving so many of all these huge picks for NGX, they just get a lot of workaround, especially Aaron on that Kassadin, just free roaming for most part. Sure, he was on the hit list of SSK for this entire theater round. It was actually Demon Kite that has the cleanest of it all. So far, he picked up even the Hourglass in that one instance that he got caught out. So,
yeah.
Other than that, Joshi, man. Joshi is the man of the match.
Absolutely. And in fact, the Enigma Galaxy, I think they have prepared for this moment. Since they lost against RRQ, right, it was always meant to be to get that best of 7 rematch in the grand finals tomorrow between these two teams. Of course, tomorrow's stake is just the prize pool that you walk away at the end of the open finals. What's more important is that both Enigma Galaxy and RRQ have locked in the spot in the challenge groups, and they will be joining 6 other teams from other regions, 2 from Thailand, 2 from Indonesia, and 2 from Vietnam, which if you guys are interested, the series also happened today. You can always check up on who are the representatives from those regions. It's going to be an exciting challenge groups, but of course we got to settle the score for that open finals tomorrow.
That's right, and of course, final few stats before, of course, we talked to some of the boys of Enigma Galaxy. Last time we interviewed them, they were always cheeky. Same could be said about RRQ. Just love the people that's behind the scenes working so hard for them, and also they themselves have been enjoying the ride of competitive play throughout this Snapdragon Pro Series.
I mean, the difference being that when we interview RRQ, the players were messing around with one another. When we interview NGX, when it was not Coach Vanstu, when it was draw, the team abandoned him. So that was kind of the core difference. Of course, it made for a pretty entertaining and funny spectacle. But nonetheless, I think NGX definitely deserved this, right? I mean, this whole support staff behind the scenes is just incredibly amazing. We came into this, keeping our eyes out for some of those key players, and they have absolutely delivered.
Yeah, and tomorrow that rematch will happen yet again. And going up against RRQ, they were just one game shy of basically booking the slot. They have finally got them there regardless. So it's more about getting the extra cash right now.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a lot of pride because there's a power system going on, and you don't want to be on in second place if you were either one of them.
But I think for the fans out there, they would be super happy, right? That did RRQ and NGX made it through. I mean, like we've seen a lot of coverage. These players and coaches are very interactive on social media. I mean, after every series, EXO would post something, TG would post something. And then speaking about TG, we're going to be able to talk to him right now in this post-game interview. So let's welcome him onto the broadcast. Hi, TG. We finally get to speak to you.
What's up?
Congratulations. Hey. You guys are qualified for the challenge stage. How are you feeling right now?
Of course, we're happy right now, but at the same time, we're tired already because we played, I think, 8 games today.
Yeah, a total of 8 games, and I'm pretty sure you guys feel thankful that it didn't drag out to 5 games overall, but congratulations still. Like, that was some really clean matchups against SGP. What do you feel about the performance of the boys for today for both of the matches that you guys played?
For versus RRQ, we made a lot of mistakes, and we will try to fix it today because we have a match versus them tomorrow, right? So we will try to take our revenge tomorrow, and hopefully we will take a win.
And I think it's going to be an interesting rematch, but I want to kind of touch on history a bit, because I remember you did mention that you kind of have some history with Kaigo and EXO, and this is kind of a reunion with them, right? And obviously today they were the better team, but if anything, what is the feeling like to meet them but on separate sides?
Actually, for me, it's excited because we're former teammates before, and I'm looking to qualify to the Thailand with them. So we will have a reunion personally.
So that's gonna be
Very exciting.
top 4. That is the main target,
Yeah.
right? Who do you think? Which team do you think is going to be the biggest challenge, though, when we look at the challenge stage from other regions?
I think, we're scrimming with them already, and I think the toughest one is Team Flash. But we have a good scrim record with them. So I think we can be on the top 4.
All right, I think that's a good sign overall so far. Tomorrow, at least, winning that will give you guys perhaps a little bit of priority in terms of who you guys will be facing in those brackets. So hopefully that everything goes smoothly, and then by then you guys might get that rematch of yours against Team Flash.
Now, last time we asked Vansu about MVPs, and now I want to get your insight. Who do you think is the best player of your team in this best of 3?
I think for me is one of our bot laners, Dugo. I think Dugo did well today
All right,
versus SGP.
right, short and sweet. Let's look at the MVP screen and see if it's going to be draw. And the answer is one of the bot laners. That's what you mentioned, right? So yeah, you got it right.
You got it right.
100%. 100%. Prediction on that is Demon Kite. 3 different champions, right? We started with the Jin, then we had Lux in game 2, and we had the Draven special in game 3. Was this one of the surprises that you hinted me about, TG? Was the Draven one of it?
Yeah, but we have still many gas left in our tank. So
All right.
let's see if we will use it tomorrow.
You must be a fun party guy, because you always come with surprises. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Now I do have a one off-topic question, right? Today we didn't get to see Chammy Jax at all, and I was just wondering, was it because you call yourself Chammy Jax and then you didn't win your rank games?
Actually, we don't want to reveal much on Chammy's champion pool, so that's why we're using the same champs always. And any champion that Chammy use will always win.
Oh, there we go. We see the boys dancing.
Yeah, last time we asked them to do a pop-off, they abandoned everyone, but it's great to see them being a bit more involved in this. I believe that was Draw. I think he was the one who got sacked by his team. Final thoughts going into tomorrow against RRQ. Any message that you want to give to Kaigu and EXO?
Actually, earlier, I used most of my brain cells in just drafting alone. And shout out to Kaigu for that. And hopefully we will have a great series also for tomorrow's match. And I think it will be a banger series also.
Yeah, we definitely do look forward to that. Best of 7, and that definitely will be an exciting one for sure.
Yeah, 100% look forward to it. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you finally. Get some good rest. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the best of 7, and we wish you all the best.
Some shout out.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, shout out to our boss, Boss Marad, and NGX family, and also the GXR family, and also shout out to my teammates. They're very good teammates and fun. And also shout out to my family, who's supporting me since the start of my career. And shout out to the girl who's supporting me behind, Casey. Shout out to you.
Woo! Let's go!
A lot of love, and that's what makes it strong, right? The power of love, friendship, and family. Thank you very much, TG. We see you guys for more banger matches tomorrow.
Hope
Have a
to
good
see
night.
you on your streams too. So take care.
We got a bit of a hint. Chammy's has a champion pool that is mysterious. TG loses games as Chammy Jax. But jokes aside, I think tomorrow is going to be kind of a different ballgame, right? A best of 7, and it's definitely a bit more tiring for NGS because they had to play longer, more games today. But regardless of the results, the one thing that matters is that both Nigma Galaxy and RRQ have locked in challenge stage, and they both share the same sentiment. Team Flash from Vietnam being one of the toughest opponents that they look forward to facing in the challenge stage.
That's definitely the champions of the WCS Southeast Asia that's still being undefeated for most of the tournaments that they've joined so far. Of course, with the brackets, as all led down to this fateful setup. We have RRQ versus Nigma Galaxy for our grand finals happening tomorrow afternoon, GMT +8. Of course, if you're watching from the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and of course, beyond that, you guys just gotta adjust your clock for a little bit. And predictions, as we have gone through most of it, we're still tied.
Yeah, we're still tied. I'm happy with that, right? We make we make an amazing duo. This is why our predictions are tied. Though the ones that I predicted that I got wrong were the kind of the outliers, which I don't mind at all. I think at the end of the day, all these upsets is what makes it interesting, right? Especially when we get to see history being made. Of course, one of the biggest talking points for the past 3 weeks has been SGP, and their journey might have concluded, but they've left a legacy.
That's right. And of course, we thank all the teams that have been putting their hours overall. And of course, there's still going to be more to come.
Yeah, but we definitely appreciate all of these teams today. We say goodbye to to LFO and SGP today, but they definitely have left a good impression. And also we have to thank our partners and friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making this happen. When winning matters, that's where we have them on board. They've been with us for a long voyage, and we look forward to keep working alongside them. And also we gotta thank Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Last but not least, join our Discord channel at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. I want to see you there.
That's right. And this is not goodbye, because we're about to beat you guys tomorrow again.
Yeah.
For that best of 7. Man, that best of 5 was already a banger. Imagine 7 games.
Yeah, imagine 7 games of the 2 best teams of MSPB region. Can't wait to see that happen. But for now, we all deserve a good rest. It has been an exciting day. Amaski, this guy is Contra. On behalf of all our friends behind the scenes, we wish you guys an amazing night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals between RRQ and Enigma Galaxy.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. opponents. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Yeah, look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss, time's right. And I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.